Chapter 1. Ascending to the Celestial Emperor, the younger generations kneel and plead for emergence. In the vast expanse of the Changhong Great Universe, within the 3,000 Dao states, lies the imperial state, the Taichu Sacred Land. The formidable enemy is approaching. The sacred land stands on the brink of peril. I, disciple Jiang Tej, beseech the ancestor to emerge from seclusion. I implore the ancestor to show mercy, to rescue the sacred land from its dire straits, to restore its honor, and to avenge our grievances. Jiang Tej, the current holy master of the Taichu Sacred Land, kneels outside the forbidden grounds, repeatedly bowing his head, his voice hoarse from fervent cries. His face reflects profound unwillingness. Once, the Taichu Sacred Land basked in unparalleled glory. It was established by a peerless quasi-emperor of the ancient era, with a lineage extending over 1,000,000 years, dominating countless epochs. Yet, in the past 10 millennia, the Taichu Sacred Land has waned, each generation weaker than the last, its territory shrinking, having fallen into utter decline, no longer possessing its former renown. Countless factions eye it with predatory intent, eager to carve up the sacred land. Were it not for the untimely demise of the old holy master, would the mere 5-element mountain dare to assault our gates? Jiang Tej murmurs, deep despair cloaking his countenance, his eyes glimmering with hopelessness. The old holy master was the last divine being of the Taichu Sacred Land, able to safeguard it with the quasi-emperor weapon left by the founder, deterring the minor factions from encroaching. Not long ago, the old holy master ventured forth to seize opportunity, aiming to break through to a higher realm and extend his life for another millennium, to continue his guardianship over the sacred land. The entire sacred land had hoped for his success, yet what followed was news that plunged all into despair. The old holy master had been slain by a prodigy of an unparalleled sacred ground. Upon the dissemination of this news, wolves circled, hungry for the spoils, with the 5-element mountain being merely one among many. The 5-element mountain harbors divine beings, and not just one. The Taichu Sacred Land stands no chance of resistance. Even if they were to miraculously withstand the initial onslaught from the 5-element mountain, they would be besieged by other factions, leading to their swift obliteration. Ancestor, do you hear me? Ancestor, save the sacred land. I beseech the ancestor to emerge. Holy Master Jiang Tej cries out in grief and fury, harboring boundless hope within. The old holy master had once confided in Jiang Tej that he had sensed an overwhelming aura within the forbidden grounds, suspecting that the ancestor was still in seclusion. How Jiang Tej yearns for this to be true. With the sacred land facing imminent doom, on the verge of annihilation, Jiang Tej feels powerless to turn the tide. Thus he kneels outside the forbidden grounds in supplication. He remains there, unyielding. This state of affairs has persisted for a full 3 days. No response emanates from within the forbidden grounds, and despair gradually envelopes Jiang Tej's heart. He resolves to wait another half hour should there still be no reply. He would be left with no choice but to resort to his final measure, igniting the divine fire. Jiang Tej has attained the 9th layer of the celestial realm, a mere step away from divinity, yet he remains unable to breach that threshold. Should circumstances prove dire, he will forcibly ignite the divine fire, stepping into the realm of the divine to fight for the sacred land. Such an action bears a tremendous cost. He could survive but 1 more year at most, even if he manages to protect the Taichu Sacred Land this time. After a year, he would perish, and the sacred land would still face division and destruction. Time ticks away, and Jiang Tej's despair deepens. He whispers to himself, is the ancestor truly still within the forbidden grounds? The old holy master had conducted numerous investigations, and Jiang Tej himself had ventured inside on several occasions, finding naught. He has long prepared himself mentally. A calamity looms, and Jiang Tej finds himself unable to resist. He can only place his hopes here. Thus he kneels outside the forbidden grounds, pleading for the ancestor's emergence. Within the forbidden grounds, in a secluded cave, dressed in resplendent robes, Qin Chuan opens his eyes, witnessing terrifying visions. Star seas collapsing, worlds sinking, chaos surging. At last, I am invincible, Qin Chuan murmurs to himself, his face awash with emotion. A millennium ago, he had traversed to the heart of the Changhong Great Universe, the 3,000 Dao states, and became an ordinary disciple of the Taichu Sacred Land. Subsequently, he activated a system, granting him the opportunity to rise. Ordinarily, he should be the child of destiny, poised to tread a path of invincibility, overwhelming all prodigies, with countless saintesses, divine maidens, imperial daughters, and empresses vying to accompany him to the pinnacle. Yet, the system did not permit him to become invincible directly. and the Taichu sacred land had fallen into decline, making external ventures fraught with peril. Thus, he resolved to adopt a more cautious approach. After careful deliberation, Qin Chuan chose to enter seclusion, biding his time within the Taichu sacred land until he could emerge invincible. The 3,000 Dao states are vast and boundless, teeming with powerful beings, fraught with danger whether one is a world-shattering genius or an unparalleled powerhouse. As long as one is not invincible, death could strike at any moment. In the Xianhuang Great Universe, cultivation realms are categorized as follows. True Power, Sea Opening, Gang Yuan, True Martial, Celestial, Divine, Divine Sovereign, Divine King, Sage, True Sage, Sage King, Great Sage, Quasi-Emperor, and Emperor. Upon his arrival in this world, Qin Chuan was only at the True Power stage, and the external world posed countless threats to him. After a millennium of signing in, he had quietly reached the Emperor realm, becoming invincible. In any given era, only one emperor may arise. Emperors command the 10 directions of the universe, reigning over the heavens and the ages, with all races in the cosmos venerating them, truly invincible above and below. Typically, breaking through to become an emperor requires undergoing the emperor's tribulation, merging with the source mark, thus becoming a unique supreme being of the utmost path. However, Qin Chuan is somewhat unique with the assistance of the system. He can become an emperor without facing tribulations and even without merging with the source mark. His path transcends all others in the universe. One path to overshadow all. His strength surpasses that of any emperor who has merged with the source mark throughout history without false modesty. He can rightfully claim the title of Celestial Emperor. While an emperor may encounter rivals, a celestial emperor is truly invincible. What supreme weapons or forbidden realms may exist, they are but trifles before the celestial emperor. I wonder how the outside world fares. Qin Chuan rises, preparing to leave the forbidden grounds to take a look. To ensure he was undisturbed during his cultivation, he had set seals to isolate the interior from the exterior, allowing him to focus on remaining hidden until he achieved invincibility. He recalls a time when he broke through to the great sage realm in his elation. He inadvertently leaked a trace of energy, which was sensed by the then secluded holy master of the Taichu sacred land. Immediately, Qin Chuan retracted his aura and continued to remain concealed. A great sage cannot yet be invincible across the 3,000 Dao states, nor can he dominate the Xianhuang Great Universe. He must continue to conceal himself until he becomes invincible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Emperor realm. The sign-in task is complete, and the main storyline task has entered its second phase. The system's notification resonates within his mind, leaving Qin Chuan momentarily stunned. The system task has a second phase? A new main storyline task has been issued. Please check it at your earliest convenience. Soon, another notification chimes in. Qin Chuan's thoughts stir, and the system panel materializes before him. Task requirements. Forge the strongest sacred land across the myriad realms. Task description. The host has reached the Emperor realm. Please cultivate talented disciples and expand the Taichu sacred land into the most powerful force across the realms. Each time a talented disciple is accepted, the host will receive a corresponding recruitment gift package. Details can be viewed upon clicking. Quite intriguing, Qin Chuan muses, then clicks to view the details. The system categorizes geniuses based on their potential, with those possessing the potential of a sage classified as 1-star geniuses, those with true sage potential as 2-star geniuses, those with sage king potential as 3-star geniuses, those with great sage potential as 4-star geniuses, those with quasi-emperor potential as 5-star geniuses, and those with emperor potential as 6-star geniuses. Those with the potential to become immortals are classified as 7-star geniuses. If one accepts a 1-star genius as a disciple, they will receive a 1-star disciple recruitment gift pack, which guarantees at least 1 sage summoning card and 2 divine king summoning cards, with additional rewards distributed randomly. Should one accept a 6-star genius as a disciple, they will be bestowed with a 6-star disciple recruitment gift pack, containing at least 1 emperor summoning card and 10 quasi-emperor summoning cards, with other rewards randomly allocated. If one accepts a 7-star genius as a disciple, they will receive a 7-star disciple recruitment gift pack, which guarantees 1 true immortal summoning card and 10 emperor summoning cards, with other rewards distributed at random. Moreover, all summoned powerful beings will exhibit unwavering loyalty to Qin Chuan, willing to undertake any task, even the most perilous, without hesitation. After contemplating this, Qin Chuan found merit in working for the system. How delightful! But do immortals truly exist in this world? It seems they only existed in the prehistoric era, Qin Chuan mused, furrowing his brow. It is said that in the prehistoric era, the path to immortality was not yet severed, and traces of immortals still lingered within the cosmos, allowing cultivators who reached the pinnacle of humanity a chance to ascend to the immortal realm. However, throughout history, from the mythical era to the present, the highest known realm in the Changhong universe is that of the Emperor, unparalleled in the world and able to suppress an entire era. No immortals exist in this world. If I were to accept a 7-star genius as a disciple. At this thought, Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. The guaranteed rewards alone include 1 true immortal and 10 emperors as subordinates, all fiercely loyal. The 7-star disciple recruitment gift pack is indeed extravagantly generous. System, how do I determine a genius star rating? Qin Chuan suddenly inquired. Rest assured, host, I will provide you with a void-breaking immortal eye, capable of dispelling all illusions and perceiving all mysteries, allowing you to detect the cultivation levels and hidden talents of any being, the system assured. You truly know how to accommodate. Excellent work. A smile graced Qin Chuan's face as he received yet another formidable reward. Just as he was about to unseal his exit, he hesitated and asked, So, must I traverse the cosmos in search of genius disciples? If that were the case, it would be exceedingly exhausting. Qin Chuan thought it best to forego such a task. The system responded, You are not merely a boss, but a master. Why resort to shirking responsibilities at the slightest disagreement? The system felt utterly exhausted, hastily clarifying, Host, please be assured that this system will automatically search the entire universe for geniuses at regular intervals to guide you in locating them. If you wish to acquire more rewards, you may actively seek out genius disciples on your own. That sounds more reasonable. Pleased with the response, Qin Chuan finally waved his hand to unseal the cave's entrance. In an instant, he heard a sorrowful and indignant lament emanating from beyond the forbidden area. With a sweep of his divine sense, he beheld a middle-aged man in the attire of the supreme sacred land kneeling outside the forbidden area, murmuring in despair. Disciple implores the ancestor to show mercy and save our sacred land from peril. After listening for a while, Qin Chuan's smile vanished, his expression turning icy. He had just emerged from his seclusion as the heavenly emperor and had yet to celebrate, only to find an insignificant creature knocking at his door, intent on annihilating his sacred land. If the supreme sacred land were to fall, how could he fulfill his main quest? Such audacity! I shall see who dares to covet the interests of my supreme sacred land. Qin Chuan muttered coldly, stepping forth to the entrance of the forbidden area. Outside the forbidden area, Jiang Tej, the supreme sacred lord, sensed the time was ripe and rose dejectedly, preparing to depart. He intended to make arrangements for his final affairs, then selflessly ignite the divine fire to protect the supreme sacred land with his life. At that moment, a lofty and ethereal voice suddenly resonated in Jiang Tej's ears. Young man, where do you think you are going? Jiang Tej was taken aback. Then a look of wild joy crossed his face. There truly was an ancestor in the forbidden area, and he had heard his plea. Jiang Tej swiftly turned to look back. He beheld a towering figure standing atop the mountain peak, gazing at him with a benevolent smile. It was a young man clad in resplendent robes, his features exquisitely handsome, with brows like swords and eyes akin to celestial stars, his nose high and noble, exuding an otherworldly grace, as if he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Disciple Jiang Tej pays respects to the ancestor. Jiang Tej immediately bowed deeply, filled with utmost reverence. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the celestial realm, he could not discern this person's cultivation level, indicating that this individual was at least an ancestor of the divine realm. Years ago, the former Supreme Sacred Lord had scoured the forbidden area multiple times without locating this ancestor, suggesting that the ancestor's power might exceed that of a mere divine. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Tej's heart swelled with exhilaration. With a divine, or even a divine, sovereign ancestor present, activating the quasi-emperor weapon would surely repel the invading forces of the 5 elements mountain and restore the unparalleled prestige of the supreme sacred land. Jiang Tej? Qin Chuan reflected momentarily. Finding no recollection of this name, he must have joined the supreme sacred land during his 1,000-year seclusion. Time flows differently within the mountain. A millennium has passed in the world outside. I wonder how it fared? Qin Chuan inquired. 1,000 years of seclusion? Jiang Tej's heart trembled. To be able to seclude oneself within the forbidden area, this individual must at least be a divine. This ancestor had been a divine a millennium ago, yet emerged still bearing the visage of a youth, undoubtedly indicating a significant advancement in his cultivation with an unfathomable realm. Jiang Tej felt increasingly reassured and hurriedly reported the significant events that had transpired within the supreme sacred land over the past millennium, along with major occurrences across the 3,000 Tao states. After hearing all of this, Qin Chuan maintained an impassive expression, revealing no signs of joy or anger. Ancestor, the Five Elements Mountain is soon to launch an attack. I implore you to wield the quasi-emperor weapon to face our enemies, Jiang Tej respectfully stated. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. A mere divine dares to invade, and they seek to employ a quasi-emperor weapon? Ancestor, the sacred land possesses only the quasi-emperor weapon now, Jiang Tej replied with a pained expression. Over the past millennium, the supreme sacred land had been in continuous decline, unable to sustain numerous divine weapons, sacred relics, and vast territories or resources. In their struggle for survival, the supreme sacred land had repeatedly relinquished divine weapons, sacred relics, territory, and resources to allied forces, securing their assistance to endure until now. As it stands, the supreme sacred land retained only a single quasi-emperor weapon, a treasured heirloom left by its founding ancestor, crucial for the suppression of the sacred land and irreplaceable at any cost. Otherwise, the supreme sacred land could no longer exist, losing its status and descending into the realm of ordinary sections. Just as Qin Chuan was about to speak, a resonant voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere surrounding the supreme sacred land. Jiang Tej, surrender the quasi-emperor weapon, or today, I shall exterminate the supreme sacred land. Jiang Tej's expression shifted slightly. The Five Elements Mountain has come to invade. As the elderly man was deeply engrossed in his storytelling, he was abruptly interrupted by the prolonged and resonant snoring of Li Changhong, causing his countenance to darken. Thud! Li Changhong gritted his teeth in pain, forcing his eyes wide open to stave off unconsciousness. Fortunately, the elder had reached the crucial point of his discourse. To preserve your wretched life, this old man possesses a self-created cultivation technique. Within this method lies the profound mysteries of the body's hidden treasures. Moreover, it holds the ultimate secret to ascending as a sword emperor. Li Changhong harbored profound skepticism, and the more he observed the elder, the more he sensed something amiss. It was only when the elder produced a handwritten manuscript, its ink still wet with the essence of the unknown, that Li Changhong's heart sank irretrievably. The elder, however, was filled with fervor. If you succeed in your cultivation, you shall undoubtedly become the celestial sword emperor of the purple star. The elder's emotions surged. Yet he noticed Li Changhong's expression was one of utter despair. Elder, you do not intend to make me your experimental subject, do you? The elder cleared his throat and replied, Indeed, this is an original technique of my own design, but under your current circumstances, unless you were to inhabit another body, I possess no means of remedy. Rest assured, I shall not impose. The choice lies entirely with you. Li Changhong gazed at the handwritten manuscript filled with densely packed Chinese characters. The text, inscribed in a crooked manner, was laden with esoteric symbols, yet amidst the intricate strokes, the phrase unreliable resonated throughout the pages. However, did Li Changhong possess any alternatives? Alas, had it not been for the guidance of my esteemed predecessors, I, Li Changhong, might have met an untimely demise. Given that the venerable elder has bestowed upon me the gift of life, even if it entails being exploited as a mere subject of experimentation, I shall forge ahead without hesitation. I beseech the elder to accept me as a disciple should I succeed in my cultivation. I would die without regrets. The elder nodded in affirmation. Indeed, if you can master this technique, I shall undoubtedly take you as my apprentice and regard you as my own. With this promise made, the elder began to personally guide Li Changhong into the realm of immortality cultivation, regardless of the novelty of the method. The initial step in the path of cultivation is to perceive the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Is this what they call spiritual energy? Li Changhong followed the elder's guidance and became attuned to the spiritual energy. This process lasted merely 10 seconds. The elder nodded in satisfaction. You once possessed a golden spiritual root, perhaps even a commendable one. However, the next step, guiding the spiritual energy into your body, is crucial. You must direct the spiritual energy entering your being to circulate according to this ancient method of Tai Chi cultivation I impart. Li Changhong found this step of absorbing the spiritual energy into his body quite effortless. He then willed the slender thread of spiritual energy he had absorbed to circulate within him, in harmony with the elder's guiding force. Li Changhong could keenly perceive the ethereal energy swirling within every vital organ of his being. Yet, an anomaly became evident as it approached his heart. It was as if a little train, running smoothly along the tracks, suddenly encountered a break ahead, on the verge of disaster. The voice of the elderly man resonated. The Qi of separation, the essence of fire, the heart guards the central palace of the corporeal form. The 5 Qi belong to fire, the gate of life. During the previous 2 massages, I embedded a seed of fiery sword energy within your heart. Now, I shall catalyze that seed, a process that may prove exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could incinerate your heart entirely. This ordeal will be immensely painful. In essence, it is to forge your heart into a living blood-fire sword. Only when your heart transcends the mundane and transforms into a spiritual entity can it accept the ethereal energy and operate within the Tai Chi cycle. Subsequently, my spiritual power shall assist you in guiding that ethereal energy into your heart, completing the act of transcending the ordinary. Success hinges upon this moment. As the elder's words fell, Changhong immediately sensed a searing sensation emanating from his heart, and the pain escalated exponentially. Stay true to your heart, should you falter. Death will surely consume you, the elder commanded. Changhong found himself at a loss for words to describe the anguish he felt. Even the slightest touch of a lighter against his skin was unbearable. Now, his heart was seared from within by an intense heat, a suffocating sensation creeping up to his throat, inducing involuntary retching that only produced billowing white vapor, mingled with the scent of flesh. The stream of spiritual energy, manipulated by Changhong, utilized the old man's spiritual power as a springboard to penetrate the heart. Struggling to withstand the impending mental collapse, Changhong's eyes burned crimson, laced with blood. This cannot be allowed to continue. Changhong roared, his heart ablaze with fervor. The seed of fire attributed to the sword Qi, implanted by the elder within his heart, absorbed the primal flames, causing chaos within. His heart was pierced countless times, with blood evaporating before it could even flow. The severe hemorrhaging swiftly diminished Changhong's vitality. Observing this, the elder furrowed his brow and raised his hand, yet he was at a loss as to how to assist. Alas, the frailty of a mortal form proved too formidable. Had this young man first practiced the 5 elements sword technique, there might have been a flicker of hope for success. Disappointment flickered in the elder's eyes as he shook his head, sighing continuously. Changhai found himself unable to manage the elder from the outside world, as he desperately manipulated the strands of spiritual energy, fervently pursuing the erratic sword energy seed within his heart. Yet, he remained a mere mortal, incapable of catching up. His vitality waned increasingly, and death loomed imminent. Damn it! What the hell are you doing? The little sword, both startled and fearful, uttered an expletive in response. Despite his curses, he swiftly channeled a subtle sword energy, imbued with profound spatial power, surging through the veins into the heart. You little rascal, what kind of nonsense are you up to? Have you lost your mind? This sword energy, of an exceptionally high grade, emerged and immediately suppressed the erratic sword energy seed. Changhong immediately manipulated that wisp of spiritual energy to catch up with the seed of sword Qi, merging with it. Soon, Changhong was pleasantly surprised to discover that the seed of sword Qi could be controlled by him with utmost ease. It was a success. Changhong skillfully controlled the seed of sword energy, yet the process of refining his heart required additional time. Fortunately, his life was no longer in peril. Suddenly, the elder emitted a sound of astonishment, deeply perplexed by Changhong's stable life signs. How curious. Could it be that this young man, in the throes of a life and death crisis, has awakened the remnants of his golden spiritual root talent to suppress that seed of sword energy? Before long, Changhong regained consciousness, a look of relief gracing his face as if he had narrowly escaped catastrophe. Elder, shall we proceed? He urged. Changhong was no longer afraid. Armed with experience and his agreement with Xiao Jian, he felt confident to continue down this unconventional path of cultivation. With the assistance of the elder, Changhong replicated the process, refining the remaining organs, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, into spiritual entities. Except for the lungs, the other 3 organs endured relatively little suffering. The lungs, however, experienced the most excruciating pain. Being of the metal element, they were particularly vulnerable to the sword energy, nearly transforming Changhong's lungs into a sieve, with each breath akin to inhaling daggers. The process was agonizing, but it eventually came to an end. The elder breathed a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. Very well. Excellent. Now that you have refined all 5 organs into spiritual entities, successfully operating the Great Zhou cycle, you have become a practitioner at the first level of Qi refinement. Congratulations. Your 5 organs are complete. As for the 6 viscera, There is no urgency. They can be addressed when you break through to the foundation establishment stage in the future. Li Changhong discerned that the elderly man's self-created martial arts technique had yet to be fully developed. He chose not to expose this fact. Instead, he gracefully rose from the bed and bowed respectfully to the elder. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing upon me this second chance at life." At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from outside the door, still calling him esteemed elder. "Are you?" Li Changhong promptly changed his tone. "Disciple Li Changhong pays respects to master." The old man beamed with joy, his eyes narrowed into slits. Chapter 4. Junior brother, do you have an affinity for women? On this day of the Jieqin year, Jiaxu year, and Jingwu Day, in the hall of personnel at the Stellar Sword Sect, the elder responsible for new disciple registration shook his head and pondered, deriving Li Changhong's title based on the celestial calendar. He spoke at length, yet Li Changhong comprehended not a single word. Beside him, his senior sister elucidated, essentially. The allocation of titles across all sects follows a unified system, based on a century cycle. Those who join within 100 years share the same generational title. I have only been in the sect for 8 years, and you and I belong to the same generation, both of the Jing lineage. In summary, there are 3 auspicious directions today, granting you 3 title choices. The elder rambled on, and finally opened a jade slip, from which 3 strands of spiritual light emerged, sequentially forming 3 titles before Li Changhong. Justice. The first title was promptly declined by Li Changhong, deeming it overly simplistic. However, after a brief moment, upon gazing at the remaining 2 titles, he fell into deep contemplation. New moon, right path. Li Changhong gazed at the old man for a few moments, observing him stroking his beard with a sly smile. As the seeds of vengeance took root in his heart, this old fellow was undoubtedly acting with intention. Did he disapprove of my backdoor dealings? Leaving the hall of personnel affairs, Li Changhong was not inclined to admire the enchanting figure of his tall senior sister, as his thoughts were wholly consumed by his cultivation. In his mind, an ordinary bystander like himself should not attract any trouble. However, beauty often invites unwarranted attention. A dandy, adorned in the guise of a refined gentleman, accompanied by his characteristic sycophantic lackeys, obstructed Li Changhong and his senior sister. The senior sister, named Xiao Yuer, with the title Zheng Miao, was the most beautiful maiden of the Starry Sword sect. Beyond her identity as a disciple of the elders, she was the daughter of the esteemed head of the Xiao family and currently served as the young master of her clan. Admirers flocked to her in droves. Yuer, there are rumors circulating within the sect, claiming that I harbor feelings for you. I believe it is imperative to clarify this matter, he proclaimed. These rumors are not mere fabrications. I genuinely hold affection for you. Grant me a chance, and you shall never regret it. Upon hearing such trite flattery, Li Changhong's expression turned peculiar. Adopting an attitude of detachment, he discreetly retreated behind Xiao Yuer. Having just traversed into this realm, preserving his development took precedence over all else. Xiao Yuer's delicate brows furrowed in evident disgust. Fool, she muttered, before taking to the skies on her sword, departing from the scene alongside Li Changhong. Li Changhong, witnessing that the conflict did not erupt, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Damn it, who dares to criticize me? Within him, his kidneys conveyed a vague intent. The profanity served as an incantation to awaken the small sword. Li Changhong felt quite speechless, truly unaware of what sort of person Xiao Jian's previous master was. Upon their return to the flesh-concealing peak, Xiao Yuer cautioned, "Be wary of that dandy, Yi Jiping. He is the sole son of the sect leader and harbors a strong desire for revenge, with an obsession towards me that borders on the twisted. Besides our master, you are the only male at flesh-concealing peak, and given his pathological disposition, he will undoubtedly devise a way to target you." Li Changhong silently cursed. If he had gained any advantage, it would have been tolerable. Yet, he had received nothing at all, only inviting trouble upon himself. After Xiao Yuer departed, Li Changhong returned to the wooden cabin, which would henceforth serve as his sanctuary. One might consider this a form of apprenticeship. Li Changhong sat cross-legged on his bed, reflecting on the events of the past 2 days as if they were a dream. Overall, he considered himself fortunate. He had not found himself amidst malevolent forces, lest he be refined into a human pill. It felt as though he had taken a shortcut, and the experience was indeed exhilarating. In a cultivation sect like the Star Sword sect, one might expect that the recruitment of disciples would require rigorous assessment. However, with the recommendation of the esteemed master of the meat-concealed peak, he was granted the status of a direct disciple. receiving a monthly allocation of spirit stones that surpassed that of inner disciples. In total, he had received 103 spirit stones. Li Changhong has yet to comprehend the utilization of spirit stones. Over 100 pieces should be quite substantial. I recall a novel where the protagonist, upon entering the realm, could only acquire a few spirit stones in a month. For now, let us focus on cultivation. Striving to achieve the ability to fly with a sword at the earliest opportunity, Li Changhong sat cross-legged, practicing the unique technique he had devised under the guidance of his master. The method remained nameless, as his master had not yet disclosed any details regarding it. Li Changhong named it the Taiji 5 organs technique. The practice involves movement in the form of Taiji, with a primary focus on the 5 internal organs. Once upon a time, Li Changhong could not comprehend the phrase cultivation knows no passage of time, which is often encountered in novels. It was only when he truly embarked on the path of cultivation that he began to grasp its profound meaning. Upon awakening from his meditative state, he could not ascertain how many days had passed, as it was the pangs of hunger that roused him. During the process of cultivation, the physical body becomes quite indifferent to the flow of time in the external world. However, within Li Changhong, there was a sense of ceaseless activity. He continuously absorbed spiritual energy, skillfully maneuvering it through the Tai Chi circuit, nourishing his internal organs. Li Changhong thoroughly relished this process, experiencing an unprecedented vigor coursing through his internal organs. The practice of cultivation bestowed upon him an immediate sensation of rapid empowerment. His heart pulsated robustly. His skin radiated a rosy fairness. His hands and feet felt pleasantly warm, and his breath was long and steady. Among his vital organs, the kidneys provided him with the most pronounced sensation. After all, for a man, as long as the kidneys are robust, all else follows suit. He brimmed with unwavering confidence, ready to face any challenge with audacity. Gulp. Li Changhong swallowed a pill exuding the fragrance of grains, a newly released fasting elixir. Within less than 5 seconds of consumption, the sensation of hunger vanished completely. Li Changhong once again immersed himself in the pursuit of cultivation. During this process, he diligently absorbed the jade slips that contained the fundamentals of immortality. These texts were devoid of the complexities of celestial stems and earthly branches, as well as the obscure and perplexing phrases often encountered. The language was concise and comprehensible, providing Li Changhong with a clear understanding of the realm of immortality he inhabited, as well as the Star Sword sect. The realm he resided in was known as Ziwei Star, a celestial body akin to Blue Star, yet vastly larger in scale. The territory of the Star Sword sect alone encompassed nearly half the area of Blue Star. The true expanse of Ziwei Star remained a mystery that Li Changhong would need to explore on his own. Having consumed the last of the nourishing pills and depleting all 103 spirit stones, he was left with nothing but a pile of dust. At last, he achieved a breakthrough to the second layer of Qi refinement, though the duration of his cultivation remained uncertain. Li Changhong murmured as he rose to his feet. The sound of cracking joints echoed, a result of prolonged inactivity. Li Changhong stretched lazily, intending to test his physical prowess. However, upon raising his gaze to the wooden structure, which stood merely 3 meters high, he opted to step outside. The untainted air was remarkably fragrant. After a brief trial, he found that he could effortlessly achieve a standing high jump of 4 to 5 meters, surpassing even the world champions of Blue Planet. Li Changhong clenched his fist, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, almost forgetting that this was the realm of immortals, where ranged combat reigned supreme, while close combat had its merits. Was it not somewhat perilous? The name Starry Sword Sect clearly indicated it was a sect for sword practitioners. However, sword cultivators do not exclusively engage in melee combat. After all, they are cultivators, existing in a realm distinct from martial arts masters. The ability to manipulate swords with one's mind is merely an introductory skill. Beyond that lie the profound techniques of the sword path, which felt exceedingly distant to Li Changhong. At present, he had absorbed 103 spirit stones, barely managing to break through to the second layer of Qi refinement, with the foundation establishment still a far-off aspiration. Li Changhong merely wished to diligently study the fundamental 5 elemental spells essential for novice cultivators. If he were to progress rapidly, he might seize an opportunity during the Sword Talisman selection at the year's end. The Sword Talisman is a genuine celestial artifact, incomparable to mere magical weapons. According to the Jade Slip, once one possesses the Sword Talisman, they would instantly ascend to the status of a true sword cultivator, with their combat prowess increasing exponentially, capable of dominating others within the same realm. In Li Changhong's eyes gleamed anticipation. First, he would visit the library. The sword selection at the year's end would only allow the 30 most exceptional disciples to qualify, having yet to establish a foundation in his cultivation. He knew he must continue to strive diligently. Li Changhong descended the mountain with a fervent spirit. Chapter 5. The first battle in the immortal cultivation realm. Yishao. That lad has finally come down from the mountain, and now he is at the library pavilion. Let us go and strip him of his cultivation, compelling him to voluntarily withdraw from the meat storage peak. Isn't that rather unwise? He is a direct disciple, and the repercussions may be significant. Yi Jiping scoffed disdainfully. If it were any other peak, I might consider showing him some leniency, but as for meat storage peak, Li Changhong remained blissfully unaware that he had already attracted attention. Believing his low profile would shield him from troubles, he wandered through the first floor of the library, selecting fundamental spells to study at the meat songfing. Although my golden spiritual root had been destroyed, I hoped a trace of it remained, providing me with a natural aptitude for the cultivation of metal-based spells. With autumn swiftly approaching, I must seize the moment. The practice of the golden sword technique is quite challenging, yet I aspire to master it by the end of the year. Without the guidance of the esteemed elder with the golden finger, Li Changhong finds himself at a loss, as that little sword can merely hurl insults, and he harbors no desire for it to awaken. His master has been in seclusion, presumably developing the foundational techniques for the cultivation of the 6 organs, and it would be unwise to disturb him. This jade slip shall be mine. As Li Changhong's hand was about to rest upon the golden sword technique, it was suddenly restrained by a powerful hand. The grip was so forceful that it felt as though his hand were ensnared by a hydraulic press, rendering him immobile. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the dandy who had been previously berated as a fool by Xiao Yuer. Li Changhong cursed inwardly, feeling utterly frustrated. Unable to resist, he could only concede. Since his senior brother had also taken an interest, it was only proper for the junior brother to yield. Yi Jiping let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Your tone suggests that I am the one bullying you. If you harbor any grievances, feel free to voice them." Li Changhong smiled and said, "Senior brother, you jest. Please, feel free." He was not foolish, wearing the attire of a direct disciple. He understood that Yi Jiping dared not bully him, for he had nothing to fear. The identity of the sect master's son was not to be trifled with at present. Li Changhong took note of this enmity, recognizing that the time for retribution had not yet arrived. You may consider yourself perceptive, yet the meat-hiding peak truly is inept, living up to its reputation as the lowest among the 28 peaks. With a scoff, Yi Jiping turned and walked away. Li Changhong took a deep breath, suppressing the negative emotions within him. He was not the protagonist. Vengeance could not be sought on the same day, but rather must wait until the morrow. As he observed Yi Jiping walking away, Li Changhong resumed his exploration of the library. The spirit transformation technique, capable of conjuring a manifestation of any observed beast, endowed with a portion of its formidable powers, appeared to be quite promising. Li Changhong felt a surge of joy as he reached out to grasp the jade tablet. As a direct disciple, he was entitled to borrow 5 volumes from the library's first floor each month. Currently, Li Changhong cradled the complete compendium of blessing techniques, the fundamentals of the 5 elements, and an essential guide for sword cultivation, 3 volumes in total. He intended to further his studies with some advanced spells in preparation for the upcoming sword talisman contest at the year's end. However, just as his hand rested upon the jade tablet, Yi Jiping unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, placing his hand atop Li Changhong's. "Brother, are you interested in this spell as well? Please, go ahead." Li Changhong discerned that Yi Jiping was inevitably poised to unleash his fury upon him today, and he was resolute in his determination not to acquiesce to Yi's desires. He resolved to depart immediately, planning to return accompanied by senior sister Xiao Yuer next time. While the feeling of frustration was unavoidable, it paled in comparison to the value of one's life. After all, even Han Xian had endured humiliation. This realm of cultivation was merciless. Those who remained passive were merely supporting characters, with a facade of congeniality. Li Changhong bore the brunt of Yi Jiping's malevolent gaze as it flicked over the 3 jade slips in his possession. He sneered coldly. "Since my junior brother is so courteous, I shall not hold back." With an imperious gesture, Yi Jiping seized the 3 jade slips from Li Changhong. displaying an utter disregard for propriety. Surrounding disciples cast wary glances, but upon realizing it was Yi Jiping, they hastily retreated, clearly aware of his long-standing reputation within the sect. Indeed, tyranny is a form of power. Li Changhong stood empty-handed, his face betraying no hint of anger. While bullying exists within school campuses, it also permeates the sections. In academic settings, there are rules in order to uphold justice. However, in the realm of sects, only the law of the jungle prevails. As a novice disciple known for his righteous path, Li Changhong has yet to rise to prominence. The concept of identity is destined to be shattered and overturned. Yet, Li Changhong lacks the strength to resist it. He must endure patiently, awaiting the day when he will inevitably unleash his pent-up fervor. Farewell, senior brother. Li Changhong did not linger in the library, but instead turned and strode directly towards the entrance. Observing Li Changhong's departing figure, Yi Jiping discreetly signaled to his sycophant beside him. The sycophant promptly understood the cue and followed closely behind Li Changhong as they exited the library together. The Starry Sword sect is nestled among a myriad of towering peaks, with its core consisting of 28 extraordinary summits. Some are majestic, others towering, some profound, others perilous. And yet others exude a delicate charm, each unique in its own right. Furthermore, there are two even more magnificent floating peaks that gracefully orbit the vast cluster, as if serving as guardians. Although the Starry Sword sect boasts a considerable number of disciples, they seem rather insignificant amidst the grandeur of the expansive mountain range. The library is not far from the flesh-storing peak, yet for Li Changhong, who has only reached the second level of Qi refining, traversing a single mountain requires a quarter of an hour. Junior brother, please wait. Li Changhong dared not linger. Not only did he not stop, but he also quickened his pace. Do not leave, halt. The voice behind him grew more forceful, emanating a palpable aura of pressure. Li Changhong's heart raced wildly. I cannot leave. I must run. Li Changhong took off at a sprint, his heart racing with fervor. His feet seemed to leave behind afterimages, his speed surpassing even that of Usain Bolt. Even when compared to the realm of cultivation, a second layer of Qi refinement demonstrated such explosive velocity. The individual pursuing him had only reached the sixth layer of Qi refinement, and upon witnessing Li Changhong's remarkable speed, his lips twitched in astonishment. He could only produce 2 talismans, affixing them to his legs, and his figure darted forth like the wind, incredibly swift. Before long, just as Li Changhong believed he had eluded his pursuer and began to slow down, a familiar figure appeared ahead. Greetings, senior brother. Li Changhong greeted with a forced smile. The other person wasted no words and threw a punch directly at Li Changhong's abdomen, showing no pretense whatsoever. Li Changhong understood that the conflict today was unavoidable. However, noticing that his opponent had refrained from employing any spells, it was evident that they harbored some reservations. Passive endurance was not in Li Changhong's nature. With the adversary pressing forward so aggressively, it was time to retaliate. He immediately crouched down and seized a jagged stone, his heart racing wildly. Damn it, he cursed, a burst of traditional expletives escaping his lips. Who dares to insult my mother? From within, a voice resembling that of a small sword erupted, laden with incoherent expletives, a reflexive response. Suddenly, his opponent delivered a punch to Li Changhong's abdomen, a smug smile adorning their face. Yet, that grin faded almost instantly as Li Changhong brought the stone crashing down upon their head. The individual had never anticipated that despite their blow shattering Li Changhong's dantian, he would remain unfazed, growing even more ferocious. A deep, resonant sound echoed through the air. The stone was no ordinary rock. It shattered into pieces upon impact. However, the head beneath it was certainly of good quality, albeit a patch of scalp was now missing. Li Changhong experienced considerable abdominal pain. However, in comparison to his past suffering, it was utterly trivial. It did not impair his combat effectiveness. How numb he felt, so fragile. Li Changhong cursed, lamenting that the stone was not suitable for his grasp. The spiritual energy. Li Changhong immediately contemplated whether the internal organs could be enhanced with spiritual energy, and if stones could be similarly fortified. He dashed forward several dozen meters, and soon discovered a relatively sharp stone. Enveloping it with spiritual energy, he swiftly refined it. The stone's surface indeed bore a faint layer of spiritual energy, akin to an enchantment. Just as he was about to return for revenge, Li Changhong's abdomen was struck by a powerful punch once more. Uft! Li Changhong suddenly expelled a cloud of blood mist, yet his eyes grew increasingly ferocious, completely igniting his primal desire for combat. The spiritual energy within his organs operated under excessive strain, allowing him to endure and once more wield the stone, striking fiercely at his adversary. The assailant initially assumed that Li Changhong had mastered the body-tempering techniques, which was why the first blow failed to shatter his dantian. However, this punch, infused with spiritual energy, was beyond the tolerance of even a body-tempering cultivator. Should the dantian be destroyed, the spiritual energy would leak out, rendering the individual akin to a deflated balloon. Observing Li Changhong, who appeared increasingly savage, his eyes reddened with fury and brutality, it became evident that, at close quarters, the barrier of spiritual energy erected by his foe could not withstand Li Changhong's might, as his head was struck with a resounding blow. In terms of pain endurance, this adversary was utterly no match for Li Changhong, faltering immediately under the impact. Li Changhong, seizing the opportunity presented by his adversary's illness, launched a fierce assault on his vital points. His fingers thrust towards the eyes, teeth sank into the throat, and knees struck the groin. Employing a variety of unscrupulous tactics, Li Changhong, without any formal training, adeptly executed these ruthless maneuvers upon his foe. At this moment, Li Changhong's internal organs resonated in harmony, as his technique, the Taiji 5 organs secret, fervently operated, propelling him into an extraordinary state of cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was summoned by his internal organs, surging into Li Changhong's being. Viewed through an energetic lens, one could perceive Li Changhong as the epicenter, with his organs engaging in a dynamic Taiji motion, akin to a black hole voraciously consuming spiritual energy. In less than a minute, Li Changhong's cultivation remarkably transcended to a higher realm amidst this primal confrontation. He achieved the 3rd level of Qi refinement. However, the 6th level of Qi refinement was still formidable. He deployed a golden light talisman to shield himself. With a radiant barrier enveloping his form, no matter how fiercely Li Changhong attacked, the stones would crack and smoke, yet the defenses remained unbreached. Upon witnessing this, Li Changhong spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva at the individual and cast a vigilant glance towards the road behind him. Damn it, in the future, I shall eliminate each and every one of them. Li Changhong turned to flee from the scene, fearing that Yi Jiping might also be present. However, he had not escaped far when an incredibly swift beam of sword light whistled past, eluding the naked eye entirely. Li Changhong felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a blood-stained translucent dagger protruding from his belly, accompanied by a spurt of crimson. Damn you, the dagger retorted, if you're going to speak, speak properly. If you're going to curse, curse my mother, why curse me? Li Changhong's body had already reached its limit, with blood coursing through his veins at an alarming speed. At this moment, the boiling blood seemed to have found an outlet, gushing forth uncontrollably from the wound in his abdomen. Li Changhong stumbled a few steps, and darkness engulfed him as he fell. In the final moment, he merely felt his face buried in something soft, round, and white, an experience of unparalleled comfort. Chapter 6. The decline of the flesh concealment peak. Li Changhong opened his eyes, greeted once more by the familiar ceiling. It is fortunate that he had not returned. He breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that a single bout of slumber might transport him back to Blue Star. Li Changhong reflects on himself. Every endeavor seems fraught with difficulty, and each step is accompanied by the constant fear of failure. Upon contemplation, he finds himself overwhelmed with shortcomings. If he wishes to survive in the realm of cultivation, encountering more crises of this nature would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Curse be it. One day he shall surely annihilate your entire clan. Li Changhong felt a deep resentment, suppressing the vulgar words that threatened to escape his lips. It seemed that Yi Jiping's animosity stemmed from his affiliation with senior sister Xiaoyuer, rather than my status as a direct disciple of the flesh concealment peak. Such a dim-witted individual resorts to base tactics in pursuit of his goals. It is no wonder that senior sister berates him upon their encounters. Li Changhong reminisced about the scenes of battle that had unfolded, reflecting upon his own shortcomings. Although it was referred to as a fight, it bore a striking resemblance to the brawls of ruffians. Yi Jiping, hesitant to confront him directly, had dispatched his henchmen with the intent of incapacitating Li's dantian. At this thought, a cold smile played upon Li Changhong's lips. They could never fathom that he possessed no such dantian as they imagined. If a dantian were to exist, it would encompass the 5 vital organs, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Each of these organs could be considered a separate dantian, or collectively, they could form a greater dantian of 5 subdivisions. Such was the state of affairs prior. Li Changhong suddenly recalled that during the fierce battle with Yi Jiping, he had entered a state of extreme cultivation. Reflecting on this, he immediately seated himself on the bed, yearning to once again attain that state. However, no matter how hard he tried to meditate, he could not re-enter that realm. Could it be that only when the body reaches its limits can such a state be achieved? After half an hour of attempts, Li Changhong resigned himself to the fact. Yet, it was not entirely in vain. He managed to recollect the holistic Tai Chi movements of his internal organs at that time, which resonated more profoundly than the techniques inscribed in his master's manuscripts. The Tai Chi 5 organs technique was an original creation of his master, leaving ample room for further development and adaptation. Li Changhong let out a long breath, shifting from his cross-legged position to sitting at the edge of the bed. After making slight adjustments to the Tai Chi 5 organs technique, the movements became more fluid, and his practice progressed at an accelerated pace. Indeed, he comprehended his own body better than others. Although he could no longer attain the ultimate state of resonance among the 5 organs, he still considered it a modest gain. Li Changhong lifted his garment, revealing that the penetrating wound on his lower abdomen had healed, leaving only a faint, pale scar. Fortunately, the blade had missed his spine. Otherwise, the consequences could have been exceedingly dire. It seems that Yi Jiping still dares not openly take a life, resorting instead to such underhanded methods to incapacitate me. Li Changhong grew increasingly agitated, yet he could only bide his time, awaiting the opportune moment. The door creaked open. Li Changhong pushed open the door to find a graceful figure meditating atop a flying sword, her long and exquisite eyelashes still adorned with dewdrops. Senior sister. Upon seeing Xiaoyue, Li Changhong couldn't help but reminisce about the fleeting moment before his fainting, the soft and fragrant sensation lingering in his mind, igniting a desire to savor it. Xiaoyue opened her eyes, gracefully descending from the flying sword. With a flick of her hand, she summoned the sword into the ring on her finger. Concern radiated from her gaze as she asked, "Junior brother, are you still unwell?" "I am well now. Thanks to your rescue, senior sister." Li Changhong mimicked the gestures of the other disciples of the Stellar Sword sect, clasping his fists in salute. He then inquired about Yi Jiping's condition. Xiaoyue let out a sigh. Upon witnessing this, Li Changhong formed an approximate conjecture in his mind. Given Yi Jiping's influential background, it was unlikely that he would face severe repercussions. However, the outcome was even worse than Li Changhong had anticipated. Yi Jiping remained absent throughout the proceedings, with his minion bearing the brunt of all blame. He suffered not the slightest penalty, while the minion was merely confined. And even that did not result in expulsion from the sect. In the assault against you, had it not been for your unique cultivation method, you might have been rendered incapable of utilizing your dantian with a single blow. Within the sect, as long as one refrains from employing spells or talismans, the consequences are generally lenient. Unexpectedly, your junior brother possesses such remarkable talent that, in less than a month, he has ascended from the first to the third layer of Qi refinement, compelling that minion to resort to the use of a sword talisman. Moreover, given that your cultivation is still at the early stage of Qi refinement, even if it were to be completely obliterated, the impact would be minimal. You could simply begin anew. Thus, the sect's sanctions remain mild. Furthermore, it is possible that we shall soon no longer be direct disciples. Li Changhong comprehended the situation. The Starry Sword sect forbids brawling. However, as long as one refrains from employing their cultivation, it is deemed merely a trivial scuffle. Even if one's dantian is rendered useless, it is of little consequence, easily attributed to the indiscriminate nature of physical confrontation. It was simply his overwhelming strength that compelled the cultivator to resort to their abilities, prompting the sect to impose a stricter punishment. Furthermore, as his cultivation had not been obliterated and he was merely at the third level of Qi refinement, the consequence for that underling was limited to confinement. Li Changhong was not surprised. Such occurrences were plentiful on Blue Star. It was likely not the minions of Yi Jiping wielding the sword talisman, but rather Yi Jiping himself. Li Changhong recounted the situation in detail, describing how he exchanged injury for injury, rendering that minion utterly defenseless. At that moment, I had even caused blood to flow from his eyes. He was not a foundational expert, so how could he possibly lock onto my lower dantian with his spiritual awareness? It must have been Yi Jiping lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyue displayed a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes, evidently taken aback by Li Changhong's ruthlessness. Reflecting on the circumstances, that minion indeed did not seem capable of unleashing a sword talisman to kill. Yet, what did it matter? Xiaoyuer sighed. Our flesh concealment peak ranks at the bottom among the 28 peaks of the Star Sword sect, with our contributions to the sect being negligible. Our master does not favor commotion. Thus, apart from you and me, there is only one senior brother who has been missing for several years. If our senior brother were present, given his temperament, Yi Jiping would either be dead or severely injured. Li Changhong is no fool. He can naturally discern the implications behind Xiaoyuer's words. Fear not. I shall not engage in futile endeavors. Rest assured, senior sister. Li Changhong, filled with resentment, naturally yearned for revenge. However, the prerequisite was possessing the strength to exact it. More than the notion of retribution, his primary concern lay in whether Yi Jiping would cease his bullying. As if sensing Li Changhong's unease, Xiaoyuer offered her words of comfort. Rest assured, such foul conduct shall not recur. Our master is no mere ornament. He is, after all, one of the esteemed leaders of the 28 peaks, at least for now. Since you have awakened, it would be prudent to visit him. There are matters he wishes to discuss with you. Li Changhong took a few steps towards the building atop the mountain and glanced back at Xiaoyuer. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but she appeared noticeably more haggard than she had a while ago. Her vivacity diminished. Perhaps her nature was inherently lively. Yet the weight of pressure seemed to have transformed her entirely. Master Dao Zhu, known by his monastic name, belonged to the Dao lineage. To trace back to the direct lineage of Li Changhong and Xiaoyuer, one would have to count 9 generations, amounting to nearly 9 centuries. To describe him as an ancient being would not be an exaggeration, as he was at least a millennium old, contrary to Li Changhong's expectations. The cave dwelling of Master Dao Zhu was far from the grandeur one might envision. The first impression it left was that of a place lacking in financial means for embellishment. It possessed an ornate structure, yet lacked any aesthetic appeal. Upon entering the hall, the light dimmed considerably. Dao Zhu sat cross-legged in the position of the hall's master, engaged in meditation. His appearance was somewhat unsettling, as his body bore scars that resembled sharp, exposed blades, sending shivers down the spine of anyone with a fear of dense patterns. Are you feeling aggrieved? Dao Zhu inquired without even lifting his eyelids. Li Changhong shook his head. Weakness is the original sin. This will not instill fear within me on this path, but rather ignite my motivation for cultivation and my desire for strength. Dao Zhu nodded with satisfaction. Had your spiritual roots remained intact, you would have been one of the most resplendent swords of the Starry Sword sect. However, even in your current state, it is not without merit. Perhaps you shall forge a path far surpassing that of your master. Though your innate talent may be lacking, you possess an exceptionally rare heart of a strong man, and you are a natural sword cultivator. You speak truthfully. Our fates are intertwined, as is yours with the way of the sword. Dao Zhu opened his eyes, revealing a benevolent smile. Yet, against the backdrop of his scars, that smile appeared grotesque and fearsome. Li Changhong remained silent, unsure of how to respond. He felt a fondness for Road Sanfeng, not only because this was the place where his journey into cultivation began, but also due to the favorable impression he had of Dao Zhu and Xiaoyuer. Dao Zhu seemed to ponder something, letting out a sigh. His right hand brushed against a storage ring on his left hand, but after a moment's consideration, he withdrew a colorful storage pouch from his sleeve. Your cultivation is still in its infancy, and you lack any significant background, so for now, you may use the storage pouch. Li Changhong observed Dao Zhu as he continuously placed items related to cultivation into the storage bag, remaining silent throughout the process. The spiritual energy within the grand hall was abundant. Yet, inexplicably, Li Changhong felt an unsettling illusion, as if he were ensconced in a graveyard, permeated by a sense of desolation. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The illumination within the hall was dim, with sunlight filtering through the windows, revealing a considerable amount of dust, clearly indicating that it had been a long time since anyone had attended to its upkeep. Even the cleansing formations had ceased to function. Dao Zhu sat there, not as the master of the hall, but rather as if he were an integral part of the very structure, a mere inanimate object. Before long, Dao Zhu handed the fully laden storage bag to Li Changhong. The foundation building cultivator possesses a lifespan of 300 years, while the golden core cultivator enjoys a millennium of life. My master has been ensnared at the pinnacle of the golden core for many years, with his lifespan nearing its conclusion. If I do not break through soon. Dao Zhu refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he produced a jade slip with great solemnity and presented it to Li Changhong. Changhong, this is the foundation building cultivation method I have devised for you. which also serves as the foundational framework for your sword cultivation concerning the 5 internal organs. As for how to proceed on this path, that is solely in your hands. Though our time together has been brief, I firmly believe that you will traverse far and wide. Li Changhong felt a profound sadness within. He understood that Dao Zhu was unlikely to break through. This was a farewell of sorts. Dao Zhu continued, because of the calamity that has befallen you, I, as your master, am unable to avenge her. It is a testament to my inadequacy. Yuer's situation is equally dire. The reason we have come to the Starry Sword sect, and I have taken you as my disciple, is due to the precarious circumstances surrounding the Shao family. While you are still weaker than her, she will look after you. Within 10 years, the Shao family will undoubtedly face a tumultuous upheaval. Should you possess the strength by then, do lend her your aid. Li Changhong could not fathom why his master held him in such high regard. He was perplexed that despite being only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, Xiaoye had already established her foundation. In 10 years, she would undoubtedly surpass him, leaving him to wonder how he could possibly assist her. Yet, who could truly predict the course of the future? Li Changhong nodded, signifying his acceptance of the matter. Both Dao Zhu and Xiao Yuer had shown him kindness, and he was not a heartless individual. If he possessed the means, he would undoubtedly offer assistance. It is indeed my fault for being so engrossed in the pursuit of corporeal treasures that I neglected other aspects of cultivation, which has led to the current predicament of Flesh Treasure Peak. How I wish my elder brother were still here. Li Changhong stepped out of the grand hall, casting a glance back at the main seat, where Dao Zhu had once again closed his eyes. As Li Changhong departed, the intricate array of formations that had long remained dormant within the hall sprang back to life. Profound and enigmatic runes flickered, transforming into barriers that entirely severed the hall from the outside world. It resembled a coffin, with nails being driven in one by one. From this moment forth, Dao Zhu began his seclusion, perhaps awaiting nothing but the eternal rest of meditation. Li Changhong walked further and further away without turning back. His strides grew increasingly swift and resolute. Casting aside melancholy, he faced the challenges ahead with unwavering determination. Chapter 7. The Cultivator Who Trains by Running. Returning to the wooden cabin, Li Changhong found Xiao Yuer had already departed. After securing the door, he removed his shoes and settled cross-legged upon the bed. Biting his finger, he let a drop of blood fall upon the storage pouch. Having refined it, he began inventorying the cultivation resources within. The spatial capacity of the storage pouch proved reasonably ample, comparable to the interior of his humble abode. Piled within were over 2,000 spirit stones, all of lower grade, similar to those he had previously received. A jade box contained 10 middle-grade spirit stones. From the introductory jade slip, Li Changhong had learned that spirit stones were classified into 4 tiers: upper, middle, lower, and supreme grades, with their spiritual energy content maintaining approximately a 1:10 ratio between successive grades. The storage pouch also contained numerous jade slips and texts. These included essential foundational materials for cultivation novices, along with advanced spell techniques. Comprehensive introductory jade slips covered various arts, talisman crafting, alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation. Beyond these, the pouch held only 3 additional items: a 3-foot azure cloud sword, a silkworm silk soft armor, and a human skin mask. Could these perhaps be spiritual artifacts? Li Changhong felt a sudden jolt in his heart and promptly retrieved the Qingyun sword from his storage ring. The Qingyun sword was imbued with a chilling essence, its blade reflecting a cold light that emanated an aura of lethal intent. Li Changhong grasped the hilt of the sword, discovering that its blade was heavier than he had anticipated. Even at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, wielding it proved to be quite a challenge. Its weight was likely several hundred pounds. Li Changhong placed the sword gently upon his thighs, and with a delicate touch of his fingers upon the blade, a stream of crimson blood poured forth. He wiped it along the sword's body. Subsequently, he formed a pair of hand seals to refine it. The sword quivered lightly, enveloped in a layer of ethereal light, as though it possessed sentience. With the preliminary refinement complete, Li Changhong followed the instructions recorded in the jade slip and pressed the sword's back against his brow. Since he had yet to establish his foundation and lacked spiritual awareness, it was necessary to place the treasure against the Niwen Palace to extract a wisp of his consciousness. This consciousness, often referred to as the soul, serves as the essence of perception for all things. The process posed no peril. The Qingyun sword was not a malevolent blade and showed no intent to resist. However, the mere act of extracting a fragment of his consciousness left Li Changhong feeling utterly drained, wearied beyond measure. It appears that my soul remains too fragile. Li Changhong stifled his fatigue and once more grasped the Qingyun's sword. After successfully refining it, he wielded the sword again with effortless grace, as if it had become an extension of his own arm, devoid of any weight. It felt perfectly balanced. However, he lamented that he had yet to cultivate his spiritual awareness, preventing him from commanding the sword with his mind. The Xingqian sword sect was a school dedicated to sword cultivation, but what truly defines a sword cultivator? Is it merely the act of wielding a sword as a weapon to vanquish foes? If that were the case, practitioners from other sects who merely use swords as magical artifacts could also be considered sword cultivators. This conundrum was one that should be elucidated by his master, Dao Zhu. Yet, confined in seclusion, Li Changhong had no choice but to seek the answer on his own. With his cultivation at the third level of Qi refinement, the effort of refining a low-grade spiritual weapon left him utterly exhausted, and he indulged in a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already the latter half of the night. Li Changhong took out the spiritual stone and began his cultivation. Mastery of one's skills provides the confidence to speak boldly, while true strength forms the very foundation of existence. Progress is painfully slow. Li Changhong practiced for approximately an hour, feeling profoundly dissatisfied with the pace of his cultivation. Having experienced the pinnacle of rigorous training, he found it somewhat challenging to accept the ordinary practice. If he could push his physical body to its limits, would he not be able to enter that extraordinary state? With this thought in mind, he resolved to take action. Li Changhong leapt from his bed and sprinted towards the foot of the mountain. In the realm of cultivation, his dedication to running was truly unparalleled. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. As a practitioner, his stamina was remarkable. He dashed along the narrow paths of the 28 peaks, continuing until the first light of dawn broke. Ignoring the peculiar glances of fellow disciples along the path, Li Changhong pressed on, feeling his steps grow increasingly heavy. In this extreme endeavor, the functions of his body began to approach their limits. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he returned to the wooden cabin on the flesh concealment peak. Li Changhong collapsed to the ground, his entire body drenched in perspiration. Fearing to rest and regain his strength, he swiftly took out a spirit stone to cultivate. His 5 organs fervently absorbed the spiritual energy, circulating the Tai Chi cycle. It was effective. Li Changhong felt a surge of joy. Although he could not attain the pinnacle of his cultivation state, the overexertion of his internal organs allowed him to enhance his training speed to a certain extent. However, the increase was minimal, lasting at most for half an hour before his cultivation speed reverted to its usual pace. Once more, Li Changhong's actions did not escape the notice of many of his peers. While only a few scoffed openly, the majority chose to turn a blind eye. This individual, a new disciple of the renowned flesh-covered peak, had already reached the age of 20, yet had only attained the third level of Qi refinement. It was indeed puzzling how the master of flesh-covered peak had taken a liking to him. However, one should not underestimate this person. It is said that despite having his dantian pierced, he was not rendered incapable of cultivation, indicating he possesses unique qualities. With the impending change of leadership at flesh-covered peak, it is worth noting that not only he but even the exalted star goddess, Xiao Yuer, has been subject to such derision. In response to the sneers, Li Changhong remained oblivious, plunging himself into a frenzied run, pushing his body into a state of overload. This cycle continued, day after day, until a week had swiftly passed. During this time, Li Changhong successfully refined both the silk armor and the human skin mask, both of which were low-grade spiritual artifacts. Among them, the human skin mask held greater value, equivalent to the combined worth of the Qingyun sword and the silk armor. It was undoubtedly a valuable asset for traversing the realm of cultivation. Li Changhong, in addition to his fervent training every day, also dedicates some time to acquiring knowledge about the realm of immortality. On this particular day, he was once again racing through the sect. The whispers around him gradually shifted. Is it merely my imagination? Or does it seem like his cultivation has significantly improved compared to 7 days ago? Indeed, this was the case. Could it be that running accelerates the enhancement of one's cultivation? Such a notion is preposterous. I believe this individual has chosen the path of physical cultivation, resorting to this strategy due to the lack of spirit stones for the body refinement chamber. Indeed, if anyone else were to follow suit and run alongside him, I would find it amusing to see them ridiculed by the year's end. For they would not live to see the next year, as they would have been laughed to death this year. Li Changhong paid no heed to the passers-by. Engrossed in contemplating the spirit stones bestowed upon him by his master, pondering how long they would suffice for his cultivation. Upon arriving at the Hall of Missions, he was halted by a melodious voice calling out, "Junior brother." Li Changhong paused and looked up, only to behold the ethereal figure of Xiao Wei descending gracefully on her sword. Behind her were three female cultivators, who smiled warmly at Li Changhong. "Are you setting out on a mission, senior sister?" Li Changhong inquired breathlessly. Xiao Wei nodded. "For the foreseeable future, I may not be within the sect. Please refrain from venturing out alone, as it could be perilous." Li Changhong understood the peril that Xiao Wei spoke of. Within the confines of the sect, Yi Jiping dared not act against him. However, once he stepped beyond the sect's boundaries, the regulations that governed it would no longer restrain him. "Indeed, senior sister. Do remain vigilant," he remarked, observing Xiao Wei's retreating figure, a sense of unease lingering in his heart. Despite her exceptional brilliance that set her apart, there was an air of decline surrounding her. The Xiao family faced turmoil, and Dao Zhutu encountered misfortune. It seemed likely that Xiao Yu's missions were also driven by her quest for cultivation resources. He sighed softly and continued to sprint through the sect. Time passed swiftly, and more than a month had slipped by. It had now been 2.5 months since Li Changhong's arrival in this realm. At long last, his cultivation had reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement today. Having just returned from an exhilarating run, he absorbed the last 20 low-grade spirit stones to solidify his cultivation. Aside from 10 medium-grade spirit stones, over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with those distributed monthly by the sect, had been entirely consumed. Li Changhong was uncertain whether his method of cultivation was appropriate, yet his progress and training had undeniably accelerated. It felt somewhat extravagant, and he couldn't tell if he had squandered a significant portion of his spiritual energy otherwise. Offering someone over 2,000 spiritual stones would have been more than sufficient for them to reach the foundation establishment stage. Li Changhong had limited interactions with his fellow disciples and lacked a clear understanding of his own capabilities. He merely felt that he was squandering his resources and was soon to be troubled by the prospect of acquiring spirit stones. Has his senior sister not returned yet? Li Changhong arrived at the entrance of Xiao Wei's cave dwelling, only to find a sign indicating her absence. A sense of unease washed over him. Seizing the moment before the dawn broke, Li Changhong donned a human skin mask, transforming into a robust man of approximately 25 years of age, and exchanged his attire for that of an ordinary disciple. As he traversed the narrow path, a hurried shout echoed from behind. "Make way." Li Changhong turned slightly to the side, his expression somewhat peculiar. A youth at the 2nd level of Qi refinement dashed along the narrow path. Following him, a dozen individuals rushed past, their cultivation levels ranging from the 1st to the 8th level of Qi refinement. They all bore witness to Li Changhong's remarkable ascent from the 3rd to the 6th level in just a month. Each of them appeared as if invigorated by a potent elixir. "Isn't this a joke, brother? Why are you also running? What does it matter to you?" I recall someone once saying that whoever takes up running will be ridiculed by the end of the year. The reason they won't be laughed at until next year is that they might have already died from laughter. "Haha, am I dead now? Are you satisfied?" Li Changhong arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Hall of Missions was located. The path was wide, and many disciples were passing by, engaged in their running. Some senior brothers and sisters who had just returned from their tasks looked on with bewilderment. Could it be that the Sword Cultivator Alliance or the Ziwei Alliance was organizing a running competition? Before long, a stern-faced, authoritative man appeared, abruptly lifting dozens of running disciples into the air. What reckless behavior is this? Such conduct is unbecoming and tarnishes the dignity of our Star Sword sect. From this day forth, anyone I catch running within the sect premises will have their spirit stones for the next month confiscated. Li Changhong cleared his throat with a hint of unease and promptly stepped into the Hall of Missions. Chapter 8. Your Mother. The Hall of Missions was bustling with activity. In addition to the disciples receiving tasks, there were also numerous disciples setting up stalls. At the heart of the hall, 3 luminous screens displayed tasks of progressively increasing difficulty. The majority of tasks were for the Qi refinement stage, followed by those for the foundation establishment stage, and finally, the golden core stage, which had fewer than 100 tasks. The Xingqian sword sect operated on a merit-based system, ensuring that no idlers were sustained. Even the esteemed leaders of the 28 peaks needed to complete tasks to enhance their contributions and thereby increase their monthly allocation of spirit stones. Li Changhong first sought out the task undertaken by Xiao Wei. The difficulty was considerable, or rather, perilous. It involved the emergence of a malevolent cultivator in a mortal city-state. According to the recorded intelligence, there was at least one mid-foundation establishment evil cultivator present. As long as there is an adversary of the same realm, the risk of demise looms, especially since Xiao Yuer has just recently attained her foundation establishment. It is to be hoped that the several senior sisters accompanying her will remain unscathed. Li Changhong harbored concerns that someone might have been bribed by Yi Zhiping, placing Xiao Yuer in a perilous situation. Near Lingxi City lies the Wanyao Ridge. Li Changhong paused momentarily before the task interface of the Qi refinement stage, selecting a simple mission from the myriad demon ridge. While honing his skills, he intended to visit Lingxi City and check on Xiao Yuer, hoping that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Naturally, he was aware of his own capabilities. Should he encounter a dire crisis, he would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone else. Ensuring that he would not become a burden, Li Changhong ventured beyond the confines of his sect for the very first time. With the application of a swift wind talisman upon his feet, he augmented his speed, enabling him to traverse distances for a duration of up to 12 hours. In an instant, he became akin to an arrow released from its bow, darting forward so swiftly that he covered a considerable distance within a mere breath. According to the map, after a round of vigorous travel, he finally arrived at the periphery of the Wanyao Ridge. His objective was to hunt 4 wind wolves, each at least at the Qi refining stage. The higher the cultivation of the wolf demons, the more spirit stones one could acquire, with no upper limit to the rewards. Yet, even before the hunt commenced, Li Changhong found himself lost in dreams. The area surrounding Wanyao Ridge posed little danger, with only a scattering of cultivators in sight, none of whom were foundation establishment practitioners soaring through the skies on their swords. "Fellow cultivator, please hold." Upon hearing those 5 words, Li Changhong instinctively felt the urge to flee. However, noticing that the speaker possessed merely the cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he paused to observe the individual's intentions. With a slight bow and a benevolent smile, Li Changhong inquired what matter had compelled the stranger to call out to him. The newcomer was a kindly-looking man, exuding an air of simplicity that quickly eased any apprehension. After a brief exchange, Li Changhong learned that this individual was a disciple of the Lihua sect, named Mengyang. It became evident that the Lihua sect maintained a cordial relationship with the Xing Qinsword sect, leading to numerous collaborations and mutual assistance among their disciples during their travels. Li Changhong, though outwardly courteous, remained deeply wary of this individual, as he was unfamiliar with the Lihua sect. In the perilous realm of cultivation, the most treacherous beings often present themselves as fellow cultivators. Hunting the wind wolves? What a coincidence! We are engaged in the same pursuit. Wind wolves are social creatures, and their leaders are typically formidable. Having additional companions can provide essential support. I wonder what your intentions are, my friend. Li Changhong furrowed his brows slightly and inquired, "You all?" Mengyang was taken aback and replied, Taoistly, "Could it be that you alone have undertaken this task?" Li Changhong recognized that he had underestimated the complexity of the issue, though he maintained a calm exterior. Indeed, Mengyang expressed his admiration, stating, "Your confidence, my friend, undoubtedly reflects extraordinary strength. We earnestly invite you to join us." Li Changhong could not discern whether Mengyang harbored any ulterior motives. However, it appeared that confronting the wind wolves necessitated the formation of a team. The mere thought of facing a horde of wolves alone instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Before long, Mengyang's companions arrived, bringing the total to 6 disciples from the Lihua sect. In addition to Li Changhong, there were 3 rogue cultivators who joined their ranks. This development stirred a sense of unease within Li Changhong. Should the number of rogue cultivators outnumber the disciples of the Lihua sect, they could indeed harbor malicious intentions and escape without consequence. Yet, given the circumstances, all he could do was proceed cautiously, step by step. Li Changhong discreetly touched his abdomen, beneath which he wore a silk armor. As dusk gradually approached, the disciples of the Lihua sect exhibited remarkable warmth, engaging in continuous conversation. Let us take a moment to rest. We have tracked the whereabouts of the Wind Wolf pack, estimating their number to be around 30. The most formidable leader does not exceed the 8th level of Qi refinement. Leading the group was a strikingly beautiful woman from the Lihua sect, possessing the highest cultivation level among them at the 8th level of Qi refinement. A gathering of individuals encircled the campfire, as the disciples of the Lihua sect began roasting the meat of an unknown beast. Li Changhong and the other 3 wandering cultivators did not dare to engage. Mengyang approached with a skewer of grilled meat, taking a seat beside Li Changhong to inquire about his circumstances at the Starry Sword sect. Li Changhong fabricated stories at will, inadvertently steering the conversation towards the sinister cultivators of Lingxi City. A peculiar glint flickered in Meng Yang's eyes. It was rumored that there were foundational-level malevolent practitioners, and in any case, the situation was perilously dire. Why was Daoist Li inquiring about this? Li Changhong casually remarked. Our esteemed beauty of the Xingqian sword sect, Sister Xiao Yuer, has undertaken this task, so you understand. Meng Yang chuckled heartily. It seems that you, my friend Li, are also of the same ilk. Indeed, Sister Xiao is a paragon of beauty, yet I wonder why she has chosen such a perilous mission. However, I trust that all will be well. Our Lihua sect also has senior brothers and sisters participating in this campaign against evil, and there should be no unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Li Changhong breathed a sigh of relief. Let us hope so, he murmured. The night was profoundly dark. Deep within the Wanyao Ridge, there stood a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, shrouding the moonlight. Li Changhong did not dare to enter a meditative state for cultivation. Instead, he squinted his eyes. Feigning slumber, crouching on the ground, he leaned against a rock, ready to unleash the power of his legs and spring away at any moment. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl echoed through the air. Li Changhong opened his eyes instantly and beheld a distant hillside where a colossal wolf, adorned with a coat of pure white fur save for its blackish-gray tail, howled at the sky. Alarm bells rang in the minds of the onlookers as a cultivator of the 7th layer of Qi exclaimed, "This is bad. The wolf pack is attacking." The leading female disciple of the Lihua sect felt a weight in her heart upon spotting the Wolf King. 9th layer of Qi. Flee. Realizing the futility of resistance against the formidable wolf pack in both numbers and cultivation, she urged everyone to retreat immediately. All except Meng Yang, who remained in place. A sinister and cruel smile playing upon his lips. He chuckled menacingly. Li Changhong set off early, but not to flee. It was evident that he had become entangled in this conspiracy. Observing Meng Yang's demeanor, Li Changhong realized that fleeing would likely lead to his demise. Damn it! Li Changhong uttered a curse, having long harbored disdain for Meng Yang. In an instant, he sprang forth, retrieving the Qingyun sword that he had meticulously prepared. With a swift stroke, he aimed the blade at Meng Yang's head. "Who the hell do you think you are?" echoed Li Changhong's inner voice, filled with a torrent of invective. Startled, Meng Yang immediately recoiled. Initially, he had not regarded Li Changhong as a threat, standing not far from him. He could only manage a feeble defensive barrier of spiritual energy. Li Changhong cannot ascertain whether the remaining 5 disciples of the fire sect are villains, but it is certain that Meng Yang, who cackles sinisterly, is one. Who among the good would laugh in such a malevolent manner? It is evident that he has lured the pack of wolves here. Li Changhong unleashed a full burst of spiritual energy, and the radiant light of the Qingyun's sword blazed intensely. Crack! The spiritual defense shield shattered in less than a second, cleaved by Li Changhong's sword. You, Meng Yang, were taken aback, clearly astonished by Li Changhong's formidable strength. Li Changhong was disinterested in Meng Yang's prattle. His sole desire was to eliminate him swiftly. Suddenly, a pack of wolves surged forth, charging in their direction. A cursory glance revealed at least 50 of them. Fortunately, only one, the Wolf King, was a formidable 9th-level wind wolf, while the higher-ranking wolves were few in number. Nevertheless, they were not a force Li Changhong could easily contend with. The 5 fleeing disciples of the Lihua sect and 3 rogue cultivators turned back. Damn it! How could there be a trapping formation? Just as they returned, they witnessed Li Changhong severing Meng Yang's head with a single stroke of his sword. "It's you. How dare you kill a disciple of the Lihua sect?" The leading female disciple of the sect immediately prepared to retaliate, mistakenly believing Li Changhong to be the mastermind behind this act. However, the next moment revealed Meng Yang's decapitated form, where no blood flowed from the wound, but rather a mass of writhing crimson worms. These grotesque creatures squirmed within Meng Yang's flesh, eliciting revulsion. In a startling display, Meng Yang grasped his severed head and reattached it. The wound, coated in the viscous secretion of the worms, healed rapidly. Yet, Li Changhong struck again with his sword, showcasing the immense power of his spiritual weapon. With a fierce blow, he decapitated Meng Yang once more. This time, Li Changhong unleashed a fireball spell aimed directly at Meng Yang's body. It was more than merely a fireball. Its size dwarfed that of an air conditioning unit, igniting the surrounding air in an inferno of scorching heat. "Go!" Li Changhong let out a thunderous shout as he hurled the fireball. Bang! The fireball exploded, and in an instant, Meng Yang's body was engulfed by flames. The writhing crimson long worms twisted in the fire, an exceedingly unsettling sight. Li Changhong was disinclined to heed Meng Yang's nonsensical chatter. His priority was to eliminate this instigator without delay. With remarkable vigor, the female disciple of the Li Hua sect gasped in astonishment as she witnessed Li Changhong's assertive strike. A mere slash and a fireball spell demonstrated a prowess capable of overwhelming opponents of the same realm. Notably, the fireball he conjured was 5 times the size of those typically manifested by ordinary cultivators. Even she dared not claim her own fireball spell surpassed that of Li Changhong. Just as he prepared to launch another fireball at Meng Yang's head, a sudden gust of wind surged forth. The Wind Wolf, having attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, leaped down from the hillside, its formidable form traversing nearly 100 meters with the aid of the fierce wind, landing before Meng Yang. It seized Meng Yang's head with its jaws while a paw swiped at Li Changhong's fireball. Bang! The fireball detonated, singeing the wolf's paw and scorching much of its sleek fur. Although it appeared somewhat disheveled, its combat efficacy remained unscathed. The Wolf King towered nearly 5 meters high, exuding an overwhelming presence. As it struck down, for gales of wind, imbued with a sense of tearing force, hurtled towards Li Changhong's face. Chapter 9. Born to kill fellow cultivator, I shall restrain the Wolf King. As a sword cultivator, you should eliminate the remaining wind wolves first. The leading female disciple of the Li Hua sect positioned herself before Li Changhong, bracing against the Wolf King's assault. Li Changhong could not fathom why this woman spoke as she did. Could it be that the sword cultivators possessed a swifter capacity for slaughter? Nevertheless, with her restraining the Wolf King, he was reluctant to confront the formidable leader of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Li Changhong remained silent, drawing his sword and charging directly into the midst of the wolf pack. Aside from the Wolf King and the 8th layer Qi refining wind wolf, he was not particularly concerned about the remaining wind wolves, even if faced with a swarm attack. At the outset, Li Changhong believed that he could only contend with 1 or 2 wind wolves at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. However, upon truly facing them, he realized that he had underestimated his own capabilities. The ability to defeat foes beyond one's level seemed to be the exclusive domain of protagonists. Yet it appears that I am also quite capable. Li Changhong felt no fear within. The silk armor was his source of confidence. The Wind Wolf's imposing appearance was striking, yet its offensive capabilities were limited to close combat and harnessing the wind element to enhance its speed and unleash wind blades. In Li Changhong's hands, the Qingyun sword danced with lethal grace. No wind wolf could withstand a single strike. Each blow would inevitably sever flesh and bone, sharp beyond measure. A spiritual artifact. This individual was certainly no ordinary disciple of the Star Sword sect. Our demise was not assured. If we can restrain the wind wolves of Qi refinement level 7 and above, we can leave the rest to him. A renowned rogue cultivator expressed concern. With no less than 70 wind wolves, can his spiritual power endure? There is no alternative. We must rely on him. Encircled by dozens of wind wolves, Li Changhong's expression turned frigid, his internal organs instinctively operating beyond capacity, blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace. His fighting spirit ignited. It is only through true bloody combat that one can attain such a state. Li Changhong's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty excitement. Reflecting on the battle against Yi Zhiping's minions, he realized that perhaps only by engaging in a life-or-death struggle could he once again enter a state of extreme cultivation. To break through in combat, could this truly be my gift? Li Changhong's excitement grew with each passing moment, his heart racing faster, and his grip on the Qingyun sword tightened as he wielded it with increasing vigor. Swish, swish, swish. The Qingyun sword, already razor-sharp, became an unstoppable force infused with spiritual energy, cutting through the pack of wind wolves with ease. Particularly, the wind wolves above the 7th level of Qi refinement were held at bay, allowing Li Changhong to traverse the battlefield as if it were a desolate realm. Before long, the number of wind wolves dwindled by more than half. However, grim news soon followed. The female disciple of the Li Hua sect, who had been restraining the Wolf King, was seized by the creature, her delicate form torn asunder, blood spilling onto the ground. Howl! The Wolf King, witnessing the carnage of wind wolf carcasses surrounding Li Changhong, let out a furious roar and charged towards him. With a powerful leap, it stirred up a tempest, as if the very trees would be uprooted. Yet, it paused momentarily mid-air, altering its course to target the remaining human cultivators. Clearly, It intended to eliminate the others first before coordinating with the remaining wind wolves to besiege Li Changhong. The intelligence of wolves is remarkably high, especially for a beast such as the wolf. It recognized that Li Changhong was not to be trifled with and opted for caution rather than recklessness. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Changhong let out a cold snort, perceiving the intentions of the Wolf King. Cunning beast. His internal organs protested vehemently. Who are you cursing? Who are you cursing? Li Changhong affixed a multitude of wind talismans to his legs, invoking the wind manipulation technique, resulting in a dramatic surge of speed. You shall slay them, while I vanquish those. Li Changhong retaliated with their own methods, first eliminating the wind wolves above the 7th level of Qi refinement. Li Changhong and the Wolf King engaged in a frenzied contest of slaughter. The air was filled with anguished cries and wails. Overall, it was evident that the Wolf King held the upper hand. After all, the wind wolves were utterly loyal to their king, while the human cultivators, driven by fear of death, would not cooperate with Li Changhong. A lone cultivator, who had initially been working alongside Li Changhong, faced with imminent peril, shoved Li Changhong aside and turned to flee. Li Changhong was seized by the Wolf King, who pounced with a lethal claw. The 4 gusts of formidable wind were capable of tearing apart even the 8th layer Qi refining female disciples of the Lihua sect, posing an extreme danger. Fortunately, thanks to the silken armor, he narrowly escaped calamity, though his internal energy surged tumultuously. Li Changhong's expression was dark and brooding as he took a deep breath and unleashed 3 consecutive attack talismans, swiftly vanquishing a wind wolf of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the wind wolf of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. This was the last wind wolf with a cultivation level surpassing his own, aside from the Wolf King. Li Changhong's eyes were bloodshot with frenzied violence. As he severed the wind wolf's head, the alpha wolf simultaneously struck down the last disciple of the Blazing Fire sect. Li Changhong found himself isolated and unsupported. While the Wolf King had over 30 wind wolves of the 6th layer of Qi refinement at his command, with the formation in place, escape was no longer an option. He could only fight with all his might. Huff. Li Changhong exhaled a breath of murky air, his entire body trembling. It was not fear that gripped him, but exhilaration. He harbored no dread of death. Instead, he confronted peril with an unbridled desire for slaughter. The tremors coursing through him were a prelude to a life-or-death struggle. His blood surged, and his organs resonated with fervor. The moment the Wolf King launched its ferocious assault against Li Changhong, he finally entered the long-coveted state of extreme cultivation. To kill. The essence of the world was stirred. The Tai Chi movements of his organs devoured the vital energies of heaven and earth like a black hole. The Wolf King sensed Li Changhong's anomaly, a wave of unease swelling within, prompting it to allow the other wind wolves to deplete Li Changhong's strength. Li Changhong forsook defense, channeling all his spiritual energy into the Qingyan sword. Armed with this formidable weapon, he descended into a frenzy of slaughter. The severed limbs and dismembered bodies of the wind wolves lay scattered across the ground. Even those of the same Qi refining 6th layer struggled to withstand the might of a single stroke. With the protection of his silk armor, he disregarded the wind wolves' attacks, focusing solely on his carnage. The Wolf King, a competent hunter, awaited the perfect moment to strike. It remained indifferent to the demise of its companions. Until the last wind wolf fell, Li Changhong stood before the Wolf King, drenched in blood, his own and predominantly that of the wind wolves. Li Changhong felt utterly exhausted, his physical body reaching its limits. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. The exhilaration of blood-soaked combat had intoxicated him. With a roar, the Wolf King howled, trading the lives of its entire pack for a fleeting advantage in its confrontation with Li Changhong. If you can fight, then stop your senseless howling. Li Changhong cursed. The Wolf King launched an aggressive assault. Li Changhong advanced rather than retreated, showing no sign of hesitation. He raised his sword, prepared to exchange injury for injury. After a brief skirmish, the Wolf King lost a paw. Li Changhong appeared to be quite composed, as if he had weathered countless battles, deftly avoiding critical strikes at pivotal moments. He sensed a peculiar state within himself, as if his combat prowess were innate, consistently making the most astute decisions in moments of utmost urgency. Moreover, unburdened by the fear of death and possessing an exceptionally calm mind, he was always able to inflict significant damage upon the Wolf King, while he himself emerged unscathed. Furthermore, Li Changhong let out a long breath, feeling as though he had unblocked the Ren and Du meridians within him. The force of his internal organs' absorption grew increasingly terrifying, as if it were about to engulf the sanguine energy pervading the surroundings. He had reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Li Changhong's eyes glowed like torches, devoid of any ferocity or brutality, returning to a state of normalcy. With the crisis averted, he survived until the end. Without the threat of fatal peril, there was no need for desperate struggles, and he gradually withdrew from the state of extreme cultivation. The Wolf King, with one of its claws severed, bore numerous wounds across its body, and its innards lay partially exposed. It felt fear, turning to flee, yet this place was ensnared by a confining array, making escape impossible even for it. Li Changhong severed his head, thereby conclusively ending this brutal conflict. From the wolf's head, Li Changhong extracted Meng Yang's severed head with the Qingyun sword. It appeared that the Wolf King and Meng Yang shared a collaborative relationship. Upon seeing him unconscious, Li Changhong delivered a resounding slap. Meng Yang was left with only his head, clearly having practiced dark sorcery. Reflecting on his earlier mention of the sinister practitioners in Lingxi City, the unnatural glint in Meng Yang's eyes suggested something amiss. Upon awakening and noticing Li Changhong standing over the head of the Wolf King, Meng Yang immediately pleaded for mercy. "Do not kill me. Please, spare my life." Li Changhong inquired pointedly, "Are you allied with that group of sinister cultivators from Lingxi City?" Meng Yang, already paralyzed with fear, replied, "Indeed, we are in league together. I am here to supply our leader with fresh flesh for the cultivation of blood dragonfly larvae. If you spare my life, I am willing to assist you in thwarting our leader's nefarious plans." Although Meng Yang appeared to be merely a coward clinging to life, a glimmer of malice lurked in his eyes. Li Changhong pondered for a moment. This individual was a nefarious practitioner, undoubtedly a ruthless fiend. How could he exhibit such a profound fear of death? Moreover, if he were to remain by his side, perhaps the leader from Lingxi City could sense him through the blood dragonfly larvae. This person must not be allowed to stay, Li Changhong resolved in his heart, yet maintained a facade of composure. This approach could prove beneficial should he thwart the nefarious schemes of the malevolent cultivators and garner the favor of senior sister Xiao. Granting a reprieve would not be out of the question. "Hand over the formation disc and accompany me to Lingxi City," he commanded. Meng Yang exhaled in relief, eager to voice further demands, but was met with a fierce glare from Li Changhong that silenced him. Reluctantly, he opened his mouth and, from beneath his tongue, produced a miniaturized Bagua formation disc, reduced to the size of a grain of rice. After confirming the accuracy, Li Changhong unleashed a searing wave of flames from the Qingyun sword, incinerating Meng Yang's head, which was impaled on the sword's tip, into a charred husk. As Meng Yang uttered a plethora of venomous curses in his final moments, Li Changhong paid them no heed. Instead, the kidneys within him engaged in a lively exchange of retorts. "Cursing my entire family? Insulting me is worthless? Such feeble attacks do not warrant a response from me. Your sword father shall." After refining the array, Li Changhong did not hastily dispel the formation. Holding the Qingyun sword, he approached a tree. With a single stroke, he cleaved the tree in two, along with the rogue cultivator concealed within. "If it weren't for my silken armor, you would have been the death of me." This marked Li Changhong's first act of killing. He felt nothing, as if he were a born assassin. Chapter 10. You may call me Senior Brotherly. As the sun rose, it cast only a few rays of light, soon shrouded by the gray clouds. The autumn rain had arrived. In the damp forest, the young man bent down to brush off several withered, spiny balls. Rising, he gazed toward the towering city walls. And Li Changhong shook his head slightly. Should a mortal town encounter an assault by foundational beasts, it would take but a single night for the walls to be littered with severed limbs. Lingxi City must be under martial law, guarded by drowsy soldiers. Li Changhong circled around and found a secluded corner to leap over the wall. A river shrouded in mist reflected the clear mountains, while houses on both banks met at their eaves. This must be what the textbooks refer to as the misty rain of Jiang'an. However, the rain has yet to fall. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the ordinary folk on the streets were mostly awake. Li Changhong spent 5 coins to purchase a pancake, and to his surprise, it was quite delectable. The flavor was not as intense as that found on Blue Star. It was less salty and slightly spicy, devoid of any so-called additives. As a cultivator, Li Changhong was capable of perceiving anomalies that eluded the senses of ordinary mortals. There was an oppressive sensation in the air, as if a storm were impending. Li Changhong arrived at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, gazing up at the sky. The clouds had thickened, and the light was dimmer than it had been just that morning. My concern, perhaps it has overstepped its bounds. After all, I have merely reached the 7th layer of Qi refining. In the foundational battle, I would only be a burden, content to remain an observer. Li Changhong turned around once more, ensuring he was positioned near the tallest building for a better view of the imminent clash among the foundational masters. He aimed to accumulate experience, as he might one day confront foundational malevolent cultivators himself. Young master, come and join us. Today marks the day of the spring festival at Chuanxi Tower, where our esteemed courtesan, Qi celebrates her coming of age. Such a young and handsome gentleman as yourself would surely be favored by Qi, bringing you great fortune. Changhong had never anticipated that the tallest edifice would be a place of indulgence and romance. Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. There would invariably be some idle literati, ostentatiously standing at the pinnacle, gesturing grandly as they pontificated on matters of the world or dabbled in the art of prose, evading the fervent embrace of the courtesans. Changhong sauntered into the Chuanxi building. On the stage within the hall, azure-hued curtains concealed the enchanting performers behind them as they played a melody that tantalized the heartstrings. Changhong had no interest in this matter. He found a secluded corner, affixed a concealment talisman, and made his way directly to the rooftop. With his internal organs not yet fully developed, he held no fascination for women and certainly did not wish to partake in the virginity ceremony of a courtesan. He possessed no inclination for the trivial pursuits of transporting and plagiarizing the poetic works of ancient poets from the Yin and Huang dynasties. Changhong is not one to indulge in pretentiousness. Rather, he would be better served channeling that energy into his cultivation. The highest floor of Chuanxi building features but a single boudoir, adorned with an exquisite simplicity, exuding a delicate fragrance reminiscent of youthful femininity. Changhong walked directly to the window, where he could behold the breathtaking scenery of Lingxi City. It began to rain. In the distance, the fine misty rain fell like smoke. No wonder it is called the misty rain of Jiangnan. Previously, he had thought it was the curling smoke from cooking mingling with the rain. Mengyang mentioned that his elder brother had a scheme, and it seemed that his senior sister would not have it easy. Where could the malevolent cultivators be? Changhong's gaze meticulously scanned the surroundings, occasionally catching glimpses of figures soaring through the sky on swords, presumably his senior sisters still in pursuit of the traces of the malevolent cultivators. After observing for a considerable time without any leads, he decided to settle into a wooden chair by the window and took out a spirit stone to begin his cultivation. A solitary cultivator truly lives in poverty. In the battle last night, he was the sole survivor, and naturally, he did not overlook the storage bags of the fallen cultivators. Thoroughly looting the corpses, he amassed over 900 spirit stones, while the rest comprised items that held little value in his eyes. Unlike the protagonists of novels who effortlessly stumble upon treasures, the majority of these spirit stones were provided by Meng Yang, indicating his considerable harm done to others. Indeed, looting corpses proves to be a quicker means of acquiring wealth, Changhong mused. Creaking open, the door revealed a portly elderly man who entered with a lecherous grin reminiscent of a smitten fool. It seemed he had seized the opportunity to indulge in this unexpected encounter. Changhong opened his eyes and cast a glance at him, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Regardless of the circumstances, wealth surpasses talent in importance. The brothel madam even claimed he had a chance, yet in the end, it was the highest bidder who prevailed. Snap! Changhong swiftly incapacitated him and tossed him onto the bed. Although he currently held little interest in women, that did not imply he would idly witness a young maiden fall prey to an older man. Before long, a girl, barely 1.5 meters tall, emerged from her bath, her delicate form enveloped in pristine silk, her eyes concealed by a silken band. The matron of the establishment cradled her and positioned her beside the unconscious older man. Noticing the man reeking of alcohol, the matron gave a few curt instructions to the girl before exiting the room. The girl remained motionless, her delicate body trembling slightly. After a prolonged wait, the older man showed no signs of awakening, which brought her a sense of relief. As night fell, Changhong, having concluded his cultivation, let out a gentle sigh. The girl, being a mere mortal, possessed an unusually keen sense of hearing and, alert, inquired, "Who is there?" Her voice was ethereal, akin to a bird soaring freely under the morning sun, resonating with the calls of both kite and phoenix. Changhong spoke, "Everyone has their own fate, and you have chosen to submit." A man had entered the room, yet the young girl displayed none of the anticipated panic. Instead, she engaged in conversation with Changhong. "Do you believe I could resist? Once, I was akin to the celestial beings above, but it is fate that has rendered me into my current form. To be alive is already a mercy bestowed by destiny." Upon hearing his words, Changhong's interest was piqued. He rose from the wooden chair and approached the young girl before him. Noticing his footsteps, she voluntarily removed the ribbon, revealing her hollow eye sockets. A bitter smile graced her lips. "You must be no ordinary being," With your commanding presence and steady gait, one can only surmise you are a celestial being from the lofty realms above. It is my fault for intruding upon your world. Her tone carried an almost imperceptible sorrow, evoking a sense of compassion. Coupled with her pristine collarbone and exquisite beauty, she presented an irresistible allure to any man. However, this did not include Li Changhong. There is no need to feign pity. Flowers nurtured in the brothels are always thorny. I am merely passing through, and once this is concluded, I shall take my leave. Li Changhong could hardly fail to discern that the young girl before him yearned for his assistance in her escape. He himself was unsure of his own survival, let alone that of a burdensome companion, especially one as disadvantaged as a blind one. Yet, to his surprise, Qi responded with a smile. You would not abandon me. Our fates are intertwined. Her unwavering confidence piqued Li Changhong as curiosity. Previously, Qi had mentioned that she too could have become a cultivator, suggesting that some unforeseen events had transpired. Pray tell, what compelling reason do you have for me to escort you away? He inquired. To his astonishment, Qi boldly declared, I possess knowledge of the location of the malevolent cultivator you seek. Li Changhong was even more surprised. It seemed that the young girl before him was perhaps more than just an ordinary blind mortal. Where? The girl raised her delicate finger and pointed towards the Lotus Lake at the heart of Lingxi City. Li Changhong instinctively inquired, Are you certain? The young girl sighed and retorted, Do you wish to hear the tale of what has transpired in my life? Li Changhong declined, I do not wish to. The young girl was taken aback, her mood slightly souring. If you do not wish to, I shall insist. Li Changhong sighed in resignation. Then please, go ahead. He truly did not wish to hear the tales of these unfortunate souls, as they would only dampen his spirits. Qi began to recount her story with eloquence. It is rather simple, encapsulated in a single phrase. Gifted with innate spiritual eyes, yet lacking a powerful background. She ultimately had her eyes gouged out and was sold into a brothel. Hence, my auditory perception surpasses that of ordinary individuals. In the depths of night, I can hear the sound of fish splashing in Lianhua Lake. However, in recent months, the splashes have ceased, coinciding perfectly with the passage of time. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. If my surmise holds true, I implore the celestial being to guide me away from here. I do not seek to embark on the path of cultivation, but rather wish to escape the entanglements of the mortal realm. Li Changhong fell into deep contemplation. Having spoken so much, this bond could now be considered firmly established. Recalling his initial transmigration, when he feared Dao Zhu might harm him, he had sought to become her disciple to forge a karmic connection. Now, history repeated itself, filling Li Changhong with profound emotion. As one sows, so shall one reap. When the fruit ripens, it begets new seeds, such is the endless cycle of cause and effect. Perhaps one day, his master might attain enlightenment through saving him, while he too would benefit from rescuing her in turn. Li Changhong gazed intently at Qi face. She was undoubtedly a remarkable beauty. It is indeed true that those gifted with the talent for cultivation often possess striking appearances. In novels of immortal cultivation, a woman's innate abilities are often directly proportional to her beauty. While I suffer from ailments within my internal organs, she has her own afflictions in her eyes. Perhaps we are both suited for the secluded sanctuary of Rukang Peak. Li Changhong made a decision. Put on your clothes. A smile immediately appeared on Shi's face as she donned her garments, humming a cheerful tune as she did so. Li Changhong gazed out of the window, listening to Sierra's melodious voice, and shook his head slightly. She was still but a child. Sierra appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old. And had her eyes not been gouged out, undoubtedly the madam would not have allowed her to become a courtesan. Let us depart. Sierra donned a flowing white gown and approached the window. Is there nothing left to attend to? Li Changhong inquired. Sierra shook her head gently. The autumn breeze swept through, tousling her hair. As she tenderly brushed her tresses, her hollow eye sockets glimmered with a bright light amidst the night. I owe nothing to anyone, nor do I possess anything worthy of remembrance. Let us go, my celestial brother. Li Changhong lifted Qi into his arms and leaped down from the top floor. Employing the technique of wind manipulation, he glided far into the night, vanishing amidst the flickering lights. My name is Li Changhong. You may refer to me as Senior Brother Li. Chapter 11. Indeed, I have the opportunity to make my entrance. Lingxi City, the city lord's mansion. The gates were tightly shut, shimmering with spiritual light, clearly protected by the means of cultivators. Li Changhong grasped Sierra's hand and struck the doorbell. After declaring their identities, the servant promptly informed the city lord. Li Changhong refrained from entering the city lord's mansion, harboring concerns that it might harbor malevolent cultivators. Furthermore, the mansion was ensconced in protective formations. Becoming ensnared within would pose a far graver peril than confronting a pack of wolves. I am a junior disciple of Xiao Yuer, seeking her for a matter of importance. However, I am unaware of her current whereabouts. The city lord is a cultivator, specifically one at the foundation establishment stage, and is a disciple of the Lihua sect. The role of the city lord is a duty bestowed by the sect, tasked with safeguarding the safety of mortals. With no trace of the sinister cultivators yet revealed, if you have a message, I can convey it. As the situation remains uncertain, Li Changhong hesitated to speak openly, fearing the potential for embarrassment. It pertains to some private matters concerning our esteemed master. Observing Li Changhong's reluctance to elaborate, the city lord dispatched a jade slip to notify Xiao Yuer. In but a moment, a graceful figure descended from the heavens upon a sword. "Who are you?" she inquired. Li Changhong wore a mask made of human skin, so much so that even Xiao Yuer could not recognize him. "Senior sister, it is I," Li Changhong's voice returned. Xiao Yuer was somewhat surprised but refrained from further inquiry. With a sweep of her divine sense, she lifted Li Changhong and sheer upon her sword, ascending into the sky. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Li Changhong finally removed his mask. Having exhausted his supply of spiritual stones and completed his mission at Wanyao Ridge, he took the opportunity to visit his senior sister. He then introduced, her name is Sheer. She was originally a courtesan from a pleasure house in Lingxi City, who exchanged a piece of information for her release. Xiao Yuer dismissed it nonchalantly, not inquiring about the nature of the information. Li Changhong spoke to himself. She has deduced the location of the malevolent cultivator. It was then that Xiao Yuer showed a flicker of emotion. "Are you certain?" Li Changhong refrained from making any guarantees and recounted the situation, particularly emphasizing the encounter with Meng Yang at Wanyao Ridge. The truth of the matter could only be ascertained through verification. Xiao Yuer interjected, asserting that the Lotus Lake was situated in Lingxi City, with the city lord's mansion adjacent to it. If something were truly concealed there, the city lord. At this point, Xiao Yuer faltered, contemplating a rather ominous possibility. A chill crept down her spine, and her eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. After a brief pause, Xiao Yuer instructed Li Changhong, "You should retreat outside the city. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, activate this token immediately." Subsequently, she escorted Li Changhong and Sheer outside the city before soaring back into the city on her sword. What transpired thereafter remained unknown to Li Changhong. In any case, the message had been delivered, and the forthcoming battle did not require the involvement of a mere Qi refinement novice. As night deepened, Sheer, having performed throughout the day, soon succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Li Changhong perched upon the gnarled branches of an ancient tree, his gaze fixed upon Lingxi City as it was gradually devoured by the encroaching darkness. The torrential rain intensified, its relentless downpour accompanied by the increasingly fierce autumn wind, both assaulting the foliage with a rustling symphony. Yet all was held at bay by the protective talisman shielding him from the elements. The ceaseless deluge continued, the moon perpetually veiled behind thick layers of clouds, plunging the world into an impenetrable blackness where one couldn't see their own outstretched hand. Until Zheng, a piercing sword cry cleaved through the obsidian sky, its glacial radiance flashing forth with a bone-chilling coldness that far surpassed mere temperature. The battle had commenced. Li Changhong unsheathed the azure cloud sword, carving a hollow into the tree trunk where he gently placed Sheer, affixing an invisibility talisman upon her. With a swift leap from the branches, he descended and hastened toward Lingxi City. Just as expected, Li Changhong arrived at the foot of the city wall of Lingxi City, where indeed a formation was present, ensnaring the entire city within its grasp. The formation enveloping Lingxi City consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy every moment. How could they possibly possess such an abundance of spirit stones? Li Changhong furrowed his brow. However, he soon comprehended the situation. He observed the writhing crimson serpents upon the array's surface, as well as the incessantly rising blood aura from Lingxi City. They are indeed devouring the vital essence of the mortals in Lingxi City. It is truly a malevolent formation. Li Changhong did not hesitate and promptly activated the token entrusted to him by Xiao Yuer. What was the content of the message? Upon activating the token, he also needed to input the information necessary for the sect to decide how many individuals to send for assistance. Li Changhong glanced at the grand spectacle of Lingxi City. clearly realizing that a mere handful of foundation-building cultivators would be insufficient. The city lord of Lingxi had betrayed his own, succumbing to the path of evil, orchestrating a sinister scheme throughout the city, intending to sacrifice the lives of 1,000,000 souls to cultivate malevolent powers. After contemplating this, he also inputted the details regarding the blood dragonfly. Meanwhile, within the task hall of the Starry Sword sect, a man clad in a Taoist robe suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the hundreds of jade slips before him, among which one glimmered with a red light. Any task undertaken by disciples of foundation building level or above would be recorded in the jade slips, facilitated by the array of the task hall. The betrayal of the Lingxi city lord had plunged 1,000,000 lives into peril. He sprang to his feet, as if struck by a sudden realization. Xiao Yuer had also accepted this mission. Should this young master perish, it would undoubtedly inflict a grievous blow upon Xiao Yuanzhan, paving the way for the annihilation of the Xiao clan, leaving the Ling family unencumbered by concerns. It could be seen as a preemptive eradication of any potential threat. The proud Xiao Yuer had repeatedly spurned the advances of Xi Ping, thus dooming the last flicker of hope for the Xiao family, a fate she brought upon herself. The denizens of Lingxi city numbered well over 1,000,000. Should a nascent soul evil cultivator attempt a massacre, it would not pose a significant worry. The man in the Taoist robe chuckled darkly, suppressing the flickering red light of the jade slip. Ultimately, he dispatched only 3 foundation-building cultivators for assistance, knowing it would take several hours for them to reach Lingxi city. Li Changhong remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, feeling a sense of relief instead. The sect was already aware and would undoubtedly take action. With countless mortals in Lingxi city, it was certain that a golden core expert would soon arrive to oversee matters. Given the swiftness of a golden core cultivator, it was likely that they could reach the location in less than half an hour, or perhaps even sooner. Li Changhong was uncertain about the situation within, but judging by the intensity of the spiritual energy fluctuations, it seemed quite fierce. A torrential downpour had already commenced. Li Changhong discovered that rainwater could penetrate the array. This blood-red malevolent formation is likely of the confinement type, allowing entry but prohibiting exit. Li Changhong dared not enter, for within lay a foundation-building stage of malevolent cultivators. Why had they not yet arrived? Half an hour had passed, and Li Changhong felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. The sounds of battle within had diminished, yet the aura of blood grew ever more intense. The space of Lingxi city was shrouded in a thick fog of blood, and Li Changhong could hear the wails of the suffering, rising and falling in a haunting chorus. It was evident that the mortals could scarcely endure the loss of blood any longer. The Starry Sword sect was proving to be unreliable. Li Changhong felt an urgent anxiety, but it was not for the lives of mere mortals. He was not a sage burdened with the world's concerns. As long as Xiao Yuer remained unharmed, he would shed no tears, even if all others perished. It was evident that the situation was deteriorating. The lord of Lingxi city had entrenched himself for many years, and even with Xiao Yuer's large following, it was unlikely they would fare well. Venturing into the fray posed numerous dangers. Yet, should he refrain from entering? How could he ever face his master if Xiao Yuer were to meet her demise? Li Changhong found himself in a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely thrust himself into the blood-soaked fray. He harbored a strong aversion to being indebted to others. His master had granted him a new lease on life, and he was determined to take good care of Xiao Yuer, for such kindness demanded repayment. The protagonist is aligned with Duanmu, rather than great love. Those in the demonic path should be cautious of potential repercussions. Li Changhong activated the cloaking talisman, subsequently invoking the concealment ability of the human skin mask, swiftly approaching the Lord's mansion. Clang! As he drew nearer, the faint sound of sword cries could be discerned, indicating that disciples of the Star Sword sect were still holding their ground. Along the way, revolting blood-red long worms writhed in abundance. They moved with considerable speed, infiltrating the bodies of mortals to voraciously consume their blood. Fortunately, they remained oblivious to Li Changhong, being only slightly more formidable than ordinary leeches. Cackling. One could hardly believe that a mere lowly Qi refining ant had detected me. Yet, what of it? Lingxi city is already within my grasp, and today, you shall meet the same fate as those mortals, becoming sustenance for the blood dragonflies as they transform. Li Changhong pondered why villains often indulge in sinister laughter, perhaps out of self-awareness, unable to emit a hearty guffaw. Returning to the uppermost level of Chuanxi building, The once unconscious corpulent old man lay in a deep slumber, now reduced to a desiccated corpse by the voracious blood dragonfly larvae. This place, in proximity to Lotus Lake, was teeming with the larvae in abundance. Li Changhong casually stowed a jade flute into his storage bag and turned his gaze towards the fierce battle unfolding over the lotus pond. Fortunately, Li Changhong beheld the silhouette of Xiao Yu'er soaring through the air on her sword. Though her cultivation was the weakest among them, she was shielded by an inverted alchemical furnace above her head, emanating a searing flame. In stark contrast, the other three exhibited waning energies, their faces as pale as parchment, as if they had bled excessively. Xiao Daoist, did you not assert that your junior brother had sought assistance from the sect? Why is aid yet to arrive? Could it be that he misrepresented the situation and the sect dispatched merely foundational practitioners? Xiao Yu'er remained silent. This brutal skirmish was nearing its conclusion. Initially, there were 7, including Xiao Yu'er, alongside disciples from the Lihua sect. Now only 4 remained, their spiritual powers nearly depleted. Conversely, the malevolent cultivator was fortified by a blood array, drawing strength not from spiritual energy, but seemingly possessing boundless might. Moreover, within the remnants of his severed arm, blood dragonfly larvae secreted viscous blood, rapidly healing his wounds. Strictly speaking, he had transcended humanity. Coexisting with malevolent insects, he had chosen a shortcut to hastily elevate his prowess. Now, he was even willing to consume millions of lives, leaving a trail of chilling skeletons along the path to immortality. Besides him, there were others lurking in the shadows, evil cultivators akin to Meng Yang, mere minions. They were in no rush to strike, as if awaiting something. Li Changhong also noticed them, yet refrained from taking action. He feared that exposing the city lord would have already earned him enmity, and he was reluctant to invite hatred upon himself. Thus, another great battle erupted. Li Changhong was utterly engrossed. The battle of the foundation establishment stage truly epitomized the essence of a cultivator's struggle. The art of sword flight and long-range spells appeared even more fantastical compared to the Qi refinement stage. The blood dragonfly feared fire, and I shall suppress it with the spirit origin heavenly fire furnace. This is our final opportunity. Xiao Yu'er communicated telepathically. In the midst of fierce combat, another foundation establishment cultivator fell, having been ambushed by a malevolent practitioner who crushed their heart. However, before succumbing, she unleashed a secret technique to ensnare her foe. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yu'er commanded, "Assist me in refining." The other 2 joined her, forming a triangular formation, channeling their spiritual energy to collectively suppress the dark cultivator. Yet, the malevolent practitioner exhibited no fear, laughing sinisterly as he countered, "While you attempt to suppress me, you too shall be subdued. You are still too young, lacking in combat experience. I am over 250 years old. This is my last chance, for without it, I shall never ascend to the golden core stage in this lifetime. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Soon, you will become a part of me. Do you find this formation unfamiliar? This is the blood extraction evil array, a result of my painstaking research, capable of exerting a pull strong enough to control you at this moment." The dark cultivator's expression twisted with malice, larvae of the blood dragonfly crawling from his 7 orifices. An exceedingly grotesque sight. The blood mist surged, and the blood array enveloping Lingxi City unleashed its power, the suction coalescing around the spirit origin heavenly fire furnace, firmly ensnaring Xiao Yu'er and her companions. Already engaged in outputting their spiritual energy to refine the dark practitioner, the trio found themselves equally shackled by the overwhelming force. At that moment, numerous figures began to appear, akin to Meng Yang. They were all dark practitioners. Among them, aside from a few rogue cultivators, most were disciples of the Lihua sect, evidently having betrayed their own. Their talents were mediocre, easily led astray by the temptations of a shortcut to power. Finally, it is our turn to take the stage. Who would have thought that one day we would determine the fate of the immortal Xiao? They found themselves unable to move. And it was at this moment that Li Changhong also stepped out. To think there truly was an opportunity for me to make an appearance. Chapter 12. Sword aura and killing intent. Upon witnessing Li Changhong emerge from the highest floor of Chunxi Tower, the Qi refining demonic cultivators were momentarily stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring among themselves, yet not a single one recognized him. A new recruit? At this moment, Xiao Yu'er and her 2 companions had already succumbed to despair. What was meant to be a decisive battle that would turn the tide had instead plunged them into an inescapable predicament, bound by restraints. Their spiritual energy continued to drain. Should they falter even slightly, the demonic cultivators within would seize the chance to strike them down instantly. Such was the consequence of lacking combat experience. One misstep leading to an irreversible chain of errors. They should have retreated from Lingxi City first and reconsidered their strategy. But now, it was far too late for regrets. With no path forward and no retreat possible, they could only watch helplessly as over a dozen rogue cultivators charged toward them. Xiao Yuer closed her eyes in resignation. Had she known confronting demonic cultivators would be so perilous, she would have chosen a different mission. Were it not for that stalk of mysterious azure grass, the spirit stone reward for this task would hardly have been worth her attention. SSSSHHK. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out, followed by the sizzling of roasting meat, carrying with it the faint aroma of charred flesh. Li Changhong wielded his sword with precision, severing a malevolent cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement in a single stroke. The Qingyun's sword was enveloped in searing flames, leaving no opportunity for him to mend his injuries. He is not one of us. You hold him back while the rest follow me to assist our master in regaining control of the situation. Yet, Li Changhong's speed proved superior. With the combination of the Gale Talisman and the wind manipulation technique, he surged ahead. Among the cadre of over a dozen malevolent cultivators, the strongest was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, akin to the Wind Wolf leader. Li Changhong appeared relaxed, having broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. He faced the 9th layer with no sense of pressure at all. "Senior sister, I am here," Li Changhong called out to Xiao Yuer. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Yuer trembled, unable to fathom that the one who had summoned her was indeed Li Changhong. In just a few months, he had already ascended to the 7th level of Qi refinement, a feat that far surpassed her own capabilities. However, Li Changhong was about to confront a multitude of malevolent cultivators, with the strongest among them at the 9th level of Qi refinement, accompanied by 2 others at the 8th level. Could he truly prevail? The thought of a hero rescuing a damsel was overshadowed by the grim reality of the situation. The 9th level malevolent cultivator was a sinister young man wielding a formidable artifact, not an ordinary object, yet it did not reach the level of a spiritual weapon. He unleashed the full force of his 9th level Qi refinement, conjuring fierce winds, as a cold gleam flickered and the sword bent at a 90-degree angle, aiming directly for Li Changhong's temple. Li Changhong, however, did not evade. He raised his hand and struck casually. Clang! As the golden talisman affixed to Li Changhong's chest activated, a radiant aura enveloped his entire being, effectively warding off the assault of the soft sword. Simultaneously, the silken armor enhanced his defenses, allowing only the tip of the sword to pierce the surface of his temple. The sinister youth was taken aback, a defensive spiritual artifact. He immediately sought to evade by sidestepping. Li Changhong plunged into perilous circumstances, and how could he easily let go of a favorable opportunity? With a disdainful scoff, the Qingyun's sword descended, shattering the defenses of the sinister youth. Though he was not cleaved in twain, a portion of his body was severed. The might of the Qingyun's sword was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary magical artifacts. Furthermore, it was imbued with flames that seared the wound, incinerating the blood dragonfly larvae within, rendering healing impossible. A piercing scream escaped the sinister youth, who clearly did not anticipate such a dire outcome. In but a single exchange, he was swiftly vanquished by an adversary whose cultivation was 2 levels beneath his own. This was all part of Li Changhong's meticulous calculations. He understood that he must not be restrained and that a swift resolution was imperative. The most effective means to conclude the battle expeditiously was to engage in a life-for-life struggle, employing an exceedingly perilous combat style to swiftly eliminate his opponent. Li Changhong, despite lacking combat experience, consistently maintains an extraordinary level of composure in life and death crises, emerging victorious in the fleeting moments between survival and demise. Bang! Li Changhong casually hurled a fireball talisman at the sinister youth, reducing him to ashes, leaving no time for a thorough search of the corpse. Subsequently, the remaining evil cultivators advanced in succession, compelling Li Changhong to hurriedly raise his sword in defense. Had he been allowed to unleash his full potential, he could have engaged in combat, while simultaneously restraining his foes. However, he now found himself solely positioned before Xiao Yuer, exchanging injuries for injuries, and risking his life for hers. The demise of the malevolent cultivators accelerated, Yet Li Changhong's own wounds grew increasingly severe. He swallowed down the prepared healing elixirs without concern for potential side effects, prioritizing survival above all else. Xiao Yuer could hardly fathom that merely 2 months prior, Li Changhong had been an ordinary mortal. Yet now, he was capable of battling a throng of Qi refinement stage evil cultivators, having already claimed the lives of over 10 of them. Another female cultivator from the Xingqian sword sect gazed at him in astonishment. She transmitted a message to Xiao Yuer. Is that your junior disciple? The one who was running in the mission hall earlier? Having seen Li Changhong just before embarking on a mission, she recalled that he had only been at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, exuding an air of unreliability. Now, witnessing the blood-soaked youth engaged in a fierce struggle, his gaze was terrifyingly ferocious, executing moves with resolute precision, fully disregarding life and death. In contrast, they seemed like mere novices. Has your junior disciple undergone a recultivation? Xiao Yuer remained silent, harboring doubts that Li Changhong might be a fallen genius. His rate of advancement was astonishingly rapid, and the fierce, determined glint in his eyes sent shivers down her spine. The Li Changhong she had once known possessed a gaze that, while not entirely innocent, was far from the ruthless decisiveness he now exhibited. At this moment, she, along with the female cultivator and a male disciple from the Lihua sect who was at mid-foundation establishment, found themselves unable to move a single finger. The 3 of them worked in unison to suppress the evil cultivators with the Lingyuan heavenly fire furnace, while simultaneously being restrained by the blood-sucking wicked formation, creating a precarious balance. They hovered about 10 meters above the lotus pool, and if any evil cultivators were to attack, the trio would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Damn it! The expression of the Foundation establishment evil cultivator within the Lingyuan heavenly fire furnace was exceedingly grim. Li Changhong unexpectedly burst forth. A turn of events he had not anticipated. Hiss! Li Changhong has once again vanquished a malevolent cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. As he engages in this slaughter, 2 enigmatic forces manifest within him, propelling him into a state of extreme cultivation. One of these forces emanates from the Qingyuan sword he wields. The other is derived from his own grasp upon it. The energy coursing through the Qingyuan sword is sharp and fierce, reminiscent of sword aura. In contrast, the force within him is wild and tempestuous, akin to a blood array, exuding a palpable scent of blood. Could it be the aura of slaughter? As a cultivator, Li Changhong possesses a keen sensitivity to the shifts in his surroundings. These 2 additional forces prove beneficial, most notably enhancing his ability to wield the Qingyuan sword with greater fluidity and accelerating the speed of his strikes. In a fleeting moment, Li Changhong experiences an illusion that this newfound power may be within his control. Li Changhong swallowed the final healing elixir, his gaze sharp as a sword. Clang! Li Changhong took the initiative, wielding his sword with a swift strike that resonated with a piercing sound. It seemed as if the blade of the Qingyuan sword had torn through the fabric of space itself. With a clang, among the remaining 5 malevolent cultivators, one with a rotund visage hastily produced a battered shield, astonishingly managing to deflect the Qingyuan sword. A spiritual artifact? Li Changhong was filled with uncertainty. Soon, he dismissed the thought, recognizing it as an incomplete spiritual weapon, for the Qingyuan sword had left its mark upon it, proving it was not invulnerable to being severed. Li Changhong endeavored to harness the sword energy within the Qingyuan sword. Concurrently, he exerted himself to stimulate his internal organs, channeling a substantial flow of spiritual energy into the Qingyuan sword. With a resounding clang, the Qingyuan sword had yet to strike, yet it resonated with a melodious chime. Thus, it became clear. Li Changhong discovered that he could manipulate the sword aura with his spiritual energy, and once again unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! This time, the Qingyuan sword successfully shattered the fragmented shield spirit tool, cleaving it in 2. The malevolent cultivator behind the shield had his head severed, and Li Changhong guided the sword aura through the wound into the body of the dark practitioner. Sizzle! The sword aura was incredibly sharp, swiftly tearing apart flesh, bone, and the blood dragon fly larvae within. Indeed, this technique could be employed. Novels often describe a sword piercing and then shredding its target, and it appears to be quite effective. The ensuing battle held no suspense, as Li Changhong dispatched the remaining 4 malevolent cultivators in quick succession. It seemed that my involvement was no longer necessary. Li Changhong emerged from his state of extreme cultivation, experiencing a significant surge in his abilities, now nearing the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Li Changhong, exhausted yet exhilarated from the battle, felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. What was truly needed was the larva of the blood dragonfly, capable of transforming into a dragon. Li Changhong steeled himself, affixing a water-repellent talisman to his body before leaping into the lotus lake. Witnessing this scene, the foundational-level rogue cultivator was utterly flustered. "Stop, young friend. If you cease your actions, I can promise you any condition. If you harbor feelings for your senior sister, as long as you are willing to halt, I can transform her into a subordinate who obeys only you." Li Changhong paid no heed whatsoever, having already plunged into the depths of the lake. He found it beneath him to engage in futile discourse with the malevolent cultivator. Lianhua Lake was not particularly deep. Traversing the muddy passageway led to the subterranean cavern, where the true spectacle awaited. The sight of countless blood dragonfly larvae sent shivers down Li Changhong's spine, their grotesque clusters utterly repulsive. Within the cavern lay a multitude of decayed and withered corpses, evidently the victims of foul play, now serving as sustenance for the vile insects. They writhed in heaps, continuously secreting a viscous, blood-red substance. Li Changhong could not discern the elusive blood dragonfly destined for transformation, presumably concealed amidst the multitude of blood dragonfly larvae. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved all the aggressive talismans he had confiscated, along with any superfluous items. He first activated the first-grade confinement array he had seized from Meng Yang, effectively sealing the cave. Then, clutching a fireball talisman, he retreated to a safe zone within the passage and hurled it towards the heap of talismans and miscellaneous objects ensnared within the confinement array. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted, and a powerful wave of energy surged through the cavern. The blood dragonfly was evidently incapacitated during its transformation, leaving Li Changhong uncertain whether it had been obliterated. Regardless, he found himself propelled far away, crashing to the ground and succumbing to a fit of dry coughs. How could its power be so formidable? Li Changhong was uncertain about the hidden treasures among the clutter, yet with the explosion having occurred, they were now beyond his reach. The trio above the lotus pond, including Xiao Yuer, were also propelled away by the blast. The malevolent cultivator seized the opportunity to escape. With no time for sorrow, he prioritized his survival and swiftly fled into the distance. Noticing Xiao Yuer was about to pursue, Li Changhong urgently called out, "Sister, do not chase a desperate foe." Having endured this ordeal, his words held significant weight in Xiao Yuer's heart, compelling her to halt. A chilling scream echoed from the direction in which the malevolent cultivator had fled. Moments later, an elder clad in the attire of the Starry Sword sect appeared, soaring through the air with the malevolent cultivator's head in hand. What had transpired? Chapter 13. Do not blame me. Was this the entirety of the mission to eradicate the malevolent cultivator in Lingxi City? Within the second floor of the mission hall of the Starry Sword sect, Xiao Yuer, along with the female cultivator and Li Changhong, reported the situation to the elder overseeing the tasks. "You acted recklessly," the elder reprimanded sternly. "Upon sensing danger, you should have awaited sect support rather than recklessly confronting the malevolent cultivator." Li Changhong felt a surge of dissatisfaction at this admonition. While such caution might have been prudent, had Xiao Yuer and the others departed Lingxi City en masse, they would have inevitably alarmed the enemy. By the time it arrived, the malevolent cultivator would have long since fled. Xiao Yuer's expression was equally grim. Her nature, though tempered somewhat in recent years, had been accustomed to a certain degree of privilege. This time, however, she had nearly perished, and her frustrations simmered beneath the surface. Suppressing her anger, she addressed the robed man with deliberate intensity. "Elder, I wish to understand why my junior brother activated the distress token for assistance an hour and a half prior to the incident. Yet it took Elder Wu so long to arrive?" The Golden Core elder, sensing the flames of blame shifting towards him, quickly distanced himself from the situation. "This matter does not involve me. I departed the sect at the first opportunity upon receiving the task and arrived within half an hour." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the robed man, clearly aware of the underlying circumstances. Yet, he refrained from voicing anything that might implicate him. The robed man appeared ready with his retort, promptly shifting the blame onto Li Changhong. "You are Li Changhong, are you not? You failed to include crucial information regarding the malevolent cultivator's cultivation level in the distress token, which resulted in the death of 2 senior sisters. You bear an undeniable responsibility. I had initially dispatched 3 seniors in the late Foundation establishment stage for assistance, but reconsidering, I deemed it unsafe, hence I sent Elder Wu instead." Xiao Yuer could only laugh in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. During their return to the sect, she had learned the specifics of the call for help from Li Changhong's account. Now, being unjustly accused, her indignation flared. What a splendid evasion of responsibility. You clearly acted with intent to place me in peril. Upon hearing this, the robed man immediately rose, a formidable pressure emanating from his golden core stage. Xiaoyue, what nonsense are you speaking? Do you comprehend the consequences of slandering an elder? Fortunately, Elder Wu intervened, preventing Li Changhong from being suppressed on the spot. In that fleeting moment, Li Changhong, still in the Qi refinement stage, felt as insignificant and fragile as a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, intensifying his yearning for strength. Elder Wu stepped forward to mediate. Enough, this is merely a misunderstanding. Yuan, you ought to be more lenient with the young ones. They have just faced life and death, and a bit of temper is understandable. He then turned to Xiaoyue. Yue, this must be a misunderstanding. Refrain from making such statements. Your master is in closed-door cultivation. Do not create trouble for him. Calm down. And the task rewards for the 2 deceased disciples will be credited to you. Xiaoyue took a deep breath. Elder Wu's mention of Dao Zhu jolted her back to reality. Her master was in seclusion, and her status as a direct disciple was now more nominal than before. She could no longer act as she once did. Additionally, the robed man, surnamed Yi, shared a surname with Yi Zhiping, the sect leader, and the head of the law enforcement hall. Junior brother, let us depart, Xiaoyue said, turning away, her figure appearing desolate. Li Changhong cast a deep glance at Yuan, fully comprehending the situation. One day, I shall surely eliminate him. The peak of flesh concealment. Li Changhong descended from the flying sword of Xiaoyue. Sister. Xiaoyue remained with her back turned to Li Changhong, yet her slightly trembling form betrayed her silent tears. It's all right. You must be in dire need of spirit stones. Within this pouch are 2,000, along with some elixirs for your use. Xiaoyue spoke. Her voice strained in an effort to suppress the sobs, before swiftly departing to her own cave dwelling. Watching her retreating silhouette, Li Changhong let out a sigh. Xiaoyue, a paragon of beauty and grace, once revered by all, now faced near demise with no avenue for redress. Such a stark contrast must be profoundly painful for her. Li Changhong shook his head. For Xiaoyue, becoming an ordinary female cultivator proved to be a formidable challenge. It required significant alterations in her life, as well as the ability to contend with the harassment of frivolous individuals like Yi Zhiping. I must rapidly grow stronger. Remaining in the Qi refinement stage would render me incapable of even safeguarding myself. As she pushed open the door of the wooden cottage, a delicate figure was seated on the bed, lost in thought. She, having lost her sight, dared not venture beyond this unfamiliar place. With no instruments to occupy her mind, she could only sit in solitude. You have arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, Shi quickly rose to greet her, assuming a humble demeanor, anxious not to provoke any displeasure from Li Changhong. Li Changhong witnessed this and shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. In the presence of Elder Yuan, he dared not even utter a word of rebuttal. Yet before him, Shi would not even dare to sit. Though both were human, the disparity between them was vast. Li Changhong retrieved the jade flute from his storage bag, an item he had found in the uppermost chamber of the Spring Creek Pavilion, which had once belonged to Shi. Go and have your fun. I shall devote myself to my cultivation now. Li Changhong was just about to retire for the night when a rumble emanated from Shi's stomach. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shi lowered her head. Li Changhong took out 10 fasting pills. As a mortal, you may consume 1 daily, or even once every 3 days. It depends on your preference. Afterward, Li Changhong settled into a meditative posture upon the bed, swallowing the healing elixir bestowed by Xiaoyue to mend his wounds. This recent expedition had been fraught with relentless battles, leaving him grievously injured. Upon ingesting the pill, Li Changhong was struck by surprise. The medicinal efficacy was remarkably potent. Recalling Xiaoyue's use of the spiritual flame heavenly furnace, he detected a lingering fragrance of alchemy. Could these pills have been crafted by her own hand? What would have required several days to heal was miraculously restored in less than 1. This puzzled Li Changhong. If Xiaoyue were indeed an alchemist, and one of such exceptional skill, there would be little need for her to undertake perilous missions. After all, refining elixirs would yield spirit stones far more swiftly than any assignment. Pushing open the wooden door, the mellifluous notes of a flute drifted into his ears, a melody so hauntingly beautiful, it seemed woven from celestial harmonies. It was proof that the truly gifted, even when stripped of their greatest talent, would inevitably rise to brilliance once more. Brother, I thought you'd be cultivating much longer. Xi concluded her tune and rose from the grassy meadow, drawing near. Li Changhong had corrected her twice regarding the term brother, yet Xi remained fond of the address. Li Changhong discerned Xi subtle intentions. Calling him brother would undoubtedly bridge the gap between them. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Do you wish to cultivate your skills?" Xiena's face instantly lit up with joy, though she quickly subdued her expression. Yet, being but a young girl, her emotions were still easily readable. "Can I?" she asked. Li Changhong was uncertain. However, upon reflecting that he had successfully cultivated as a living dead, he believed it should pose no difficulty, or so he thought. Half a day later, Xi found herself unable to sense even the slightest trace of spiritual energy. Li Changhong furrowed his brow slightly and led her to Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue scanned Xi's body with her spiritual sense and shook her head, saying, "Her physique is quite unique. If what she claims is true, that her spiritual I was gouged out by a cultivator, it equates to having all her spiritual roots drained, leaving her with no possibility of cultivation." Xiaoyue's words were blunt, causing Xi's frail form to shudder. This revelation sapped all her strength. She forced a smile at Li Changhong, saying, "Brother, let us go. Xi has long come to terms with it. So many others lack talent." Yet, Xi could not hold back her tears any longer. Li Changhong embraced her gently, choosing not to disturb his senior sister as she tended to her wounds. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Xi, exhausted from her tears, rested in Li Changhong's arms. As he gazed into her hollow eyes, glistening with moisture, he was reminded of his own time lying helplessly on a sickbed. In days gone by, when he sought the elusive immortals in vain, he too had felt this profound desolation. Perhaps there exists a means to conceal treasures within the flesh of the mountain, a notion that might indeed hold merit. Li Changhong conceived a bold idea in his heart. However, to realize it, he would have to wait until after he established a solid foundation. He was not a master of the Tao, still a novice in the realm of cultivation, and he could only navigate through uncertainty by feeling his way forward. In the following 2 months, Li Changhong remained at Meat Song Peak, absorbing the spiritual stones he had acquired during his journey to Lingxi City, over 4,000 in total. In addition to those gifted by Xiaoyue, he had also obtained some from looting corpses and submitting the remains of wind wolves. The sect prohibited running. Yet Li Changhong devised his own methods of intense exercise, such as sword practice. He borrowed numerous flashy but impractical sword techniques from the library. Their difficulty rendered them largely ineffective, serving primarily to impress others, such as the Phantom Sword, the Thunderstorm Sword technique, and the Celestial Maiden Scatterflower Sword technique. Li Changhong mastered the sword techniques with remarkable speed, achieving this feat in just over 20 days. However, he felt this was insufficient and proceeded to amalgamate all these techniques, forging a rigorous style that harmonized practicality, aesthetic appeal, and refinement. In truth, the fusion of sword techniques is a formidable challenge for ordinary sword cultivators. Yet, for Li Changhong, it appeared as if the secrets of the sword lay bare before him, devoid of any mystery. The brilliance of the sword flashed, and the aura surged, while the resonant sounds of swordplay echoed continuously. After completing a set, even Li Changhong required nearly a quarter of an hour to recover, drenched in sweat. After 2 sets, he retreated to his wooden cottage to cultivate, finding his progress remarkably efficient. Once all the low-grade spirit stones were depleted, he fully ascended to the 9th layer of Qi refining, preparing to establish his foundation. During this period, Xi gradually accepted her fate of living as a mortal. Having come to terms with her reality, she questioned what there was to resent, as she had endured this existence since childhood. Destiny often reveals itself only after one has faced tragedy. "Brother, aren't you practicing swordsmanship today?" Xi asked, clutching a jade flute and tugging at Li Changhong's garment. She discovered her joy in playing the flute while he practiced, striving to weave the melodies into the rhythm of his sword strikes. Though her actions seemed modest, they represented the sole delight in her otherwise monotonous life. Well, perhaps the second, as she cherished the tranquility of sleeping beside Li Changhong at night. With the spirit stones exhausted, he planned to undertake missions to earn more. It would not take long, perhaps just half a month. "When you return, brother, bring me something delicious," she said, her mood visibly dimming. She did not press him to stay. "All right, Xi will wait for you." Li Changhong visited the mission hall, exchanging the contribution points earned from hunting wind wolves for 100 fasting pills. He placed them all within a storage pouch. Even an unrefined storage pouch could still function as an ordinary carrying bag, unable to guarantee the absence of unforeseen circumstances. He endeavored to leave Xie with as many safeguards as possible. I shall depart now. Li Changhong emerged from the wooden cabin, only to find Xiao Yue already waiting outside. Poised upon her sword, she spoke little, her demeanor noticeably indifferent. It appeared as though she had matured, or perhaps she had fortified herself. With an aura that commanded distance from strangers, she sought to conceal the softness that lay beneath her icy exterior. Li Changhong felt somewhat perplexed, yet he nonetheless leaped onto the flying sword. It appears you are preparing to embark on the foundational stage of cultivation. This endeavor requires substantial resources, therefore. Accompany your senior sister on this mission. All the spirit stones obtained during the task will belong to you, while I shall only require 1 spirit herb from this venture, compensating you with an additional 3,000 spirit stones. With such a proposition laid before him, Li Changhong had no choice but to acquiesce. Senior sister, I am merely at the 9th level of Qi refining. If I inadvertently bring you trouble, please do not hold it against me. Xiao Yue turned her back to Li Changhong, a mesmerizing smile gracing her lips. You need not worry, she murmured within herself. With such extraordinary talent displayed at the Qi refining stage, if I were to truly gather the materials for the supreme foundational elixir, the 3 yuan tai pill, how formidable would you become after establishing your foundation? Chapter 14. Still a shield Wanyao Ridge. The deep autumn had arrived. Li Changhong stood upon Xiaoya's flying sword, casting his gaze downward. The autumn wind howled, sending withered yellow leaves spiraling to the ground. This was his first visit to Wanyao Ridge, a little over 2 months ago. Has it been nearly half a year? Li Changhong felt a sense of melancholy. The passage of time for cultivators seemed all too swift. Perhaps it was the monotony of life that contributed to this sentiment. Apart from cultivation, there was little left but the struggle for survival. As a foundation establishment cultivator, Xiao Yue deftly maneuvered her flying sword, swiftly traversing the regions once reached by Li Changhong, where foundation establishment beasts were seldom encountered. After flying for half an hour, Xiao Yue finally descended. In the vast expanse of the sky, one was easily susceptible to attacks from foundation establishment beasts. Sister, you surely have an abundance of spirit stones, do you not? Li Changhong inquired, recalling that Dao Zhu had only granted him a mere 2,000 spirit stones. Perhaps Dao Zhu was concerned that, upon acquiring spirit stones, he would neglect to hone his skills outside the sect. The fact that Xiao Wei could effortlessly produce 3,000 spirit stones indicated her considerable wealth. She was indeed a woman of affluence. Xiao Yue blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I need to concoct a highly significant elixir, and the required materials cannot be purchased with spirit stones. Li Changhong understood and inquired, so was the trip to Lingxi City also for the purpose of gathering materials? You may affirm it if you wish. Xiao Yue, employing her agility, delved deeper, not wishing to linger on this matter. Observing this, Li Changhong silently resented. I risked my life to rescue you during the expedition to Lingxi City, and yet you conceal so much from me. He swiftly affixed a pair of wind speed talismans to his legs and hurriedly followed her. Xiao Yue did not move particularly fast, and Li Changhong stayed closely behind, scanning the surroundings, fearful of overlooking any precious herbs or treasures. Ling Sui mushroom, earthroot ginseng, and cleansing essence flower were not inexpensive. Each could fetch several thousand spirit stones, and should one seek higher quality foundation establishment pills, the cost could even reach 6,000 or 7,000. Currently, I am devoid of funds. My earnings insufficient for daily needs. If I could locate all the materials required for concocting foundation establishment pills, it would indeed save me a considerable amount. Li Changhong was lost in his own thoughts, contemplating that since Xiao Yue was an alchemist, it was unlikely she would seek his assistance for a fee. Ahem. With this thought, Li Changhong quickened his pace to walk alongside Xiao Yue. Hee, sister, he said. Xiao Yue turned her head, noticing the obsequious smile on Li Changhong's face, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. What do you intend to do? Li Changhong is not one to be easily embarrassed. He first lavished praise upon Xiao Yue from head to toe, extolling her beauty, her character, her physique, and her integrity. Xiao Yue felt a shiver run down her spine from the flattery. Puzzled, she wondered, does he harbor feelings for me? Could it be that after saving me in Lingxi City, he seeks to repay his kindness by asking for my hand? Xiao Yue's imagination ran wild, leading her to a rather far-fetched conclusion. This cannot be allowed. Before Li Changhong could make his request, it was firmly declined. Well then, how much would it cost to seek assistance from my senior sister for the concoction of a foundation establishment pill? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yue was momentarily taken aback. Her charming face slightly flushed, realizing that she had misunderstood the situation. just to offer 10 spirit stones as a token of appreciation. Li Changhong breathed a sigh of relief, initially fearing that his senior sister might disregard even this small bond. He did not dwell on Xiao Yuer's unusual behavior. His mind was consumed by thoughts of flying on a sword after establishing his foundation. Thus, they traveled in silence. Along the way, Xiao Yuer paused multiple times to consult a jade slip, verifying the accuracy of their intended route. Li Changhong felt a twinge of concern. Given the depth of their current journey, they might encounter mid-stage demon beasts. If such a creature were to appear, he feared he might not escape. He inquired indirectly, "Senior sister, what treasures of heaven and earth are you in search of?" "The tricolor cleansing flower," Xiao Yuer replied casually. "Cleansing flower?" Li Changhong pondered. "Isn't that one of the materials used to concoct the foundation establishment pill? Could it be that senior sister intends to prepare a foundation establishment pill for me?" Li Changhong felt a deep sense of gratitude. However, the jade slip merely recorded one of the primary materials for the foundation building pill as the cleansing flower, without any mention of the three-colored cleansing flower. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "Is the three-colored cleansing flower the same as the cleansing flower?" Xiao Yuer, without turning her head, tucked away the map and replied, "The cleansing flower is a single-colored cleansing flower, while the three-colored cleansing flower is indeed a three-colored cleansing flower. The elixir I am preparing is quite unique. Even if I told you, you would not comprehend." Li Changhong's emotions resemble a roller coaster, filled with fleeting joy. Alas, relying on others is less dependable than trusting oneself. The foundation elixirs earned through one's own struggle are far more gratifying. Li Changhong sought solace within himself. Another quarter of an hour had elapsed. Along the journey, he had encountered no fewer than 5 foundation-building beasts, yet fortunately, Xiao Yuer, relying on her spiritual sense, had managed to steer clear of danger in advance. However, such fortuity was not to be expected every time. Typically, foundation-building beasts preferred to avoid confrontations with human cultivators. But there were always some bloodthirsty creatures that coveted human flesh and blood. A palpable aura of menace hung in the air. Li Changhong, devoid of spiritual awareness, suddenly perceived a familiar wave of aura emanating from an ancient towering tree ahead. It was ferocious and bloodthirsty. The reason for his familiarity lay in the fact that he too possessed such an aura, though it typically manifested only in moments of battle. Li Changhong was still unaware that this was a gift. Instinctively, he grasped Xiao Yuer's hand and retreated backward. "Junior brother?" Before he could ponder further, a thunderous roar echoed. A silvery figure plummeted from the ancient tree, piercing the air less than 2 meters in front of Xiao Yuer. The silver-feathered abyssal eagle. Xiao Yuer's breath caught in her throat as her consciousness finally registered the threat. Foundation Establishment Level 4. A wave of unease washed over her. This journey had proven unlucky, as they had encountered such a ferocious beast. With her cultivation at only Foundation Establishment Level 2, facing the renowned and merciless silver-feathered abyssal eagle was exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, Li Changhong had sensed the eagle's ambush. Otherwise, that strike, even with the protection of the spirit origin heavenly fire furnace, would have inflicted significant harm. This left Xiao Yuer even more intrigued by Li Changhong. Remarkably, he had perceived the danger before she, possessing spiritual awareness, could. "Sister, we may not stand a chance," Li Changhong said, his expression grave. The threat posed by the silver-feathered abyssal eagle was unprecedented for him. It was likely among the elite of the demon beasts, a top predator of the 10,000 demon ridge. Li Changhong would never desire to engage in a challenge that transcends realms, particularly against such a formidable opponent as the mid-foundation establishment silver-winged evil hawk. The chasm between Qi refinement and foundation establishment is already immense. Xiao Yuer, safeguarded by the spirit origin heavenly fire furnace, fixated her consciousness firmly upon the silver-winged evil hawk. Despite its failed ambush, the creature remained undeterred. From its vertical pupils, one could discern its ravenous hunger for the flesh of Li Changhong and Xiao Yuer. The two parties found themselves in a stalemate. Xiao Yuer dared not flee. Any reckless movement would undoubtedly provoke the full might of the silver-winged evil hawk. They were situated in the myriad beast ridge, and a hasty escape might invite the aggression of other ferocious beasts. In stark contrast, the silver-winged evil hawk exhibited an air of arrogance, looking down upon Li Changhong and Xiao Yuer with a sense of assured victory. As they stood there, another foundation establishment beast passed by, only to be frightened away by the hawk's piercing cry as it sought to monopolize its prize. Why did it not attack us? Xiao Yuer, lacking combat experience, could not decipher the intentions of the silver-winged, evil hawk. Thus, she mounted her flying sword, enveloped by the spirit origin heavenly fire furnace, and began to retreat slowly. Yet, just as they made a move, the silver-winged evil hawk swiftly intercepted their escape route, forcing them back. Li Changhong comprehended the situation, his expression grave. It possesses considerable intelligence. Recognizing that senior sister's defense of the spirit origin fire furnace necessitates the consumption of spiritual power. Thus, it awaits the opportune moment to launch a full-scale assault once your energy is nearly depleted. In this manner, it conserves its strength, preventing other beasts from seizing the opportunity, while maximizing its own protection from injury. One must admit, the silver-feathered demon eagle exhibits a remarkable level of intellect. However, upon reflection, it is essential to remember that demon beasts are not mere animals. Having ascended to the realm of demons, their intelligence likely rivals that of humans. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a beam of sword light suddenly emerged, instantly impaling the silver-feathered demon eagle. Though this sword light bore the element of a surprise attack, it was potent enough to vanquish the creature before it could react, showcasing the formidable prowess of its wielder. Was that not Senior Sister Xiao? The esteemed direct disciple was being treated as prey by a mere mid-foundation stage demon beast in the Wanyao Ridge. How embarrassing it would be if word of this spread. A mocking voice echoed in the air, followed by the appearance of a fair-skinned man with striking sword-like eyebrows, commanding a flying sword. The speaker was none other than a graceful and alluring woman at his side. Both were adorned in the attire of direct disciples from the Starry Sword sect, though the man's garb was notably more sophisticated, with the character's Taishang faintly visible on his chest. Tall and slender, he stood with one hand behind his back, the other forming a sword finger to command the returning sword that had slain the silver-feathered demon eagle. Together, they soared on their swords. A perfect match in the skies. Nevertheless, as a fellow man, Li Changhong discerned a hint of greed in the man's gaze directed at Xiao Yuer. "Thank you, Brother Qin, for your timely assistance," Xiao Yuer remarked, ignoring the derision. In the past, she would have retorted with sharper words, but the present circumstances were different. Had it come to competition, she would not have found herself here at all, with no one left to rely on from either her family or sect. Her only ally was Li Changhong. As fellow disciples, it was expected to aid one another while away from the sect. In the future, there would surely be requests for her to refine pills, and she hoped he would not refuse her then. "By the way, may I ask the name of this junior brother?" Qin Luo inquired casually. Li Changhong did not sense any animosity directed towards him. Perhaps it was disdain, or perhaps it was merely well concealed. He had become wary of Yi Jiping, who was capable of anything driven by jealousy and rivalry. Thus, he found himself compelled to perceive others in a negative light. Alas, the allure of my senior sister is profound. Fortunately, I have refrained from any misconduct towards her. Yet, the winds of fate are relentless. Xiao Yuer naturally grasped Li Changhong's hand and softly uttered, "He is my junior brother, who saved my life merely 2 months ago in Lingxi City. I am captivated by his masculine charm, and we are now contemplating the possibility of becoming partners on our path." Li Changhong cast a sidelong glance, furrowing his brow. Is he using himself as a shield? Xiao Yuer communicated telepathically with Li Changhong. "Junior brother, do not worry. The benefits will certainly not be lacking for you." Li Changhong felt helpless, having already spoken his mind. There was little he could do. It was only later that he comprehended the immense sacrifices his senior sister had made for him, and he felt a twinge of shame for the resentment and dissatisfaction that had once brewed within him. "Have you considered becoming Dao partners?" Yi Yunxi, standing beside Qin Luo, laughed with a vibrant charm. She then wrapped her arm around Qin Luo's, akin to a child flaunting a new toy before classmates, exuding a sense of superiority with a playful glint in her eye. "I must concede that senior sister Xiao is indeed more accomplished than I. However, her perspective mirrors that of your master, who has long been buried in the earth. Lacking in talent and strength, she merely possesses an attractive appearance, devoid of any remarkable qualities." Yi Yunxi's words were already excessive, as if she were on the verge of bluntly stating that Xiao Yuer had chosen a mediocre partner, utterly indifferent to the embarrassment of it all. What can Li Changhong express? He harbors no inclination to articulate much. It is hardly fitting to utter. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. He possesses no fondness for fervor. Rather, he revels in the sanguine splendor that accompanies the dance of life and death, where a single sword stroke claims a life, the warm blood spraying upon him. Xiao Yuer, 2. Is reluctant to linger in unnecessary entanglements. After offering a respectful salute to Qin Luo, she departs with Li Changhong. Women often indulge in comparisons. Despite her composed demeanor, Xiao Yuer's inherent nature remains unchanged. She does not perceive Li Changhong as lacking, nor does she believe he diminishes her own stature. A person who, after merely half a year of cultivation, begins preparations for foundational establishment, is destined for achievements that transcend the confines of the Starry Sword sect. Junior brother, do not overthink it. The current circumstances of your senior sister are far from optimistic, and troubles are bound to follow. To compensate you, I shall take care of the elixirs needed for your golden core stage. Xiao Yuer makes her intentions clear, preparing to position Li Changhong as a shield. Li Changhong felt indifferent, for he had already formed enmity with Yi Zhiping. Could it be that his senior sister sought a plausible excuse to bestow herself with elixirs? Was she not afraid of becoming emotionally attached? Xiao Yuer let out a light snort. I have no interest in boys who have yet to blossom. Chapter 15. A heart solely focused on slaying it should be nearby. The tricolor washi flower lies within this area. Xiao Yuer activated the jade slip. An illuminous map of Wanyao Ridge materialized before them. A small circle was drawn upon it, clearly indicating the region of the tricolor washi flower. However, this area was vast, encompassing at least 100 miles. How would they possibly locate it? Li Changhong felt overwhelmed. Had he known, he would not have come. Being merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, even the appearance of a single beast would pose a grave threat. He despised such vulnerability, relying solely on luck for his safety. The critical point was that Xiao Yuer was far from reliable. Even a skilled practitioner like Qin Luo sought her for alchemy, indicating her proficiency was undoubtedly high. Yet, what use was her alchemical skill in Wanyao Ridge? Would a golden core beast politely invite her to concoct pills? Suddenly, Xiao Yuer smiled mysteriously. She opened a multicolored pouch at her waist, and from within emerged a tricolored long-haired mouse, gray, white, and yellow. Though referred to as a mouse, its appearance was far more endearing. It was no larger than a palm, plump and resembling a fluffy ball. Its pair of innocent, large eyes curiously regarded Li Changhong, exuding an air of liveliness and charm. This is my spirit companion, the treasure-seeking mouse, exceptionally skilled in locating heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, it possesses the potential to transform into an auspicious mouse, enabling its master to relish the fortune of the heavenly path, with treasures raining upon them as they traverse the world. Upon hearing Xiao Yuer's description, Li Changhong fixated on the treasure-seeking mouse, contemplating the prospect of acquiring one in the future. However, he watched as Xiao Yuer took out a mid-grade spirit stone to feed the treasure-seeking mouse. Li Changhong widened his eyes, gazing at the diminutive treasure-seeking mouse, which, with a series of squeaks, devoured a medium-grade spirit stone roughly the size of half a fist. Eating a medium-grade spirit stone? This decisively extinguished Li Changhong's desire to raise the treasure-seeking mouse. He possessed only 10 medium-grade spirit stones, which he cherished dearly, reluctant to expend them as he reserved them for a breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage. Although the consumption of spirit stones was concerning, the mouse's ability to locate rare heavenly materials was undeniably impressive. In less than a quarter of an hour, the treasure-seeking mouse led the two to a 7-colored moon orchid, a crucial ingredient for the precious Dan medicine, the cleansing soul Dan, known for enhancing the spiritual strength of foundation establishment cultivators and expanding their consciousness range. However, circling near the 7-colored moon orchid was a late found. What can Li Changhong say? He has traversed this path, yet he has accomplished nothing and has been thoroughly frightened. Were it not for Xiao Yuer's promise to meet the demands for elixirs below the golden core stage, he would undoubtedly hesitate. Should he refuse, he would helplessly witness the members of her Xiao family being slaughtered by the Ling family. Even if Xiao Yuer refrains from uttering a word, a profound rift would inevitably emerge between them. Alas, senior sister, let me partake in the battles of the foundation establishment stage only after I have solidified my own foundation. I have pent-up frustrations waiting for an outlet. Participating in the foundation establishment stage is acceptable. After all, it is not the golden core stage. Li Changhong sought solace within himself. Subsequently, he stealthily approached, holding his breath and regulating the rhythm of his heartbeat. The perception of cultivators is acutely refined, far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Yet this sensitivity is confined to living beings. At this moment, Li Changhong suppressed his internal organs, while his 6 viscera had yet to awaken, severed from the essence of life, rendering him almost lifeless. Each time he entered combat, His mind would plunge into an absolute calm, devoid of any hint of panic. Under the concealment afforded by the invisibility talisman and the human skin mask, he crept silently closer. Xiao Yu'er harbored similar intentions of ambush. However, as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, her stealth capabilities paled in comparison to Li Changhong, who had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. As she approached within 100 meters, she was detected by a woman from the Ling family, who was at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Who goes there? The woman acted decisively, casting spells with remarkable speed, sending a fiery serpent toward Xiao Yu'er's south hiding place. Damn the Ling family. Seeing her cover blown, Xiao Yu'er ceased her concealment. A fire furnace burst forth from her purple mansion, swiftly absorbing the fiery serpent. Spirit origin heavenly fire furnace? Xiao Yu'er. Upon recognizing her, the woman's eyes brimmed with ecstatic joy, which quickly morphed into intense greed. I never expected to encounter you here. If I were to present your head at the Xiao family's doorstep, your father would surely be plunged into despair. The woman sneered, summoning 3 flaming daggers that returned to her side, redirecting their trajectory towards Xiao Yu'er. You two hold them off. I will eliminate Xiao Yu'er first. She scanned the vicinity with her divine sense, failing to detect any hidden enemies. This indicated that Xiao Yu'er had come alone. Killing her would secure greater resources for the Ling family. The other 2 members of the Xiao family, witnessing this scene, urgently cried out, "Young master, flee. Do not worry about us. As long as you survive, the old patriarch can still endure until the head of the family returns." The woman charged toward Xiao Yu'er, scoffing, "The head of the family returns? Your brother perished long ago in the forbidden land of the universe. Even if he were alive, it would matter not. Even if he had coalesced a moon-grade golden core, my Ling family's ancestor could easily annihilate him." Xiao Yu'er remained silent, fully activating the spirit origin heavenly fire furnace. Family matters were momentarily set aside. Her singular desire was to vanquish the 3 adversaries and acquire the tricolor blood cleansing flower. By merely restraining her, she could create an opportunity for Li Changhong. Li Changhong concealed himself in the shadows, exhibiting no reaction to the dialogue unfolding around him. His mind fixated solely on one grim intention: to kill. He had descended to the canopy below, his breath stilled, and his heartbeat approaching an eerie silence. Assassinating the woman at the 5th level of foundation establishment was an implausible endeavor. Although she had expended considerable energy, he was acutely aware of the disparity in their cultivation levels. His gaze was firmly locked onto the weakest among the 3 members of the Ling family, a 2nd-level foundation establishment cultivator. All his murderous intent surged into the Qingyun sword, as he sought the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision. Above, 2 members of the Xiao family engaged fiercely in battle with 2 from the Ling family, striving to shield Xiao Yu'er as she made her escape. The combat was intensely fierce, with both sides exerting their utmost. In a moment of haste, one Xiao family member was struck, losing an arm to the 2nd-level Ling family cultivator. The Ling family member's expression brightened, feeling a slight sense of relief. It was in this very instant that the canopy below erupted violently. With a resonant clang, the sound of the sword echoed like a whisper of death, instilling profound terror in the heart of the 2nd-level Ling family cultivator. Seizing the fleeting opportunity as the Ling cultivator relaxed, Li Changhong struck before he could muster a substantial response, instinctively unleashing a protective aura. With a crack, the Qingyun sword shimmered with azure light, and a tempest of sharp sword energy erupted from its tip. A killing intent enveloped Li Changhong, further enhancing the potency of his strike. He thrust forth the sword. In an instant, Li Changhong's organs, which were on the verge of ceasing, regained their full vitality. He did not contemplate the consequences of failure with this strike. This sword was wielded solely for the purpose of taking a life. Chapter 16. The Pressure on Xiao Yu'er. Li Changhong is an individual of remarkable purity, so untainted that he disregards everything in his pursuit of vengeance. With a disdainful sneer, the sharp blade, momentarily halted by the protective aura of spiritual energy, swiftly pierced through it. The Qingyun sword drove mercilessly from the perineal area of the 2nd-tier foundation establishment member of the Ling family, advancing relentlessly until it reached the throat. The sword energy erupted within his body with unrestrained ferocity, akin to a meat grinder. As a cultivator, the man had not yet succumbed entirely to death. Blood poured from his 9 orifices, and the flesh and bones within him became a grotesque amalgamation. Li Changhong was not afforded an opportunity to speak. The tip of his sword once again erupted with a surge of sword energy, this time shattering the adversary's skull. After dispatching one foe, Li Changhong exhibited no hesitation. He immediately employed the wind control technique, descending gracefully towards the ground. "Junior brother, splendidly executed," Xiao Yuer exclaimed with unrestrained joy, convinced that bringing Li Changhong along was indeed the right decision. With her status as a top-tier second-grade alchemist, she could have enlisted the aid of even those in the late foundation establishment stage. However, now that Dao Zhu had entered a secluded cultivation, she harbored doubts about anyone else. The only individual she could truly trust was Li Changhong. Witnessing him effortlessly slay a foundation establishment practitioner with a single strike, she felt as though she had glimpsed a promising future. For an alchemist, what is most essential is not merely the art of alchemy, but rather a formidable ally. As her interactions with Li Changhong deepened, her conviction grew stronger that this ally would evolve into one whose prowess would render even the most formidable practitioners unable to gaze directly at him. The expression of the Liu family woman, who was at the 5th level of foundation establishment, turned exceedingly grim. "Damn this sword cultivator," she seethed, abandoning Xiao Yuer to charge fiercely at Li Changhong. Li Changhong, having merely reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, was able to slay a cultivator at the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Though it was an ambush, it undoubtedly foreshadows a promising future for Li Changhong. If Xiao Yuer were to receive such support, attempting to eliminate her would become exceedingly difficult. You cannot be spared. The 3 flame-flying daggers are all spiritual tools, forming a formidable set of combinatory spiritual artifacts with astonishing power. When matched against spiritual tools, Li Changhong's Qingyun sword loses its advantage. Ding! Li Changhong positioned the Qingyun sword before him, successfully intercepting an attack from a flaming dagger. 2 more flaming daggers followed in swift succession. The chasm of disparity in cultivation cannot be bridged merely by innate combat talent. Li Changhong lacks the advantage of a golden-fingered elder imparting supreme techniques and mystical powers. His only reliance lies in the critical moments of life and death. However, such a talent pales in comparison when faced with a practitioner at the 5th level of foundation establishment. 2 flying daggers were cast, one missing its target, while the other lunged towards Li Changhong's chest. The flying sword was extraordinarily sharp, wielding tremendous offensive power. It not only shattered the protective spiritual energy shield, but also penetrated the golden light shield of the golden talisman, driving its tip into the silken armor. This inferior defensive spiritual artifact has sustained damage, proving inadequate to safeguard your life. The woman at the 5th level of foundation establishment exerted her full mental prowess to manipulate the flying dagger, unleashing searing heat. The silken armor, vulnerable to flames and already worn from previous intense battles, succumbed to the assault. With a swift sound, the blade pierced flesh, accompanied by the scent of roasting meat. Li Changhong exerted every ounce of his strength to manipulate the silk armor, not to obstruct the fiery flying dagger, but rather to constrict the breach it had made. Attempting to ensnare the weapon. How laughable. You are merely at the Qi refinement stage. With your heart pierced and incinerated, your demise is inevitable. Yet you still aspire to seize my treasure. Such delusional aspirations. At that moment, Xiao Yuer, alongside another member of the Xiao family at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, launched a coordinated assault against her. However, the dagger had already penetrated halfway, its tip piercing an inch into the heart, the searing heat seemingly intent on roasting it to perfection. Humph. The woman at the 5th layer of foundation establishment observed this scene with a cold, mocking smile. Li Changhong's heart was shattered, rendering him undoubtedly doomed, yet it could be deemed a form of vengeance for his kin. Although he sustained injuries from the joint assault of Xiao Yuer and her companion, the mere wounds were trivial in comparison to the prospect of ending Li Changhong's life. Return. The woman, a 5th-tier foundation establishment cultivator, retreated several hundred meters, summoning the flying dagger that had pierced Li Changhong's heart. However, her expression shifted dramatically in the following moment. What is happening? She could still sense the dagger, yet it was firmly ensnared. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find that Li Changhong had a vice-like grip on the dagger, utilizing his silk-like soft armor to secure it tightly. How is he still alive? Li Changhong not only survived, but appeared to be largely unscathed. Xiao Yuer, utilizing the spirit origin heavenly fire furnace, shielded him. "Allow me," she declared, grasping the flying dagger and deftly manipulating the flames within the furnace. In no time, she forcefully refined the dagger, erasing the soul imprint left by the woman of the 5th layer of foundation establishment. With a sudden gasp, the woman, whose life treasure was the dagger, spewed forth a mouthful of blood as it was seized from her. Xiao Yu'er placed the dagger into Li Changhong's hand. It was his trophy. Subsequently, she produced an astonishing healing elixir, radiant with spiritual light and undoubtedly of high quality. Junior brother quickly consumed this elixir. Upon ingesting the pill, an incredible potency surged through him. Not only did his injuries heal instantaneously, but his vitality surged to an extraordinary level. As he opened his mouth, a burst of bloodlight erupted, and every cell in his body rejoiced and surged with energy. Li Changhong felt his head spinning, unable to stand steadily, having exceeded his limits. What kind of elixir is this? I feel as though I'm about to explode. Xiao Yu'er replied, it is the 9 yuan vitality pill. Li Changhong suddenly became aware. He recalled the comprehensive introduction to elixirs he had read some time ago, which included the 9 yuan vitality pill. A remarkably precious healing potion typically consumed by cultivators in the later stages of foundation establishment. Li Changhong swiftly seated himself upon the ground, channeling all his energy into the Tai Chi 5 organs technique to refine the astonishing potency of the medicinal essence within his body. The recent piercing of his heart had, in fact, been anticipated in his calculations. To speak earnestly, his heart had transcended mere flesh and blood, transforming into a formidable treasure. Providing impetus for the flow of blood was merely one of its functions. The essence of the air and the quintessence of fire intertwined within it. The heart, belonging to the element of fire, harbored sword chi seeds that were far more formidable than the damage inflicted by flying daggers when he initially tempered it. Incisions alone could not inflict substantial harm upon the heart. As long as the wounds were promptly healed, he would remain unscathed. The flames accompanying the flying daggers were entirely absorbed by the sword chi embers residing within his heart. The woman of the 5th foundation stage, realizing that her efforts were in vain, remained undeterred and dashed towards the cave where the tricolor cleansing flower was located. Another cultivator from the Shao family promptly moved to impede her. There was no need for him to vanquish her. He merely needed to delay her until Li Changhong regained his strength, at which point the two could join forces to overpower her. With her flying dagger snatched away, her combat effectiveness diminished, rendering her unable to defeat her opponent in that moment. Upon seeing Xiao Yu'er approaching with Li Changhong, she had no choice but to abandon her pursuit. You wretched sword cultivator, I shall remember you, she spat, turning away and retreating in a disheveled manner alongside another member of the Ling family. Xiao Yu'er, unwilling to linger, hurried into the cave to secure the tricolor cleansing flower, placing it into a jade box and storing it within her spatial ring. Let us depart. The Ling family is notoriously vindictive, and it is likely they will return with reinforcements shortly. The 4 of them promptly took to their swords, selecting a concealed path to exit the area. The journey was marked by silence, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. It was only upon leaving the perilous zone that they finally exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Xiao Yu'er introduced the 2 companions, saying, "This is my fellow disciple from the Flesh Concealment Peak, Li Changhong." The 2 members of the Shao family clasped their fists towards Li Changhong in gratitude. Thank you, Taoist Li, for your assistance. Although Li Changhong is merely in the Qi refining stage, he has remarkably slain a foundation establishment cultivator, suggesting that he will soon surpass them. There is no need for formality. You are the kin of my senior sister, and it is only fitting that you lend your support, Li Changhong remarked courteously. Subsequently, Xiao Yu'er inquired of the 2 about the grim state of their family, questioning why they would take such risks to venture into the myriad beast ridge in search of spirit herbs. Noticing their hesitance, Xiao Yu'er seemed to have surmised the underlying truth. With a sigh, she continued, "My family has high hopes for me, yet becoming a 3rd-tier alchemist is an arduous task, requiring spirit herbs of astronomical value." The one-armed member of the Shao family gazed intently and said, "Young master, with the family head missing, you are our family's sole beacon of hope." The weight of responsibility on Xiao Yu'er's shoulders grew heavier. Li Changhong observed the scene in silence. Xiao Yu'er, burdened with the weight of her family's future, was nearly overshadowing the once vibrant and cheerful girl she had been. The journey was marked by their mutual silence. Upon departing from Wanyao Ridge, they went their separate ways. On the road back to the sect, both Xiao Yu'er and Li Changhong altered their appearances, disguising themselves as wandering cultivators, wary of potential ambushes from the Ling family. Along the way, Li Changhong inquired about the circumstances surrounding a 3rd-tier alchemist, unsure of how he might be of assistance. In the vast realm of cultivation, they were each other's sole reliance. Should he be able to help? Li Changhong would undoubtedly offer his support. However, Xiao Yuer was reluctant to elaborate, and Li Changhong felt it inappropriate to press further. Upon returning to the Starry Sword sect and completing their mission, Li Changhong received the promised 3,000 spirit stones from Xiao Yuer. Li Changhong returned to the meat concealment peak, and upon hearing the commotion, Xia immediately rose to her feet. Brother. Though blind, Xia possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing, allowing her to ascertain that it was indeed Li Changhong who had returned. Li Changhong gently stroked her head, his eyes filled with affection. Xia resembled a well-behaved kitten, delighting in her master's caress. Brother, was this journey smooth? You weren't harmed, were you? Xia inquired with concern. Li Changhong chuckled, rest assured, my brother is quite formidable. With a single sword, he can vanquish any demon or monster. A look of admiration graced Xia's face. Li Changhong expressed his regret, stating that this time he had accompanied senior sister Xiao on a mission and lacked the opportunity to procure any delectable treats, promising to make it up to her next time. Xia was unfazed. As long as you are safe, brother, being by your side is more delightful than any food. Her words were melodious, each utterance of brother laden with deep reliance. Subsequently, Li Changhong resolved to enter seclusion, aiming to cultivate to the pinnacle of Qi refinement before seeking a foundation establishment pill from his senior sister. With merely a month and a half until the year's end, he was determined to obtain a sword talisman. A glimmer of brilliance danced in Li Changhong's eyes. Chapter 17. The unpaid gratitude of senior sister Li Changhong could not comprehend why, in certain cultivation novels, there were individuals who spent decades, or even an entire lifetime, unable to establish their foundation. Clearly, the practice of cultivation should be a straightforward endeavor. One merely needs to absorb spirit stones and the ethereal energies of the world into their body, subsequently circulating them through the great circulation, thereby transforming them into one's own spiritual power. Moreover, after executing 2 sets of sword techniques, the body could enter a state of pseudo-ultimate cultivation. The physique resembled a parched field, eagerly soaking in the nourishing rain of spiritual energy, resulting in a rapid ascent in cultivation level. If one were to speak of talent, it would be akin to an extraordinary genius of cultivation, a rarity through the ages. Yet, he himself had depleted his own golden spiritual root. At last, he had attained a state of consummate perfection. Li Changhong opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy within his organs, reaching a state of saturation, unable to absorb even a trace more. Is this what one calls a bottleneck? Rising from his position, he exited the wooden cabin and greeted Xia before proceeding to Xiao Yuer's cave abode, triggering the protective barrier. As the door to the residence swung open, a cloud of black smoke billowed forth. Cough, cough. Li Changhong coughed twice, waving his hand as a fierce wind howled, dispersing the black smoke. Had the alchemical process failed? Xiao Yuer emerged from within, her overall appearance rather disheveled. Her face was grimy, resembling that of a miner, and her white gown had turned into a tattered black dress. Her bright, beautiful eyes were veined with blood, reflecting her poor state of mind. Xiao Yuer said nothing, retrieving a jade vial containing merely 3 pills. With a resounding clap, the gate to the estate closed once more. Li Changhong opened the jade bottle, and a fragrant aroma that cleansed both body and soul wafted into his nostrils. Was it not the foundation establishment pill? Li Changhong felt somewhat perplexed. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, he retrieved the jade slip detailing the elixirs and began to peruse it meticulously. Moments later, he abruptly rose from the bed. The San Yuan Tai Dan. According to the records inscribed on the jade slip, the San Yuan Tai Dan is indeed a type of foundational elixir. Yet it is significantly superior to the more commonly encountered foundational elixirs. In simple terms, the foundational elixir is classified as a second-tier elixir, with prices fluctuating around 5,000 spirit stones based on its quality. In contrast, the San Yuan Tai Dan is an advanced version of the foundational elixir. Even the least expensive San Yuan Tai Dan commands a price no lower than 20,000 spirit stones, rendering it a rare treasure that is priceless yet elusive in the market. Li Changhong cast a glance at the materials required for the refining of the 3 Yuan Tai pill, and one of the principal ingredients was surprisingly the tricolor wash marrow flower. Additionally, among the rewards from the last expedition to Lingxi City, there was also one of the key components, the Yang Soul Flower. This implies that Xiao Yuer's repeated ventures into the unknown were to gather the materials necessary for the concoction of the 3 Yuan Tai pill. Furthermore, The reason the senior sister sought to refine this pill was to facilitate her own breakthrough in foundation establishment. Li Changhong gazed at the jade vial in his hand, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Both the tricolor refining flower and the sun soul flower are seldom found in circulation. To miss the opportunity may mean a permanent loss. It is no wonder that Xiao Yuer, despite being an adept alchemist and having no lack of spiritual stones, would risk herself in perilous ventures all for her own sake. Had it not been for her personal interests, she would have no need to undertake such hazardous missions. How amusing that, at the time when my senior sister used me as a shield, I felt a twinge of discontent. I am grateful for my senior sister's kindness. I shall repay this favor in due time. Li Changhong resolved within his heart that, regardless of what the future may hold, be it the fall of the Taoist sect or the annihilation of the Xiao family, he would unwaveringly safeguard the safety of Xiao Yuer. The new bamboo surpasses the old in height, relying solely on the support of the aged stalks. This kindness he would cherish deeply, never forgetting the grace bestowed upon him today. Li Changhong took a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil. He once again seated himself cross-legged on the bed, placing the San Yuan Tai Idan to one side. He retrieved the jade slip he had left for himself before entering the Taoist meditation. Within the jade slip was inscribed the cultivation methods pertaining to the 6 Fu organs, as well as the pathway for foundational breakthroughs based on these organs. This represented an entirely new path of cultivation, unprecedented and unparalleled, uniquely belonging to him, Li Changhong. Li Changhong meticulously perused the text, absorbing every single word. His master truly was an extraordinary individual, possessing a remarkable intellect that diverged entirely from conventional cultivation methodologies, yet grounded in substantial rationale with genuine feasibility. The Taoist Zhu provided Li Changhong with a framework for cultivating the secrets of the internal organs, leaving the intricate workings of the technique and supplementary details for him to refine independently. In the past, Li Changhong was utterly ignorant of the ways of cultivation. However, he has now evolved into a proficient practitioner, thoroughly versed in the foundational theories of cultivation. If the Taiji 5 organs technique represents the first part, then the new methods inscribed within the jade slip provided by Taoist Zhu serve as the complementary concluding section. Both are indispensable. Should one solely focus on the 5 organs, the physical vessel remains incomplete. By wielding the 5 organs as a sword and the 6 bowels as a palace, one can sever their mortal ties and cultivate a sword body. Currently, the essence of my 5 organs has fused with the seeds of sword energy, nurturing the quintessence of the 5 elements within, thus achieving a state of perfection beyond which I cannot advance. This may not pertain to my level of cultivation, but rather to the intrinsic relationship between the 5 organs and the 6 bowels, which belong to the 5 elements, interconnected through meridians, harmonizing in their yin and yang properties, complementing each other's functions, and physiologically influencing one another. To be precise, my 6 bowels cannot keep pace with the transformative progression of my 5 organs. I am limited to cultivating the organ sword system. Thus, the bowels must ascend to an equivalent stature. The heart aligns with the small intestine, the lungs with the large intestine, the liver with the gallbladder, the spleen with the stomach, and the kidneys with the bladder. The warmth of the heart and the nourishment of the heart's blood aid the small intestine in its transformative functions. The small intestine governs the transformation of substances, separating the pure from the impure and absorbing the essence of food and fluids, which, through the spleen's qi, is elevated to nourish the heart and lungs, thereby facilitating the generation of heart blood. The kidneys serve as the water organ, while the bladder acts as the water chamber. The bladder's functions of urine storage and excretion depend upon the kidney's ability to consolidate and transform. Li Changhong, having absorbed all the knowledge contained within the jade slip, felt a profound exploration of the physical body that transcended conventional understanding. This, however, merely represented foundational knowledge. The true essence within the jade slip served as the key to unlocking new realms for Li Changhong. He began by refining the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys into a sword, followed by the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, and bladder to cultivate the sword palace that nurtures the 5 internal organs. As for the concept of the sanjiao, it is not merely an organ, but rather a framework for the management of the internal organs and viscera. The sanjiao is the source of life itself, the nexus through which the energies of the 5 elements and spiritual essence transform into spiritual power, regulating and balancing the entire being. encompassing all internal organs. Typically, cultivators establish a foundation within the sea of spiritual energy in their dantians, constructing a base that, the higher and more solid it is, the further they can progress in the future. In contrast, my foundation building involves refining the 6 viscera into the dantian. In addition to storing spiritual energy, it allows for collaboration with the 5 internal organs to continuously generate the sword Qi of the 5 elements. As the 5 elements nourish one another, the sword Qi can perpetually arise, rendering me significantly more formidable than ordinary cultivators. Even without the need for body refinement or soul honing, Changhong was enlightened. No wonder he could challenge opponents beyond his level. His total spiritual power and output were 5 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Once he refined the 6 viscera into his dantian, harmonizing the 5 organs with the 5 elements and uniting yin and yang, his combat prowess would not merely be quintupled. However, the conditions were exceedingly stringent. It was understandable that for an average cultivator, 3,000 spirit stones sufficed to reach the foundational stage, while he had already expended over 10,000. Not to mention the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Indeed, no genius capable of transcending levels had a normal requirement for resources. They invariably exceeded those of ordinary cultivators. Nevertheless, the specific methods of cultivation within the jade slip were not absolute. No one understood his own body better than Changhong. He knew how to cultivate and operate his techniques without needing guidance from others. This time, without Dao Zhu by his side for protection, Changhong remained unperturbed. Damn it! Come out and face me. Changhong cursed inwardly. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm just waiting for the right moment, he muttered, though his little sword had yet to awaken. Changhong intensified his verbal onslaught. You are nothing but a foul piece of refuse. I truly wonder which unfortunate blacksmith forged this revolting and unyielding lump of filth into a sword. If it were up to me, I would grind you into a fine powder, pack you into fireworks, and send you skyward to explode, illuminating the homes of countless families. The little sword, enraged, immediately regained consciousness. How dare you speak of sending me to the heavens? I shall be the one to entomb your ashes in a latrine for 100 millennia. Changhong fell silent. He communicated softly to Xiao Jian, his tone exceedingly gentle. Dear elder brother, did you have a nightmare? My heart aches for you. Xiao Jian, still in a haze of sleep, sensed the absence of others nearby and felt a tinge of confusion. Could it be that I truly had a nightmare? The words I uttered were so foul, perhaps only I could conjure such vulgarity. Changhong flattered Xiao Jian profusely, unfazed by the latter's harsh words. Having no parents to be offended by, he remained unperturbed. You really do have the audacity to insult me without retort. It rather diminishes my interest. Speak. What do you wish from me? Changhong wore a forced smile as he recounted his current predicament. He expressed a desire for grandfather Jian to leave a seed of his sword energy within his 6 internal organs. Little Jian, growing impatient, retorted. Aren't you already a sword cultivator? Can't you distribute the sword energy from your 5 viscera to your 6 internal organs? Do you not realize that my sword energy is exceedingly precious, containing the very essence of spatial principles? Changhong immediately patted his chest and assured, rest assured, Master Sword. I shall never take your sword energy without merit. Should I encounter a beautiful sword maiden in the future, I will certainly reserve her for your enjoyment. Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to the expression of the little sword at that moment, yet his voice took on a rather frivolous and lewd tone. Actually, even sister knife would suffice. I'm not picky. Observing the lad's earnestness, he thought to himself, given your eagerness, I shall reluctantly extend my assistance to you once more. Changhong felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, if one does not strive for something, one shall never attain it. Given the nature of the small sword, it is certainly not one to suffer losses. The sword energy, imbued with the essence of the space Tao, has finally erupted. Changhong entered a state of concentration, mobilizing the inner spiritual energy and sword aura, and promptly advanced towards the challenge. Chapter 18. The Insufferable Provocation at Flesh Concealment Peak. Under normal circumstances, the 28 peaks of the Star Sword sect are equipped with independent protective formations, apart from the peak masters and their direct disciples. Not even other elders or the sect leader are permitted to intrude. However, due to the dwindling number of talents at Flesh Concealment Peak, and the fact that Peak Master Dao Zhu is an obsessive researcher, the protective formation has long been neglected. At the foot of Flesh Concealment Peak, a group led by Yi Jiping and a direct disciple gathered together, their expression sinister. Yi Jiping confidently assured them, rest assured, you may provoke without fear of any repercussions. His face brimmed with self-assurance. Let us not mention that the chief disciple of Flesh Concealment Peak has long since perished, and that old madman is likely in seclusion, perhaps even having passed away. The current Flesh Concealment Peak exists in name only. All that remains on the mountain are Shaoyuer and that detestable mutt. You may freely disturb them. Should the sect hold us accountable, remember, the head of the law enforcement hall is my second grandfather. As Yi Jiping spoke, an air of arrogance emanated from him. Another direct disciple, an elegant young man with handsome features, concealed a ruthless glint in his eyes. We must not allow Shaoyuer to attain the rank of a third-tier alchemist. A third-tier alchemist under 30 could attract the attention of the Alchemist Alliance, which would be extremely detrimental to my Ling family's ambitions of usurping the Shao family. This time, we owe a great deal to you, junior brother Yi. Once the deed is accomplished, my Ling family shall reward you handsomely. Yi Jiping waved his hand dismissively, a flicker of hatred surfacing in his eyes. I am not merely assisting the Ling family. That wretched Shaoyuer, whom I have pursued for 8 years, has only ever referred to me as fool. I have not even laid a finger on her. Yet she has the audacity to become a Dao partner with a fellow disciple she has known for less than half a year. Had it not been for my cousin Yunqi's revelation, I would still be in the dark. Not for your sake, but to vent my own frustrations. I shall ensure they suffer. As he spoke, Yi Jiping's face twisted with malice. Why should someone as exceptional as myself be met with nothing but the label of fool? Li Changhong possesses neither a formidable background nor exceptional strength, so what grants him the audacity to wield the exquisite flying sword of Shaoyuer? What justifies this? Yi Jiping, a man of narrow mind and vengeful disposition, is particularly twisted due to his obsession with Shaoyuer. Consequently, even upon merely witnessing Li Changhong embrace her, he yearns to cripple Li Changhong's cultivation. Go forth. Once your task is accomplished, I shall recommend you as inner disciples. Should anyone perform admirably, I shall directly reward them with a foundation establishment pill. Yi Jiping produced 3 jade vials, each containing a single foundation establishment pill. Behind him, 5 outer disciples in the late stages of Qi refinement exhibited fervent eyes as they ascended the mountain in single file. Yi Jiping's gaze then shifted toward the wooden house atop the Flesh Song Peak, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. After eliminating him, they would immediately vacate the sect and await at the designated location. A hidden foundation establishment cultivator spoke in a hoarse voice. I hope young Master Yi will not go back on his word. A disciple from the Ling family chimed in. Rest assured, my cousin's spirit flame flying knife is in his possession. Once returned to the Ling family, the benefits will far exceed those of being a disciple in the Star Sword sect, sufficient for you to cultivate to golden core. It was deep into the night. This shadow, concealed within the darkness, hurried toward the wooden house on the mountainside, swift as the falling snow. Now it was December, with less than half a month remaining in the year. Snowflakes fell like goose feathers, the biting cold mingling with the howling wind, obscuring the chilling murderous aura of this foundation establishment cultivator. He was not in haste to strike, but rather, biding his time. According to the intel from the Ling family disciple, Shaoyuer had recently been fervently refining pills and had acquired a new batch of spiritual herbs from the Shao family, striving to advance to a third-tier alchemist. Thus, she was likely engrossed in alchemy at this moment. He awaited the noise from Shaoyuer, anticipating her emergence, so he could deliver a lethal blow. In less than half a year since entering the sect, he had already cultivated to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Given more time, attaining golden core would be merely a matter of course. I detest talents like you, and my greatest pleasure is to extinguish your potential in its infancy. Unbeknownst to him, within the wooden house, Li Changhong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, instantly opened them upon sensing the approaching presence. A fleeting silver-red light flickered in his eyes, sending shivers through the soul. A murderous intent surged. Outside Shaoyuer's cave, the 5 Qi refinement disciples operated with clear roles. 3 of them hastily uprooted the spiritual herbs from the medicinal field outside her cave. The field lacked defensive formations, possessing only a gathering array to accelerate the growth of the herbs. Hence, they effortlessly invaded the field, disregarding the herbs' properties, uprooting them and stuffing them into storage bags. Among them were precious seedlings, including a sapling of the tricolor bone cleansing flower. Uprooting them without the accompanying soil would inflict irreversible damage on the herbs. In mere moments, a vast expanse of the field had been stripped bare of its spiritual herbs and seedlings. The other 2 acted even more brazenly. Standing outside Shaoyuer's cave, they blatantly ignored the Do Not Disturb sign, resorting instead to violently assaulting the cave's barrier with their spiritual energy rather than politely knocking. The latter would be a gentle tap, while the former was a crude kick. If they had merely knocked, it might have distracted her to a manageable extent. Boom. As expected, the next instant, A deafening explosion resonated from within the house, clearly a furnace explosion. "Who is it?" Xiao Yuer's panicked scream echoed from within the cave, filled with a mix of rage and a hint of tears. This batch of third-tier pills had a 10% success rate, a significant stride toward becoming a third-tier alchemist. However, due to the crude assault on the barrier, Xiao Yuer was startled, losing control of the fire, leading to the furnace's detonation. Even the mid-grade spiritual artifact-level Lingyuan Heavenly Fire Furnace sustained some damage. Xiao Yuer flung open the cave door, confronting two unfamiliar faces. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, she keenly sensed the malicious glee in their eyes, her teeth clenched in fury. In her current disheveled state, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her internal energy in turmoil, and she had suffered considerable internal injuries. Seeing these two still chuckling, her rage escalated, and she felt a murderous intent welling up within her. "Who are you to trespass on my Fleshsong Peak? Do you seek death?" Xiao Yue summoned her flying sword, aiming it directly at one of the intruders' foreheads. Fortunately, she had not succumbed to her fury entirely, halting just inches from his brow. The two were startled and immediately turned to flee. Xiao Yue pursued them outside the cave. Upon witnessing the devastation in the medicinal field, with remnants of spiritual herb seedlings strewn about, her breath caught in her throat, her heart bleeding. Most of the seedlings had been gifted by her family, still immature and awaiting proper cultivation. Her family had sacrificed so much to provide her with these spiritual herbs. Now, under the Ling family's assault, every single herb was hard-earned, even lifeblood exchanged for them. For instance, seeking the tricolor bone-cleansing flower had cost 2 clan members their lives at the hands of the Ling family, had she not been accompanied by Li Changhong. Yet, they had been so ruthlessly ravaged. This unbearable reality ignited a tempest of negative emotions within Xiao Yue, compelling her to unleash her wrath. "You shall perish!" Xiao Yue shouted vehemently, her beautiful eyes now bloodshot. She disregarded the consequences of slaughtering her fellow disciples, consumed only by the desire for vengeance. Just as she prepared to execute her deadly strike, a tricolored figure leaped onto her chest. It was the treasure-seeking mouse, a creature that had long made its home on Fleshsong Peak, often napping in the medicinal field. Upon sensing its master's fury, it sought to awaken her in this manner. Xiao Yue once again quelled her murderous impulse, expanding her consciousness to survey the vicinity. These 5 Qi refinement disciples were undoubtedly acting under orders. Otherwise, they would not dare invade Fleshsong Peak. It was clear that the Ling family was behind this. Acting rashly to kill them, even if they were at fault, would lead to severe repercussions. If she were imprisoned for several years, her family would lose all hope. At that moment, the door to the wooden house on the mountainside swung open. Li Changhong, having sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy from Xiao Yue, immediately made his way over. Just as he stepped out of the wooden house, the hidden Foundation establishment assassin sprang into action. Die! In the instant the Foundation establishment assassin lunged, Li Changhong seemed caught off guard. Less than 2 meters behind him, the assassin's spirit weapon sword had already grazed the skin of his neck. Yet, before the blade could pierce deeper, severing Li Changhong's spine, a sharp pain shot through the assassin's heart, a chilling sensation coursing through him as he felt an abnormal liquid flowing within. Clang! A resonant sound emanated from within the Foundation establishment assassin, a dreadful sword energy erupting at the location of his heart. The sword energy, akin to a meat grinder, instantly reduced his internal organs to a pulpy mass. The Foundation establishment assassin quickly distanced himself, attempting to speak, but instead, he coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his innards. Foundation establishment. How could he possibly achieve Foundation establishment so swiftly, at the foot of Raozang Peak? Yi Jiping witnessed this scene through esoteric arts, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Just then, Li Changhong turned his head, his gaze piercing directly toward Yi Jiping's concealed position. Those eyes were frigid and merciless, brimming with murderous intent. A faint crimson glimmer flickered within them, and Yi Jiping seemed to envision his own decapitation, terror rising unbidden in his heart. Outside the wooden hut, the Foundation establishment 4th-layer assassin, though aware his life hung by a thread, was still a cultivator of that realm. Death would not claim him so easily. Without hesitation, he activated an escape technique, melting into the shadows as he fled without looking back. Revenge used to wait till dawn, Li Changhong murmured. But not today. He had long since succeeded in Foundation establishment, merely disguising his cultivation with a human skin mask moments before. Li Changhong's consciousness expanded, sweeping across a distance of 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, and then extending to 1,100 meters. Li Changhong's consciousness range at the first level of Foundation establishment has already surpassed that of the majority of Foundation establishment practitioners, including those in the late stages of Foundation establishment. The consciousness range during the Foundation establishment phase typically spans from 10 meters to over 1,000 meters. Only a select few cultivators who practice secret methods of the soul can extend their consciousness beyond 1,000 meters. Yet, at merely the first level of Foundation establishment, Li Changhong's consciousness surpasses 1,000 meters, enveloping a significant portion of the flesh concealment peak. I have found you. If this individual were unharmed and employed the art of concealment, it would be challenging for Li Changhong to detect him. The last time, when Yi Zhiping's minion wounded me and I failed to eliminate him, it was due to my own weakness. But today, you shall surely perish. Li Changhong is a man who harbors a deep desire for vengeance. If someone seeks to take his life, regardless of the motive, he will not let them escape. With a swift motion, the blood-stained Qingyun sword hovers in the air, his consciousness firmly locking onto the assassin, launching forward like an arrow released from its bow. Once unable to perceive the disparities in strength due to his lack of foundational cultivation, he has now attained the status of a foundational practitioner. Finally grasping the distinction between mortals and cultivators, Li Changhong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seemingly tranquil. Yet, beneath the calm exterior, a tempest of murderous intent surged within him, flames of fury igniting in his heart. He beheld the anguished visage of Xiao Yuer, her face smeared with soot as she wept in despair. His eyes wandered to the disheveled medicinal fields and the spirit furnace within the cave, which bore the scars of a recent explosion. He also witnessed the lingering twilight that enveloped the summit of the Flesh Concealment Peak and the Flesh Concealment Palace. Once, I was powerless. Today, I shall take lives. As Li Changhong uttered these words, the Qingyun sword had already severed the head of the man, impaling it upon its tip and returning it before him. Spare me, the head continued to speak, for the essence of a cultivator's spirit does not dissipate easily. Yet, with a portion of its vocal cords severed, articulating words became a laborious endeavor. Li Changhong held his severed head aloft, leaping onto the azure cloud sword, racing towards Xiao Yuer's cave abode. Blood dripped from the head, staining the pristine snow below, resembling blossoms of death blooming upon the pure white expanse. Having arrived, he resolved that none shall depart. Li Changhong landed before Xiao Yuer, the Qingyun sword exhaling the essence of the five elements, a silvery light suddenly manifesting around him, causing the very fabric of space to twist slightly. Hiss! The 5 Qi refinement disciples, initially reveling in the sight of the devastated medicinal field and mocking Xiao Yuer for not pursuing them, felt a surge of pride in their ability to deceive a direct disciple. They envisioned future conversations filled with their triumph. Yet, in the next moment, the sound of the sword's whistle pierced their ears. Before they could react, their limbs were severed from their bodies. A sharp pain shot through their abdomens as their dantian was penetrated, causing their internal spiritual energy to surge uncontrollably outward. My dantian, my cultivation has been ruined. The 5 cried out in agony, their previous expressions of schadenfreude swiftly consumed by terror. They lay in the snow, now rendered as mere remnants of themselves, with severed limbs. Their dantian shattered, wailing in despair. Junior brother, Xiao Yuer, who had been weeping, stood frozen in shock. Li Changhong gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, softly reassuring her by whispering, I am here. I will not allow anyone to bully you again. This sentiment resonated in Xiao Yuer's ears, sending a shiver through her heart, intensifying the ache in her nose, and rendering her unable to stem the flow of tears. In Li Changhong's embrace, she wept bitterly, pouring forth all her grievances. Li Changhong held her tightly, enveloped in silence. Memories flooded his mind, recalling the vibrant and spirited senior sister he had encountered upon his arrival at Flesh Conceal Peak, when Dao Zhu had yet to enter his secluded meditation. Ever since their master had retreated into seclusion, Xiao Yuer had taken on the responsibilities of a senior sister. He could discern that she was averse to violence and lacked combat experience, her understanding of the sex rules being rather limited. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as a naive and innocent soul. Yet, for his sake, she had plunged into battle against the malevolent practitioners, daringly venturing deep into the 10,000 Demons Ridge, narrowly escaping demise on several occasions. This care and concern were sentiments that Li Changhong had never experienced during his time on Blue Star. He would not permit such events to recur, especially when it concerned his cherished senior sister. Once, he had felt powerless to alter his fate. Now, he had grown stronger, ready to shoulder the burdens of flesh-concealed peak. After a prolonged silence, the anguished cries of the 5 Qi refining disciples jolted Xiao Yuer back to reality. She pushed Li Changhong away, hastily wiping her tears, only to smear her face further. "Junior brother, have you taken a life?" Xiao Yuer asked, a hint of panic lacing her voice. The present circumstances were far from what they had been before, with no one to rely on within the sect. Should she be caught in a compromising situation, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Li Changhong remained composed, letting out a cold chuckle. "Murder has reached the very threshold of my abode. If I do not strike first, who knows what may befall me by dawn?" Human nature is inherently greedy and thus malevolent. Wherever humanity dwells, violence will inevitably burgeon, and slaughter will follow suit. To avoid being killed, one must first take the initiative to kill. He slowly articulated, "The tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not relent. The only means to counterbalance violence is to wield even greater violence. Do not worry, senior sister, I shall take care of everything." Xiao Yuer felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance at his declaration. Who dares to commit such heinous acts here? The oppressive aura of the Golden Core descended as the enforcers from the law enforcement hall arrived. Yi Jiping and a direct disciple of the Ling family hastily ascended the mountain, eager to turn the tables. Xiao Yuer found herself in a state of disarray. But when Li Changhong grasped her hand, her anxiety began to dissipate. At that moment, a throng of onlookers had gathered at the foot of the flesh-covered peak, drawn by the agonizing cries of the 5 Qi refinement disciples. However, unlike Yi Jiping, they lacked the audacity to venture up the mountain. "Who will tell this old man what transpired?" asked the Golden Core elder, whose features bore a slight resemblance to Yi Jiping. "I know," Yi Jiping exclaimed, stepping forward to point at Li Changhong, his voice sharp with accusation. "It was he. He is the one who committed murder and severed the hands and feet of 5 fellow disciples, rendering them powerless." He then gestured towards the severed head of the assassin. "Behold, he has slain a man and brandishes the head in his hand. Such savagery can only be the mark of a fiend. I implore the elder to execute him on the spot." The Golden Core elder fixed his gaze upon Li Changhong. "What do you have to say for yourself?" In truth, upon seeing Yi Jiping, he had already deduced the unfolding events. However, as Yi Jiping was his nephew, he could not afford to conduct a thorough investigation out of respect for his family, and thus resorted to pressing Li Changhong for any evidence he might possess, intending to dispose of it forthwith. Li Changhong respectfully clasped his fists and said, "Greetings, esteemed elder of the law. May I inquire your name?" The old man's expression shifted slightly, aware of Li Changhong's underlying intention in asking for his name. He replied, "I am known as Chongfa. Do not pose questions that are irrelevant to this matter at hand. Now, I shall ask you, were you the one who committed the killings? Were they also your handiwork? Simply answer with yes or no." Li Changhong would not allow him to have his way. He immediately invoked a spell to amplify his voice and exclaimed, "Elder Yi, your direct descendant, Yi Jiping, seeks to take my life. In the presence of so many witnesses, do you truly wish to shield him? If you intend to favor Yi Jiping, you may take me to the law enforcement hall now and employ underhanded tactics to coerce me into confessing. I shall harbor no grievances. If the law enforcement hall values fairness, justice, and transparency, then let this incident be addressed here, under the watchful gaze of the countless disciples of the Starry Sword sect. Wielding the authority of absolute justice, let all members of the Starry Sword sect, save those bearing the Yi surname, witness that this is a sect of sword cultivators, not a facade of sectarian power cloaked in familial dominance." Chapter 20. The Audacity of Youth's Silence, You Impudent Child. In truth, the oppressive aura of the Golden Core had long descended upon Li Changhong, yet he stood resolute, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. No amount of pressure could silence him. Faced with so many onlookers, he could not act directly. To do so would only confirm his bias towards Yi Jiping. This marked Li Changhong's second encounter with the Golden Core's oppressive force. The first was during the report of the Lingxi City mission, where he felt as insignificant as an ant under the weight of the Golden Core's authority, when Xiao Yuer had boldly confronted the head of the mission hall. Now, even in the face of a Golden Core expert, the disparity was palpable, yet he dared to raise his sword in defiance. Breaking through the foundation establishment stage was not merely an elevation of cultivation. It signified the true commencement of his journey into the realm of immortality. As a fellow disciple of the immortal path, what was there to fear? Although it was the dead of night, many disciples had gathered outside the flesh-concealing peak. Cultivators, with their keen senses, flocked to witness the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Changhong's voice amplified by spiritual energy, discussions ignited among the crowd. Some seasoned disciples lamented. The Starry Sword sect has truly changed. So many in the management are surnamed E. I needn't to investigate the truth. Just seeing Yi Jiping present at the scene of the incident reveals everything. Huh, what of it? Did you not see his arrogant demeanor? How could anything happen? I wager there will be a scapegoat. Let us observe. The law enforcement hall represents the sect's regulations. If even they begin to act corruptly, abusing their power to conceal the truth, we may need to reconsider our future here. These conversations were not spoken aloud, but exchanged through the means of communication among Foundation establishment disciples. As the head of the law enforcement hall, Chongfa's countenance darkened. His cultivation was at the late golden core stage, enabling him to perceive the content of these whispered communications, realizing that this matter would not be easily brushed aside. How could Chongfa be unaware of his nephew's nature? He had long deduced that the mastermind behind this was indeed Yi Jiping. It was one thing to avoid suspicion, but to appear at the scene of the crime was a clear indication that Yi Jiping had become excessively arrogant within the sect. Seeing Yi Jiping continue to prance about, pointing at Changhong with intentions to apprehend him, Chongfa's anger surged. Feeling the weight of all eyes upon him, he quickly regained his composure. This matter demanded a satisfactory resolution. Otherwise, the discontent among the disciples of the Starry Sword sect would be a burden he could not bear. Although the Starry Sword sect is predominantly E, this affair could not be made public. Now that Changhong had brazenly broached this subject, he could not show favoritism towards Yi Jiping. Nonsense. As the head of the law enforcement hall, I shall address the matter at hand. Chongfa organized his thoughts, poised to inquire, when Changhong interrupted him directly. Let us set aside the slaughter of fellow disciples for the moment. I wish to ask, what is our current location? Changhong's interruption further soured Chongfa's already foul mood. As the head of the law enforcement hall, wielding absolute authority, it was deplorable that he was being questioned so sternly by a mere Foundation establishment disciple, and he could not retaliate, leaving him feeling immensely constrained. What do you wish to say, being here at flesh-concealing peak? Chongfa pondered how to distance this incident from Yi Jiping when he saw Changhong make a move. With lethal intent, he struck. Clang. The sword energy surged, the Qinyan sword moved with astonishing speed, and in an instant, it was before Yi Jiping. You audacious child. Chongfa was utterly enraged. Changhong's audacity knew no bounds. Even amidst the gathering, he dared to contemplate murder, utterly disregarding his own standing. Chongfa raised his hand and seized the Qinyan sword, subsequently directing his grasp towards Changhong. Yet, Changhong's voice rang out once more, resonant and commanding. Fellow disciples of the Starry Sword sect, behold. Elder E vehemently denies sheltering his own direct descendant, yet when I made a move against Yi Jiping, he was swift to intervene. I wish to inquire, Elder E, according to our sect's regulations, all 28 peaks of the Starry Sword sect fall under the jurisdiction of their respective peak masters. Apart from the peak masters and their personally instructed disciples, even the sect leader must announce their presence prior. However, your direct descendant, Yi Jiping, brazenly appeared in my flesh concealment peak. As a personally instructed disciple of flesh concealment peak, I possess justifiable grounds to expel him. Chongfa found himself momentarily speechless. It dawned on him that this mountain, devoid of a protective formation, was indeed one of the 28 peaks, specifically the flesh concealment peak, a private cultivation sanctuary of Daozhu. Even his presence here was unjustifiable. Observing the cold glint in Changhong's eyes and his composed demeanor, it was evident that he held complete confidence. Yi Jiping, intimidated by the Qinyan sword, quickly succumbed to anger upon realizing the situation, especially as Changhong held Xiao Yuer's hand, unleashing a surge of malicious intent. You despicable wretch! How dare you lay hands on me? Do you know who my father is? Before he could finish his words, Chongfa struck him down with a swift slap, rendering him unconscious, then unceremoniously tossed him from flesh concealment peak, where he landed heavily on the ground, face first, mouth filled with mud. Chongfa found himself at a loss for words regarding Yi Jiping. Having been accustomed to arrogance within the sect, he had completely lost sight of the occasion. His reckless intrusion into flesh concealment peak was indeed a grave error, yet the absence of a protective formation made it somewhat excusable. Chongfa deftly resolved the matter. Changhong let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Whatever you say goes, esteemed senior. After all, You are the master of the enforcement hall. You can apprehend anyone you wish or release whomever you please. Who could possibly contend with you? After a moment of sarcasm, he began to defend himself. His previous words were merely an attempt to amplify the situation's significance, fearing that Changhong might take direct action. Now, under the watchful eyes of many, Changhong would think twice before acting rashly, allowing Li ample time to justify himself and mount a counterattack. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed, the direct disciple, Yi unlawfully trespassed upon the flesh-hiding peak, violating sect regulations. Since no severe consequences ensued, according to our rules, he shall be fined 1,000 spirit stones and confined for 1 year. The speaker exuded a terrifying aura, their gaze piercing, enveloping the surroundings in an overwhelming pressure that inspired a sense of reverence. Greetings, sect master. Changhong clasped his fist in salute, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. At this rate, even if he did not protect the offender, he would be perceived as complicit. Greetings, sect master. Li Changhong also offered a respectful bow. This was his first encounter with the sect master of the Starry Sword sect, and he held no favorable opinion of this leader, for they too bore the surname Yi. Throughout the ranks of the Starry Sword sect, positions of authority were predominantly occupied by those sharing the Yi surname. You are Li Changhong? The sect master inquired, returning the restrained Qingyun sword to Li Changhong. Li Changhong stowed the Qingyun sword into his storage bag and, with neither humility nor arrogance, clasped his fists in greeting. Introducing himself as Li Changhong, he harbored no desire to engage in discourse with the sect leader, and his gaze betrayed no fear of authority. Rather, deep within his eyes simmered a potent resentment. The sect leader, astute as ever, merely swept his divine consciousness across the scene and quickly grasped the unfolding situation. Do you harbor grievances against the sect, or perhaps against all those surnamed Yi within it? He inquired, his tone remarkably amiable, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. Li Changhong responded, I dare not. The sect leader chuckled softly, to dare not is to dare not, to have is to have. Even if one dares not, it signifies that there is indeed something. Li Changhong was about to speak when he felt an unusual sensation in the palm of the hand that held Xiao Yuer. It was Xiao Yuer subtly digging into her palm, a gentle reminder for Li Changhong to be mindful of his words. Li Changhong would naturally refrain from acting recklessly before his master, as he cannot yet depart from the Star Sword sect. He intends to navigate the current predicament with utmost care. Regarding the future, he has resolved to leave this place. As a junior with limited strength, he has been fortunate to encounter the grace of his master and the assistance of his senior sister since joining the sect. Even away from the flesh-concealing peak, he would avoid conflict with his fellow disciples. He would merely offer a forced smile, even if he were to be humiliated by Yi Zhiping. However, during his and his senior sister's cultivation at the flesh-concealing peak, they had not offended anyone, yet they nearly faced death at the entrance of their cave dwelling. Despite this, he has no intention of seeking accountability from the true instigator behind the scenes. He only hopes that the master will consider the favor of his own mentor and permit him and his senior sister to cultivate peacefully within the sect. At the flesh-concealing peak, and in their cave dwelling. What do you think of this proposal? Chapter 21. Swords are superior to deception, and killing is superior to compromise. Li Changhong's words reflected an exceedingly humble demeanor, one that could even be described as profoundly abject. He expressed no desire to trouble anyone, merely seeking solace in his own abode to pursue his cultivation. What a modest request it was, causing all who heard it to tremble within their hearts. Within the sect, even one's own sanctuary harbored threats. Who would dare to cultivate with peace of mind? Such excessive measures, if I were in his position, would be utterly intolerable. Alas, I had thought that becoming a disciple of the Star Sword sect would create a distance from solitary cultivators. Yet, it turned out to be even worse than that. The sect leader remained silent. At this juncture, any words would be but a pale echo. Li Changhong's words have swayed all the onlookers to his side. The sect will provide an explanation for you, your senior sister, and elder Daojiu. As he spoke, the sect leader raised his hand, summoning the 5 disciples of Qi refinement who had been deprived of their hands and feet, their cultivation rendered null. His consciousness forcefully invaded their sea of consciousness, directly probing their souls. Moments later, with a decisive motion of his hand, the 5 individuals erupted into a mist of crimson. Fengting, Mengguan, Cui Qixing, Wei Baimei, and Jiang Yang, 5 outer disciples, maliciously trespassed into the flesh-hiding peak, causing a severe disturbance. They were executed on the spot. Are you satisfied? Before Li Changhong could utter a word, the sect leader raised his hand and seized a hidden disciple of the Ling family from the crowd. The act was a brutal soul search, leaving no opportunity for explanation. Ling Gu, the direct disciple of the true Li Feng and a member of the esteemed Ling family, had disrupted the alchemical endeavors of the sect's disciple, Xiao Yuer, due to familial grievances. He incited 5 outer disciples to wreak havoc, displaying atrocious behavior, and was summarily executed. Is this satisfactory? Yet, the matter did not end there. The sect leader coldly addressed the head of the law enforcement hall. In light of your negligence and improper handling of the situation, I hereby strip you of your position as the head of the law enforcement hall. Do you have any objections? Despite his profound reluctance, Chong Fa could only clasp his fist in resignation. I shall comply with the sect leader's arrangements. The sect leader then turned to Li Changhong. Is this satisfactory? Li Changhong shook his head. In his hand, he held a severed head, which was the crux of this incident. The mastermind behind this assassin was undoubtedly Yi Jiping. Hiring a killer bore far graver consequences than merely interfering with alchemical practices. However, he discerned that the sect leader was neither impartial nor just. In fact, his appearance was likely to safeguard Yi Jiping. According to sect regulations, the disciple of the Ling family was not deserving of death. Yet, in order to eliminate future troubles and prevent the revelation of Yi Jiping's assassination plot, the sect leader resorted to murder to silence him. Having spent 6 months in the realm of cultivation, Li Changhong's temperament and cunning had developed remarkably. He held no illusions that the sect leader would be a beacon of integrity. In a world tainted by corruption, how could one expect a white crane to soar? What would satisfy you? The sect leader inquired. His tone was calm, yet tinged with a hint of impatience. Li Changhong understood that there was no need to stubbornly persist. Under someone else's roof, how could one not bow their head? His dissatisfaction stemmed solely from inadequate compensation. Li Changhong turned towards the devastated vegetable plot and began to fabricate a tale. Originally, this vegetable garden, belonging to my senior sister, boasted 100 second-grade spiritual herbs and 33rd-grade spiritual herbs. Yet now, it has all been ruined. Furthermore, due to this incident, my senior sister and I live in constant fear each day. If only the sect leader could send someone to repair the protective formation of the peak, I would be utterly content. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's smile faltered. With a forced grin, he inquired, Are you certain there were 33rd-grade spiritual herbs? Li Changhong displayed no trace of shame in his deceit. With an air of conviction, he proclaimed, Indeed, it was the Su family, where my senior sister resides, who expended the entirety of their clan's resources to gather this information, and now it has all been laid to waste. As he spoke, he nonchalantly waved the severed head of the assassin in his hand. The man was still alive. Li Changhong had merely sealed his wounds and stifled his cries. Observing this spectacle, the sect leader cast his spiritual sense across the surroundings, discerning numerous golden core elders who were secretly watching, perhaps judging the outcome to determine their future allegiances. The disciples were not the only ones involved. Many elders bore different surnames. It was paramount to prevent the disciples from feeling disheartened, and even more crucial to shield the elders from foreseeing an unfavorable future. The sect leader turned and assured, Rest assured, this matter is of utmost importance to our sect, and you shall find satisfaction. In the aftermath, an elderly man with white eyebrows arrived to oversee the establishment of a protective array around the flesh concealment peak. Only a handful of senior disciples recognized him. He was not an elder, yet even the elders bowed in respect. This marked Li Changhong's first encounter with a nascent soul cultivator. There was no sense of awe, nor shock. Perhaps this was the essence of returning to one's roots. He simply stated to Li Changhong, I do not bear the surname Yi. The white-browed elder proceeded to envelop the entire flesh concealment peak with intricate and profound array patterns. The original protective formation had been renewed and significantly enhanced in its spirit-gathering efficacy, boasting numerous other benefits that need not be enumerated. During this time, the sect leader personally presented a storage bag containing 33rd-grade spiritual herbs and 102nd-grade spiritual herbs. Once the herbs were in his possession, Li Changhong crushed the assassin's skull, providing a response to the sect leader. This incident was thereby concluded, ensuring that no such occurrences would transpire again. Li Changhong achieved his objective, making this matter widely known among the sect. However, his feud with Yi Jiping will persist until the day of his demise. Furthermore, should he possess absolute strength, he would not hesitate to eliminate every member of the Yi clan within the sect. The elder with white brows has completed the formation and remains atop the flesh concealment peak. Li Changhong and Xiao Yue arrived at the entrance of the meat storage hall atop the mountain, clasping their fists in gratitude. They were aware that the elder's appearance was to support them, and thus, they had come specifically to express their thanks. The old man with white brows stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the secluded hall, his murky eyes lost in thought. Fate allows for encounters along the great path. One should not force what is bestowed by heaven, he murmured softly before turning around. He greeted Li Changhong and Xiao Yuer with a warm smile, nodding slightly at Xiao Yuer. Your flawless emu spiritual body and exceptional wooden spiritual root are remarkable. It is a pity you joined my Starlit Sword sect. Had you entered the Pill Alliance for deeper training, you would have ventured into new realms. He then turned his gaze towards Li Changhong, his eyes filled with a sense of pride. Indeed, the cultivation method of the madman has yielded a prodigy. You are quite impressive. The elder's praise for Xiao Yuer bore the weight of detached observation, while his commendation for Li Changhong emanated from genuine joy. As fellow sword cultivators, Li Changhong remained unaware that his faint flicker of a candle was resonating with the elder's presence. In just a few days, the year-end cultivation competition would commence. The ancestor has high hopes for you. I imagine the sword spirit will take a liking to someone with your lethal prowess. The elder stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothing. With a step, he vanished into another realm. Just as he was departing, Li Changhong spoke up. Better to follow the sword than to be bound by killing. Once the foundation of my Dantian awakens, I shall know that my fate is not dictated by heaven. The elder momentarily paused, then his entire being entered another space, disappearing without a trace. The ability to traverse through Li Changhong jested. According to the perceptions of others within the sect, you are not only my esteemed senior sister, but also my destined partner. Assisting you is tantamount to assisting myself. I have yet to express my gratitude for all you have done for me. Uttering a mere thank you feels too distant. Xiao Yuer seemed to recall something. Do not grow too complacent. Your recent actions may have irrevocably incurred the ire of the Yi clan. The competition for cultivation is perilously fierce. Each year, numerous disciples meet their untimely demise. It is likely that the members of the Yi clan will devise means to eliminate you completely in order to prevent future troubles. Particularly since you, junior brother, are so formidable, you are sure to place within the top 30. At that point, entering the sword sphere will render the sect's regulations utterly ineffective. Li Changhong nodded earnestly, acknowledging, I am aware, yet it is pressure that fuels motivation. For me, the peril of life and death serves to awaken my latent potential. This is indeed an opportunity. After enduring such frustration for so long, how could I not yearn to eliminate them? At this juncture, Li Changhong's gaze turned icy, a chilling aura emanating from him. As if a faint crimson light enveloped him, leaving Xiao Yuer astounded. The two then retreated to their respective abodes. After a brief flight, Xiao Yuer turned to glance at Li Changhong's receding figure, feeling a surge of restlessness. Could it be that her heart was stirred? Chapter 22. I shall cut down the elite. The cultivation competition is an annual grand event held by the Star Sword sect. It is scheduled for 5 days prior to the Lunar New Year. If all goes well, it will conclude on the eve of the festival, allowing disciples to return to the mortal realm and reunite with their families. Although there exists a distinction between immortals and mortals, it seems somewhat heartless to sever ties with family while they are still alive. The gratitude owed to one's parents carries profound implications. Should one be indebted to them? The inability to repay this debt after their passing could hinder one's cultivation. Sierra, I shall strive to seize an opportunity, which may take 4 to 5 days. When I return, I will take you to Lingxi City to indulge in delectable treats. Li Changhong once again promised Sierra delectable treats. The last time he ventured to Wanyao Ridge with Xiao Yuer, they encountered the enemies of the Ling family, and thus he dared not return to Lingxi City. It was a promise unfulfilled. This time, he contemplated taking Sierra to Lingxi City, allowing her the freedom to choose whatever she desired to eat. Sierra stood at the doorway, grasping a jade flute, and cautioned, Brother, please be sure to prioritize your safety. Li Changhong nodded, then turned and soared on his sword towards the martial arts arena of the sect. Just as he was about to leave the flesh concealment peak, he was halted by the voice of Xiao Yuer. Junior brother, wait. Li Changhong paused and turned back. A shadow clad in black approached swiftly. It was Xiao Linger, still appearing disheveled from her failed alchemy attempt. In contrast, Xiao Yuer extended her delicate hand, as fair as jade, presenting a storage pouch. What is this? Li Changhong inquired. Upon receiving the pouch and opening it, he discovered it contained medicinal pills neatly stored in jade vials. They were categorized for healing, recovery, detoxification, and mental clarity. A rough estimate revealed there were at least 100 pieces, valued at no less than 30,000 spirit stones. This was a conservative assessment, as the assortment included top-tier second-grade pills of exceptionally high quality, each worth thousands of spirit stones. Senior sister, You should sell these and use the proceeds to purchase more spiritual herbs. Li Changhong returned the storage bag, but Xiao Yuer did not accept it. The competition for cultivation is fraught with peril. There is no need for further pleasantries. I have already stated that you shall be my shield. I will cover all the elixirs you require during your ascension to the golden core stage. If you encounter any misfortune, they will still torment me. You must survive. Li Changhong had no choice but to accept. Indeed, upon arriving at the training ground, he found that the crowd was even larger than he had anticipated. Li Changhong arrived wielding his sword, immediately sensing a multitude of murderous intents coalescing around him. He was unaware of the reason behind his acute sensitivity to such malevolence. During his time at Wanyao Ridge, alongside Xiao Wei, he had been ambushed by the silver-feathered demon eagle. Despite being merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he had detected the threat before Xiao Wei, who possessed divine awareness. I too yearn to slay you. Li Changhong murmured to himself, a surge of murderous intent simmering within, yet to be unleashed. It was akin to the fiery passion ignited by the allure of an extraordinary beauty. If not released, it rendered him utterly uncomfortable. Since embarking on his journey of cultivation, he had endured considerable grievances within the Xingqian Sword sect. Should he fail to retaliate, his thoughts would remain unfulfilled. Look. It's Li Changhong, the newly appointed direct disciple of the Meat Song Peak. An astute observer quickly pointed him out, drawing numerous curious gazes toward him, which left him feeling quite uneasy. Indeed, he was Li Changhong, yet there was nothing remarkable about him. He truly could not fathom why junior sister Xiao had taken an interest in him. Isn't it just a case of proximity breeding affection? Had I known earlier, I would have chosen Meat Song Peak. Perhaps by now, I would be soaring alongside Xiao Yuer. Laughter echoed, tinged with lewdness. Many harbored ill intentions. Yi Jiping was to be confined for a year, effectively sealing his fate. It was likely that his siblings would seek vengeance on his behalf. There was little recourse, for the peak master of Meat Song Peak had entered seclusion, rendering his status as a direct disciple nominal at best. Offending someone with the surname Yi within the Xingqian Sword sect, while also claiming the beautiful Xiao Yuer, and still daring to participate in the grand competition. Such audacity was indeed reckless. The crowd buzzed with speculation. The Qi refining disciples whispered amongst themselves, while the mid-stage foundation establishment disciples communicated discreetly, and the senior disciples in the late stages openly mocked and provoked him. Within the Xingqian Sword sect, apart from Xiao Yuer, Li Changhong was a stranger to all. Choosing instead to sit cross-legged atop the Qingyun sword, he resolved not to let their chatter disturb his peace. What were they prattling on about? Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted, its ferocious energy swiftly silencing the cacophony of idle gossip. Li Changhong stood nearby, his eardrums ringing painfully from the unexpected roar, prompting him to instinctively utter a curse. Damn. Xiao Jian, who are you cursing at? Xiao Jian fell into slumber once more, merely responding out of instinct. The transition from Blue Star to Ziwei Star had thoroughly drained its energy. It required the essence of the spatial principles within the universe, a process that would demand considerable time. At this stage of its existence, it did not rely on the energy of a host, as some otherworldly beings might. This was not due to Xiao Jian's moral superiority, but rather a matter of disdain. The one who had just bellowed was a towering figure, a man of impressive stature standing at an astonishing 2.5 meters tall, his muscular physique exaggerated to an extreme, and his skin shimmering with a radiant luster. Li Changhong scrutinized the individual before him, momentarily doubting his capacity to tear apart a demon beast. However, the man's visage starkly contrasted with his physique. His countenance was strikingly handsome, with skin as fair as snow, embodying the quintessential pretty boy. Were it not for his muscular build, he would undoubtedly captivate countless admirers. Junior brotherly, pay no heed to these worthless individuals. While others dare not oppose that wretched Yi Jiping, you not only confront him but also have him confined. Others cannot even catch a glimpse of Sister Xiao, yet you have won her heart. For these two reasons alone, I, Zhuge Wenxuan, hold you in high esteem. Li Changhong, having recently joined the sect and unfamiliar with Zhuge Wenxuan, remained cautious. He merely clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards his senior brother. Zhuge Wenxuan, adorned in the garments of an esteemed disciple, bore not the name of one of the 28 peaks upon his chest, but rather that of Taishan. With a cultivation level at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, he likely held considerable prestige within the sect, perhaps even commanding a level of respect that would make Yi Jiping hesitant to show him any disrespect. As Zhuge Wenxuan reached out to embrace Li Changhong, the latter deftly sidestepped, unwilling to draw too close, especially to someone with such superior prowess. Undeterred by the rejection, Zhuge Wenxuan persisted in his approach, still intent on an embrace. However, he conveyed a message to Li Changhong telepathically. Junior brotherly, my master is the esteemed Xuanqing Jinren. The title of Jinren was exclusively reserved for those of the nascent soul stage. This Xuanqing Jinren was one of the two nascent soul practitioners of the Xingqian sword sect, residing atop the suspended mountains of the 28 Peaks. From Xiao Yuer, Li Changhong learned that the venerable white-haired elder was known as Xuanqing, a figure from the Xuanji lineage, which traced back more than 20 characters, or over 2,000 years. Upon discovering that Zhuge Wenxuan was a disciple of the esteemed Xuanqing, Li Changhong's wariness dissipated. Nonetheless, he maintained his distance, unwilling to allow Zhuge to drape an arm over his shoulder. Unless among male companions, few men would welcome the proximity of a muscular figure. It was, after all, a disciple of the venerable Xuanqing. He felt a tinge of regret for his earlier demeanor. Li Changhong stepped aside once more, courteously bowing again. After being rebuffed multiple times, Zhuge Wenxuan remained unfazed. However, the desire to embrace him grew increasingly intense. He conveyed through voice transmission, Junior brother, what do you fear? It is master who has sent me to assist you. The Yi family and their associates will not spare you during this grand competition. They will undoubtedly devise all manner of schemes to eliminate you. Li Changhong replied, what a coincidence, I share the same sentiment. However, I wonder if an excessive number of killings might provoke direct retaliation. This statement tarnished Zhuge Wenxuan's impression of him, leading him to perceive Li as excessively arrogant and unlikely to endure in the long run. The Yi family gang is formidable, teeming with talent. Yichen, Yunqi, and Qin Luo, who recently joined the Yi family gang, are all distinguished prodigies vying for the coveted position of the Ziwei Sword Alliance's candidate for the Sword Master after 2 years, representing the pinnacle of their sect. If they are resolute in their intent to eliminate you, and you recklessly charge in, there will be no escape. In the past, upon hearing Zhuge Wenxuan's grave warning, Li Changhong chose to retreat like a turtle retreating into its shell. He had undergone a fundamental transformation. A prodigy? An elite? I shall cleave through the elite. Zhuge Wenxuan initially intended to intimidate Li Changhong, intending to then draw closer in camaraderie to indulge his own peculiar inclinations. However, to his surprise, Li Changhong scoffed and communicated telepathically, I shall only inquire, is one held accountable for slaying them during the grand competition? After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Wenxuan replied, no, one is not held accountable. Chapter 23, Signing the Blood Pact of Life and Death. Are you Li Changhong? Another approached Li Changhong, also a direct disciple. She was not a disciple of the esteemed Xuanqing, but rather bore the embroidered words Tiansha upon her chest, representing the pinnacle of contribution from the 28 Peaks. A woman, yet her aura was fiercely imposing, exuding a palpable sense of murderous intent. It was evident that she was a formidable warrior, not merely a decorative figure. It was Sister Niu. What brings her here? Could it be that an extraordinary and precious sword pellet has manifested within the realm of the sword pellet? Your partner has arrived. I must carefully consider whether to participate in this grand competition. Nonsense, your partner. Your partner. Li Changhong possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to his surroundings, and upon overhearing the discussions among his disciples, a peculiar expression crossed his face. This Sister Niu was by no means unattractive, on the contrary. She was a stunningly voluptuous beauty. Yet, why would the disciples utter such remarks? Having encountered Sister Niu, Li Changhong clasped his fist in greeting, extending courtesy to all, as long as their surname was not Yi. However, the previously composed Sister Niu, upon hearing Li Changhong's address, suddenly exuded an aura of menace. Beside him, Zhuge Wenxuan hastily conveyed through thought, her name is Niu Hua, and she detests being referred to as Sister Niu. You must apologize at once. Li Changhong, upon hearing the transmission, could not help but chuckle. It was indeed an amusing name. However, an apology was out of the question, for he had committed no wrongdoing. With a resounding clang, Niu Hua's sword was drawn, revealing itself to be a medium-grade spiritual sword, radiating a formidable aura. What did you call me? Niu Hua pointed her sword at Li Changhong, clearly exhibiting her volatile temperament, ready to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. Li Changhong stood his ground, unflinching. As the ethereal sword approached, he immediately summoned the Qingyan sword. Niu Hua had merely intended to intimidate Li Changhong, but to her astonishment, he retaliated before her attack could reach him. Li Changhong was not accustomed to standing idle while being struck. His opponent initiated the attack, and according to the sect's regulations, he had justifiable grounds to retaliate, regardless of whether the assailant was akin to Zhuge Wenxuan, who came to offer assistance. Any assault upon him rendered them an adversary. What a decisively aggressive junior brother. Niu Hua revealed a smile. This time, entrusted by her master to protect a junior, she was not particularly pleased. She suspected that Li Changhong might be a second-generation cultivator, merely feigning anger under the guise of a title. In truth, she wished to gauge Li Changhong's character and ascertain whether he was worth her protection. However, to her surprise, he exhibited a remarkable decisiveness, proving to be an excellent prospect for sword cultivation. Yet, Niu Hua merely intended to test him. Li Changhong, however, took it to heart. Ignoring Niu Hua's 8th layer foundational cultivation, he charged forward. The Taiji Zongfu technique operated at full capacity, channeling the spiritual energy stored within his organs directly into the Qingyan sword. Simultaneously, he summoned the sword chi from his internal organs, his eyes devoid of emotion, exuding a palpable aura of murder. Clang! The Qingyan sword echoed with a resonant cry. A glimmer of cold light aimed straight at Niu Hua's brow. Junior brotherly, do not be startled like Zhuge Wenxuan. This lad is even more unrestrained than Niu Hua. Niu Hua was equally taken aback. Li Changhong was not merely decisive but ruthless, intent on taking a life at the first opportunity, which exhilarated her. This was splendid, especially the faint silver glimmer on Li Changhong's Qingyan sword, which instilled within her, an 8th layer foundational sister, a profound sense of impending doom. However, before their blades could clash, a woman appeared, positioning herself between them, grasping the tips of their swords with one hand on each, instantly shattering their momentum. Oh! The woman let out a soft exclamation, her gaze falling upon Li Changhong, a look of astonishment flickering in her eyes. Enough of this commotion. Sheathe your swords, she commanded. Her voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Niu Hua, who was ready to engage in a fierce battle, felt a sense of reverence upon seeing the woman and obediently returned her sword to its sheath. Li Changhong had indeed accepted the Qingyan sword. Yet it was not his intention to engage in a deadly confrontation with Niu Hua. Being a passive recipient of blows was not in his nature. He could not simply swallow his indignation without retaliating. Having encountered the elder, Li Changhong performed a respectful greeting. He observed everything keenly, regardless of whether it was Zhuge Wenxuan, Niu Hua, or the woman present. None bore the surname Yi. Having offended the Yi clan, they sought to eliminate him during the sect competition, and Xianxinzhenren would not remain indifferent. However, he paid little heed to this. He had thoroughly familiarized himself with the competition rules and was solely focused on taking lives. The sect competition was set to commence shortly, with a straightforward process, through practical combat. 30 of the most outstanding disciples would be selected to enter the sword capsule's miniature world. Death was permissible throughout the competition. Those who were killed without surrendering were deemed deserving of their fate. Signing a blood contract for life and death left one equally culpable if they perished. Entering the sword capsule's realm and dying in the pursuit of the sword capsules was likewise a matter of consequence. The first match, Li Changhong, a personal disciple of the flesh-concealed peak, against Chen, a direct disciple of the sect leader. The referee announced with a loud voice. After proclaiming, he glanced around with an odd expression. Was there really no attempt to conceal the blatant favoritism? It seemed excessively deliberate to pit Chen, the strongest prodigy of the Yi clan, against Li Changhong right from the outset. The referee, also bearing the surname Yi, found the arrangement rather excessive himself. It was unusual to have such a matchup in the very first round. As he looked towards the sect leader, he noted a hint of astonishment on his face, leaving him even more baffled. Was this arrangement truly unintentional? Currently, the entire sect was aware that Li Changhong had irrevocably made an enemy of the Yi clan, with even the sect leader harboring a desire for his swift removal. Yet, everyone understood the underlying tension. Now, in the inaugural match of the sect competition, it was Li Changhong against Chen. How much more arrogant could the Yi clan become? Amidst the whispers of the disciples, Li Changhong resolutely stepped onto the stage. On the opposite side, the prodigy named Chen ascended the platform, his gaze reflecting confusion. He indeed had been tasked with eliminating Li Changhong, but that was meant to occur within the sword capsule's realm. There had been no indication that he would face Li Changhong in the first match. As the sect leader's prospective successor, Chen was astute enough to refrain from displaying hostility towards Li Changhong. Instead, he offered a friendly smile, suggesting, "Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Let us request the referee to rematch." Li Changhong's expression was devoid of any emotion, save for a palpable intent to kill. "Let us sign the blood oath of life and death," he stated with a calm demeanor, his murderous intent unmistakable. This declaration momentarily stunned Chen, who then revealed a cold smile. "Such arrogance! No wonder you dare to undertake such a series of actions. Very well. I shall accompany you in this signing. Today, only one of us shall depart the arena." There shall be no acceptance of a draw. In front of numerous disciples. It was Li Changhong who first proposed the life and death blood contract, even should he kill Chen. The discussions that would ensue would not center on the Yi clan, but rather on how profoundly arrogant Li Changhong was. What a figure Li Changhong was. Having just established his foundation, yet presuming he could slay the long-revered Chen. While the arena may suppress cultivation levels, the disparity in combat experience, cultivation history, and purity of spiritual energy is insurmountable. Initially, there was great hope for him, yet this arrogance may well lead to his demise. Do not be too hasty in your judgments. It is said that he killed a fourth-layer foundational cultivator at Flesh Concealment Peak and dared to sign the blood oath. So he must possess some confidence. A solemn expression crossed someone's face. Then let us wager 1,000 spirit stones, came a voice filled with disdain. The challenger quickly responded. Very well. I wager that Li Changhong will last a mere minute before succumbing. On the arena, the referee secured the life and death blood contract. As the arena's formation activated, a suppressive force descended. Chen's cultivation was constrained from the 9th layer of foundation establishment down to the 1st layer, yet his aura remained unchanged. I have studied your circumstances, and I must say, I am quite astonished, Chen remarked, showing no urgency to strike. To him, Li Changhong was already a dead man. You have advanced from a mortal to the foundation establishment stage in just over half a year. I surmise you must have undergone a recultivation. However, this matters little. Soon, you shall understand what it means to be a prodigy of the sword path. Chen stood firm, mockingly gazing at the advancing Li Changhong. He added, You have done well. I am an inner sword practitioner, and engaging in close combat is indeed advantageous for you. But are you certain you can approach me? Li Changhong remained silent throughout, refraining from speech until he had vanquished his opponent. The Qingyun sword in his hand symbolized his stance and unwavering resolve to kill. Allow me to witness the so-called sword pellet, for only then can I advance further in the Taiji hidden abdominal technique. Li Changhong murmured to himself. He was not arrogant. From the very beginning of the grand competition, he had already studied several of the most formidable opponents, among whom was Chen. His greatest advantage lay in his Gangjin sword pill. The sword pill was inherently powerful, especially one of the metallic attribute. Gangjin governs the authority of heaven and earth's solemn execution, presiding over the transformations of mortal warfare. Clang. A golden light emerged from the mud pill palace between Chen's brows, a miniature sword devoid of physical form, containing pure sword intent and exhaling Gangjin sword energy. I cannot deny that you are a prodigy, but unfortunately, so am I. Chapter 24. An abrupt and whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Li Changhong could approach, Chen's Gangjin sword pellet rapidly manifested hundreds of sword lights, each possessing formidable lethality. The iconic sword light of the pellet proliferated into a barrage of assaults. Li Changhong activated his protective spiritual energy shield, simultaneously infusing the Qingyun sword with the essence of the 5-elemental sword Qi, its brilliance dazzling to the eye. I shall see how long you can endure. Chen sneered, intensifying the output of the Gangjin sword talisman. The Gangjin sword light was immensely formidable. Any other first-level foundation establishment cultivator would find it utterly impossible to withstand. Not to mention mounting a counterattack, even the act of resistance would prove fleeting. In truth, there was no need for Chen to exert control. The Gangjin sword talisman could autonomously unleash its sword light. The talisman possessed sentience, surpassing the spiritual awareness of ordinary spiritual tools, and naturally boasted combat experience. Faced with the relentless onslaught of Gangjin sword light, after blocking dozens of strikes with his protective spiritual energy shield, Li Changhong grasped the true potency of the talisman, evaluating the threat it posed to him. His speed suddenly surged. He lacked mastery in agile movements and had never studied the art of evasion. If there was one thing he excelled at, it was running. Li Changhong took a step forward, centering his attention on Chen, and began to run in circles. While evading the glimmering sword light, he steadily closed the distance between himself and Chen. This scene initially left Chen momentarily stunned, before he erupted into hearty laughter. Running solely on his legs? Was he serious? At first, Chen felt a twinge of uncertainty. What if Li Changhong possessed a mysterious background and formidable secret techniques? That would pose a significant problem. However, witnessing Li Changhong wielding the Qingyun sword and dashing around him in circles instantly amused him. Not only was he entertained, but many other onlookers also struggled to contain their mirth. It was the first time they had seen someone on the arena employing such a strategy to avoid attacks. Was he intending to daze Chen by running in circles? I wager 2,000 spirit stones that Li Changhong can undoubtedly last an hour. Zhuge Wenxuan and Yotsuehua exchanged glances, both astonished by the bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. Run faster, run faster. Chen felt entirely at ease now. No longer in a rush to eliminate Li Changhong and his playful spirit sword, Li Changhong paid no heed to the judgment of outsiders, regardless of the method. As long as it achieved his purpose, it was a sound strategy. Soaring through the skies on a sword consumed spiritual energy, whereas running merely depleted physical stamina. When it came to endurance, Li Changhong feared no one. The offensive power of the Gingjin sword pellets was indeed formidable, yet to Li Changhong, they were nothing more than that. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Li Changhong had already closed the distance to within 10 meters of Chen. At last, he drew his sword. Chen's gaze sharpened, and the radiant golden light of the Gingjin sword erupted above him. Excellent. The Gingjin sword's intent was rugged and fierce, unleashing a terrifying slash. He would not let down his guards simply because Li Changhong appeared to be retreating in a panic. He had witnessed countless instances where carelessness had turned the tide of battle. Yet, this was only the beginning of his strike. Li Changhong executed a swift backward fold, rapidly increasing the distance between himself and his opponent. Boom. The fierce slash missed its mark, cleaving into the arena and leaving behind a menacing scar of a sword mark. Subsequently, Li Changhong continued to circle around, gradually closing the gap. Chen's expression darkened. Li Changhong's seemingly casual evasion was underpinned by a formidable spiritual consciousness. Otherwise, a mere first-level foundation establishment practitioner would be utterly incapable of dodging an attack locked onto by such awareness. Half an hour passed, during which Li Changhong wielded his sword 5 times, each instance merely a feigned assault, greatly exasperating Chen. It was not until his spiritual essence began to wane that Chen could no longer maintain his stance. Enough. Your farce must come to an end. He never anticipated that Li Changhong could rely solely on his physical prowess, dashing at breakneck speed without displaying any signs of fatigue for such an extended duration. If this were to continue, he would be the one to be exhausted. Take the initiative. If your theatrical display amounts to nothing more than running, then this shall conclude. Chen's voice was icy, his spiritual consciousness firmly fixated on Li Changhong. He drew forth another flying sword, positioning himself atop it, and pursued Li Changhong with a mounted assault, the sword disc now capable of reaching him. Enough of this farce. I have grown weary of watching. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the initial commotion stirred by Li Changhong within the sect, where his tenacity was indeed formidable. Yet, mere tenacity is futile. True strength is the ultimate truth. Crack. The protective spirit energy shield resonated sharply as it was cleaved by the Gingjin sword light, prompting Li Changhong to finally come to a halt. His gaze, imbued with a lingering murderous intent, erupted at that moment. Clang. The Qingyun sword erupted in radiant brilliance. With a single stroke, the 5 elemental sword energy collided with the Gingjin sword light. Ding! In an instant, the Qingyun sword severed 4 or 5 strands of sword light. Throughout the confrontation, Li Changhong exhibited no fear of the Gingjin sword light. Rather, he sought to deplete a portion of Chen's strength as a precautionary measure. Li Changhong's footsteps were unceasing as he swiftly approached Chen. In his hand, the Qingyun sword was bolstered by immense spiritual power and the quintessence of the 5 elemental sword energies, harmonizing with a formidable divine consciousness akin to that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, or perhaps even a consummate one. He executed a sword technique that had previously induced a state of pseudo-limit training within his body, each movement exquisitely captivating, flowing seamlessly without a single extraneous action. The radiant sword light of the gung metal strikes could not even graze the protective barrier of spiritual energy surrounding him. What an exquisite sword technique. Master, I yearn to learn it. So do I. How peculiar. I do not recall such a powerful sword technique in the library. Have my eyes deceived me? I initially thought I was witnessing a performance by a jester, only to realize I am the fool. Niu Cuehua. Upon seeing Li Changhong remained oblivious to the practicality of this silk-like quality and had not considered relying on it. With unwavering determination, he unleashed a powerful strike, intent on shattering the blow imbued with the essence of metal in order to close the distance to Chen. As the formidable aura of the Qingyun sword surged forth, Chen's consciousness activated the substitute puppet within his storage ring. The moment Li Changhong encroached upon a 3-meter radius around him, he would immediately trigger the substitute puppet and leave behind a self-detonating, inferior-grade spirit weapon known as the Destruction Pearl. As he contemplated this, the scenery before him shifted abruptly. Li Changhong, who had been 10 meters away, suddenly breached the 3-meter threshold. The spirit sword, charged with the quintessence of the 5 elements and spiritual energy, descended upon him. Chen had yet to utter a single word when, in an instant, he was cleaved in two from head to toe. Chen was dead. The conclusion of the battle came so abruptly that everyone was left in a state of shock. Not only the disciples, but even the elders and the sect leader were taken aback, their eyes betraying disbelief. How could Chen have perished? Perhaps it was a secret technique, concealed so deeply. No wonder he had the audacity to forge a life-and-death blood pact. Was it truly a secret technique? Even Changhong was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, he had been confident in his ability to counter the formidable strike unleashed by the metal sword pellet. But he had anticipated that it would require several more rounds of combat. It was the power of space. Changhong comprehended the extraordinary nature of the small sword. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, he had unexpectedly gained access to spatial power in an indirect manner. One could say the small sword had become akin to his own kidney, enabling him to harness this formidable force. After concluding the battle, Changhong deftly searched the fallen opponent's body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he even removed Chen's shoes, revealing them to be a set of low-grade spiritual artifacts. Finally, his gaze fell upon the suspended Gungjin sword pill. Bereft of its master, it hovered silently in midair, its innate spirituality gradually dissipating into the void. Changhong reached out to seize it, yet it unleashed the sharp essence of the Gungjin sword. With a sharp hiss, even devoid of its master, the sword's aura remained formidable, slicing through Changhong's palm. Witnessing this scene, an elder disciple shook his head, remarking that the sword pellet is not to be plundered. Once it acknowledges a master, it shares the fate of its wielder. If the last remnant of the sword pellet's spirit can successfully return, it may nourish itself within the miniature world of the sword pellet. It is precisely for this reason that the strength of inner sword cultivators is exceptionally rare and formidable. However, soon, a reality check arrived. Changhong pondered silently. Let us experiment with the lungs and the large intestine. Changhong mobilized the golden sword energy of both the lungs and the large intestine, converging it in his hands, which indeed attracted the affinity of the Gungjin sword pellet. Subsequently, he absorbed it into the large intestine, nurturing it with the golden sword energy of the lungs. Witnessing this scene, someone exclaimed, "How is this possible? Could it be that he possesses a spatial treasure within him, allowing him to contain the sword pellet? However, more than this, I am curious about the method he employed just moments ago to instantaneously shift forward a distance. Even I could not discern any clues." Chapter 25. Fierce even without a chest, Changhong descended from the arena step by step, the atmosphere heavy with silence. One of the most esteemed swordsmanship prodigies of the Xingqian sword sect had fallen. Their disbelief was palpable, yet the lifeless body of Chen, stripped clean, lay upon the stage, compelling them to accept the harsh reality. "Junior brotherly, how cunning you are," Zhuge Wenxuan remarked, giving a thumbs up to Changhong. Niu Hua cast a deep glance at him, saying, "I had intended to challenge you to a duel, but it appears that such a contest is now unnecessary. You are far from an honorable individual, deceptively treacherous." Meanwhile, some young women from the Yi clan hurled curses at Changhong. Despicable and shameless scoundrel, feigning weakness to launch that final, lethal strike. In this arena, which is supposed to be fair and just, your treachery knows no bounds. You truly have no shame. Woo, brother Chen, how could you meet such a tragic end? Cursed be Changhong, may you suffer. Upon hearing these vitriolic words, the dormant sword within Changhong stirred, letting out a derisive laugh. Did your sword father find amusement in that? Is this what you call cursing? If your words lack potency, I could lend you a genealogy for reference. If you lack knowledge, you may learn. If you're unappealing, you may alter your appearance. But to lack the skill to curse? Apologies, but your father has perished, and your mother is burned. Changhong found himself at a loss for words. However, had he been aware that the subtle spatial attributes of the small sword could be utilized in such a manner, he would not have been concerned about a slight blemish on his reputation. Haha. Changhong heard a cold laugh and turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. It was the sect master, seated prominently in the main position. He was laughing, yet his eyes were icy and devoid of warmth. Changhong stood unflinching, locking eyes with him. A murderous glint flickered in his gaze. Witnessing this, Zhuge Wenxuan cursed inwardly at the lunatic before him. With swift movement, he interposed his formidable frame between them, severing their visual confrontation. "Don't be reckless." Changhong remained silent. After all, it was a matter of survival. Why should one suffer losses in this regard? Upon witnessing this scene, Niu Hua also began to feel that her initial decision might have been a grave mistake. Changhong is a figure who defies conventional understanding. He is recklessly audacious and insidiously cunning. It is said that within less than a year of cultivation, he was able to slay the esteemed genius of his sect. Chen, who was stronger than himself. It is feared that in a few years, even without the constraints of a competition arena, he would still pose an insurmountable challenge. The term freak here does not refer to a prodigy, but rather denotes a significant danger. Niu Hua even speculated that if a dog were to bite him, he might very well consume the creature alive. The first match of the grand competition was nothing short of spectacular, while the subsequent battles lacked any remarkable elements, adhering to a rather formulaic structure. Yet, a peculiar shift began to manifest in the style of combat. On the stage, a foundational disciple adept in physical cultivation attempted to emulate Changhong, continually encircling his opponent in an effort to engage in close combat. They discovered that this tactic worked exceptionally well against adversaries skilled in long-range attacks, as the latter could not wield their swords to create distance, resulting in a fierce melee on the platform. Though the overall presentation was rather unrefined, the effectiveness in real combat was undeniable. This was primarily due to the fact that since embarking on the path of cultivation, they had grown somewhat unaccustomed to running, especially when it came to the chaotic sprinting across the arena, aimlessly evading attacks. Particularly noteworthy was the sight of certain martial artists being struck by magical sword energy, leading to their garments being torn as they transformed into frenzied birds of fury, causing a chorus of gasps and squeals from the female cultivators present. This spectacle rendered the atmosphere exceedingly bizarre, with many casting peculiar glances at Changhong. Changhong focused intently, his gaze fixed on the tip of his nose, then his mouth, and finally his heart, embodying a philosophy of remaining utterly indifferent to his surroundings as he devoted himself to refining the Gingjin sword pill. Ultimately, the judges deemed it detrimental to their image, insisting he don proper attire before proceeding. In the next match, Changhong faced off against Yunshi. Upon hearing the judge's proclamation, everyone was convinced of one undeniable truth. The Yi clan had indeed refrained from manipulating the opponent's formation. After all, Changhong's prowess had already been demonstrated, having vanquished the mightier Chen. Yunshi, whose cultivation had only reached the 5th layer of foundation establishment, was certainly no match, especially since Changhong had also acquired Chen's Gingjin sword pill, which, though not yet fully integrated, would serve as a significant advantage. Once again, he was poised to take lives. Changhong opened his eyes, a fierce intent to kill gleaming within them. Zhuge Wenxuan quickly urged, "Junior brother, you must not. Yangxi is the only daughter of the Grand Elder. Do you comprehend the consequences of slaying her?" Changhong squinted, his gaze directed towards the elegantly descending Yunshi, who looked down upon him with an air of superiority. There was no possibility of rebirth. Changhong uttered a single phrase and ascended the stage. Under the watchful eyes of numerous disciples, he slowly inquired, "Dare you engage in a life-and-death battle?" Upon hearing these words, even the sect leader's expression grew exceedingly grave. He even went so far as to violate the rules, discreetly conveying to Yunshi, "Do not agree. He is already a dead man. Simply concede." Standing upon her flying sword, Yunshi regarded him with disdain. Despite Changhong having slain Chen, she viewed it as merely trivial. Just as she was about to respond, she caught sight of Qin Luo shaking his head at her. While she disregarded the sect leader's counsel, she heeded Qin Luo's words, which attests to his significance in her heart. "You are unworthy." Yunshi scoffed contemptuously. Changhong smiled, pondering the notion of unworthiness. Did she feel that as the daughter of the Grand Elder, her life was of lesser value? Had it not been for the arrival of Master Xuanqing at Raozang Peak, Changhong would not have so recklessly offended a nascent soul master merely for the sake of killing. However, as Xuanqing was also a nascent soul, there was truly nothing to fear in slaying Yunshi within the confines of sect regulations. With Yunshi refusing to engage in a life-and-death battle, Changhong found herself at ease. "Do you harbor a grudge against my senior sister?" This time, it was Changhong who hesitated to strike. Yunshi scoffed. "In the past, perhaps, but not anymore, for she is no longer worthy. Without the Shao clan, what is she?" Changhong chuckled softly, retorting with a sharp wit. "You may consider yourself my elder, but as the partner of Sister Shao, I am your senior." At the utterance of these words, the countenance of every member of the Yi clan, including that of the clan leader, darkened considerably. It is noteworthy that even the clan leader ranks lower than Yunshi in terms of seniority. He must address her as great aunt. Thus, one can imagine the gravity of Changhong's words for the Yi clan. The clan leader was about to take action when the deputy clan leader, who generally preferred to remain in the shadows, remarked nonchalantly, "Is it fitting for a clan leader to intervene over a mere exchange of banter among children?" Though the deputy clan leader often went unnoticed, His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, on the cusp of entering the nascent soul stage. Even the clan leader had to weigh his counsel carefully, for he was likely to become the third elder of the Starry Sword sect. This young man has insulted an elder. The clan leader seethed, yet still unwilling to relent. The deputy clan leader, with a casual demeanor, suggested, "You might as well summon the elder to reprimand his entire family." Meanwhile, on the stage, Yunshi was infuriated by Li Changhong's words, resembling a furious lioness. "What did you say? Do you dare to threaten me? I can make you vanish completely." Li Changhong embraced himself with both arms, his gaze lingering momentarily upon Yunshi's chest. Observing this, Yunshi immediately covered herself. Yet, to her surprise, Li Changhong scoffed. "What confidence do you possess that I would simply vanish? Even without a prominent figure, you exhibit such fierceness. Are you aware that senior sister Xiao not only surpasses you in beauty, but can also outshine you in this regard? Perhaps your partner should strive harder, if he falters. I believe many of our fellow brothers would be eager to assist." This statement instantly ignited a fervor among the male disciples below the arena. Yunshi, though exceptionally attractive, perhaps did not quite match up to Xiao Wei, yet she remained undeniably beautiful. The male disciples were on the verge of making lewd remarks. However, Qin Luo had already soared into the air on his sword. His cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment, combined with an overwhelming sword aura, rendered all present silent. Witnessing this, Zhuge Wenxuan's pupils constricted. He had grown stronger. It seemed that even together, we would not be able to defeat him. Niu Tsuehua's beautiful eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. "So what if he has? You are vulgar." Yunshi's delicate face flushed crimson. So tender it seemed ready to drip with water. Especially as she felt countless greedy gazes converging on her chest, it made her skin crawl. "Vulgar? I am not vulgar." Yunshi was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she was filled with indignation. "You seek death." Yunshi summoned her sword pellet, revealing a more advanced Ren Gui sword pellet than the Gongjin sword pellet. Chapter 26. If you cannot manage yourself, then protect your mother well. "Look, you are anxious." Li Changhong did not engage in combat, but continuously provoked anger in Yunshi with his words. Only through fury can one seize the opportunity to strike. The Ren Gui sword pill, unlike the aggressive and domineering Gongjin sword pill, did not emit a beam of light, but instead manifested as layers of sword curtains, resembling a cascading waterfall. The Ren Gui subdues metal. Even if you were to wield the Gongjin sword pill before me, you would still be compelled to bow your head. Yunshi's beautiful eyes blazed with anger. Her fair complexion, seemingly scorched by her wrath, flushed a vivid red. Her delicate form trembled slightly as her hands cradled the Ren Gui sword pill, spiritual energy surging from her palms. It was evident that she harbored a genuine desire to slay Li Changhong. Her intent to kill had been fully ignited. Yet, it was still insufficient. Li Changhong had not yet vented his displeasure to the fullest. He was indifferent to Yunshi's lofty demeanor, having grown accustomed to being with Chu Junya. However, Yunshi's mockery of Xiao Yue at Wanyao Ridge was wholly unwarranted. He was a person who held grudges. The lethal instincts restrained by the laws and morals on Earth had been completely awakened. Li Changhong expanded his protective aura, standing resolutely, without flinching. The immense spiritual energy coursing through his internal organs and dantian provided him with unwavering confidence. His spiritual power, which far exceeded that of his peers, allowed him to confront the swordsmanship prodigy without moving an inch, even to hurl invectives. Today, however, I refrain from such vitriol, as it tarnishes my image. Yet I shall still express my disdain. Frankly speaking, when I first encountered you at Wanao Ridge, I mistook you for a shape-shifted beast, akin to a pig demon or a bear demon, and I kept my distance. It was only later that I discerned you to be a creature embodying greed, foolishness, brutality, and vulgarity. Even with a commendable senior brother as your partner, you remain as you are. I fear that upon meeting an immortal lord, you would readily strip and sell yourself for a chance at advancement. Rest assured, I do not question your character, for my inquiries are reserved solely for humanity." Li Changhong remained unyielding amidst the onslaught of Yunshi's attacks, his composure unwavering. The spiritual energy within him was still abundant. Yunshi's expression darkened with each passing moment, her murderous intent intensifying. Realizing that she could not outmaneuver him verbally, she chose to unleash her full strength in silence. "Why the silence? Have I struck a nerve? I suspect that your affections for your senior brother Chen are not genuine. Perhaps you do not even truly like him. Your partner is indeed unfortunate." unaware of the number of men you have entangled within the past. Now, it seems his turn has come, but given your nature, should a more appealing option arise, you would undoubtedly cast him aside. After all, a female like you, obsessed with comparison, cannot rival my senior sister Xiao, and will inevitably seek superiority in other realms, such as the number of partners. Yunqi could no longer endure this provocation. Do not attempt to sow discord between me and senior brother Qin. Our bond is already sealed for life. With that, she seemed to have found her point of counterattack. With a cold laugh, she declared, Senior brother Qin is nothing like you. He is refined and eloquent, exuding the grace of a true gentleman. Far beyond the comparison to a crude and vile creature such as yourself. Li Changhong retorted with a sardonic smile. Indeed, he is the most exceptional. However, you must understand that an excellent sword does not lack for a worthy sheath. A sheath as mediocre as yours, lacking any refinement, will soon bore him after a few uses. Once you have served your purpose, he will undoubtedly seek out a new one. Perhaps you have overlooked the fact that, as a man, your senior brother Qin gazes at senior sister Xiao with a hunger and desire far more intense than what he directs towards you. Outside the arena, Qin Luo immediately sensed a multitude of peculiar gazes converging upon him. He snorted dismissively, such nonsense. Yet this time, he refrained from unleashing his pressure, as if lacking conviction. And his hands, clasped behind his back, entwined once more. Li Changhong's words ignited a fervor within Yunqi. Particularly, the phrases interspersed within his speech conjured inappropriate imagery in her mind. Death. Yunqi gritted her teeth, the word escaping her lips heavy and prolonged, as if she were gnawing on the flesh of Li Changhong. With a swift motion, the brilliance of the sword surged like ocean waves sweeping across the shore, inundating the entire arena. Li Changhong felt his legs sink as if they had taken root, the roots burrowing deep into the earth. The protective spiritual barrier remained intact, its radiant energy continuously emerging to withstand the onslaught of sword waves. Should any flesh be exposed to the elements, it would wither to mere bones in an instant, or perhaps even vanish entirely, carried away by the wind, sparing the need for cremation. Li Changhong incessantly remarked, Your sword pill, like your curses, is as gentle as a whisper, devoid of any offensive power. A vase will forever remain merely a vase. You shall never become a competent sword cultivator. You will be distanced by Qin Luo, until you can only gaze upon him from afar. Meanwhile, senior sister Xiao has chosen the most suitable path. Even if Qin Luo is formidable, there will inevitably come a day when he seeks her for alchemical assistance. At that moment, who will you be? Merely a discarded sheath, worn and abandoned. In a fit of rage, Yunqi unleashed her full power, activating the Ringui sword pill. The waves of sword energy surged, each more powerful than the last, nearly engulfing Li Changhong. Silence, she commanded. It was only at this moment that Li Changhong finally made his move. The Gungjin sword pill had yet to be fully refined. At this instant, he merely summoned the Qingyun sword. If you cannot manage yourself, then safeguard your mother. Clang. The quintessence of sword energy cleaved through the surging waves, and from the gaping wound, Yunqi caught sight of Li Changhong's icy gaze, brimming with murderous intent and unrestrained ferocity. Li Changhong's demeanor has undergone a profound transformation. A ruffian who once spoke in profanities has swiftly metamorphosed into a poet who glorifies death. His sword lacks elegance. From any perspective, it remains simply a sword. His sole objective has persistently been to take his own life. He truly intends to end his existence. He genuinely possesses the audacity to do so. When Li Changhong refrained from making a move, Yunqi was filled with pride and arrogance. Now, as the sound of the sword echoes in her ears, her fate hangs precariously in the balance. Li Changhong refrained from uttering further insults and plunged into battle, his mind consumed with the singular intent of taking a life. All else faded into oblivion, and amidst the myriad thoughts swirling in his consciousness, every single one envisioned the act of vanquishing Yunqi. Gripping the Qingyun sword, the elemental sword energies coiled around the blade, shredding the sword waves that separated him from Yunqi. The sound of tearing paper echoed, an affirmation that the Qingyun sword had indeed cleaved through the tumultuous waves of energy. The clash between the Ringui sword light and the elemental sword energies was met with Li Changhong's overwhelming might, obliterating all opposing waves and propelling him toward Yunqi. Words were unnecessary. The myriad insults coalesced within the strike of the Qingyun sword. Spiritual power, elemental sword energies, murderous intent, and the vigor of his flesh surged forth in a cataclysmic eruption. A flash of silver light reemerged, and in that moment, Li Changhong grasped an elusive understanding. Though it remained unclear and incomprehensible, It was a peculiar sensation, as if he had momentarily become estranged from this realm, before finding himself before Yunqi. Before Yunqi could utter a word, her protective spiritual barrier was forcefully shattered. The moment she was about to speak, the sect leader could no longer restrain himself and prepared to intervene. Yet, at that very instant, the vice leader rose to obstruct him. Li Changhong's eyes were as cold as ice, the Qingyun sword tearing through all of Yunqi's defenses, poised to mercilessly sever her beautiful head. Yunqi's eyes widened, her pupils reflecting Li Changhong's voice. Those icy, murderous eyes were imprinted deep within her soul, transforming into a haunting nightmare of fear. She barely had time to notice the Qingyun sword slicing toward her. She felt a sharp pain in her neck, before the blade even arrived. The sword's aura had already carved through her flesh. What flashed through her mind was not a vision of rescue, but the soul she had once decapitated with her sword. The scenes of their heads and bodies parting, erupting forth like a fountain of scalding blood, flooded her thoughts. Am I to die? Yunqi could feel no sensation in her limbs, as if she were plunging into an icy abyss. She stood there, dazed and powerless, awaiting the fatal blow that would sever her head. Boom. Yet, in that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The talisman of the Grand Elder, which hung at her waist, unleashed a formidable force that Li Changhong could not resist, repelling the Qingyun sword. In the blink of an eye, he beheld a shadowy figure emerging from the talisman. The visage of this figure was indistinct, but it was clearly a man of imposing stature, surveying everything from a lofty height. Father, Yunqi instinctively called out, feeling warmth returning to her extremities. In truth, nothing had really changed. It was merely that, for that instant, all her focus had been drawn to her neck. Father! She cried out again, her voice laced with tears, filled with a sense of injustice and dread. The shadowy figure, though not towering in height, stood as if the very embodiment of heaven and earth, lofty and supreme. Just as this figure was about to speak to Li Changhong, he raised his sword once more, charging at her. This time, his murderous intent was even more palpable, the crimson light of the Qingyun sword dazzling. Chapter 27. The fate of the Yi clan must be cleaved by the sword. In Li Changhong's eyes, there was no fear of the nascent soul realms. Rather, there was no fear of any being that could engage in battle. He was utterly convinced that he would be the one to survive. Li Changhong's thoughts are only fully rational during combat. In ordinary times, he indulges in fantasies and resorts to profanity. Yet at this moment, Li Changhong remains singularly focused on the act of killing. Clang! Li Changhong surged forward once more, wielding his sword with a simplicity devoid of flamboyant techniques. With a swift and decisive stroke, he brought his blade down. His internal organs entered a state of extreme cultivation, and the Taiji hidden organs technique instinctively surged with fervor, pushing the output of the Qingyun sword to its utmost limit. Originally a low-grade spiritual weapon, the Qingyun sword merely served to unleash the maximum offensive potential of spiritual energy. Yet, in the hands of Li Changhong, the sword emanated an aura of immense intimidation. With a single strike, he aimed at the phantom of the nascent soul. Barely a breath had passed since the apparition of the nascent soul emerged. Li Changhong's assault has once again commenced. His unwavering conviction from beginning to end remains steadfast, to eliminate Yunqi, regardless of any unforeseen circumstances. His sole intention is to eradicate Yunqi. Li Changhong's gaze fixated on the indistinct figure, aware of his identity, yet acutely cognizant that the opponent lacked even 1% of his true strength. Moreover, on the arena, the opponent's aura was suppressed to the first level of foundation establishment. This was sufficient. It was enough for Li Changhong to make a decisive choice in an instant. Kill. Li Changhong is an individual of remarkable purity. His essence is truly unblemished. He is devoid of vanity and jealousy. His emotions, be it joy, anger, sorrow, or delight, remain imperceptible. At this moment, he channels all his being into this singular sword strike, solely intent on taking a life. The piercing cry of the Qingyun sword resonates with an unprecedented sharpness. The grand silhouette of the nascent soul raises a hand to defend, yet in an instant, that hand is severed by the Qingyun sword, dissipating into pure energy. He is taken aback, yet it matters little. With his other hand, he points towards Li Changhong. The aura of obliteration begins to coalesce and spread. Despite the overwhelming oppression of the arena, he remains a nascent soul practitioner, wielding formidable powers that a foundation establishment cultivator cannot hope to withstand. Yet, after Li Changhong unleashes that strike, he does not retreat. For his target has been unwaveringly clear from the outset. It is not this phantom he aims to vanquish, but the true essence of life itself. Li Changhong turned his back to his opponent, merely extending his protective spiritual shield. He was acutely aware that this barrier would not withstand the impending onslaught, and he could very well suffer severe injuries or even face death. Yet, despite this peril, his murderous intent remained unshaken. With a resounding clang, the sound of the sword echoed once more, its blade shimmering with a silvery light. The illusory figure of the nascent soul dissipated the destructive energy concentrated at his fingertip and instead executed a technique that allowed it to appear directly before Yunqi. With a swift thrust, Changhong's strike obliterated the nascent soul apparition, yet Yunqi was simultaneously cast down from the stage by the departing figure. Thus, the contest concluded. Though it may seem prolonged, the entire sequence, from Changhong's explosive initiation to the annihilation of the nascent soul, transpired in a mere 2 or 3 breaths. It was only at this moment that the spectators began to grasp the gravity of the events that had unfolded. Their gazes towards Changhong transformed entirely, shifting from mere curiosity to profound fear and trepidation. Was he truly a madman? He was a sword cultivator of pure intent and unwavering focus, with murder as the sole fixation in his mind. Initially, I had thought him to be merely posturing. But witnessing his willingness to risk his own life to slay Yunqi revealed the truth. He had always been a lunatic. He must not be provoked. Offending him would render even the intervention of a nascent soul ancestor ineffective. Zhuge Wenxuan and Niu Hua exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Do you think he can survive to reach the core formation stage? In comparison, I am more intrigued by who will seek to kill whom within the upcoming sword round small realm. Zhuge Wenxuan sighed. He is more terrifying than you. Niu Hua shook her head. In contrast, my own motives are too convoluted and my considerations too numerous. He is pure. He embodies the essence of a true sword cultivator, resolving all matters with the sword and eliminating all with the sword. The discussions among the audience became notably subdued following the obliteration of the nascent soul apparition, overshadowing the prior excitement surrounding the slaying of Chen. Powerful figures ought not to be trifled with or treated as subjects of jest, and a sword madman is to be approached with utmost caution. The murderous intent in Changhong's eyes lingered. He gazed down at the trembling Yunqi, who dared not meet his gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with an ever-expanding terror. In a mere 2 or 3 breaths, she faced death twice. Though the wound on her neck had healed, the scars within her heart would continue to haunt her day and night. Suddenly, the entire arena fell into silence. A multitude of elders and even the sect leader rose to their feet, looking up to behold a pair of indifferent eyes that regarded all living beings as mere fodder. The overwhelming pressure of the nascent soul surged forth like a celestial body, instilling a profound sense of suffocation that caused many disciples to faint. Only by kneeling could they alleviate the pressure. A multitude of disciples collapsed to their knees. Only a few could still stand, including Zhuge Wenxuan, Niu Hua, and Qin Luo. All in the later stages of foundation building, yet their legs trembled uncontrollably, instinctively crying out and bowing down. On the arena, however, Changhong, at the first level of foundation building, stood tall. His posture was straighter than anyone else's, and he met that gaze, with a hint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. The Qingyun sword had not yet been sheathed, and its cry resonated still. The purity of his sword intent was remarkable. The vice sect leader sensed Changhong's entire being exuding an aura akin to a sword, piercing through the heavens with a brilliance that shattered the descending pressure of the nascent soul, remaining steadfast. There was admiration in his eyes, tinged with a touch of envy. In stark contrast, the sect leader's eyes harbored a terrifying murderous intent. With Chen slain, the strongest prodigy of the Yi clan had fallen. He would not permit another top prodigy of his lineage to emerge from the Star Sword sect, especially since Changhong harbored deep-seated hatred for the Yi clan. Should he rise, the Yi clan's dominion over the Star Sword sect would undoubtedly suffer a fatal blow. This young man must not be allowed to live. Yet, he could not kill him openly. Otherwise, the majority of disciples not of the Yi clan would surely flee. Who would remain to be oppressed by the Yi clan? Confronted by the nascent soul master, Changhong felt no fear within, and it was not pretense. He understood that the real person, Chen, was certainly watching. He did not believe that this nascent soul ancestor of the Yi clan would dare to act against him in plain sight of all. Changhong, having already made enemies, resolved to eliminate a few more within the bounds of reason. Thus, even when Yunqi summoned the phantom of the nascent soul, he remained undeterred in his intent to kill. Prior to establishing his foundation, he had exercised sufficient restraint, now that he possessed strength and confidence. Changhong feared no one within the Star Sword sect. Having already faced death once, he regarded his life as expendable. On Taishang Peak, another pair of eyes observed Changhong. Resilient, resolute, and fierce, born for slaughter, these qualities were less accolades for a swordsman than innate characteristics of the blade itself. An aged voice spoke with approval, recognizing that as a swordsman, this young man had achieved a flawless unity with the sword. You are a born swordsman. A pure swordsman, a blade forged for the purpose of killing. Ultimately, the celestial gaze vanished, restoring normalcy to the surroundings. The Qi refining disciples murmured amongst themselves, while the Foundation establishment disciples discreetly communicated through sound transmission. The Golden Core elders exchanged glances, clearly sensing an impending storm of pressure. As the catalyst of this attention, Changhong had become the focus of all eyes. The selection process concluded swiftly. It was not an elimination format. Rather, the elders from the 28 peaks evaluated the disciples based on their performances. Scores were assigned by assessing 3 aspects: combat experience, cultivation talent, and mastery of the sword. With a maximum of 300 points, the top 30 disciples would enter the Sword Pill Small World, while the top 100 would receive rewards. With the accolades being both prestigious and generous, Changhong undoubtedly emerged as the foremost contender. For the Yi clan, his ranking was of little concern. What truly mattered was ensuring that Changhong could enter the Sword Spirit realm. The rewards included 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, 100 medium-grade spirit stones, a single high-grade spirit stone, and the privilege to select 10 low-grade spiritual artifacts, along with various elixirs and talismans. Given that the previous silken armor had sustained damage, it would be prudent to acquire another defensive spiritual artifact. Among the 10 artifacts, one of the finest was the dragon scale armor chosen by Changhong, which far surpassed the quality of the silken armor. Just as his supply of spirit stones had been depleted, fortune smiled upon him as opportunities arose. Changhong carefully stowed away the storage pouch containing his rewards. He retrieved a set of deep azure armor, its thumb-sized scales intricately interlocked, radiating a soft luminescence. The texture was cool to the touch, reminiscent of ice. However, after Changhong initiated its preliminary refinement and donned the armor, he found it remarkably warm. With a mere thought, the dragon scale armor melded into his being, ready to manifest at will. Junior brotherly, are you prepared? Zhuge Wenxuan approached Changhong, instinctively reaching out to rest his hand on Li's shoulder. Yet, sensing the weight on his shoulder, Changhong stepped aside, evading the gesture. There are quite a few people here. It seems the Yi clan is resolute in resolving matters within. If not, one could simply refrain from entering and still receive a compensation of spirit stones, Zhuge Wenxuan advised. Changhong stepped onto the azure cloud sword, trailing behind the sect master and the deputy sect master as they ventured deep into the starry sword sect. By the decree of the Yi clan, the sword must be wielded in slaughter. Chapter 28. Just watch me, and you'll be done for. Within the sword sphere, a microcosm of its own, the rules diverge. Regardless of one's cultivation level, all who enter shall be reduced to mere mortals. During this interval, the only extraordinary power one can wield is the understanding of the sword Tao. As sword cultivators, our path is forged through a lifetime of battle. Thus our prowess is commensurate with the ferocity of our encounters. This serves as a reminder to all, once you step into the sword sphere, life and death hinge upon fate, and success or failure rest upon the blade. Should one meet their demise within, they have no one to blame but themselves for their inferiority. It is still not too late to withdraw. The deputy sect master uttered these final words, casting his gaze towards Changhong. In Changhong's eyes, there was no trace of fear in the face of death. Instead, the impending battle stirred his very soul, causing it to tremble with excitement. No one chose to withdraw. At this moment, they found themselves within a canyon, all standing on a platform surrounded by 28 colossal jade pillars, each intricately carved with the majestic scenery of the 28 peaks. The vice sect leader and the other elders silently recited incantations, forming intricate hand seals. Soon, the jade pillars began to emanate a soft radiance, the light growing ever more intense. You have only 12 hours. When the time is up, you will be expelled from the Sword Pill's miniature realm. Changhong felt a sudden jolt, his body tensing and then relaxing. The scenery before him was no longer the familiar realm he once knew. This was what one might call a small world, devoid of sun, moon, and stars, as well as mountains and rivers. Changhong glanced around, confirming that no one else was nearby. He attempted to summon his spiritual energy, yet an invisible force of rules restrained him. His violet mansion was forcibly sealed, rendering his divine consciousness unable to extend outward. Changhong lifted his collar, and the silken armor lost its pristine luminescence. Bang! Changhong struck the ground with a fist. The earth remained unscathed, yet his hand throbbed with pain. Even his physical form had been constrained to that of a mortal by the rules of the miniature world. However, my internal organs had long transcended the mundane, allowing my physical prowess to surpass that of an ordinary human significantly. Before Li Changhong participated in the sect competition, he had already conducted thorough research. If he could bind the sword pellet, he would unlock the cultivation levels from Qi Refinement Stage 1 to Qi Refinement Stage 3, thus gaining a competitive advantage. However, I can no longer wait. Li Changhong is not inclined to seek the sword first. He is intent on taking a life at this very moment. He does not believe that acquiring the sword beforehand represents a strategic advantage. The very essence of his being is the true advantage for Li Changhong. Thunderous footsteps echo. Li Changhong began to run once more, dashing through the realm of the sword round. His eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, and his hands trembled slightly, as if playing a haunting melody titled Death. In this world, there was no sense of direction. The ground was littered with countless sword marks. The wind howled, biting against his face, causing his eyes to involuntarily shed tears. Above him, the sky was illuminated by flashes of lightning, though their true form remained obscured. Perhaps it was a lightning-type sword round. It must appear rather impressive. Li Changhong glanced up briefly before losing interest. His eyes continued to scan the surroundings. In less than a quarter of an hour, a figure emerged ahead. According to the intelligence provided by Zhuge Wenxuan, this individual bore the surname Yi. Whether this person had received orders to eliminate him was of little consequence now. Li Changhong surged forward, leaping high, his knee aimed squarely at the man's head. Bang! The man, still attempting to manipulate a fire-infused sword pellet suspended in the air, was sent flying 6 meters by the force of Li Changhong's knee. Whether he was dead or alive remained uncertain, but his skull was likely shattered. The man convulsed violently. It appeared his nerves had sustained serious damage. Stripped of their cultivation powers, they were far more fragile than Li Changhong had anticipated. Li Changhong took a swift, powerful run up once more, rapidly reaching the individual's side. He lifted his hind leg high and swung it in a wide arc. The person's head and body were severed from one another, flying far away. Examine the corpse. Li Changhong skillfully examined the corpse before dashing away once more, leaving behind the bewildered fire-type sword pellet in a state of confusion. At this moment, Li Changhong could not afford to squander time on the sword pellet. His priority was to locate a sword pellet that resonated with his own spiritual root, gain its acceptance, and ultimately endure the trials that followed. Particularly, the process of refining the sword pellet was no trivial matter. Even a preliminary refinement would require no less than 10 hours. While others may have been oblivious, Li Changhong was acutely aware that it took him an entire day to achieve a basic refinement of the Gingjin sword pellet. Thus, to attain the means of a cultivator after refining the sword pellet in its miniature world was a formidable challenge. It was more prudent to eliminate foes first and then gather the sword pellets, allowing for their refinement later after exiting. Before long, Li Changhong encountered 3 individuals ahead. The first 2 were not of the Yi clan, but the last was indeed a member of the Yi tribe. Upon spotting Li Changhong approaching, their face turned ashen with fear, prompting them to flee in a panic. Their speed was no match for Li Changhong, who swiftly knocked one down with a flying kick. Just as he was about to strike, he sensed an impending aura of death approaching. Damn it, I knew it. Li Changhong speculated that the Yi clan must possess some form of cheating mechanism, enabling their members to acquire the techniques of cultivators ahead of time. Although he had yet to see any of them, the whistling sword light had already arrived. The roles had now reversed, and it was Li Changhong who was fleeing for his life. A man soon pursued him. Fortunately, he was only at the 2nd level of Qi refinement and could not fly with a sword. He could only affix wind talisman to his legs and employ wind control technique to enhance his speed. You shall not escape. Ahead. Li Changhong's voice echoed with curses. Try tossing aside your sword pellet if you dare, and see if I don't bring you down with an elbow. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Behind Li Changhong, 3 pursuers from the Yi clan had emerged, each of whom had refined a sword pellet. Or rather, they had forcibly bound themselves to the sword pellets using secret techniques, rather than truly refining them. Consequently, they were unable to harness the sword pellets for their own purposes and could only resort to utilizing other magical artifacts. Within the miniature realm of the sword pellet, even a mid-grade spiritual weapon could only exert a limited amount of power. Only the sword pellet itself could unleash its true potential within its own domain. Damn it. How can this fellow run so swiftly? It defies reason. He ought to be an ordinary person. How could he possess such speed and determination? Stop overthinking. Hesitation may lead to disaster. He must be eliminated here. Otherwise, if he is allowed to grow stronger, our Yi clan will be in peril. Indeed. He has already slain senior brother Yi Chan, and in the future, You might even have the potential to slay our ancestor. The three of them bit their tongues, unleashing a flying vessel that immediately surged in speed. As the distance between them diminished, Changhong could not help but curse vehemently. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Zhuge Wenxuan arrived. 3 sword pellets hovered above his head, all of which were of the earth attribute, one of which appeared quite juvenile, clearly having been refined not long ago. It seemed that the other 2 earth attribute sword pellets were assisting in this rapid refinement. Zhuge Wenxuan's cultivation was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and the 3 sword pellets emanated formidable sword light. The freshly refined sword pellet maintained a certain rule-bound connection to the miniature realm of the sword pellet, and the sword light it released was unexpectedly more powerful than that of the other 2 sword pellets. Junior brother, make haste and run to the left front. There lies a precious metal attribute sword pellet. If you refine it quickly, you might achieve initial refinement in just 5 or 6 hours. Changhong dared not linger, his feet burning with heat, and his legs felt as though they were laden with lead. With remarkable determination, he finally beheld the golden sword pellet. However, at that moment, the pellet was being refined, and the one performing the refinement was none other than Qin Luo. Changhong's eyes glinted with a fierce light as adrenaline surged through him, propelling his speed to new heights. Although Qin Luo did not bear the surname Yi, he was nonetheless the Dao partner of Yi Yunxi, a disciple of the esteemed Yuanying ancestor of the Yi clan, indistinguishable from the members of that lineage. Upon hearing the commotion, the other party turned their head, and their pupils instantly constricted. Changhong charged forward with a fierce demeanor, his body reeking of fresh blood, evidently having just taken a life. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retrieved a formation plate imbued with formidable sword intent from his sleeve and struck it against the golden sword pellet. The golden sword pellet was ensnared by the formation plate, hovering above Qin Luo's head, alleviating some of the oppressive regulations. 4th layer of Qi refinement. Changhong was taken aback, abruptly halting his raised knee before swiftly turning and dashing away once more. This is life-threatening. Chapter 29. This madman dares to do anything. It's a matter of life and death. Changhong's chest heaved violently, gasping for breath, his throat parched by the air that rushed in, each swallow sending sharp pangs of pain. As the heart, a precious artifact, pumped blood at an accelerated pace, it fervently delivered oxygen and energy throughout his body. Behind him, Qin Luo grew ever closer. Changhong was adorned with countless scars from sword wounds, though fortunately none were fatal. Earlier, in the arena, your eloquence was quite audacious, yet you had the audacity to strike at me. Today, I, Qin Luo, shall ensure your demise. Qin Luo's prowess surpasses that of Yi Chun and Zhuge Wenxuan, as he is the esteemed elder brother among the disciples of the Starry Sword sect. His origins are shrouded in mystery, and his joining the sect was merely for the sake of experience. To the other disciples, Qin Luo is indeed a figure deserving of admiration and respect, always ready to assist his fellow brothers and sisters in times of peril. However, Changhong harbors no esteem for Qin Luo. In him, Changhong perceives a reflection of Yi Chun. Though he may appear congenial on the surface, he fundamentally regards others as inferior, not worthy of being considered his equals. Even his demeanor of neither deference nor arrogance before elders is but a deliberate facade. They seem to believe themselves to be the protagonists of the world, expecting everyone to orbit around them. What Changhong detests the most is their inclination to pursue any captivating woman, striving to make her one of their harem, as if all the world's beauties ought to belong to them. Previously on Wanyao Ridge, the way Qin Luo gazed at Xiao Yuer mirrored Yi Chen's admiration for Chu Junya. Even if I do not insult Yi Yunxi, you would still seek my life, would you not, in order to exact vengeance upon my senior sister? Changhong noticed a flash of lightning ahead and spoke up to divert Qin Luo's attention. Simultaneously, he cursed inwardly. Wake up, you wretched girl. Your father is on the brink of death. Ignoring me? Do you believe I would seek out your mother for a game of seesaw? I outweigh her, so I shall tip her. Little sword, infuriated, exclaimed, who dares to tip my mother? I shall tip his mother first, and then him as well. Who is it? Changhong's tone softened immediately. The one who chased after me. Wasn't he just cursing at my companion on the arena yesterday? Today he has come to seek revenge. We absolutely cannot let him off the hook. You must slay him directly, and then eliminate his entire family. Changhong instigated fervently. Xiao Jian, in a fit of rage, retorted, what nonsense. Look at me. Do you really think I can slay a formidable opponent? Handle your own affairs. If you get killed, you can only blame yourself. The kindness of allowing you to live this long should be enough for you and your entire family to bow down 1,000 times before me." Li Changhong remained utterly unconcerned. "I am but a wretched soul. Death holds no fear for me. However, should I perish, if you were to encounter any misfortune, it would suffice for you to swiftly refine that sword pellet. Then, you could rest easy, as there would be no need for you to wield the sword yourself." The small sword noticed a pure white arc of lightning in the sky ahead, with the core faintly revealing itself to be a small sword. This was a thunder-type sword pellet that could rival the golden sword pellet. Among all spells, lightning magic stands unparalleled. For sword cultivators, the golden attribute aligns most harmoniously, thus ranking them equally at the summit. Yet, in comparison to the golden sword pellet, the thunder-type sword pellet exudes a more domineering and fierce nature, and its compatibility with sword cultivators is significantly lower, rendering the fusion of the thunder-type sword pellet exceedingly challenging. Rather than risk being struck down by lightning in an attempt to fuse with the thunder-type sword pellet, it would be wiser to wager on the golden sword pellet. Li Changhong placed his hopes on the small sword, believing it could swiftly subdue the thunder-type sword pellet, thereby facilitating its effortless refinement. However, to his surprise, the small sword proclaimed, "The sword pellet chooses evil as well as goodness. It selects the strong alongside the weak." In truth, the sword pellet cannot discern between these. It merely follows fate, seeking beings that resonate with its essence. Thus, even you, my sword father, cannot compel a sword pellet unless it willingly acknowledges you. The sword father could only confine it within your being, while whether you successfully merge with it or it dissipates within you relies solely on your own fortune. The small sword understood the gravity of the situation. Although it felt a sense of frustration, it was indeed powerless to directly slay Qin Luo. Now, it had become an integral part of Li Changhong's existence, suffering significant damage to its essence, and could only enable Li Changhong's rise. Yet, it would not act as a mere guiding elder from the shadows. To such an entity, Li Changhong was merely a vessel, and after a prolonged period of slumber to restore part of its essence, it would eventually depart. Li Changhong sought only this particular statement from Xiao Jian. From the very beginning, he never regarded Xiao Jian as trustworthy. All parties are merely utilizing one another. Hence, the notion of camaraderie is superfluous. Externally, it is undoubtedly the Jiangong Lei, a manifestation of pure yang thunder among the 5 thunders. As I understand it, the 5 thunders correspond to the 5 internal organs, which are further associated with the 5 elements, each giving rise to its own unique qi. Even if one does not possess a youthful body, it does not preclude the ability to harness the Jiangong Lei. I cultivate the Taiji Wuzongju, allowing me to command the primordial qi of the 5 internal organs and 6 bowels. Whether it is the pure yang heart qi that governs fire, the lung qi of the lesser yin that represents metal, the kidney qi of pure yin that embodies water, the liver qi of the lesser yang that symbolizes wood, or the spleen qi that harmonizes yin and yang and represents earth, I can summon them at will. Furthermore, with the assistance of the 6 bowels, which enhance the qi of the 5 organs corresponding to the 5 elements, the equilibrium of yin and yang enables the seamless operation of Taiji. By merely employing the other 4 qi to support the pure yang heart fire qi, I am certain that the Jiangong sword pill will willingly integrate within me. Moreover, as I indeed possess a youthful body, I shall benefit from an additional enhancement. Thus, this Jiangong sword pill is perfectly suited for my present self. Li Changhong swiftly calculated in his mind, and it was merely a fleeting thought. Behind him, Qin Luo furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing it. It was evident that he held a profound interest in the Jiangong sword pellet. He felt no concern that Li Changhong could successfully integrate the Jiangong sword pellet. The thunder-type sword pellet was notoriously difficult to master. A moment of carelessness could lead to one's consciousness being shattered by lightning. Even he steered clear of the thunder-type sword pellet, yet he witnessed Li Changhong leap high into the air and, with a decisive motion, swallow the Jiangong sword pellet whole. As he drew near, the powerful electric field caused Li Changhong's hair to stand on end. What began as a tingling sensation transformed into violent convulsions. Particularly during those few seconds after he had swallowed the pellet, his already parched throat felt as though it had swallowed a glowing red iron sword, filling his mouth with a savory aroma. The flesh from his mouth to his stomach was instantly charred, and a plume of white smoke emerged from his 7 orifices. Simultaneously, his entire body convulsed violently, and his eyes rolled back in a fit of electrical shock. This madman dared to do anything. Qin Luo surmised that Li Changhong had set his sights on the Jiangong sword pellet. However, he could hardly fathom that he would dare to swallow a sword pellet, especially one as destructive as the thunder type. You are but a mortal now, even if you possess other means to refine the Jiangong sword pellet. The moment your internal organs succumb to its ingestion, they are bound to be ruined. You seek your own demise, and I shall not hinder you. Yet, witnessing your suffering, I might as well accompany you on your journey. Qin Luo appeared at ease, for to him, Li Changhong was already a dead man. In his eyes, there was no malice directed at the deceased. Meanwhile, within Li Changhong's body, at the moment the Jiangong sword pill was swallowed, a silvery sword light surged from his kidneys, instantly suppressing the unresponsive Jiangong sword pill. Once it regained its senses, it began to resist fiercely against the suppression. The sword pill, indomitable in spirit, fought back despite the exceedingly high level of the silvery sword light. However, soon a powerful stream of pure yang fire energy erupted from Li Changhong's heart. This energy was extraordinarily pure, a manifestation only attainable by those of youthful vitality. The Jiangong sword pill immediately ceased its struggle and, guided by Li Changhong, settled into the small intestine, corresponding with the yin-yang balance of the heart, where it could accept the pure yang fire descending from the heart. Ordinarily, a practitioner would require at least 3 days to initially refine the sword pill upon gaining its recognition. They would first allow the sword pill to enter the Naiwan Palace, then use their spirit to touch the sword pill, enveloping it in the process, resulting in a clash of the sword cultivator's spirit with the spirit of the sword. In essence, this process is intricate. If the sword cultivator and the sword spirit fail to resonate, the refinement will ultimately fail, causing the sword pill to either dissipate or return to its small world. However, Li Changhong was no ordinary practitioner. He did not believe that only the Naiwan Palace could nurture the sword pill. The 6 viscera could also catalyze the 5 elemental sword energies, perpetually nourishing the sword pill with sword energy, potentially yielding results no less effective than the Naiwan Palace. The organs are interconnected, with the liver housing the soul, the lungs the spirit, the heart the divine essence, the kidneys the essence, the spleen the will, and the kidneys the ambition, harmonizing the yin-yang of the 6 viscera and 5 organs. Thus, it is equally feasible to channel the spiritual power from the 5 organs to nourish the sword pill through the 6 viscera. At this moment, with the full cooperation of the 5 organs and 6 viscera, coupled with Li Changhong's youthful vitality, the refinement of the Jiangong sword pill progressed rapidly. It was assured that within a maximum of 3 hours, it would be successfully refined. Yet, Qin Luo would not wait. The sword in his hand was a superior spiritual weapon, indicative of his profound origins. He catalyzed a colossal dragon of sword energy, tearing through everything in its path, intent on devouring Li Changhong. Chapter 30. Offering you as tribute to my sword pill, there were still 5 hours until all entrants would be expelled from the sword pill's small world. In a place engulfed in flames, a sharp figure arose. Kill, he murmured, his eyes vacant, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Flames pulsated from his center. With over a dozen fiery sword pills hovering above his head, each unique, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the mid-foundation stage. His body floated in the air, without the aid of a flying sword, and the fire within him flickered, seemingly not of living essence. Heading towards Li Changhong, he transformed into a fiery sword light. Racing forward, kill Li Changhong. Meanwhile, on another front, Qin Luo was still pursuing Li Changhong, his expression grim. A dragon, constructed from sword energy, roared. Combining with the technique of spiritual transformation, the sword dragon came to life, bearing an overwhelming force, diving down towards Li Changhong. In his mortal form, Li Changhong could not evade such an attack. Yet, at the critical moment, Li Changhong activated the quintessence of the 5 elemental energies within his viscera, a flash of silver light momentarily appearing on his surface. Suddenly, Li Changhong vanished from his original position, reappearing in a safe area ahead. Damn it! What kind of technique is this? Qin Luo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. Lacking the foundation to fly with a sword, he could only trail behind Li Changhong. Yet, even with his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he found himself unable to compete in endurance against the mere mortal Li Changhong. Li Changhong had long since exhausted himself. His legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, completely numb. The ground he had traversed bore the bloodied footprints of his battered feet. and he continued to push forward solely through an astonishing willpower. A true warrior is not only relentless towards others, but equally merciless towards oneself. The end is near. Occasionally, arcs of lightning danced across Li Changhong's body, with pure white electric arcs reflected in his pupils. It was indeed these bolts of lightning that stimulated Li Changhong's muscles and bones, drawing forth the latent potential within him. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Qin Luo was acutely aware that they could not afford to delay. Should Li Changhong successfully merge with the Jiangong sword pill, a fierce battle would inevitably ensue. Li Changhong's performance in the arena was something Qin Luo had witnessed firsthand. He was nothing short of a madman, determined to take others down with him, even in death. Unless he resorted to that trump card, there was little hope. Damn it! Qin Luo cursed under his breath and turned to leave. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to keep his trump card in reserve. He vowed never to use it unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, Qin Luo harbored a sense of pride. In terms of cultivation and potential, Li Changhong could not possibly compare to him. Even if Li Changhong were to survive today, he would never be a match for Qin Luo in the future. The sword talisman's miniature realm suppressed cultivation levels. And if Li Changhong were to refine the Scarlet Palace sword talisman, he would undoubtedly surpass Qin Luo, who could only forcibly restrain the sword talisman through array techniques. Given Li Changhong's doggedly reckless nature, he would never relent until he had inflicted mortal harm. Oh, he has gone? Li Changhong glanced back, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Had Qin Luo pursued him further, after refining the Jiangong sword pill, he would have surely dazzled him with his prowess. To err on the side of caution, Li Changhong ran for a while before coming to a halt. After approximately half an hour, he commenced the preliminary refinement of the Jiangong sword pill. Upon completion, he immediately sensed a slight alleviation of the oppressive rules governing this realm. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Li Changhong let out a sinister laugh, retrieving healing and restorative elixirs from his storage ring and consuming them. The wounds inflicted on his back by Qin Luo and the burns in his oral cavity, esophagus, and stomach rapidly healed, his physical form swiftly ascending to its zenith. Now is my time for the hunt. Wielding the Qingyan sword, with 2 sword pills, one golden and one white, floating above his head, he unleashed a torrent of golden lightning sword light, exuding a fearsome and imposing aura. Both the gold and lightning attributes are among the most formidable. One excels in single-target lethality, the other dominates in area attacks. With the harmonious balance of yin and yang within his internal organs, the sword Qi of the gold and lightning attributes not only avoids conflict, but also merges seamlessly. This fusion creates an even more powerful superconducting sword Qi, exponentially enhancing his destructive power. In addition to its razor-sharp nature, the attack also carries extensive thunderous damage. After pursuing me for so long, if I do not strike you down, my thoughts shall remain unfulfilled. Li Changhong affixed the wind talismans and unleashed the wind control technique, causing his speed to surge dramatically. After scanning the surroundings, he did not locate Qin Luo, but he did encounter 5 isolated disciples of the Yi clan. With a sinister chuckle, he thought to himself, "You shall serve as offerings for my sword pellets." The 5 individuals, upon seeing Li Changhong, revealed expressions of joy. They believed that by eliminating Li Changhong, they would acquire immense cultivation resources. However, before they could utter a word, Li Changhong had already charged towards them. As their eyes fell upon the golden thunder dual sword pellets hovering above his head, their expressions of delight were swiftly engulfed by dread. Sizzle! Sizzle! Before Li Changhong arrived, the golden thunder twin sword pill had already unleashed hundreds of Gongjin Yang thunder sword Qi. The protective energy shield and defensive talismans erected by the 2 ahead appeared as fragile as mere parchment in its presence. In an instant, numerous sword holes pierced through their bodies, while the accompanying thunder scorched their wounds, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. Although the other 3 were not directly attacked, the area damage caused by the Jiangong sword pill impeded their escape. Li Changhong had already arrived at their side. In terms of cultivation and physical prowess, they were utterly incomparable to him. A glimmer of silver flashed, and a head was severed, following another onslaught of the golden Yang thunder sword Qi. The remaining 2 met their fates, one dead and the other gravely injured, both losing their heads to Li Changhong's blade. The disciples of the Yi clan who had entered the Sword Seed's miniature realm possessed formidable strength. However, due to their confinement by the formation plate, Their cultivation was limited to the third level of Qi refinement at most. More significantly, the sword seeds refined within this miniature realm were greatly enhanced by the rules of this domain, rendering them far more powerful. Thus, Li Changhong slaughtered them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. After a thorough search through the corpses, Li Changhong set off once more in pursuit of the Yi clan disciples, particularly targeting Qin Luo, for his desire to kill was intense. The more crucial Qin Luo was to the Yi clan, the more determined he became to eliminate him. Before long, Li Changhong sensed the fluctuations of battle ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he altered his course and rushed toward the source. Indeed, it was the disciples of the Yi clan. Engaged in combat were Zhuge Wenxuan and Niu Zuohua, who found themselves ensnared within a formation, fighting against 8 disciples of the Yi clan. The formation was intricate, likely a second-grade or even higher-tier array. Could this also be a hidden card meant to ensnare me? Upon confirming the absence of any traps, Li Changhong charged forward without hesitation. With a swift motion, a head was sent soaring into the air. Zhuge Wenxuan and Niu Zuohua rejoiced, for it seemed that Li Changhong had successfully refined a formidable sword pellet. Li Changhong, moving as if in a realm devoid of others, advanced with the unstoppable momentum of a fierce storm, mercilessly dispatching the remaining members of the Izu clan, leaving none alive. While he was in the process of inspecting the bodies, Li Changhong suddenly sensed a terrifying aura emanating from a certain direction. Foundation establishment. Undoubtedly, the presence of such an aura from the Sword Pill's miniature world was intent on his demise. As a mere 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, he felt a shiver of death beckoning him, merely from a fleeting whiff of this ominous presence. Flee. Just when he thought he was poised to unleash a rampage, a foe even more formidable had emerged. Li Changhong's heart was filled with resentment, and his hatred for the Yi clan intensified to new heights. Damn it! Once I rise to power, I will slaughter every last member of your Yi clan. He cursed inwardly, yet his fleeing footsteps only quickened. However, the unease in his heart grew increasingly palpable as that foundation establishment aura drew nearer. Hiss! A fiery serpent darted forth, its flames concealing a razor-sharp sword light. Li Changhong, without looking back, with the golden thunder dual sword pill atop his head, took the initiative to confront his foes. He unleashed dozens of sword lights, ultimately vanquishing the fiery serpent. Paralyzed. At the very least, this indicates a mid-stage foundation establishment. Just how fervently does your clan wish to eliminate me? Li Changhong uttered a curse and sprinted desperately. The slumbering Xiao Jian retorted, "Who dares to insult your sword father? Do you believe that your sword father could reduce your family lineage to a limited edition? Within the original trap." Zhuge Wenxuan and Niu Zuohua were struck with astonishment upon seeing the figure pursuing Li Changhong. How could anyone possess foundational strength? No, that is not human. Chapter 31. The 3-foot Qing Feng sword cannot protect a 3-inch heart. This marked Li Changhong's third frantic escape. Yet this time, evasion proved exceedingly difficult. His opponent possessed a speed far surpassing his own, a disparity that could not be bridged by mere willpower. The fiery sword lights spread across the heavens, painting half the sky in a crimson hue. Li Changhong's protective energy shield was swiftly shattered. In this fleeting moment, 2 fiery sword lights were poised to strike his body. Clang! The dragon-scale armor materialized, intercepting the blazing sword light. However, the searing heat caused the dragon-scale armor to glow an intense orange, with the fabric beneath incinerated, searing into his flesh and igniting excruciating pain in his nerve endings. His flesh was being cooked. I am a human, not a piece of roasted meat. Li Changhong felt as though the heavens intended to roast him alive. Fortunately, his spiritual power was sufficient, though his cultivation level constrained him from fully unleashing the true defensive capabilities of his protective spiritual barrier. As he re-established the barrier, Li Changhong sprinted for his life, harboring hopes for an unforeseen turn of events that might deliver him from peril. Perhaps Master Xianxin had also devised a contingency plan. Yet, 3 hours passed without any sign of salvation. Li Changhong despaired as he came to terms with reality. He realized that he was not the protagonist, lacking the fortunate fate of transforming misfortune into fortune, nor did he face death with the timely rescue of allies. Li Changhong trusts no one but himself. Damn the Izu. One day I, Li Changhong, shall eradicate all of you. Li Changhong let out a furious roar, halting his flight. With a swift turn, he wielded the Qingyun sword and struck at his pursuer. To be precise, it was that sword puppet. The opponent was no longer human. Its physical form had been transformed into a puppet, with a sword pill replacing its heart. The original owner's soul had vanished, and it was the sword pill that controlled this puppet. The sole purpose of the sword pill was to eliminate Li Changhong at all costs. This sword pill originated from the realm of sword pills, possessing a high rank, and was the sovereign among fire-type sword pills, commanding other fire-type sword pills to bind with this puppet. After binding with over 10 sword pills, the sword puppet attained absolute foundational power equivalent to the 6th layer of cultivation within the sword pill realm. Had Li Changhong's cultivation not been suppressed, he might have been able to vanquish it. After 3 hours of fleeing, Li Changhong realized that if he continued to run, his spiritual energy would be depleted before the 12th hour. At that point, he would face certain death. Since escape was futile, he could only fight with all his might. The Qingyun's sword glimmered with silver light, swiftly arriving before the sword puppet. The sword puppet was more merciless than any cultivator, reacting with incredible swiftness. As Li Changhong made his move, it countered immediately. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of crimson sword light, forming a wall of fire that shielded it from Li Changhong. Simultaneously, dozens of fire-type sword pills above its head rapidly multiplied into thousands of fiery sword lights, descending upon Li Changhong like a torrential rain, offering him no escape. Clang, clang, clang. The protective barrier of spiritual energy was shattered once again. It was impossible to count how many times it had been breached. The sword light struck relentlessly against the already battered dragon scale armor, causing further damage to the core of the spiritual artifact and shedding numerous dragon scales. The dragon scale armor was rendered useless. The silken armor had long been compromised, and its inherent properties were inherently weak against the fire-type sword pills. Fortunately, the Golden Thunder dual sword pills proved their worth, severing one of the sword puppet's arms. Yet, despair enveloped Li Changhong, for the sword puppet remained unaffected. The cultivator's body was merely a vessel, and its core was that fire-type sword pill masquerading as a heart. With no hope of escape and unable to overpower his foe, despair gnawed at Li Changhong's heart. Nevertheless, his gaze revealed no trace of fear. Even knowing he could not win, Li Changhong resolved to strike one final blow. The recovery pills and healing elixirs provided by Xiao Yuer had been consumed, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Death tightened its grip on his heart, threatening to still its beat at any moment. In a moment of being struck, Li Changhong felt a fiery sword piercing into the area of his left kidney, startling the small sword awake in an instant. Realizing the events unfolding, it exclaimed in exasperation, "What on earth do you intend to do, you little rascal? A minor calamity every day and a major one every 3 days. Was your mother undergoing a tribulation on the day you were born? I merely wish to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Can you not grant me that?" Li Changhong lamented bitterly. A 3-foot green sword cannot safeguard a heart of mere 3 inches. Brother sword, I have done my utmost. Farewell. Upon uttering these words, Li Changhong felt a darkness envelop him and fainted instantly. His spirit had reached its limit. In the brief span of 12 hours within the sword talisman's miniature world, he had faced death 3 times in a frantic dash. Just as he finally found a moment to catch his breath, a formidable sword puppet emerged, delivering a crushing blow from a higher dimension. Li Changhong could no longer endure. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, he would have perished countless times by now, having exhausted his supply of elixirs and depleted his spiritual energy. Both his physical body and spirit had reached their limits. This was not merely a question of fate. The taut string within him had snapped. The silk armor he wore had been scorched beyond recognition, utterly destroyed. His dragon scale armor was nearly in tatters, still glowing a fierce red as it continued to sear his flesh. 2 sword pills had been overconsumed, retreating into the recesses of his intestines to recuperate. The Qingyun sword, however, remained intact, yet it was far from the fray, lacking the space to unleash its potential. Li Changhong felt a sudden darkness engulf him, and he collapsed. Within him, the sword spirit cursed vehemently. The sword puppet showed no mercy, unleashing a torrential onslaught of fiery sword lights, illuminating the heavens and earth in a crimson glow. Curse this troublesome being, deserving of a wretched fate. And now, it seeks to drag me down with it. Damn it, after barely regaining a modicum of my essence, I must expend it once more. When you awaken, you must find me a beautiful sword maiden. Damn it. In the final moment before the fiery sword lights descended, the essence of the supreme space avenue erupted from his core, enveloping Li Changhong and vanishing in an instant. Moments later, the flames dissipated. The sword puppet could no longer sense Li Changhong's presence, leaving behind a severely deformed armor and a token of a personal disciple. Mission accomplished. As the 12 hours concluded, the remaining 16 individuals were expelled from the miniature world of the sword. The main and deputy sect leaders, along with the elders, observed the 16 who appeared on the formation platform. Their expressions varied. The Yi clan members exhaled in relief. Although 13 of their disciples had perished, the death of Li Changhong lifted the burden from their hearts. The deputy sect leader, upon not finding Li Changhong, let out a sigh. On the summit of the supreme peak, Master Xianchen witnessed this scene, closing his eyes as a sense of melancholy abruptly enveloped him. Akin to autumn winds sweeping through withered trees, shedding the last remnants of autumn leaves. Soon after, the news of Li Changhong's downfall in the small world swiftly spread throughout the entire Starsword sect. Beneath the flesh concealment peak, a dark silhouette stood alone, her jade-like palm cradling a third-grade spiritual pill. She had finally succeeded in refining a third-grade elixir, yet there was no one to share this joy with. Do you know I am worried about you? Xiao Yuer turned around, her body seemingly drained of all strength, stumbling up the flesh concealment peak to the wooden cabin's entrance. There were no words of mourning, only silent tears tracing down her darkened cheeks, washing away 2 pale streaks. Xiao Yuer merely stood at the door, quietly gazing at the spot where she first met Li Changhong. Is it Sister Yuer? Would you like to come in and sit? The cabin door was opened by a pair of small hands, revealing Shi'er with hollow eyes, devoid of substance. As Xiao Yuer stepped inside, she found no trace of Li Changhong's presence, save for a jade flute resting on the bed. Shi'er could not see the tears glistening on Xiao Yuer's face. Yet she could feel them, for a pervasive sorrow enveloped the wooden cabin, filling every corner. It was a gentle yet heavy emotion, akin to the spiritual energy within a gathering array, invisible yet penetrating deeply into the body. Has something happened to brother? Shi'er's voice trembled, her fear evident in the question. Xiao Yuer was at a loss for words, unable to accept Li Changhong's downfall herself. He went on a perilous mission. Stepping out of the cabin, Xiao Yuer felt utterly lost, her mind flooded with moments spent with Li Changhong. A girl as hard is like a phoenix tree growing through the river of time, its branches extending wildly, infused with love that pierces the heart. I witnessed the spring breeze with indifference, the summer cicadas without annoyance, the autumn leaves without sorrow, and the winter snow without sighs. Only you stir my heart. After she left, tears could no longer be contained in Shio's hollow eyes. She understood more than anyone else, was wiser than anyone else, yet her dependence on Li Changhong was unparalleled. Brother, you promised to take me to eat delicious food, yet you have broken your promise. Shi'er murmured, closing the cabin door and seeking comfort in bed, clutching the jade flute tightly. In the 15 years that Xie endured hardships beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, she crumbled after Li Changhong's departure. Curled up in bed, she had once found solace in Li Changhong's presence, sleeping sweetly beside him. In the void, it seemed as if she could still see Li Changhong. She reached out, longing to grasp the hem of his garment. But that figure receded further and further until it vanished into the abyss. Once again, she was enveloped in solitude. Many days and nights passed, and in the Fengyue Chunlu of Lingxi City, she lay alone, curled up in the same loneliness. Brother, please do not leave me, she whispered. The words brother feeling so powerless and pale. To be continued. Chapter 32. The approach of murderous intent. Captain, is that kid wearing cosplay? He looks quite dashing. More refined than our battle ropes. In the Yanbei war zone, amidst the Chabai mountain range, 5 ancient-style warriors looked down upon the men and women gathered in a damp and humid cave, where a fire provided some warmth. Their gazes were fixated on a severely burned man, while a poised and aloof woman sat in meditation with her eyes closed. He is still alive? Li Changhong, caught in a chaotic haze, gradually perceived a glimmer of clarity as his spirit began to awaken. Breathing in the air, he immediately sensed something amiss. As a foundational cultivator, he was acutely attuned to the spiritual energy of the world, yet at this moment, the essence that entered his nostrils was far inferior to what it once was. And his entire being resisted this altered environment. You are awake, remarked a youth, appearing to be around 18 or 19. With a still youthful visage and an expression imbued with naive clarity. A voice, dripping with mockery, interjected, "Ah, my fellow student, while this world may abound with opportunities, only those destined to seize them may succeed. Do you truly believe that donning garments imbued with celestial energy will bring you fortune?" Upon hearing the familiar term fellow student, Li Changhong's eyes widened in surprise. He promptly sat up from the ground. Disregarding the burns that marred his bee, Li Changhong directly took the kettle, rising to his feet. Gulping down the water within, he returned the kettle to its owner. Lost in thought, he strolled to the mouth of the cave, gazing up at the sky. Changhong gazed at the starry sky. It was night, and the chirping of insects resonated. The summer evening breeze was refreshingly cool, tousling his long hair. The enchanting midsummer night, where the stars seemed to cradle the moon, eased Changhong's heart. He should have returned, yet it was prudent to ascertain the situation first. For the attire of these individuals did not resemble that of ordinary people. Changhong sat back down, as if engaging in a casual conversation. "Greetings, everyone. I fear my mind may be faltering, for I cannot recall many things. I am uncertain of the year or my current location." A man adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles regarded Changhong with disdain. "Current location? Brother." Speaking in such an ornate manner, have you become so enraptured by novels that you truly imagine yourself as a powerful being reborn from another world? Changhong cast a glance at the individual before him. He had no desire to bicker with someone so insignificant, yet if this person continued to prance about, he would disregard the laws of the mundane world. If Chen could kill with impunity, then as a foundational cultivator, he too could unleash a massacre without fear of retribution. However, it was not the time for bloodshed. Upon awakening, he had already introspected his own condition. His essence remained unscathed. Rather, both his spiritual energy and soul were severely depleted, and his physical body had sustained considerable injuries. Had he still been on Ziwei Star, cultivators could automatically absorb and expel spiritual energy through their physical forms. Yet, on Blue Star, the spiritual energy was far too sparse to satisfy the cultivation needs of a foundational cultivator like himself. Fortunately, after securing first place in the sect competition, he had acquired 100,000 spirit stones, and with the spoils from slaying a member of the Yi clan, he had nearly 200,000 spirit stones, sufficient for a considerable duration. Now, upon awakening, his internal organs were autonomously operating the Taiji concealment technique, and his body was rapidly healing. His soul was also absorbing the essence of the universe, drawing upon the natural transformations of heaven and earth to nourish itself. His spiritual awareness had regained a measure of strength, extending half a meter from his body, and it was continuously expanding. Soon to discern the physical conditions of the 5 individuals nearby. They did not appear to be ordinary people. Perhaps they were warriors akin to Chen. He had completely exhausted his spiritual energy, and to access his storage pouch, he needed to absorb a period of natural spiritual energy or find spirit stones. However, the natural spiritual energy was too thin. It would take at least half a day to gather sufficient energy to unlock his storage pouch. On August 12, 2034, we currently find ourselves in the Changhong mountain range, where you were discovered nearby, the clear-eyed young man remarked. His tone tinged with relief. Now that the spiritual energy of the universe is reviving, the number of beasts with awakened intelligence has surged dramatically. You have lain here for quite some time without being devoured. Your luck is extraordinary. Changhong smiled silently. As a foundational cultivator, the aura he exuded was an instinctive deterrent to beasts, a bloodline instinct that rendered him untouchable. However, should he encounter a demon beast that had awakened its intelligence, it might dare to venture forth and test its limits. Is it August already? Changhong's gaze was laden with complexity. If memory served him correctly, he had perished in January, and it had now been just over 7 months since his demise in the hospital. It appeared that while the seasons of Blue Star and Ziwei Star were inverted, the passage of time remained consistent. It seemed that Xiao Jian's traversal was random, leading him to the northeast. Subsequently, he inquired about the phenomenon of spiritual energy revival. The young man was quite loquacious, revealing that his name was Wu Feng and that he had once been a sophomore at a university in the northeast. Due to his innate talent for martial arts, he had been recruited into the Martial Alliance for training. Through Wu Feng's discourse, Changhong swiftly grasped the general state of affairs on Blue Star. Following his death, the Yanwang authorities had issued an announcement declaring the commencement of the era of cultivation brought about by the revival of spiritual energy. In essence, a series of measures were implemented, with the military and martial artists taking control of cities. Nevertheless, many lives were still lost. In addition to the natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and typhoons triggered by the revival of spiritual energy, wild beasts posed the greatest threat. For them, human flesh was a substantial nourishment, and consuming a human significantly increased the likelihood of awakening their intelligence. Once transformed into demon beasts, conventional small arms were ineffective against them. Of course, even demon beasts could not withstand the onslaught of medium to large caliber firearms, especially as they had only recently undergone transformation and were of low rank. So, you entered the Changhong Mountains to hunt demon beasts? Li Changhong inquired, just as Wu Feng was about to respond. A woman who had been silently meditating with her eyes closed interjected, "Do not ask what you should not." He shrugged, adopting an expression of helplessness. The night had deepened. Wu Feng apologized, then sat cross-legged on the ground, fists clenched and resting upon his knees, entering a meditative state for cultivation. At that moment, upon encountering the aloof woman, Li Changhong swiftly patted the pouch at her waist, producing a spirit stone. Observing the envious glances of the other two untrained individuals, it was evident that the woman's status was quite extraordinary. "Fair lady, might I be so bold as to request a moment to touch that exquisite stone?" Li Changhong spoke up. The woman, upon hearing his voice, opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at him, a hint of confusion reflected in her gaze. The man in gold-rimmed glasses, who had been mocking her earlier, let out a derisive laugh. "Would you like a touch? Why is your face so large? This is a Qi crystal, worth over 1 million, and exceedingly rare. If we become irritated, we could abandon you here, and the Martial Alliance would not come to your aid. We have rescued you, so remain silent and behave yourself. Do you understand?" Li Changhong dismissed the antics of the buffoon, his gaze fixed intently upon the woman. Yet, she merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before resuming her cultivation with the spirit stone, completely ignoring him. Li Changhong was met with disdain, and he felt it inappropriate to shamelessly persist in his demands. After all, they had saved his life, and it would be unconscionable to resort to violence for treasure. He was no wicked cultivator. Moreover, in his current state, he was certainly not assured of victory in a confrontation. Alas, Li Changhong could only sit quietly on the ground, silently practicing the Tai Chi 5 organs technique. Although the absorption of the spiritual energy from the cosmos was somewhat sluggish, it was still better than nothing. As long as he could restore a sliver of spiritual power, he could activate his storage pouch and retrieve spirit stones to regain his strength. Noticing Li Changhong adopting a meditative posture, the man with golden-rimmed glasses scoffed derisively. He then began to discuss with another individual the precious storage pouch worn by the aloof woman, his words dripping with anticipation for its contents. Little did they know, Li Changhong's inner pocket contained over 30 storage pouches, and he wore a storage ring on his finger, a trophy from the defeat of Chen. Yet he had not yet had the opportunity to refine it. In truth, he had not even begun to inventory all the storage pouches belonging to the E-clan disciples. The aloof woman briefly opened her eyes to glance at Li Changhong, a hint of curiosity flickering in her gaze. Li Changhong's meditative posture seemed somewhat familiar. He sat cross-legged, with his hands resting upon his dantian. Yet, there was no discernible fluctuation of internal energy emanating from him, so I chose to divert my attention elsewhere. The night grew increasingly profound. The moonlight cascading from the cave entrance had, unbeknownst to me, been veiled by the encroaching clouds. The nearby chirping of insects gradually subsided into silence. Li Changhong abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the approach of murderous intent. Chapter 33. Mind Your Own Business. The moonlight was shrouded, casting a dim glow upon the surroundings. A dark figure stealthily advanced towards the cave, moving silently through the night. The campfire had dwindled to mere embers, rapidly extinguishing as if besieged by an unseen chill. Harsh, labored breaths concealed in the shadows lingered near the cave entrance, where an indistinct head emerged, its crimson vertical pupils glaring sharply in the darkness. On watch was a woman, engrossed in a previously downloaded romantic novel, her face adorned with a knowing smile, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Li Changhong felt somewhat speechless. If what Wu Feng claimed were true, the Changbai mountain range should now be a perilous place fraught with danger, as if one were merely attending school or work. That ominous figure, exuding a menacing and bloodthirsty aura, had already entered the cave, and the woman remained completely oblivious. Ahem. Li Changhong coughed forcefully twice. The woman engrossed in her novel first paused in surprise, then met the gaze of those crimson vertical pupils. Immediately, a piercing scream filled with terror echoed throughout the cavern. At that very moment, a figure lunged forward. It was a wolf, its size several times that of a tiger. It evidently possessed a remarkable level of intelligence. Targeting the most formidable among the six, the aloof woman. Howl! The wolf demon bared its 2 rows of sharp, bone-white teeth, a foul wind howling around it. Still dripping with flesh. Should it sink its fangs into her, she would likely be severed in 2. The aloof woman snapped awake, her eyes widening as she beheld the gaping maw rushing towards her. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift. She leaped aside just in time. Though a small chunk of flesh was torn from her thigh, the pale expanse of her leg was stained with crimson blood, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. With a swift motion, she tapped her storage pouch and grasped a longsword. The sword, archaic in design, bore traces of blood. As she unsheathed it, a chilling aura surged through the cavern. Li Changhong's gaze was fixated on the long sword, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This weapon was no ordinary artifact. The bloodstains upon it sent a shiver through him, likely remnants of a once mighty creature. Regrettably, his spiritual awareness could only extend 2 meters from his body, rendering him incapable of scanning the sword. Although Li Changhong had no desire to covet the treasures of others, the sight of it ignited a flicker of greed within him. He pondered how he might acquire this sword, dismissing the wolf demon entirely. The wolf demon was indeed a formidable beast, its strength comparable to that of a 5th-tier Qi cultivator, posing a significant threat to the 5 individuals present. Nevertheless, in Li Changhong's eyes, it was hardly a concern. The depletion of spiritual energy merely indicated exhaustion, not a loss of cultivation. "Kill!" cried the aloof woman, brandishing her long sword and charging forth. Wu Feng and the others were jolted awake, their hearts filled with trepidation upon witnessing the menacing wolf demon. Yet, possessing a modicum of experience, they quickly armed themselves and engaged the creature in battle. The cave was dimly lit. They needed to exit. As martial artists, their vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals. However, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, rendering their sight exceedingly unclear, leaving them at a disadvantage against the wolf demon. "Li, hurry and come out," Wu Feng shouted, not forgetting to call for Li Changhong. Yet Li Changhong remained unmoved, instead making his way toward the spot where the aloof woman had been meditating. What a fool to still think of seizing that Qi crystal at a time like this. He deserves to perish. The bespectacled man muttered in disdain. The 5 warriors, despite their injuries, paid no heed to Li Changhong as they rushed out first. The wolf demon, realizing its ambush had failed, immediately fixed its gaze on Li Changhong, who had been the one to cough and alert the others. It possessed considerable intelligence and held grudges. Its eyes glinted with a human-like malice, coupled with primal ferocity. Just as it prepared to pounce upon Li Changhong, a primal instinct triggered a warning, causing it to halt and retreat slowly. "Mind your own business," it spoke, astonishing Li Changhong. To possess the ability to articulate human speech before reaching the foundation establishment stage was no ordinary feat for a beast. The wolf demon abandoned Li Changhong and surged out of the cave to engage in battle with the aloof woman and her companions. At this moment, Li Changhong had grasped the spirit stone abandoned by the aloof maiden, which still contained a trace of spiritual energy. He immediately activated the Tai Chi concealment technique to absorb it into his body. Once transformed into spiritual power, he promptly opened his storage pouch and retrieved a small pile of spirit stones. His internal organs, like a parched traveler in a desert, fervently craved the influx of spiritual energy. Under the nourishing effect of this energy, his consciousness rapidly revitalized and expanded, soon allowing him to perceive the external battle in its entirety. The wolf demon was formidable, however. With the aid of the long sword wielded by the aloof maiden and the collaboration of the other 4, they had gained the upper hand. Yet, Li Changhong also noticed a shadow lurking in the darkness, observing the bloody conflict with a mocking expression. Occasionally, it cast wary glances towards the cave, seemingly aware of the peril that lurked within. Curiously, there were also traces of 4 other beastly auras emanating from this figure. Could it be a beast-taming cultivator? This must be related to the tattoos adorning his body, a tiger on his chest, a bear on his back, a golden toad on the soles of his feet, a wolf on his shoulder, and an eagle on his arm, truly a fierce ensemble. Li Changhong had limited exposure to the cultivation world on Earth. Only aware of the existence of martial artists, it appeared that this world was far more intricate than he had previously imagined. Perhaps, amidst the expanse of blue star, he could inadvertently stumble upon a treasure. The individual lurking in the shadows was a fierce-looking youth, with thick eyebrows and reasonably handsome features. A chill ran down his spine, as he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Who was this person that instilled such primal fear within him? Even in the presence of the elderly from the Hu family, he had never experienced such a feeling. It must have been an illusion. That person emitted no signs of internal energy or spiritual aura. Seeing that the wolf demon was on the verge of collapse, he finally revealed himself. The investigator from Yinan displayed an utter lack of responsibility, allowing the martial artist from the Martial Alliance to pursue him, an utter mismatch of expertise. Sending martial artists was one thing, but the 5 strongest among them were merely at the initial stage of martial masters. What could they possibly do to capture him? The wolf immortal would struggle against him, and he had forgotten to mention that he had 4 other wild immortals, all of whom surpassed the wolf immortal in strength. As he spoke, he descended upon a colossal eagle, casting a commanding gaze down upon the 5 below. 3 streams of uniquely colored energy emanated from him, transforming into a majestic tiger, a ferocious bear, and a toad the size of a basin. The presence of the tiger and bear was far superior to that of the wolf demon, rendering the 5 women utterly inferior. Their expressions changed drastically, as fear magnified within their hearts. The bespectacled man was prepared to abandon his companions at any moment. The fierce-looking youth turned his gaze elsewhere and smiled. "Isn't it time for you to reveal yourself? If you don't, they may lose their lives." Chapter 34. The little brat plays pretend to his astonishment. There were indeed 5 wild immortals. A white figure flickered into view, indicating that he was not the only one hiding in the shadows. A tall woman in a white dress emerged. Even in the dim light, her remarkable allure sparkled like a beacon in the night. Her skin was exceptionally pale, reminiscent of a fairy tale princess, exuding a gentle and serene aura. Perched upon her shoulder was a white snake, its tongue flicking out as it fixated on the fierce youth, poised to strike at any moment. Within the cave, Changhong, who was fervently absorbing spiritual energy, had already noticed the woman through his divine sense. The snake was also a formidable beast, but it was outnumbered and would struggle. He had no intention of intervening just yet. He wished to assess the capabilities of these 2 individuals. He had previously inquired, but the aloof woman had forbidden any discussions. Without understanding the context, he deemed it unwise to act rashly. It was not out of fear of consequences, but rather a lingering irritation directed at the aloof woman who had rejected him and the bespectacled man who had mocked him. "Sister Shaoling, you have been pursuing me for nearly 2 months. You truly possess tenacity." In the skies above, the fierce youth maintained a relaxed demeanor, barely acknowledging Lu Shaoling. Without engaging in further conversation, Lu Shaoling called to the 5 aloof women, "You all leave first. I will hold him off." Her gaze hardened, as she prepared for a desperate battle. The white snake slithered down to the ground, visibly growing in size. In just a few breaths, it transformed into a massive python, measuring over 10 meters in length and boasting a girth thicker than ancient trees. The 5 aloof women bore varying degrees of injuries. Though reluctant, they understood that retreating was necessary to avoid hindering Lu Shaoling. "We must leave." The intelligence was incorrect. The opponent is not a martial artist but a disciple of a supernatural sect. The aloof woman cast a lingering glance at the youth on the eagle's back before swiftly departing. However, the fierce youth interjected, "I never said you could leave. You have already become the blood food favored by the immortals. Do you think my immortals can subsist on nothing?" As he spoke, the toad at his feet released a peculiar mist that obscured the path ahead for the 5 aloof women. "It's an illusory barrier. Stay still, and I will dispel it," Lu Shaoling declared. Yet, the wolf demon, bear demon, and tiger demon charged forward, engaging in battle with the white snake. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shaoling summoned a unique surge of magical energy, launching a beam of light toward the mist. It was not spiritual energy, but rather demonic energy, infused with an enigmatic force. Changhong meticulously scanned with his divine sense. Just as the beam was about to strike the mist, it was shattered by another beam shot from a golden willow branch wielded by the fierce youth. The branch, bearing signs of scorching, suggested it might be a springwood struck by lightning. Whether for refining spiritual artifacts or other purposes, it was incredibly precious. It seemed he had underestimated Blue Star. After all, the resurgence of spiritual energy indicated that there had once been a cultivation system in place. Perhaps even on Blue Star, he could traverse far along the path of immortality. Changhong has opened his eyes, unable to remain a mere observer in the face of the cold, fierce woman wielding her sword, and the tempestuous youth whose thunderous presence has shaken the spring woods. Particularly, this tempestuous youth elicits his profound disdain, for he bears an aura reminiscent of Yi Chan, as if believing himself to be the sole sovereign of heaven and earth. Another self-righteous fool, convinced that the world ought to revolve around him. As for the youth's alleged identity as a spirit medium, Changhong has only encountered mention of it in passing on his phone, lacking a thorough understanding of the matter. "Sister Shaoling, rest assured, I shall not take your life. There may be a misunderstanding between us. If you could comprehend the burdens I carry and the mission I am bound to, you would come to understand me," the tempestuous youth professes, gazing at Lu Shaoling with an expression filled with tenderness and helplessness. Lu Shaoling, a woman of great gentleness, regards him with an icy detachment. Do not shed crocodile tears before me, no matter how eloquently you speak. The fact remains that your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent cannot serve as an excuse for your actions. The tempestuous youth shakes his head with a smile. We shall encounter each other many times in the future, though I will distance myself from you further with each meeting. Yet, I will never take your life. You hold great significance in my heart. Lu Shaoling furrows her brow. Since ancient times, righteousness and wickedness have never coexisted. I do not recall any ties with you. If there are any, it is to purge you from my path. The tempestuous youth remains silent, his eyes betraying a yearning and impulse towards beauty. Confidence radiates from him. While Lu Shaoling's guardian spirit, the white python, is ensnared in suffering injuries. Meanwhile, the 5 cold women find themselves trapped within a ghostly maze, losing contact with those around them and sinking into despair. I shall spare your guardian spirit as a favor to Sister Shaoling. However, I cannot let the other 5 go. Anyone who seeks to take my life shall meet their end, except for you. Within the cave, Changhong could no longer endure the scene before him. The fierce-looking youth was incessantly babbling to Lu Shaoling, transparently expressing his desire for her. In a world where beauty equates to virtue, this infatuated adolescent, smitten by the gentle and wise older sister, was utterly captivated. What did it matter if he spoke of misunderstandings, grievances, responsibilities, or understanding? At its core, it was merely lust, an intention to conquer Lu Shaoling and make her his own. Nothing more. If he were to encounter a 200-pound celestial tank, he would undoubtedly be vanquished swiftly. Lu Shaoling's emotions this evening were akin to a roller coaster. Among the adversaries she pursued, there were 5 formidable wild immortals, the wolf immortal being the weakest among them. She belonged to the elite among the 5 major spirit families in northeast China. Yet compared to the fierce-looking youth, who was no older than 18, she felt utterly outmatched. Not only was capturing him a distant dream, but she also questioned whether she could even escape unscathed. If her instincts were correct, he was likely the fabled one destined for calamity, possessing a heavenly malevolent fate, an innate harbinger of doom. Just as despair enveloped her, she was startled by a soul-shaking sword cry. From within the cave, a coarse voice echoed, "You little brat, acting tough." Finally, an exceptionally sharp flying sword surged forth from the cave, slicing through the air like a rainbow piercing the sun, aimed directly at the fierce-looking youth's head. Though the fierce-looking youth had realized the impending danger, the speed of the flying sword was beyond his capacity to counter. His eyes widened, filled with overwhelming terror. In the face of such murderous intent, he felt as if he were merely a naive child in preschool, infinitely vulnerable. The strike was executed with such decisiveness and resolve. It was him. He instinctively thought of Changhong within the cave, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he could never have anticipated such terrifying strength from his opponent. The fierce-looking youth had no time for contemplation. Survival instinct compelled him to shield himself with the thunderstruck wood. The Qingyun sword instinctively cleaved through both the youth's head and the thunderstruck wood, but it was evident that there was no need to destroy such a treasure. Moreover, the fierce-looking youth was not yet on the brink of death. While he lived, he still possessed a modicum of value. Changhong manipulated the Qingyun sword with his consciousness, altering its trajectory just enough to sever the arm of the fierce-looking youth who had been wielding the thunderstruck Songcheng wood. With a sharp sound, the youth's arm fell from the back of the majestic eagle, followed by a piercing wail of agony. My hand is gone." The fierce-looking youth, still in his adolescence, exhibited a stark contrast in temperament compared to the reckless Changhong. It was evident that he had faced little adversity throughout his life, as the loss of a single limb sent him into a state of panic. "Call for your mother. Soon enough, your head will follow," Changhong muttered. The small sword within him retorted, "I call for your mother to be cursed by me." Overwhelmed by fear, the youth's earlier spell that had entrapped the 5 aloof women dissipated. They were poised to flee when they heard the youth's incessant cries from the eagle's back, causing them to pause. "Look, there's a sword flying in the sky. Who could it be? Could it be an instructor from the academy, secretly protecting us?" However, the gaze of the aloof woman was fixed on Changhong, who had just emerged from the cave. At that moment, their eyes met. With the nourishing power of spiritual energy coursing through him, his flesh and blood began to regenerate at an astonishing rate. Changhong tore away the blood clots that clung to his body, and his gaze shifted towards them. "You have saved my life, and I owe you a favor. Now that you find yourselves in a perilous situation, I shall return the gesture, and we shall be even, severing all ties henceforth." At that moment, if the 5 aloof women remained oblivious to the unfolding events, then their 9 years of compulsory education had been in vain. Wu Feng was the most exhilarated. never having anticipated that Li Changhong was not merely a university student who had strayed into the Changbai Mountains, nor a cosplayer, but rather a gravely injured heavyweight he had fortuitously encountered. Now that the heavyweight was regaining his strength, he was poised to ascend. Lu Xiaoling, lost in thought, promptly summoned the white python back. The wolf, bear, and tiger demons instantly returned to defensive positions, vigilantly watching Li Changhong. Yet, in Li Changhong's eyes, all the beings present were but mere ants. There existed a profound distinction between the celestial and the mortal. Li Changhong, although merely a novice who has just embarked on the path of immortality, stands in stark contrast to ordinary mortals. Chapter 35. One requires justification to kill, yet merely a crime to exorcise demons. Li Changhong is not a loquacious individual. The reason he has yet to take lethal action is that he wishes to first elucidate the situation and resolve this matter of cause and effect. Furthermore, he remains uncertain about the misdeeds committed by the ominous youth and whether he truly deserves to die. Li Changhong possesses a unique set of criteria by which he measures his actions. He will not resort to killing merely for the sake of it, provided that his own interests remain unscathed. In the pursuit of treasure through violence, he first assesses whether his adversary is a nefarious villain. It is important to note that Li Changhong is not driven by a sense of justice. Rather, he seeks a plausible and legitimate rationale for his deeds of murder and plunder. What accusations could be levied against him? Li Changhong turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaoling and inquired. At that moment, the menacing youth, realizing that Li Changhong's attention was no longer on him, attempted to stealthily slip away. He possessed the ability of the eagle immortal, granting him the potential to soar away. Yet, he had not completely lost his wits. Suspecting that the flying sword had a distance limitation, if he could ascend continuously, he believed he would undoubtedly escape. However, just as he made his move, the suspended Qingyun sword transformed into a streak of sword light. With a howling sword wind, the eagle immortal was beheaded. Throughout this ordeal, Li Changhong did not spare him a glance. With his divine consciousness enveloping the vicinity, no one could engage in any underhanded actions beneath his watchful eyes. The menacing youth, whose contract with the celestial being was severed, immediately suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had not ascended too high, otherwise, he would have perished instantly. Brother, please do not kill me, I beg you. The once arrogant and defiant youth now incessantly bowed before Li Changhong, pleading for mercy, his heart filled with an overwhelming fear of death. The contrast between his previous bravado and his current desperate demeanor was stark. Yet, Li Changhong paid him no mind, waiting for Lu Xiaoling to recount his transgressions. Lu Xiaoling's pupils constricted once more. Li Changhong's power far exceeded her imagination. He was not merely a strong individual born from the recent resurgence of spiritual energy. Unlike the practitioners of the supernatural, he followed an entirely different path of self-cultivation, one that surpassed martial prowess by leaps and bounds. Could it be? As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Xiaoling's gaze towards Li Changhong transformed. Imbued with profound respect, "Senior, this scoundrel is named." Li Changhong waved his hand dismissively, expressing his indifference towards the man's ancestry. He was solely concerned with the transgressions committed. The act of taking a life requires no justification, only a semblance of reason suffices. That is all. His words were interrupted, and Lu Xiaoling dared not show the slightest displeasure. "Respected senior, this individual has already harmed no fewer than 4 innocent souls in his quest to honor the wild immortals." Li Changhong murmured softly, "Only 4? Lu Xiaoling did not hear clearly and asked, "Senior, what did you say?" Li Changhong cleared his throat and said, "It's nothing." As he spoke, the Qingyun sword descended from the heavens, piercing through the head of the fierce young man, who was still kowtowing and attempting to justify himself, killing him instantly. The remaining 4 wild fairies, possessing high intelligence, sensed the impending danger and promptly scattered in all directions. Li Changhong opened his mouth, unleashing a multitude of golden sword lights that erupted with the ferocity of thunder, shattering the enveloping darkness. The sword lights howled forth, imbued with a piercing intent to kill. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Gengjin sword pills and the Jiangong sword pills regained some potency, making the dispersal of sword lights an unparalleled choice for mass annihilation. The 4 wild fairies had no time even to utter a cry of despair before they were pierced through. Their wounds, seared by the power of thunder, turned charred black, and their bodies instantly stiffened, collapsing rigidly to the ground. At this moment, Lu Xiaoling and the aloof woman, along with the others, stared with wide eyes, utterly astonished. With a mere exhalation, an entire forest was laid waste. Is this still a human being? In stark contrast, Li Changhong's subsequent display of telekinesis seemed rather mundane. He collected the treasures from the thunderstruck Sun Chunwood and the fierce-looking youth into his storage bag, pondering the next course of action. Should he return to the capital to flaunt his prowess and humiliate Yi Chen? Or perhaps make Chu Junya regret her previous decisions? Li Changhong let out a sigh. It is impossible to be open-minded. Having cultivated for less than a year and not being a sage, how could one truly let go? If one possesses strength but does not retaliate, what is the purpose of such cultivation? His sigh was not born of sentiment, but rather a recognition that the capital city, as a hub of power, undoubtedly harbors hidden talents. If the Blue Star once indeed boasted a civilization of cultivators, it is plausible that such practitioners still exist on Earth today. This is the very reason Li Changhong refrained from immediately soaring to the capital on his sword. His abilities and injuries remain unhealed. He must at least wait until he has fully recovered to his peak before returning. Moreover, the resurgence of spiritual energy has ushered in profound transformations across Blue Star, and the internal dynamics of Yin Wang are bound to undergo significant upheaval, necessitating adaptation. It is hardly feasible to soar directly to the capital, eliminate Yi Chen, and then nonchalantly leave with a dismissive remark about the shifting tides of fortune. Reflecting on the time when Yi Chen first emerged, Li Changhong had endured humiliation and public disgrace, even losing his stunning girlfriend to him. Any man would find such indignities unbearable, particularly for Li Changhong, who possesses a vengeful spirit akin to that of the Yi clan. He vowed not to rest until every member of the Yi clan was vanquished. To simply eliminate Yi Chen would be too lenient. The humiliations of the past cannot be forgotten merely because one has embarked on the path of cultivation. In the flower capital, if cultivation is not pursued for the sake of one's own pride, then it holds no significance whatsoever. Li Changhong does not indulge in ostentation, however. One must acknowledge that he would take great pleasure in striking at Yi Chen's pride. There are moments when one harbors a profound aversion towards certain individuals. Perhaps these adversaries are far more accomplished and have previously tormented oneself, leading to an incessant desire for retribution that festers over countless days and nights. As Li Changhong stared vacantly at the corpse of the fierce young man, Lu Xiaoling mistakenly believed his silence stemmed from guilt overtaking a life. She offered words of comfort, saying, "Senior, this individual was exceedingly malevolent. Should he have been allowed to flourish, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to the community. Your decisive action in eliminating him serves to eradicate a malignant presence, and we shall always remember your contributions." Li Changhong regained his senses, realizing that Lu Xiaoling had undoubtedly misunderstood him. For someone like him, a harbinger of death, the presence of a fierce youth was inconsequential, no matter how many he dispatched. It would never be excessive. "I prefer solitude. You may treat me as if I were invisible," he declared, before leaping onto the Qingyan sword. With a whoosh, the sword's brilliance transformed into a radiant arc, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. As Lu Xiaoling watched Li Changhong depart, she became increasingly convinced that he was indeed the legendary cultivator spoken of in whispers, a member of the exceedingly rare elite standing at the pinnacle of the world. To have forged even a fleeting connection with him was a journey not in vain. Just as she was about to turn and relay instructions to the 5 aloof women, the sound of a sword piercing the air echoed once more behind her. Li Changhong returned and tossed a jade vial to Wu Feng, within which lay 3 nourishing pills suitable for those in the Qi refinement stage. For someone like Li Changhong, who frequently engaged in bloodshed and plunder, possessing dozens, if not 100, of such pills was commonplace. They were of little use to him, merely a trivial indulgence akin to snacking on sunflower seeds. This gesture served as a token of gratitude for your kindness in offering that pot of water. Li Changhong held a favorable impression of Wu Feng, showing no hesitation in offering him a chance. This scene incited envy among the others. Even the aloof woman, when glancing at the elixir in Wu Feng's hands, revealed a flicker of desire in her eyes. Wu Feng cherished it as a treasure, gripping it tightly in his hands. Before he could express his gratitude, Li Changhong turned to the cold woman and remarked, "Your sword is remarkable. What would you desire in exchange?" The cold woman responded with resolute firmness, "No matter what is offered, I shall not trade it. I will guard it with my life." This left Li Changhong in a quandary. He could not ascertain the specific grade of her sword, and since she was unwilling, he could not press the matter further. He then turned and departed on his sword. As Li Changhong vanished from sight, Lu Xiaoling cautioned Wu Feng, "You must safeguard that elixir given by the senior. It may very well signify the beginning of your transformation. Should you seize the opportunity to follow that esteemed elder?" At this juncture, Lu Xiaoling suppressed her own covetousness for the vial of elixir and warned the others. "You are his companions. Remember, do not disclose this matter, or it may bring him trouble. Furthermore, that elder has expressed a disdain for disturbances, and this should remain confidential. If he were to bear a grudge, he may not suffer consequences himself, but we could face dire repercussions." For someone of his caliber, the law holds no sway. Lu Shaoling departed, her yearning for the elixir tempered by her own principles. Meanwhile, the man with golden-rimmed glasses discreetly sent a text message during the return journey. Chapter 36, A Private Conversation, the Golden Elixir? Within a cave in the Changhong Mountains, Li Changhong meticulously cataloged his cultivation supplies, scrutinizing a precious elixir contained within a box. The quality was indeed exceptional. No wonder he possessed few spirit stones, as they had all been expended to acquire this golden elixir. Li Changhong let out a cold laugh, cautiously storing it once more within the space ring on his index finger. Chen, as expected of a leading figure among the younger generation of the Yi clan, possessed a wealth of resources, evident from this very storage ring. Its capacity spanned 4 to 5 dozen cubic meters, akin to the grand hall of a villa. Upon placing all his resources within the ring, he freed up over 30 storage bags, all acquired through acts of violence and plunder. However, he kept the storage bag gifted by his master, Dao Zhu, securely hidden at his waist. At this moment, Li Changhong donned a modern outfit in the style of the Republic of China, which he had taken from the fierce youth, and he too possessed a storage bag. With over 100 spirit stones within, it was clear that while spirit stones were indeed rare on Earth, they were not treasures of unparalleled value. Additionally, there were various books on feng shui and esoteric techniques, none of which piqued Li Changhong's interest. TSK, he had anticipated something of greater worth. But was this all there was? Li Changhong felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, treasures are not commonplace items. They require a certain fortuity. Nevertheless, he resolved to first restore himself to his peak condition before formulating any further plans. Li Changhong closed his eyes and took out a pile of spiritual stones. He then retrieved the spirit-gathering array disc, an aid for cultivation. Upon awakening, he realized that 2 days had already passed. Li Changhong's injuries have healed. His internal spiritual energy is fully saturated, and his soul state has returned to its pinnacle. It is time to step outside, after more than half a year. He is curious about the earth-shattering changes that have transpired in Blue Star. Li Changhong emerged from the cave just as dawn was breaking. The sunlight, still gentle in its warmth, bathed his body in a comforting glow. Gazing upon the boundless expanse of forested mountains shrouded in mist, he occasionally heard the roars of demonic beasts and caught glimpses of massive avian predators streaking across the sky. With a swift motion, the azure cloud sword flew out, and Li Changhong leaped onto it effortlessly. Uncertain of his whereabouts, he could only wander aimlessly through the vast wilderness. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed as the earth trembled violently. Mountains quaked, and countless beasts fled in terror. Li Changhong furrowed his brow slightly. An earthquake? He dismissed it, for with the revival of spiritual energy in the world, numerous natural disasters were bound to occur. At noon, the tremors struck once more. This time, Li Changhong pondered, it was not merely an ordinary quake. It seemed as if Blue Star were expanding. He surmised that if Blue Star's spiritual energy were to awaken, it would inevitably expand countless times before becoming a realm suitable for cultivation. For martial artists, the current size of Blue Star sufficed. However, in the realm of immortal cultivation, it could only be regarded as the territory of a single sect. Perhaps with a casual strike, a formidable being could obliterate the earth, resulting in the very explosion of the star itself. Another forsaken village lay in ruins, with the dead departed and the living fled. Li Changhong arrived above a cluster of houses shrouded in verdant foliage. These structures were not ancient wooden cabins, decayed and dilapidated, but rather edifices constructed of reinforced concrete. Remarkably new, furnished with every modern amenity. Yet, due to the earthquake, they stood askew and precarious. Li Changhong's divine sense swept across the area, even detecting a life-sized silicone doll hidden beneath a bed in one household. It wasn't difficult to imagine that over half a year ago, hundreds of families had resided here. Yet now, all the inhabitants had vanished. In some remote dwellings lay elderly individuals reduced to skeletal remains, perhaps too frail to struggle on. They had quietly passed away in their burial garments, lying peacefully upon their beds. This marked the 5th village encountered. Had all the villagers congregated in the towns instead? Li Changhong did not linger excessively, soaring along the obscured road towards the gathering of humanity. Upon nearing the county town, he was struck by the stark contrast between the current state of Yanhuang and his previous imaginings. There were no towering steel walls, nor a heavily fortified army guarding the perimeter. Instead, in the outskirts of the county, numerous farmers busied themselves in the fields or engaged in the construction of houses. Children rode bicycles and glided on scooters, creating a scene of tranquility and serenity. In truth, it bore little difference from the Yanhuang of yore. If one were to insist there were changes, it could only be said that the population was denser. As Li Changhong approached, his consciousness detected a peculiar fluctuation of energy, faint, yet encompassing a vast expanse. A formation? Li Changhong instinctively thought so, but then shook his head. It was not spiritual energy, it seemed somewhat akin to the power possessed by the disciples of the exorcist. Could it be that the aura of incense and fortune was related to the destiny of the nation? Li Changhong was taken aback by this term. Yet it was indeed quite apartment. It appears that there are remarkable individuals on the official side. The ability to manipulate the fortunes of over 1 billion people into the national destiny, safeguarding the homes of the common folk, undoubtedly indicates the presence of extraordinary powers. Thunderous rumblings echoed as another earthquake struck. However, this county town, enveloped in the aura of national fortune, remained untouched by the tremors. The adults and children in the fields seemed unfazed, continuing with their tasks and play as if it were an everyday occurrence. It was best to proceed with caution for the time being. Li Changhong entered the county town on foot, unencumbered by the necessity of identity verification. Upon entering, his consciousness expanded outward. After refining the Gangjin sword pill and the Jiangong sword pill, his perceptual range had surpassed 2,000 meters, enabling him to swiftly assimilate the current developments in both Yanhuang and the global situation. The county roads, provincial roads, and national highways were all safeguarded by the forces of national fortune, effectively averting the majority of attacks from wild beasts and even demonic creatures, while simultaneously isolating vegetation to prevent obstruction of transit. This method proved to be remarkably potent. The military was fully mobilized, with all retired veterans summoned back to safeguard the borders externally and protect the common people internally. Everything else remained unchanged. The official martial alliance emerged prominently, requiring local departments to cooperate diligently. Its primary responsibility was to hunt down ferocious beasts and demonic entities that threatened humanity, as well as rogue martial artists engaging in nefarious activities. Furthermore, there was Yan'an, an entity that transcended the martial alliance, composed entirely of exceptional individuals, including Taoists, geomancers, disciples of various sects, and corpse handlers, as well as martial artists who had attained a significant level of prowess. Li Changhong, having attuned his consciousness to the current environment following the resurgence of spiritual energy, retrieved the mobile phone of a fierce-looking youth to peruse videos, seeking to grasp the essence of the world through short clips. The captivating rhythms of the saxophone dance, along with conventional attire, posed no adverse effects. While the enchanting beauty of the C0S slowly sways, a silky marvel to behold, Li Changhong walked along the street, his fingers incessantly scrolling through videos, only to find that 9 out of 10 were borderline content, while one barely played for a second before displaying a notice that the work had been taken down for violating regulations. Sensing the curious glances from passers-by, Li Changhong calmly tucked his phone into his pocket as he passed by a snack shop. Li Changhong suddenly recalled his promise to Shir, to take her out for a delightful feast during the new year. Alas, it must be the festive season over there now. He could only hope that their senior sister would take her out for some merriment. If Xiao Jian ever regained the power to traverse dimensions in the future, he would surely make amends for this regret. Li Changhong let out a sigh as he stepped into the snack shop. He purchased carts upon carts of snacks, drawing bewildered glances from both customers and staff. There's no need to hoard supplies, one customer couldn't help but advise. The most turbulent times have long passed. Unlike other nations, our Yanhuang remains the safest country in the world. Li Changhong responded with a smile. I do not have a fondness for staple foods. Rather, I delight in snacks. Upon noticing that Li Changhong had long hair styled into a casual bun, the individual mistakenly assumed he was a recluse, unkempt to the point of neglecting even a haircut, and thus refrained from further comments. When it was time for Li Changhong to settle the bill, it took nearly 10 minutes to complete the transaction. At that moment, Li Changhong noticed a man and a woman approaching from outside, both around 30 years of age. They were not customers. The woman held a smartphone displaying an electronic map of the county. Inside the snack shop, Li Changhong was represented as a small red dot on the screen. Hello. May I have a word with you? Chapter 37. Are you available? Classmate, please come with us. When Li Changhong ignored her, the woman's tone became stern. Li Changhong did not cast a glance at the other party, patiently awaiting the cashier to complete the transaction. Pretend to be deaf and mute. Do not force my hand. The woman's gaze turned icy. Fortunately, the man beside her intervened, saying, Do not rush. Let them finish their transaction first. The woman shot a disapproving look at Li Changhong, resigning herself to wait at the entrance. According to regulations, Unfamiliar extraordinary individuals entering the jurisdiction of the county must refrain from taking action unless there is irrefutable evidence or a clear criminal motive present. After 5 or 6 minutes had elapsed, Li Changhong's purchase of snacks was still incomplete. The cashier was acutely aware that the couple outside might be officials, and her hands moved with a swiftness that could rival a ninja's hand seals, anxious to avoid inciting anyone's displeasure. Buying so many snacks, one is bound to develop gastric cancer, the woman muttered under her breath. Li Changhong heard this and found it not worth his while to argue. The couple appeared to be members of the Martial Artist Alliance, identifiable by their relevant credentials. Their ability to locate him was likely connected to the National Fortune Array, which detected that he was no ordinary person, exhibiting energy fluctuations within his body. Hello, the total is 3,342. 12. Cash payment, correct? Very well, please hold on. After a moment, the cashier presented Li Changhong with his change, along with a lengthy receipt exceeding 3 meters. In the astonished gaze of the staff and customers, he neatly tucked the entire receipt into his waist storage bag. Upon seeing the storage bag, a man and a woman at the entrance of the shop exchanged bewildered glances, particularly the woman, whose expression softened as she regarded Li Changhong. In this modern age, the storage bag had long surpassed luxury watches and high-end cars. Becoming a symbol of wealth in the new era, Li Changhong stepped out of the palace doors, and the woman who had just moments ago displayed an expression of impatience now wore a gentle, sisterly smile. Greetings. As you have not registered your extraordinary information with the Martial Alliance, the Changhong system has detected your illegal entry into the city. Please accompany us to the Martial Alliance to complete your registration. Li Changhong wished to avoid trouble for himself, and moreover, he genuinely required a suitable identity to navigate his life in the present Blue Star. Upon entering the vehicle of the two individuals, they drove towards the heart of the county town. The Martial Artists Alliance, Songfu County branch, was bustling with a multitude of people, many of whom bore signs of bloodshed. Li Changhong's consciousness swept across the room, revealing that the majority of individuals possessed physical attributes surpassing that of the average person, each harboring an innate force to varying degrees. In comparison, the number of warriors capable of rivaling Wu Feng and his companions was exceedingly rare, given that this was merely a county town. In the vehicle, a woman exuded warmth as she nestled closely beside Li Changhong in the back seat. She was adorned in seductive stockings and high-heeled sandals, her sultry gaze accompanied by a deliberately sweet tone. With one leg crossed over the other, the tip of her stocking-clad foot playfully brushed against Li Changhong's calf, the allure unmistakable. Yet, within, Li Changhong remained entirely unfazed, setting aside the fact that his former girlfriend was Chu Junya, a national goddess and the epitome of beauty from Jing University. His senior sisters, Xiao Yuer and Xi'er, were celestial beings whose allure far surpassed that of this woman by 100-fold. Young Master Li, as you have not yet registered your extraordinary information into the Changhong system, you are required to undergo a comprehensive test and evaluation first. The testing is quite straightforward, encompassing strength, speed, and mental acuity. The evaluation is instituted to prevent certain reclusive practitioners who have long been secluded in the mountains from entering modern society, as their solitary nature and distorted worldviews could pose potential dangers to the urban environment. Your understanding in this matter is greatly appreciated. Li Changhong nodded, recognizing the necessity of assessments. Individuals like Yi Chen, who rely solely on their formidable strength, exhibit a blatant disregard for the law. The importance of 9 years of compulsory education cannot be overstated. After disembarking from the vehicle, a woman attentively guided Li Changhong to the registration office. The man driving the car gazed at his companion with an envy that was almost palpable, eliciting a colleague passing by to cover his nose. Overwhelmed by the nauseating scent of jealousy, with a sigh, the man reflected on how his colleague seemed indifferent to him, mistakenly believing her to be aloof. Yet, her fervent enthusiasm towards Li Changhong revealed the true nature of aloofness. The flow of people at the Martial Artist Alliance was more daunting than the crowds on a Monday at the hospital. Li Changhong inquired about the distinction between the Alliance's martial artists and ordinary practitioners. The woman eagerly explained that to join the Martial Artist Alliance, one must possess the cultivation of a martial master. However, the vast majority of ordinary individuals lack the innate talent for martial arts, and even those who do find it exceedingly difficult to ascend from martial artist to martial master. Her pride was evident as she spoke. As a staff member of the Martial Artist Alliance, she herself was a martial master, a status far more esteemed than that of her previous role as a civil servant. Li Changhong showed no interest in the specifics of their benefits, merely interjecting to ask if one could receive Qi crystals monthly. If higher-ranked martial artists were entitled to a certain quantity of Qi crystals, he would be inclined to reveal some of his prowess. The woman laughed at his inquiry, explaining that Qi crystals were a privilege reserved for the talents of Yan'an. Even for them, acquiring Qi crystals required substantial financial investment. Internal discounts might exist, but they still cost around 700,000 to 800,000 each, with purchasing quotas being extremely limited. Having wealth did not guarantee acquisition. Upon hearing this, Li Changhong swiftly lost interest in the martial artist alliance, contemplating a journey to the capital after completing the assessment. Upon exiting the building, Li Changhong found himself in possession of a temporary pass. Due to limited authority, the Songfu County branch could not facilitate assessments for those above the martial master level. He would need to travel to the branch in Inshur City. The gaze of the woman beside him intensified with admiration. Initially, she had presumed Li Changhong to be a second-generation martial artist from a prominent family, only to discover that he himself was a formidable martial master, capable of safeguarding a region. It was noteworthy that even the principal authority of the Songfu County branch had only attained the level of a martial master. Curious, Li Changhong asked what lay beyond the realms of martial artists, martial masters, and the esteemed martial master level. The woman's eyes sparkled with reverence for the powerful, her voice becoming increasingly melodic as she replied, "Above the martial master is the martial sovereign. A martial Dao grandmaster can project their inner strength externally, seize objects from afar, and single-handedly annihilate a mercenary group." After her explanation, a hint of confusion lingered in her heart. Li Changhong, a formidable master at the level of the grand martial artist, is perplexed as to why he remains unaware of his own realm. Is there a level beyond the martial sovereign? He inquires. Despite her confusion, the woman exhibits no sign of impatience. Rather, she feels honored to engage in conversation with Li Changhong. The official announcement has yet to be made, but from what I gather, it appears one may ascend to kingship, possibly referred to as martial king. It is rumored that such a title might even grant the ability to manipulate objects and soar through the skies. However, these claims are merely circulating on short video platforms, and the veracity of such information will ultimately depend on the official communique. Li Changhong appeared deep in thought. Undoubtedly, the current martial arts system is significantly inferior to that of the immortals. The avenues for advancement are limited, yet the requirements for cultivating martial arts are notably lenient, making it exceptionally suitable for mortals. A martial king may possess slightly greater strength than an average foundational cultivator in the early to mid stages, yet their methods will undoubtedly pale in comparison to those of the immortals. It is also possible that the inadequacies of the current martial arts system contribute to this disparity. "My lord, are you at ease?" The woman inquired with a sycophantic expression, her collar buttons already undone, leaving little to the imagination. Li Changhong furrowed his brow slightly. "I find it inconvenient," he thought, recalling a time when he had not enjoyed such privileges. Now, with a beautiful woman offering her affections, he felt an unexpected aversion. After all, he was still a virgin, his first night yet to come. If he were to share such intimacy, it ought to be with his senior sister, not with a woman who merely sought to flatter him. To his surprise, the woman beamed at his words. "That's wonderful. I happen to have some matters to attend to in Inshur City. If you do not mind, I would be delighted to accompany you." It seemed the gentleman was somewhat unfamiliar with the contemporary landscape of Yanhuang, perhaps having spent too long in desolate places, and was still adjusting to the modern environment. "I would be happy to serve as your guide." One cannot help but admire the woman's keen sense of opportunity. Initially, she had hoped to engage in something more intimate with Li Changhong. However, upon learning that he was a master of the great martial arts realm, she quickly recognized the insurmountable disparity between them and realized that such aspirations were unrealistic. Li Changhong appears to be no more than in his early 20s. With a future brimming with limitless possibilities, perhaps after today, he may never be seen again. Unable to ascend through physical means, she must instead strive to cultivate a favorable impression in front of Li Changhong. Naturally, should he desire it, she would be more than willing to embrace him. Li Changhong pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Currently, the spiritual energy on Blue Star remains quite sparse, and the consumption of spiritual power during sword flight is significant. Thus, every little bit saved counts. It was also a perfect opportunity to gain a detailed understanding of the present situation in Blue Star from Tan Suitsue. as well as the opportunities and crises existing within the Yanhuang territory. "Sir, please get in the car." The woman opened the rear door for Li Changhong, as prominent figures typically occupy the back seat. Her vehicle was a BMW i4, worth over 400,000, a rather impressive choice indeed. Once inside, Li Changhong inquired, "Is there a person named Yi Chen who has recently gained considerable fame?" Without hesitation, the woman replied, "Indeed. He is the youngest martial master in our Yanhuang. Not long ago, he slayed a rampaging dragon in the East China Sea, significantly showcasing the might of our Yanhuang before foreign cultivators." Chapter 38. A sword that could annihilate. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Tan Suitsui. Easy to remember, right? As the vehicle merged onto the provincial highway, Tan Suitsui made her presence known. However, Li Changhong's thoughts were far removed from her. He contemplated Yi Chen, a quintessential child of destiny, whose ascension was undoubtedly beyond imagination. While others were merely beginning their cultivation journey, the protagonist could already overpower established powerhouses. Li Changhong had witnessed this trope numerous times. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. Yi Chen had descended from the mountain for nearly a year. Yet his cultivation level was merely that of a martial master. This did not even account for the time he spent training in seclusion. After all, he had only spent a little over 6 months cultivating in the perilous realm of immortality, yet he had already established his foundation. Who, then, was truly the prodigy remained uncertain. Throughout the journey, Li Changhong gleaned information about the overall situation within Yanhuang and the status of various nations worldwide following the resurgence of spiritual energy from Tan Suitsui. Yanhuang remained stable, merely transitioning from rural areas to urbanization, now shifting rural residents into cities. As for the various strategies implemented by the authorities, Li Changhong showed little interest. Tan Suitsui spoke of the foreign circumstances she had encountered through short videos. Meanwhile, neighboring Goryeo faced dire straits, as numerous demonic beasts from the Changhong Mountains dared not wreak havoc in Yanhuang, opting instead to indulge themselves in Goryeo's buffets. Li Changhong was curious. Does their country lack cultivators? Tan Suitsui slowed the vehicle and pulled out her phone to show him a video. In the video, a tiger demon appeared, smaller in size compared to the fierce-looking tiger spirit from earlier. Then, a man clad in a taekwondo uniform, adorned with a black belt, executed a swift slide kick, seamlessly landing a series of moves that culminated in the tiger demon's belly. In the video, Li Changhong noticed a bewildered, almost human-like expression on the tiger demon's face. Tan Suitsui chuckled and remarked, "The cultivation system in Goryeo is merely a low-tier version of the Yanhuang system. Taekwondo corresponds to martial artists, while exorcists align with Taoists. Yet both are merely half-hearted attempts and dwell far apart in terms of proficiency." She continued, "In comparison, the land of the rising sun is significantly more formidable. Their cultivation system, albeit derived from Yanhuang, benefits from their eagerness to learn and improve. The ninjas and onmyoji in their country, especially the onmyoji, are particularly powerful. However, surrounded by oceans, they face formidable sea demons that have begun to invade the land, which is quite concerning." Seemingly recalling something amusing, she added, "By the way, in the land of the Indus, the death toll is the highest, especially due to the formidable Indus giant lizard, which has turned the inhabitants into victims." Throughout the journey, Tan Suitsui shared her knowledge, enlightening Li Changhong on the fact that the blue planet is not solely defined by the Yanhuang cultivation system, as other countries' myths have also resurfaced. Superpowered individuals, sorcerers, magicians, and necromancers abound, creating a chaotic tapestry of abilities. Yet, to Li Changhong, all of this seemed like mere fringe practices. However, a lingering sense of peculiarity enveloped him, particularly regarding the superpowered individuals primarily concentrated in the West. Their means of acquiring abilities was not through cultivation, but rather through innate awakenings. Yet, the origin of such power remained elusive, and this entire situation appeared overwhelmingly convoluted. It seemed that the revival of spiritual energy on the blue planet was far from a simple phenomenon. There were intricate and intertwined complexities lurking beneath the surface. Li Changhong gently shook his head, realizing that his thoughts had wandered too far. He set aside the extraneous musings and contemplated the matter of killing Yi Chen. "Even if you had not taken my life, I would have met my end regardless. Yet, I ultimately fell by your hand. I could not escape becoming the object of your ostentation and humiliation, but equally, as the protagonist, you have irrevocably made an enemy of me." Li Changhong's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and the temperature inside the carriage plummeted abruptly. Tan Tsuetsue shivered involuntarily and murmured to herself, "Has the air conditioning been turned too low?" Yinshan City was a prefecture-level metropolis, its population and land area far surpassing that of Songfu County. The vehicle sped unhindered along the road, heading straight for the Yinshan branch of the Martial Alliance. Along the way, Li Changhong extended his spiritual senses. Even in this brief stretch, he detected over 30 martial artists at the warrior realm. Upon arriving at the Yinshan branch, his senses revealed an even greater concentration of martial artists, more than a dozen at the great warrior realm. Within the towering edifice of the Yinshan branch, Li Changhong also perceived an aura of blood and vitality that far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. Was this a martial master? No, it must be something beyond even that. Li Changhong murmured softly. The individual before him was an elderly man, engrossed in his cultivation with a spirit stone in hand, within a chamber known as the Alliance Leader's office. Yet, even he was oblivious to Li Changhong's probing consciousness. Comparable to a cultivator in the mid to late stage of foundation establishment, he was merely an ordinary practitioner at that level, and eliminating him would not pose a challenge. Li Changhong is not arrogant. Rather, his conclusion is drawn from a comprehensive examination of his surroundings. It is not that his opponents are weak, nor that the foundation establishment practitioners lack strength. It is simply that Li Changhong possesses extraordinary power. After all, he wields both the Gung Gold Sword Talisman and the Jiangong Sword Talisman, two formidable weapons, with the latter being the most potent among them, complemented by the immense spiritual energy stored within his internal organs. It is no exaggeration to say that he is invincible within his realm, effortlessly capable of defeating foes beyond his level. This martial arts system is indeed intriguing, aligning well with the cultivation environment of the declining era where spiritual energy is depleting. Although one can rapidly gain strength, one's lifespan does not extend, it can only be prolonged. Li Changhong shook his head slightly. Undeniably, the martial arts system possesses formidable strength, yet when compared to the cultivation system, it pales in comparison, unless a certain realm could bestow extended longevity. Upon entering this ancient-style edifice, numerous martial artists bustled about. Many hauled the carcasses of demonic beasts to exchange for contribution points, which could be traded directly for currency or various cultivation resources. After registering his information in the Grand Hall, he received a testing report. Guided by the staff, he proceeded to a waiting chamber. Li Changhong casually chose a seat, and Tan Tsuetsue respectfully offered him a bottle of water, standing attentively beside him. This scene drew the attention of other martial artists participating in the test, igniting a flurry of whispered speculations. Could he be the scion of a renowned martial arts family? It seems unlikely, for I recall that in our Silver City, the only prominent martial families are the Zhao and Xiang clans. As for the Zhao family, it is said that among this generation, only a pair of siblings remain with notable talent, the sister named Zhao Wenqing and the brother Zhao Wentao. However, it has been rumored that Zhao Wentao has been poisoned by a demon beast, and his survival remains uncertain. There are whispers of a remarkably young divine doctor emerging in Silver City, bearing the surname Lin. Perhaps he could be the one to save him. The Xiang family, on the other hand, is thriving with numerous descendants, yet it is said that all who emerge are merely handsome and beautiful. And this individual can only be described as somewhat charming, falling short of the level of a true heartthrob. Li Changhong was rendered speechless, pondering whom he had provoked. With striking features, including captivating eyes and prominent eyebrows, he possessed an undeniable allure that suggested robust vitality. Such compliments delighted him, while he remained indifferent to others' opinions. Praise for his looks invariably brought him joy. At that moment, the crowd fell into a sudden silence, all gazes fixated on the entrance. When true beauty graces the room, men refrain from whistling or jesting, opting instead to quietly admire the splendor. The woman exuded a commanding presence, and even in flat shoes, her long legs were utterly mesmerizing. With her hair tied in a high ponytail, she was a knockout, a vision of perfection. It was her. Li Changhong was not surprised to see this woman. His consciousness had already detected her presence. She was the aloof lady he had encountered in the Chambai Mountains. Her gaze was frigid, exuding an aura that clearly conveyed a desire for solitude. In her hand, she held a testing form, indicating that she too was here for evaluation. It was Zhao Wenqing, the most beautiful woman in the martial artist circle of Yinshan City. What brought her to this test? Had she already surpassed the Grandmaster realm at such a young age? Why was she approaching that individual? Goodness! She was actually bowing to a boy younger than herself, addressing him as senior. Chapter 39. Do I appear innocent? Senior. Zhao Wenqing was taken aback to encounter Li Changhong here and approached him out of courtesy. To be honest, Li Changhong relished the peculiar glances directed at him by those around. No wonder Chen flaunted himself daily. It was indeed quite exhilarating. To express one's own prowess is one thing, but to allow others to voice how impressive one is, that truly brings delight. Chen was precisely that way. Initially playing the fool, he would then deliver resounding blows to the antagonists, prompting the minions to proclaim just how remarkable Chen was. Li Changhong nodded slightly, accepting Zhao Wenqing's respect without reservation. Such reverence is what a powerful individual rightfully deserves. If you have encountered any recent difficulties, you may exchange that sword for my assistance. He had little to discuss with Zhao Wenqing. His sole interest lay in her ancestral, antiquated longsword, which, though not a supreme treasure, was nonetheless incredibly precious. Zhao Wenqing remained silent, her eyes shimmering as she weighed the pros and cons. Ultimately, she shook her head in refusal, stating, "I do have some minor troubles at present, but I am capable of handling them." Li Changhong nodded slightly, remaining silent. Zhao Wenqing, a woman of few words, stood beside him, much like Tan Tsuetsue. This scene left the subsequent arriving warriors momentarily stunned, prompting them to engage in hushed whispers. With a click, the door to the testing room swung open, and a throng of 40 to 50 warriors emerged, clutching their testing sheets. Their gazes were drawn to Li Changhong, and they murmured amongst themselves, "Isn't that Zhao Wenqing, the renowned beauty? How is she behaving like a maid? Who is that young man? Could he be from an illustrious family, a second-generation heir?" They speculated, it seems likely. But judging by his age, he must still be a student, hardly impressive, a typical scion relying on his family's prestige. The crowd harbored a sense of resentment towards the affluent, as many harbored fantasies of a connection with Zhao Wenqing. Thus, witnessing this scene, they instinctively felt discomfort. In essence, it was a manifestation of envy and jealousy. "Zhao Wenqing, I heard you have ascended to the realm of Grand Martial Master. I came specifically to assess your prowess." The newcomer, a striking gentleman standing at 190 centimeters, exuded the aura of a modern-day swordsman, particularly with a blade slung over his back. Li Changhong instinctively sensed something amiss upon seeing this person. This individual might very well be one of Zhao Wenqing's suitors, while Zhao herself remained wholly devoted to martial arts, using him as a convenient shield against romantic pursuits. "Please, not this Clich D scenario again." Li Changhong does not mind being a shield for Xiao Yuer, as she is his beloved senior sister, providing ample medicinal pills and genuinely caring for him. Fortunately, the relationship between Zhao Wenqing and the handsome young man is not as he presumed. Zhao Wenqing merely cast a cold glance his way, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the discussions among the surrounding martial artists grew more animated. How remarkable! The disparity between individuals is stark. At merely 24 or 25, one has already attained the status of a grand martial artist, while we, at 40 or 50, have just begun our journey as martial artists. Such a handsome young man, seemingly the heir of the Xiang family, has only recently become a grand martial artist a month ago. It is rumored that the Zhao and Xiang families jointly oversee a Qi crystal mining area, with resources allocated based on strength, often leading to both overt and covert rivalries. It is possible that Zhao Wenqing's brother, Zhao Wentao, is embroiled in this conflict. Hush! Be cautious with your words. Do not speak recklessly. Little sword, who is making such bold claims? Do you wish to taste the wrath of the Grand Sword Master? Li Changhong's keen ears caught the mention of the Qi crystal mine, and his eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. Qi crystals, akin to spiritual stones, implied the existence of a spiritual stone mine. Furthermore, such mines are often accompanied by rare treasures of heaven and earth. If he could claim it for himself, it would undoubtedly serve as a substantial resource for cultivation. Li Changhong's interest was immediately piqued. From the murmurs around him, he gathered insights into the Zhao and Xiang families of Yinqing City, both of which were venerable martial clans that had safeguarded a Qi crystal mine for many years. Traditionally, the mine yielded between 20 to 30,000 Qi crystals annually. However, with the resurgence of spiritual energy this year, by mid-August alone, it was rumored that the output had already soared to 60,000, alongside a plethora of rare materials and treasures. The distribution of the Qi crystals between the two families was determined through competitions among the younger generation, specifically those under the age of 25. Although the Zhao family was numerically inferior to the Xiang family, they boasted the prodigious Zhao Wentao, who, at the tender age of 18, had ascended to the rank of Grand Martial Master. Unfortunately, fate dealt a cruel hand. Zhao Wentao had been poisoned over a month ago and had yet to regain consciousness. Nevertheless, Zhao Wenqing refrained from broaching the subject, and Li Changhong felt it inappropriate to bring it up himself. After all, he was speaking of a senior expert, and offering assistance too readily might diminish his standing. They might not even accept his goodwill. Xiang Tiange noticed Li Changhong and furrowed his brow, unable to recall such a figure. Greetings, I am Xiang Tiange of the Xiang family. May I inquire your name, esteemed friend? Xiang Tiange was not foolish. He refrained from launching into mockery upon their first encounter. Li Changhong rose and stated, "There is no need for you to know me. We may cross paths, but not at this moment. When the time comes, simply find an opportune moment to enter the Qi crystal mine area, with a reasonable justification for doing so. The Zhao family would serve as a splendid entry point. Otherwise, the state will not permit any reckless actions. As for why not approach the Xiang family? They hold the advantage. Why would they willingly share their gains with you?" Having submitted the test report to the staff, Li Changhong and Zhao Wenqing, along with the group of testers, entered the testing room one after another. Tan Suitsue and Xiang Tiange, being mere onlookers, could only wait in the waiting area. Xiang Tiange, with his rakish charm and eloquent words, soon captivated Tan Suitsue, leaving her utterly enchanted. Upon learning of Li Changhong's circumstances from Tan Suitsue, he furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing. A stranger, still unregistered in the Qianquan system. And so young, he must be a prodigy emerging from a hidden family seeking to hone their skills. If he could be won over, it would be best to seize him from Zhao Wenqing's side. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Tiange quickly formulated his plan. This fresh-faced youth, likely inexperienced with beautiful women, might harbor feelings for Zhao Wenqing. It was plausible that he could become a thorn in my Xiang family's side in the future due to her. Since your Zhao family employs the beauty strategy, do not blame me for doing the same. Subsequently, Xiang Tiange made a call to a contact noted as Xia Huiyue, tall and stalwart. He stepped aside and remarked, "Let me introduce you to a great martial artist in their 20s. After relaying the details, a youthful, melodious voice came from the other end of the line. "Brother, how shameless. Isn't Sister Xia your girlfriend? How could you ask her to entice other men?" Xiang Tiange was momentarily taken aback, then quickly clarified, "This is adult business. Children should refrain from meddling. She and I are not in a romantic relationship. We merely seek mutual benefits." He then admonished, "Shouldn't you be focusing on your studies at home? You may lack talent in martial arts, but if you excel academically, many family enterprises will be entrusted to you in the future. Also, steer clear of dubious women. Do not let yourself be led astray." Inside the testing room, Li Changhong's expression was peculiar. Did he truly appear to be an innocent virgin easily swayed by the charms of beauty? Could a virgin really be discerned at a glance? After a lengthy wait in line, it was finally Li Changhong's turn. At this moment, all the testers focused their attention on him, eager to witness the formidable prowess of the young man who was revered by Zhao Wenqing as a senior. Next, Li Changhong, applying for the Grand Martial Master Assessment. The testing chamber was expansive, divided into 3 sections for evaluating strength, speed, and mental fortitude. The strength test was conducted using a highly precise apparatus, featuring a target at its center, connected to the machinery behind it. Bang! Li Changhong unleashed a powerful punch, meticulously controlling his strength to precisely 999, which represents the pinnacle of the Grand Martial Master realm. Such control is indeed remarkable. I knew that anyone esteemed as a senior by Zhao Wenqing must be extraordinary. The precision in wielding his strength is a testament to his formidable mastery. The spectators were left in awe. Following this, a speed test was conducted. A 50-meter track was set up, doubling back to cover 100 meters. The 100-meter dash is one of the most significant events in athletics, designed to test the limits of the human body in the shortest time possible, 2 seconds. Li Changhong continues to maintain control at the pinnacle of the Grand Martial Master's ultimate threshold. The final assessment pertains to mental strength, and this apparatus is significantly more advanced. Li Changhong donned a helmet brimming with instruments and closed his eyes. Before long, he sensed a unique mental energy attempting to penetrate his Niwen palace. He did not resist, allowing it to enter his sea of consciousness. This energy was intricate, comprising not only mental energy, but also something akin to an electromagnetic pulse. Li Changhong swiftly comprehended the nature of the testing method. An ethereal energy enveloped his spirit, conjuring a unique illusion. Within this realm, indistinct figures clad in martial robes emerged, wielding iron staffs to launch their assaults. Can you imagine how many seconds it took for this esteemed individual to complete the challenge? It is not merely a matter of time, but rather the number of adversaries vanquished. He opted for the Grand Martial Master Assessment, which presented 100 targets. Slaying merely 10 would suffice for qualification. Given his formidable prowess, success was assured, but the question remained, in how many seconds? While they continued their conversation, Changhong had already opened his eyes. The onlookers, who had yet to finish their remarks, were left utterly astounded. Under 3 seconds. Is this even human? A total of 100 targets annihilated in 3 seconds. With the time subtracted for entering and exiting the state of focus, leaving no more than a second and a half for the instantaneous dispatch of all adversaries. Changhong's greatest strength does not lie in his physical prowess or spiritual power, but rather in his formidable speed of slaughter. Born a natural-born killer, he derives immense pleasure from taking lives, and with the acquisition of the sword pill, his murderous velocity ascends to a terrifying degree. Congratulations on qualifying. Once all participants have concluded, the testing center will record your information into the Changhong system and issue your Grand Martial Master Certificate. The staff exhibited utmost reverence, almost bowing in their address. In the waiting room of Chapter 40, Moral Theory Examination, a girl of 14 or 15, clad in an IK outfit with white stockings, radiated youthful vitality, particularly accentuated by her striking beauty. She is Xiang Yinzhu, the sister of Xiang Tiange. Upon learning that her brother intended to employ a beauty ploy against Changhong, she volunteered herself. Brother, if he shows no interest in Sister Xia, I could give it a try. Go away, you little brat. Focus on your studies and don't meddle in adult matters. Xiang Tiange responded impatiently. A stunning woman named Xia Huiwei, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, remarked, I actually think it might work. Nonetheless, I still want to attempt it. At his age, possessing such terrifying talent, I must utilize all my charm to win him over. Xiang Tiange cautioned, if you are truly determined, it's best to forget the past. Although his strength is inferior to mine, he is younger. Should you toy with his feelings, you may find yourself killed, and no one will avenge you. Xia Huiwei nodded. Rest assured, if such a young Grand Martial Master were to develop feelings for me, I would never let the opportunity slip by. Xiang Yinzhu interjected, you are truly despicable. Deceiving someone's emotions. Do you not understand that true friendship requires genuine feelings? I don't care. I want to join this game too. If you don't allow me, I will expose all your dark secrets, and you shall never hold your head high in Silver City. Xiang Tiange's expression darkened. How he wished his sharp-tongued little sister would mature faster. He longed to marry her off. Fine, but only for ordinary friendship. Do not go overboard. We cannot afford to provoke such individuals. He remained confident in his sister's allure. Xiang Yinzhu, perplexed, queried, isn't it just friendship? What do you mean by going overboard? Nothing, responded Xiang Tiange. Xiang Yinzhu continued, if I succeed, you must take me hunting for monster beasts, and, you must also help me skip school 10 times once classes begin. After all, I am already the top student despite not studying. All right, let us make friends first. Inside the testing room, a staff member entered, approached Changhong, and respectfully stated, esteemed Grand Martial Master, as this is your first test, we need to conduct a moral theory examination to record your personal information into the Changhong system. Please follow me. The examination comprised multiple choice questions, true or false questions, and open-ended questions. Multiple choice question. If a mortal, unaware of the circumstances, provokes you, which of the following actions would you take? A. Slap him. B. Kill him. C. Slay his entire family. D. Present your martial apprentice certificate. True or false question. If a villain or monster beast attacks ordinary people, one should turn and flee. True, false. Open-endedly Changhong has come to a realization. The examination papers are indeed gender-specific. Furthermore, what absurd questions these are. The beautiful women are willing to offer themselves. Yet one is concerned with trivial matters. Is the beauty your cherished wife? This situation is akin to Xiao Jun treating Xiao Ming to a night out, only for Xiao Ming to turn around and report him. In an effort to pass, Changhong suppressed his discomfort and penned an insincere passage. Upon completing the exam, he naturally achieved a passing grade. However, the ensuing dilemma was unavoidable. Dear Mr. Li, may I see your identification? This inquiry left Changhong at a loss. He had misplaced it. The staff member smiled and reassured him. No worries. Following the revival of spiritual energy, many have lost their identification cards, and we can assist you in obtaining a replacement here. Given your esteemed status as a grand martial artist, there will be no fee for this service. Please press your thumb here. The Changhong system will automatically recognize your previous identity and generate a third-generation ID card. Moments later, the staff member gasped in disbelief. How can this be possible? Tansuetsue hurriedly inquired, "What happened?" The staff member regarded Li Changhong with a peculiar expression. "It appears that your records indicate you are deceased. A death certificate was issued back in January." At this revelation, the bystanders instinctively recoiled from Li Changhong. Li Changhong felt a sense of helplessness. What could he possibly say? It was merely a misunderstanding. He had lost his way in the Changbai Mountains. "Could you assist me in resolving this?" The staff, clearly unaccustomed to such a situation, were at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Wenqing emerged from her testing. Upon learning of the predicament, she leveraged her connections to assist Li Changhong in addressing his identity issue. The Zhao family had established ties within the martial alliance in Silver City, and soon, Li Changhong was issued a new third-generation identity card. This card was independently processed, distinct from the original, with a new identification number and address registered in Silver City. Such occurrences were not uncommon, following the resurgence of spiritual energy. There were always practitioners emerging from the once desolate and forbidden zones. Upon exiting the building, Li Changhong embraced his new identity, navigating through the urban landscape. Zhao Wenqing had aided him, providing a legitimate reason to visit the Zhao family and further strategize regarding the Qi crystal mining area. "Miss Zhao, I am truly grateful," he expressed. Zhao Wenqing lightly shook her head. "It was a mere trifle, and I have yet to thank you for your life-saving assistance a few days ago. In truth, it was Wu Feng who was adamant about rescuing you. My intention was simply to ensure your safety while we completed our mission." Li Changhong developed a certain admiration for Zhao Wenqing. She is a candid woman, unencumbered by convoluted intricacies. This brought to mind the man with gold-rimmed glasses who had persistently mocked her. Li Changhong casually inquired, "So that bespectacled dandy wishes to abandon me?" He was a man of grudges. Should that fellow show him no kindness, he would not hesitate to deliver a sound thrashing upon their next encounter. Zhao Wenqing nodded in agreement, saying, "He vehemently opposes you, deeming you a burden, and has repeatedly urged Wu Feng to forsake you." At that moment, Xiang Tiange and Xiang Yingzhu approached. "Brother, I have heard that you two are a student at Beijing University. It is said you encountered an accident and vanished for several months." Xiang Tiange had previously inquired with senior officials at the Alliance building. Discovering that Li Changhong was a sophomore at Beijing University who had ingested a counterfeit pill, leading to an emergency hospitalization, after which he mysteriously disappeared, his fate unknown. Who could have anticipated that after more than half a year, he would re-emerge in the Changbai Mountains, wielding an unfathomable and terrifying power? The events of those intervening months remain a tantalizing mystery. Li Changhong nodded slightly, refraining from further comments. Since he had resolved to assist the Zhao family in their dealings with the Xiang family, it was best to avoid any interactions with members of the Xiang clan. Xiang Yingzhu took the initiative to greet him. "I am his sister, Xiang Yingzhu. You are truly remarkable." Li Changhong cast her a glance. She barely reached his chest. Indeed. She was a stunning beauty, undoubtedly a campus goddess. However, he held no interest in someone so young. He was not one to conform to American standards of beauty. Xiang Tiangejian, Li Changhong remained silent and introduced, "This is Xia Huiyue, a friend of mine. She has heard about you from me and wishes to befriend you." Chapter 41, The Child of Family Friends. Disinterest. Li Changhong's spiritual awareness remained ever alert. He listened intently to the contents of the phone call he had made to Xiang Tiange earlier. Casting a glance at Xia Huiyue, he acknowledged her beauty. She possessed the quintessential visage of a social media influencer, and her figure was commendable. However, upon further inspection with his spiritual perception, he discerned that her bosom was artificially enhanced. This revelation alone rendered her unacceptable in his eyes. It is a pity that no one should suffer, especially not the innocent. Xia Huiyue, perceptive as she was, noticed the absence of desire in Li Changhong's gaze and felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed there was no hope for her. She mustered the courage to say, "Young man, please don't be so indifferent. I genuinely just wish to make a friend. Perhaps we could hang out sometime." Her insinuation was abundantly clear. Under normal circumstances, any man, particularly one in the vigor of his 20s, would likely be stirred by such advances. Yet, Li Changhong had long transcended such trivialities in the realm of cultivation. While he may not have reached a state where beauty appeared as mere pink skulls, any inclination towards a social butterfly would signify a waste of his cultivation efforts. "I am not available," he replied with unwavering firmness. As he prepared to leave with Zhao Wenqing, Xiang Tiange grew anxious and implored, "I have a rather perilous task ahead. My sister has a penchant for venturing into dangerous places. If I confine her to the city, she will only find trouble. I feel a kinship with you and wonder if you could assist me in looking after her. Of course, I wouldn't impose without compensation. I possess a talisman that ensures safety, might you be interested? The intent behind his words was glaringly evident, and even the naive Tan Sui could discern Xiang Tiange's ulterior motives. Li Changhong was about to refuse when he noticed the exquisite jade pendant presented by Xiang Tiange, emanating a strong aura of malevolence. Upon scrutinizing it with his divine perception, he discovered that within the pendant resided a female ghost. Li Changhong initially suspected that Xiang Tiange intended to harm him. However, upon noticing the heavy dark circles under Xiang's eyes and sensing the same sinister aura emanating from him, Li realized someone else was targeting Xiang. Clearly, the mastermind behind this jade pendant harbored ulterior motives, and Li had no desire to intervene. I don't care for children, Li declined coldly. Xiang Yinju took immediate offense at this remark. With an indignant toss of her chest, she retorted, I am no child. This lady boasts a 36D figure. Li Changhong, weary of idle chatter, declared, let us proceed. Take me to see your brother. As he began to leave, Xiang Yinju hurriedly approached, grasping his arm and shaking it earnestly. Dear elder brother, I implore you, please. Confident in her charm, Xiang Yinju believed that a touch of coquettishness would be irresistible, especially with her playful gesture. Her adorability was off the charts. However, upon locking eyes with Li Changhong, she discerned no hint of softness in his gaze, though he did not pull away. Ah, you two siblings are quite intriguing, Li Changhong remarked softly. His attention was drawn to the jade necklace adorning Xiang Yinju's neck, strung on a red cord. Unlike the jade pendant, this necklace emanated an ominous quality, yet its surface was intricately engraved with mysterious runes, signifying its exceptional nature. Furthermore, it appeared as though a spirit lay dormant within, perhaps the essence of an ancient cultivator from the Blue Star. Li Changhong pondered privately, contemplating that awakening the spirit might unveil the myriad secrets of this world. Observing the hopeful expression on Xiang Yinju's face, he inquired, where did you acquire the necklace around your neck? At this question, a flicker of sorrow crossed her youthful, fair visage. It is a relic left to me by my mother. I cannot part with it. She released her grip on Li Changhong's arm, taking a step back while clutching the necklace protectively against her chest. Xiang Yinju's words exploded in Li Changhong's mind. Are you saying it is also a keepsake from your parents? Was your mother not the one who went missing 4 years ago? Xiang Yinju froze, clearly surprised that Li Changhong was aware of this matter. Instinctively, she asked, how do you know? A complex expression flickered in Li Changhong's eyes. For his parents had vanished unexpectedly 4 years prior. The small sword pendant left to him by his parents was a treasured heirloom. Thus, it could be inferred that the necklace adorning her neck was also a precious artifact. It seemed that his parents, along with Chu Junia's parents and her own, may have encountered an extraordinary peril 4 years ago. Li Changhong gazed at Xiang Yinju, a flicker of compassion evident in his eyes, both of them being kindred spirits in their shared misfortune. Very well, you may stay by my side, Li Changhong declared, granting permission for Xiang Yinju to accompany him. He was aware of Xiang Tiange's intentions to win him over, yet through the connection of their parents, he could forge a friendship with Xiang Yinju. He then turned his attention to Xiang Tiange, inquiring, are you siblings? Xiang Tiange, quick-witted, immediately grasped the implication. A surge of joy filled his heart. If Li Changhong's parents were acquaintances of Xiang Yinju's mother, perhaps he could entice Li Changhong into the Xiang family's camp. Yinju and I are half-siblings, sharing the same father. Li Changhong nodded. The fervor in his eyes towards Xiang Tiange noticeably waned. He retrieved a jade vial and presented it to Tan Sui. This vial contained a beauty elixir, which also had the capacity to refine one's essence and cleanse the marrow, serving as a reward for the guide. The beauty elixir was a fundamental potion from the Ziwei star, highly coveted by female cultivators, although its actual benefits for cultivation were rather minimal. Tan Sui cradled it as if it were a treasure, fearing it might fall to the ground. Once the others had departed, Xia Huiwei inquired of Xiang Tiange, aren't you concerned about your sister? What if that fellow is a perverse individual with a penchant for young girls? However, Xiang Tiange merely smiled mysteriously. I am not worried in the slightest. Can you guess why she has never had a bodyguard by her side? Chapter 42. Another divine physician male protagonist, Zhao Wenqing's vehicle was quite understated, a Volvo XC60. Sister Zhao, your Zhao family is not inferior to my Xiang family, right? This year for my birthday, my father gifted me a Maserati, and once I come of age, I will be able to drive it on the roads. Xiang Yinju feigned surprise while inquiring. She appeared innocent and naive, yet was rather cunning. Zhao Wenqing dismissed her remarks. It is merely a means of transportation. She harbored no fondness for the Xiang family. Were it not for Li Changhong's reputation, she would not have allowed Xiang Yinju to ride in her car. Xiang Yinju, With a sharp tongue, retorted, I doubt that. It seems your Zhao family is declining year by year. I've heard your father has even replaced your mother with a new one for you and your brother, which has surely diminished your standing. Zhao Wenqing remained silent, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Noticing Zhao Wenqing's disregard, Xiang Yinzhu discreetly observed Li Changhong beside her. At this moment, Li Changhong is contemplating matters concerning his parents. Simultaneously, he employs his spiritual awareness to continuously scan the necklace adorning Yinzhu's neck. Perhaps due to his insufficient cultivation, he can only perceive the profound and intricate runes upon the jade of the necklace, along with a trace of spiritual aura emanating from within it. Beyond that, he is unable to discern anything further. It resembles an array pattern, yet it differs from any array patterns he has previously encountered, leaving him perplexed. Li Changhong was deep in thought, increasingly convinced that the mysteries of Blue Star were manifold. The quality of Shao Jin undoubtedly surpassed that of an extraordinary spiritual weapon. And with its presence on Blue Star, it was likely that many opportunities remained undiscovered. As Blue Star expands, it is probable that even more secrets will surface. Having just returned, he was sure to encounter numerous experiences. Lacking direction, Li Changhong gently shook his head. Noticing the gaze directed towards him, he turned to inquire. What are you looking at? Xiang Yinzhu replied with a playful smile. I'm admiring the handsome guy. Li Changhong chuckled, having just been sharp-tongued towards Zhao Wenqing. Now he was praising his own handsomeness. I believe you are correct. Genuine friendships require sincerity in exchange for true feelings. It is advisable to minimize contact with your brother, for he is a scoundrel. Xiang Yinzhu widened her eyes. Did you hear that? The phrase genuine friendships require sincerity was what Xiang Yinzhu had said to Xiang Tiange in the waiting room, at which time Li Changhong was not present. Li Changhong nodded with a smile, so there's no need for deception, just treat me as an ordinary friend. Xiang Yinzhu, however, gazed at Li Changhong with sincere admiration. But, big brother, you truly are handsome, especially those eyes. They resemble those of a chivalrous swordsman, sharp and piercing. Compliments are always well received, particularly coming from a remarkable young lady like Xiang Yinzhu, a veritable magnet for admiration. All right, enough flattery. Let me first handle the matters concerning the Zhao family, and then I shall assist you with your troubles regarding cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yinzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Can I really cultivate too? Li Changhong smiled without uttering a word. Once upon a time, he too lacked the innate talent for martial arts, which compelled him to seek the path of cultivation, ultimately leading him to consume a poisonous elixir. Xiang Yinzhu is fortunate. At least she has a family legacy to inherit. However, as time progresses, the situation becomes uncertain. In the future, cultivation will be the prevailing trend, and despite Xiang Yinzhu's current favor, she may inevitably become a mere pawn in the game of marital alliances. Li Changhong speculated that Xiang Yinzhu was not incapable of cultivation. Rather, like himself, she possessed spiritual roots. To put it simply, her body's meridians could accommodate spiritual energy while repelling internal force, akin to a racing car that cannot utilize low-grade fuel. Of course, her aptitude was even more extreme. In essence, both of them possessed exceptional talents, rendering them ill-suited for the martial arts system that emerged later. From now on, let us maintain a low profile at the Zhao family and remain inconspicuous. I shall guide you in your cultivation, Li Changhong stated. Xiang Yinzhu widened her adorable eyes and nodded vigorously. Big brother, you are so handsome. You must be trustworthy. If you can help Yinzhu cultivate, you shall become Yinzhu's most cherished male confidant. Li Changhong felt that something was amiss. Is male best friend not a derogatory term? How many male best friends do you have? Li Changhong inquired. None. In the outskirts of Yinzhu City, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of an opulent estate. 2 African bodyguards stood at the door, unbothered by the scorching sun of midsummer. Senior, let us agree beforehand that even if you cure my brother, my sword shall not be given to you. Li Changhong's gaze was peculiar. Is your sword also a relic from your mother? Zhao Wenqing nodded, and then shook her head. Yes, but my mother is not missing. Under Zhao Wenqing's guidance, they arrived at Zhao Wentao's room. The door was ajar, and a considerable number of people had gathered inside. Li Changhong was intrigued. He was already aware of the unfolding events within. It was Zhao Wenqing's half-sister, who had found herself a boyfriend who was a divine physician. And the scene inside was a theatrical display of pretentiousness and humiliation. Don't say I didn't warn you. If this continues, the living may well become the dead. I have already given you a chance, but you chose not to cherish it. If you wish for my intervention henceforth, she must kneel and apologize to me. Inside, there were 2 factions. One faction was the pretentious group, comprising Zhao Wentao's stepmother, her daughter, and the young divine physician boyfriend, who was looked down upon and provoked due to his youth. The other faction was the ones being humiliated, represented by Zhao Wentao's aunt and the neurological expert she had summoned. The reason Li Changhong was cognizant of what would transpire next, even before the plot developed, was due to his past experiences. After all, Yi Chun was the divine physician, and such scenarios were all too familiar. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, how could protagonists not emerge like mushrooms after a rain? Li Changhong mused. Zhao Wenqing, what brings you here? The unexpected presence of her half-sister surprised her, as Zhao Wenqing rarely returned home, being a woman who disliked internal strife and found the atmosphere of a large family unbearable. Observing the quarrel in the room, Zhao Wenqing frowned. What are you all doing? Upon learning of the situation, she turned her gaze towards the young divine physician. Are you Lin Tian? Have you graduated from university? Do you possess a medical qualification certificate? Clearly, with these words, Zhao Wenqing positioned herself against the divine physician protagonist. Lin Tian scoffed. A summer insect cannot discuss ice. Think as you wish. I reiterate, if the patient dies next, do not seek my help. The familiar formula and familiar lines echoed in the air. Li Changhong trembled slightly, a resonance of sword cries surged within him, igniting a strong desire to unleash hundreds of sword lights to annihilate Lin Tian. Xiang Yinzhu, astute and perceptive, swiftly noticed the unmistakable disdain in Li Changhong's gaze directed at Lin Tian. With a sharp tongue, she retorted, What are you? A mere wretch unworthy even to untie my shoelaces, prancing about here like a grand wolf, dressed in shabby attire, oblivious to the hole in your pants. Who brought this beggar here, exuding such a foul stench? All eyes turned to Xiang Yinzhu, casting her with curious glances. Xiang Yinzhu, what brings you here? Inquired Zhao Xiaolin, the half-sister of Zhao Wenqing. The two attended Yingshi City No. 1 high school. One had just graduated from the 3rd year, while the other was about to enter the 2nd year. Noticing that Li Changhong had not silenced her, Xiang Yinzhu continued her tirade. What business is it of yours? I shall go wherever I please. It is not your place to meddle. Oh, are you two a couple? So intimate indeed. It seems your aesthetics align with your appearance. Being unattractive has led you to choose a ragged river spirit as a boyfriend. Strangely fitting. Just as Zhao Xiaolin was about to retaliate, Lin Tian held her back. Do not stoop to the level of children. Li Changhong possesses an extraordinary understanding of Lin Tian. It is likely that he has received the inheritance of a divine physician and has encountered the most stunning beauties, leading him to envision scenarios where Zhao Xiaolin, Zhao Wenqing, and Xiang Yinzhu are all vying for his affection. Thus, he does not engage with Xiang Yinzhu on the same level. Lin Tian may wish to show off, but Li Changhong will certainly not grant him that satisfaction. Zhao Wenqing's gaze turns towards Li Changhong, inquiring about his intentions. Li Changhong, however, shook his head, opting for inaction. Observing the silence maintained by Li Changhong and his companions, they continued to watch the unfolding drama. The situation developed further as the neurospecialist attempted to treat Zhao Wentao. Yet, contrary to Li Changhong's expectations, the expert not only failed to ameliorate Zhao Wentao's condition, but rather exacerbated it. Zhao Wentao's anguished cries echoed, dark vapors emanating from his orifices, vitality draining away uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, a smile curled at the corners of Lin Tian's mouth. It was now his turn to display his prowess. Chapter 43, The Extra-Large Garbage Bag, Remarkably Spacious. Li Changhong had long discovered the presence of a malevolent spirit within Zhao Wentao's sea of consciousness. Coincidentally, the aura of this evil entity was entirely consistent with that of the female specter associated with the jade pendant. This could not be mere coincidence. It seemed to target both the Zhao and Xiang families. What were the hidden masterminds scheming? Li Changhong felt a stir of curiosity. The orchestrators behind this must be practitioners of dark sorcery, classified as heretics within the realm of cultivation, cunning and malevolent, deserving of universal condemnation. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to set aside this matter for now. His focus shifted to closely monitoring Lin Tian, seeking justification for the impending violence. What was happening? What had befallen Wentao? Just then, a formidable man with an imposing presence strode in. Upon witnessing Zhao Wentao writhing in agony upon the sickbed, his expression transformed into one of astonished fury. Drag this quack out. The authoritative figure's mood soured considerably, his gaze sweeping the room. An aura of superiority, combined with the overwhelming presence of a consummate grand martial artist, radiated throughout the chamber. Xiang Yinzhu, being an ordinary person, struggled to withstand the pressure. Li Changhong extended his hand, pulling her behind him, unleashing his sword intent. which instantaneously shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Casting a fleeting glance at him, the fierce sword aura surged forth, instilling an instinctive fear in the imposing man, who instinctively took a step back. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, both astonished and terrified. How could someone so young possess a presence more formidable than his own? "Zhao Wenqing's friend has come to see her brother, but first, we must attend to the patient." The authoritative man finally regained his composure and hurried to the bedside. Gazing at Zhao Wentao, who was clutching his head and wailing in agony, he found himself at a loss for how to help. Quickly, summoned Dr. Jiang. Zhao Wenqing's aunt was about to call for assistance, hoping to redeem herself. However, Lin Tian interjected nonchalantly, "There's no need to waste your efforts. By the time you find someone, the body will have already stiffened." The authoritative man turned to Lin Tian with confusion. "And who might you be?" Zhao Xiaolin quickly stepped forward, linking her arm with the man's. "Father, this is Lin Tian, whose medical skills are said to be miraculous. If he intervenes, Brother Wentao will surely awaken soon." Seeing the skepticism on her father's face, Zhao Xiaolin swiftly retrieved her phone and played a video showcasing Lin Tian's remarkable healing abilities. As he watched Lin Tian's dazzling acupuncture techniques, his belief began to waver. "Very well, I shall allow you to try. Do everything in your power to save my son. And I, Zhao Xiaoba, will be most grateful." Yet, at that moment, Lin Tian regarded Zhao Wenqing's aunt with a cold smile. "I will assist, but she must kneel and apologize to me. That is the price of my humiliation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoba's brows furrowed, and his impression of Lin Tian diminished significantly. Xiang Yinzhu glanced at Li Changhong, unable to suppress her desire to berate him. Seeing Li Changhong nod, Xiang Yinzhu unleashed her words. "Hey, you big fool. Although I've never met your mother, she must be an extraordinarily magnanimous person to have given birth to such an oversized garbage bag. Truly impressive." She raised her thumb at Lin Tian. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Having acquired his golden finger and embarked on an extraordinary life, he found it intolerable to be humiliated repeatedly. Zhao Xiaolin glared at Xiang Yinzhu. "Xiang Yinzhu, if you utter another word, believe me, I will tear your mouth apart. You, a talentless wastrel, have no right to insult my boyfriend here." Xiang Yinzhu sincerely apologized. "My apologies, I did not realize that this oversized garbage bag was your boyfriend. By the way, your taste is lower than that of a dog. You." Zhao Xiaolin clearly found herself outmatched in the realm of sharp tongues. Zhao Xiaoba seized the moment to speak up, although he relished hearing Xiang Yinzhu insult Lin Tian. The deteriorating condition of Zhao Wentao necessitated addressing the pressing issue first. "Lin Tian, my dear nephew, please prioritize saving the patient before we discuss the humiliation inflicted by Aunt Xiaolin." Zhao Xiaoba deliberately emphasized the word aunt, reminding Lin Tian that despite the insult, she was still his elder. "Do you wish to become a son-in-law of the Zhao family while demanding an apology from your girlfriend's elder?" However, for the urban miracle doctor, his medical skills and intellect were intertwined, and Lin Tian was consumed by the indignation of his humiliation. "A gentleman may be slain but not humiliated. If she does not kneel and apologize, I shall take my leave." Lin Tian's tone was frosty, offering no concessions. Zhao Xiaolin echoed, "Indeed, after trampling on our dignity. Now you want her to kneel and pick it back up? Is that not excessive?" At this point, Zhao Xiaoba was already feeling irate, especially since Zhao Xiaolin was siding with Lin Tian. He suppressed his fury and was about to speak when Li Changhong interjected, "Enough barking. It is quite irritating." He found the situation tedious, having anticipated that the spectacle of confrontation would be entertaining, only to find it dull, realizing he and Yi Chen were of different ilk. Chapter 44. Kneel before him, lest he lose face. "I implore you, senior, to save my brother." Upon hearing Li Changhong's words, the aloof Zhao Wenqing quickly interjected. Lin Tian, however, responded with a derisive smile, "It is not that I underestimate you. Your prowess may indeed surpass my perception, but when it comes to healing..." "Ha!" Lin Tian shook his head disdainfully, "I am leagues ahead of you." Li Changhong furrowed his brow. "It is truly quite awkward, isn't it? Disturbing." Li Changhong detested superfluous dialogue. His sword aura surged forth with a ferocity that far surpassed Zhao Xiaoba's earlier oppressive force. Lin Tian, caught off guard, felt his pupils constrict as if a blade had plunged into his heart, rendering him momentarily breathless. He realized he was no match for his opponent. Fearful of the sword's might, Lin Tian instinctively retreated, experiencing for the first time a profound blow to his self-confidence. Cursed be the sword cultivator. Yet, the figure bore a striking resemblance to someone he vaguely recalled, but the fragments of his soul hindered his memory. Was this merely an illusion? On Lin Tian's finger, a blood-red ring murmured with intent. Then, the voice resonated in his mind. Do not succumb to fear. With my guidance, you shall undoubtedly surpass this individual in the future. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tian felt as though he had received a potent, invigorating tonic, revealing a strained and pallid smile. Since you possess such unwavering confidence, proceed. However, I must reiterate, if the patient succumbs henceforth, do not beseech me. Li Changhong raised his hand, and then a surging torrent of spiritual energy converged, forming an ethereal palm that clawed toward Zhao Wentao's face. Ah! A piercing, agonized shriek erupted, a woman's voice, shrill and bone-chilling. Li Changhong raised his hand tightly. His spiritual energy surged forth, and the female ghost extracted from Zhao Wentao's body was instantly crushed, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Suddenly, Zhao Wentao sat up in bed, his eyes wide with terror, as vitality rapidly surged back within him. And then, there was nothing more. Everyone present was left in a state of shock. Was it truly over just like that? From Li Changhong's upward motion to Zhao Wentao's awakening, the entire sequence transpired in less than 2 breaths. Once Xiang Yingzhu regained her composure, her eyes brimmed with admiration for Li Changhong. She was utterly exhilarated within her heart. The more formidable Li Changhong becomes, the more authentic his words appear. He claims he can guide one's cultivation. Xiang Yingzhu has not forgotten her mission. From Li Changhong's implicit disdain for Lin Tian, it is evident that he harbors a strong aversion towards him. With a sardonic tone, he mockingly remarked, "Oh dear, how unfortunate. The person has already been saved, so we need not bow and prostrate ourselves in apology to a certain someone. My sincerest apologies for abruptly shattering someone's pretentious fantasies. Perhaps we should all plead with him, lest he lose all face." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of shame. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Li Changhong was tinged with a hint of fear. The strength of the latter surpassed his wildest imagination. The externalized internal energy suggested that he was at least a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign realm. Moreover, the entity was an extraordinarily dangerous spirit. A pure energy form capable of effortlessly extracting itself from the human body. This indicated that the palm manifested by Li Changhong was not merely internal energy, but a power of a higher order. Lin Tian instinctively activated his spiritual eye, which allowed him to perceive the essence of all things, essentially, a form of X-ray vision. He had previously amassed billions by employing this extraordinary ability to see through gemstones. At this moment, he directed his all-seeing gaze towards Li Changhong, his pupil shimmering with a faint, otherworldly radiance. Yet, as he focused on Li Changhong, what he beheld was not a dissection of the human form, but a sword capable of piercing through the cosmos. Its existence illuminated infinite dimensions of time and space, as if the very flow of time had come to a standstill, severing an ethereal river that seemed to transcend reality. With a gasp, Lin Tian cried out in pain, as if his eyes had been mercilessly lacerated by a keen blade, blood bursting forth from his gaze. Meanwhile, within a realm of fate invisible to ordinary mortals, Lin Tian's fortune was being rapidly depleted, the power of heavenly luck consuming itself until only a fraction remained to stave off the backlash. Zhao Xiaolin, alarmed, exclaimed, "What has happened to you? Why is there blood streaming from your eyes?" Zhao Xiaoba, though oblivious to the details, surmised that it was likely connected to Li Changhong. Suppressing his astonishment, he instructed the 2 martial artists throw him out. He then turned to Zhao Xiaolin, reproaching her, "You have greatly disappointed me, regardless of Zhao Hongshu's faults. She is still your aunt. How could you allow her to kneel before an outsider? Do you not consider yourself a member of the Zhao family? Effective immediately. You are to remain confined at home until you come to your senses." Disappointment was deeply etched in Zhao Xiaoba's eyes. He then cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Hoshu and the onlookers, declaring, "What are you still waiting for? Shall I settle scores?" Soon, everyone departed, leaving only Li Changhong, Xiang Yingzhu, Zhao Xiaoba, Zhao Wenqing, and the recently revived Zhao Wentao in the room. Zhao Xiaoba closed the door and immediately clasped his hands in respect towards Li Changhong. Bowing in deference, head of the Zhao family, Zhao Xiaoba, pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Li Changhong waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for excessive formalities. I have come to the Zhao family solely due to the esteem I hold for Zhao Wenqing. However, I did not anticipate that your family has offended a malevolent practitioner. It appears misfortune looms over you." Zhao Xiaoba recalled the earlier moment when Li Changhong extracted a malevolent spirit from Zhao Wentao, and a wave of unease washed over him. Thud. Previously, he had been reluctant to compel Zhao Hoshu to kneel before Lin Tianxia, yet now he found himself kneeling before Li Changhong without hesitation. Firstly, there were no outsiders present. Secondly, the strength displayed by Li Changhong warranted such an act of submission. Thirdly, he suspected that Li Changhong belonged to that minuscule and illustrious echelon of individuals who stand at the pinnacle of the world. And retaining a youthful appearance was but a natural consequence. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to extend your hand and save my Zhao family. Li Changhong smiled faintly. This was precisely his intention. If the Zhao family prospered steadily, he would have no opportunity to covet the Qi crystal mine. However, it was evident that malevolent cultivators had set their sights on both the Zhao and Xiang families, likely with designs on the Qi crystal mine as well. This provided Li Changhong with a perfect pretext to intervene. He refrained from hastily responding to Zhao Xiaoba and casually retrieved a blood essence pill, handing it to Zhao Wenqing. Administer this to your brother. He has been besieged by malevolent spirits and has suffered considerable loss of vitality. Zhao Wenqing gazed at the precious pill, which emanated a rich medicinal fragrance and contained astonishing vitality, her eyes filled with longing. Yet, she understood well that one should not expect rewards without exertion. Li Changhong's ability to save Zhao Wenqing is already a tremendous grace. Senior, we cannot accept this. We have already incurred enough debt to you. Li Changhong discerned Zhao Wenqing's unspoken thoughts. Rest assured, I harbor no covetous designs upon your sword. If you wish to repay me, I've heard that Zhao family's Qi crystal mines harbor celestial treasures, which pique my considerable interest. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoba displayed not the slightest hesitation in his eyes. Indeed, he had feared such an eminent figure as Li Changhong might prove utterly disinterested. With alacrity, he pledged, should the venerable senior deign to remain with our Zhao family and assist us in weathering this calamity, we would be honored to appoint you as our esteemed guest advisor, committing the full resources of our household to your service. This constituted no insignificant promise. Li Changhong felt a stir of interest. With the revival of spiritual energy, the output of spirit stones from the Qi crystal mine increased significantly each year, amounting to at least 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. As a direct disciple of the Star Sword sect, he only earned a few hundred spirit stones monthly. Thus, he decided to refrain from immediate agreement, opting instead to assess the situation further. Wenqing, why are you still hesitating? Accept the senior's goodwill, Zhao Xiaoba urged. Zhao Wenqing respectfully accepted the elixir and administered it to the emaciated Zhao Wentao. In mere moments, the vitality contained within the vitality pill surged through Zhao Wentao's body, revitalizing his skin, which became plump and radiant. The vitality pill, crafted from the flesh of demon beasts in conjunction with spiritual herbs, is a common remedy within the realm of cultivation. Vowing gratitude to the senior for saving my life, Zhao Wentao understood the transformation that had occurred. Rising from his bed to pay his respects to Li Changhong. Where did you encounter the malevolent spirit? Li Changhong inquired. Do you know the identity of your assailant? Chapter 45. Killing by the list. Zhao Wentao sank into recollection, recounting the events of that day, after I broke through to the great martial master realm. I accepted a task from the martial alliance to hunt demon beasts as a means of honing my skills. Concerned that the Xiang family would take action against me due to the imminent competition for the Qi crystal allocation, I wore a mask during the task. Alone, I ventured into the Chanbai mountain range, where I encountered a masked figure who seemed to be waiting for me. In just 3 moves, I was defeated. After which the assailant produced a small black flag and waved it at me, causing a dark mist to enter my body, rendering me unconscious. From Zhao Wentao's account, Li Changhong discerned 3 crucial pieces of information. First, Zhao Wentao had concealed his identity to undertake the task yet was still discovered, indicating a breach of confidentiality within the martial alliance regarding his whereabouts. Second, the assailant's ability to defeat a great martial master in 3 moves suggested they were at least of martial sovereign caliber, or perhaps from another system altogether. Third, the black flag. In Li Changhong's memory, a flag that emanated dark mist could summon malevolent spirits. The identity of this artifact was unmistakable. It was the soul-refining banner. Li Changhong pondered. The adversary is indeed a malevolent cultivator, a perilous entity. His intent in uttering such words is to instill fear in Zhao Xiaoba. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoba felt a chill run down his spine. Even he could not incapacitate Zhao Wentao within 3 moves. If the intention was to take his life without holding back, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Li Changhong remarked. The fact that they can kill Zhao Wentao yet deliberately choose to torment him with a fierce ghost indicates they do not wish to kill him. Zhao Xiaoba immediately speculated. Could it be the Xiang family? Our Zhao family is about to compete with the Xiang family for the allocation rights of the Qi crystal mining area. Could they be behind this? Li Changhong inquired. Then why not eliminate Zhao Wentao directly to avert future troubles? Zhao Xiaoba shook his head and replied. That would not be the case. The Zhao and Xiang families may engage in fierce internal strife, yet when faced with an external adversary, we unite as one. Just as we previously confronted the people of Yan'an, who sought to seize a significant portion of our dominion over the Qi crystal mine. We stood resolutely united in our opposition. He continued, thus, given the recent incident involving Wen Tao, I suspect it pertains to some formidable individuals, it having offended Yan'an. Seeking assistance would be futile. At this juncture, Zhao Xiaoba shifted the topic, stating, the Xiang family has shown utter depravity in their pursuit of this year's allocation rights. They nearly jeopardized the future of a potential powerhouse within my Zhao family. Now, there are countless eyes fixated on the Qi crystal mine, and the presence of an additional strong individual would provide further security. Xiang Yingzhu could no longer contain herself. What nonsense! My father would never stoop to such despicable acts. Do not slander him. Zhao Xiaoba cast a sidelong glance at Xiang Yingzhu, refraining from retorting out of respect for Li Changhong, merely letting out a cold snort. Li Changhong produced a jade pendant, adorned with a sealing talisman. Upon seeing this pendant, Zhao Xiaoba felt a sense of familiarity. It appeared to be one of the auction treasures from a recent event hosted by the Zhao family. Li Changhong, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation and crushed the jade pendant in his grasp. It is likely that the Xiang family is not the true concern, for even the most gifted member. Xiang Tiange has attracted unwanted attention. In the next moment, a cloud of pink smoke began to disperse, revealing a ghostly female figure, stark naked within its embrace. Li Changhong opened his mouth, unleashing a stream of crimson sword energy imbued with the might of thunder. Ah! The anguished wails of souls echoed, as they were instantly obliterated by the crimson sword energy. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiaoba felt an even deeper sense of reverence for Li Changhong. Senior, what is this? He inquired. Li Changhong elucidated that he had inadvertently obtained it from Xiang Tiange. He had worn it continuously, indicating that someone was employing a similar method to harm him. It was merely a malevolent spirit, which, during his cultivation, incessantly siphoned off Xiang Tiange's vital essence and yang energy. Over time, this would inevitably compromise his foundational strength. Zhao Xiaoba, as the head of the family, immediately grasped the implication. Someone sought to instigate an irreconcilable conflict between the Zhao and Xiang families. What a cunning scheme of framing and entrapment. Should the most gifted warriors of our two families, particularly the eldest son of the family head, encounter misfortune, it would undoubtedly lead to an irreparable rift, providing an opportune moment for others to exploit our discord. Li Changhong's disposition and cunning have become exceedingly profound. His eyes narrowed slightly. Are the individuals from Yan'an good or evil? This inquiry caused Zhao Xiaoba to furrow his brows. The Yan'an, formerly known as the Yanwang Extraordinary Security Bureau, could not possibly be so despicable, could they? Surely, they would not resort to such underhanded tactics to sow discord between the Zhao and Xiang families simply because we rejected them, would they? It seems unlikely, does it not? Li Changhong gently shook his head. He had never had dealings with the people of Yan'an and surmised they were a group of cultivators who regarded themselves as superior to martial artists, Taoists, geomancers, disciples of exorcism, and even immortals. If Li Changhong's assumptions held true, every individual would harbor their own selfish motives. Particularly, those of greater strength tend to possess a more profound sense of self-interest, often disregarding ordinary mortals as equals. While it is certain that the majority of Yan'an's members are dedicated to their nation and its people, a small fraction may not be so altruistic. After all, Zhao Wentao was executing a mission under a concealed identity. If he was not affiliated with the Xiang family, then only individuals from Yan'an would have the authority to ascertain Zhao Wentao's precise movements within the Martial Alliance building. Senior, what shall we do next? Zhao Xiaoba had completely placed his hopes upon Li Changhong, though the Zhao family was indeed one of the dominant forces in Yinqing City. If the individuals from Yan'an sought to undermine him, he would truly be at a loss. Li Changhong, however, chuckled softly and said, in my eyes, there are no wicked cultivators with backgrounds. A wicked cultivator is simply a wicked cultivator, and they can be severed with a single stroke of the sword. Li Changhong spoke with an utterly indifferent tone, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. Zhao Xiaoba truly yearned to seek the protection of a powerful figure. He had long been thrown into disarray by a series of messages, only to find his senior casually proclaiming that all it took was a single sword strike to resolve the issue. The sense of security was overwhelming. Do not let me underestimate the Zhao family. Go collaborate with the Xiang family and jointly compile a list of suspects involved in the dark arts. I shall only eliminate those on the list, and I will not concern myself with anything else. Zhao Xiaoba bowed deeply, expressing, Senior, your promptness and decisiveness are commendable. Your words are imbued with confidence, which I deeply admire. Rest assured, with your assurance. It will be effortless for the Zhao and Xiang families to investigate matters in Silver City. By the way, since the resurgence of spiritual energy, my family has gathered a collection of treasures, yet unfortunately, none among us possess the discerning eye. Might you be interested in appraising these treasures, esteemed senior? In truth, Li Changhong's spiritual awareness had already enveloped the Zhao family's underground treasury, where he had discovered several remarkable items. But please. Chapter 46. Is this it? Before long, Li Changhong and Zhao Xiaoba, accompanied by 3 martial artists from the Zhao family, emerged from the family's underground treasury. Each martial artist carried a tray adorned with treasures that Li Changhong had long coveted. Among them was a set of Mingguang armor, featuring circular guards both at the front and back, a blood-red orb, exuding an aura of the uncanny and foreboding, and a jade box the size of a human head, which, despite its impeccable ceiling, radiated an astonishing spiritual energy. Upon entering the Zhao family's assembly hall, the decor retained an ancient charm. The elder was a man of nostalgia. Despite the opulence of the estate outside, the ancestral home remained unchanged from a century ago. Zhao Xiaoba personally poured a cup of tea for Li Changhong. Li Changhong showed a disinterest in drinking, merely taking a sip. His consciousness had long since detected that the Zhao family's old residence harbored a hidden basement, filled with spirit stones, where an ancient being was engaged in cultivation. The term ancient being was employed because Li Changhong sensed a profound aura of decay emanating from him, reminiscent of a Taoist on the brink of death. According to the classifications of martial arts realms, the individual should be at the pinnacle of martial sovereign. Yet he remained unable to take that final step. Now, let us speak plainly. What do you wish to exchange for these 3 treasures? Li Changhong inquired straightforwardly. Zhao Xiaoba feigned surprise. Senior, what are you saying? To be favored by you is far better than languishing in the basement gathering dust. Moreover, your willingness to assist my Zhao family is a duty we must honor. Li Changhong, disinclined to engage in pleasantries, declared, I have no taste for formalities. Should you refuse, these elixirs shall not be bestowed upon you. With that, he deftly retrieved over 10 vials of potions from his storage ring, which gracefully hovered above his palm. In an instant, the alluring fragrance of the elixirs wafted from the bottle openings, and radiant light refracted from the vial surfaces. Just a single inhalation left Zhao Xiaoba feeling as though his very realm had been set in motion. Yearning for the potions, Zhao Xiaoba's eyes gleamed with avarice, his breath growing heavy as he fixated on the elixirs, unable to look away. Li Changhong neatly arranged the elixirs upon the table. These were foundational potions suitable for the Qi refinement stage, primarily designed to enhance vitality and facilitate healing. With a swift motion, he stored the 3 treasures from the tray into his storage ring. His heart surged with excitement, leaving him restless and eager to refine the treasures. Prepare a cultivation chamber for me. In the cultivation chamber, Li Changhong sat cross-legged on the mat, taking out the defensive array plate and the array plate that isolates the 6 senses. He retrieved 3 treasured items. First, he opened the jade box, revealing 20 spirit stones, all of superior quality. In terms of both density and the quality of spiritual energy, they were incomparable to inferior spirit stones. Should one be able to cultivate using superior spirit stones consistently, the rate of advancement and the level of spiritual power would undoubtedly surpass that of fellow practitioners within the same realm. Li Changhong stored it away and summoned the radiant armor from a distance. This Tang Dynasty-style armor was designed with an awe-inspiring and majestic aesthetic. Were it merely an antique, he would have deemed it unworthy of his attention. In truth, this was a mid-grade defensive spiritual artifact. His silk-soft armor and dragon-scale armor, both damaged to near uselessness by the sword puppet within the sword pill's miniature world, left him in dire need of protective equipment. Just as drowsiness beckoned sleep, the pillow arrived. Li Changhong bit his tongue, releasing a drop of essence blood onto the brilliant armor. With both hands forming intricate seals, he enveloped it in his spiritual energy, commencing its refinement. This process continued for over 2 days. With a mere thought, the brilliant armor transformed into a radiant light, automatically adorning his form. He appeared strikingly handsome, exuding an indomitable spirit and formidable might, reminiscent of a warrior charging fearlessly into battle. However, beauty was not the essence of this armor. It was a flawless mid-grade spiritual artifact. In the realm of cultivation, it could render foundational cultivators bloodied and battered. And even golden core practitioners would covet such a treasure. This armor possessed the ability to store the enemy's attacks within the circular shields at the chest and back, unleashing them at critical moments to turn the tide of battle. This capability proved immensely practical, particularly for a swordsman like me, making it all the more fitting. Li Changhong felt increasingly satisfied. Finally, he cast his gaze upon the last treasure, the blood pearl, suffused with a sinister and otherworldly aura. It was the only item in the Zhao family's treasury that he could not decipher. This very inability to comprehend it rendered it all the more mysterious and extraordinary. Undoubtedly, this object was a malevolent artifact, likely once owned by practitioners of dark arts. However, this did not deter Li Changhong from his quest to explore the treasure. If fear of the unknown were to prevail, there would be no need for the pursuit of immortality. Li Changhong summoned the internal Gang Jin sword pill and the Jianghong sword pill, preparing for an imminent eruption of fierce sword light from his mouth. Simultaneously, he activated the defensive capabilities of the Mingguang armor, making all necessary preparations to commence the refining process. His divine sense could not penetrate, and his spiritual energy failed to resonate. After a short while, Li Changhong ceased the refining endeavor. The blood orb was no ordinary treasure. Its crafting method was exceptionally sophisticated, rendering conventional refining techniques utterly ineffective. Could it be that blood refinement was required? Li Changhong furrowed his brow slightly. In the realm of cultivation, certain artifacts possess extraordinary characteristics, often steeped in malevolence, necessitating unconventional methods of refinement. The blood refinement secret technique is one such method, requiring one's own vital essence to serve as spiritual energy for the process of refining the artifact. Not only is the procedure fraught with peril, but the treasures themselves are also highly susceptible to backlash. Typically, artifacts that necessitate blood refinement are far from ordinary. Among Li Changhong's spoils, there lay the secret method of blood refinement. After dedicating some time to mastering it, he pierced his palm with a blade and held the blood pearl within his grasp. In the next moment, a terrifying force of attraction emanated from the blood pearl in his hand. "Damn it!" Li Changhong exclaimed. "Who the hell is that? I demand to know." The blood pearl, akin to a parched field yearning for rain, absorbed his blood as if it were a divine blessing from the heavens, ravenously consuming it. At this juncture, it was no longer a matter of whether Li Changhong wished to continue. The suction generated by the blood pearl rendered his blood irreversibly drawn into the blood refinement technique. Initially, he was the practitioner of this blood refinement method, but now the roles had been reversed. This was not necessarily a favorable situation, nor was it entirely unfavorable. It indicated that this indeed was a precious treasure, albeit one that required an abundant supply of blood. It was imperative to meet the demands for the blood refinement process. Li Changhong remained composed, channeling all his energy into the Tai Chi Zongfu technique. This technique transcends mere physical practice. It continuously stimulates the inherent functions of the organs during its execution. For instance, it enhances metabolism, detoxification, absorption, secretion, and promotes hematopoiesis within the skeletal system. While the 5 internal organs do not directly produce blood, the spleen, intestines, and other lymph nodes, thymus, and bone marrow influenced by these organs significantly bolster the capabilities of the hematopoietic system. It is often said that when the kidneys are healthy, all is well. With the proper functioning of the 5 internal organs, the potential of the human body will be perpetually unlocked. As time gradually elapses, Li Changhong's face had turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, and his lips were tinged with a purplish hue. Fortunately, the flow of blood was not insatiable. It eventually came to a halt. Li Changhong immediately regained his composure and resumed his arduous practice of the blood refinement secret technique. He entered the core space of the blood orb, leaving behind his own spirit and a dual imprint of essence and blood. Soon, the process of refinement reached its conclusion. But a crisis erupted at that very moment. A terrifying aura of slaughter surged forth, engulfing Li Changhong's entire being, even invading the sea of consciousness within his Naiwen palace. Kill, kill, kill. Countless scenes of carnage erupted in Li Changhong's mind, seeking to devour his reason and transform him into a frenzy, being solely consumed by the desire to kill. For one with a fragile disposition, it would likely spell doom. Yet for Li Changhong, as he beheld these gruesome visions, his heart remained as tranquil as still water. Not only did he resist the onslaught of madness, but he even felt a hint of amusement. Is this it? I expected something far more vicious. This is all there is? Once the murderous aura was dispelled, Li Changhong finally mastered the blood orb completely. The demonic orb, as its name suggests, is a treasure exclusively for villains. I shall be known by the title of Justice. From now on, you shall be called Light of the Righteous Path. Chapter 47. A pleasant day, suitable for killing senior. Here is the list of suspected evil cultivators. Just as he exited the training chamber, Zhao Xiaoba, who had been waiting at the door, presented the list. Li Changhong took it, memorizing the contents within. As the flames ignited, the list was reduced to ashes. Await my news. Li Changhong left behind a single sentence before transforming into a streak of sword light that soared into the heavens. gazing at the swiftly vanishing figure of the sword. Zhao Xiaoba was filled with anticipation and longing. This was indeed the fantasy of every man in the grand era of global cultivation. Before long, a middle-aged man, of similar age to Zhao Xiaoba, approached, evidently having sensed the emanating sword intent. "Where is the senior you mentioned?" inquired Xiang Jun, the head of the Xiang family. "He has gone to eliminate some foes," Zhao Xiaoba replied. Xiang Jun, taken aback, asked, "So soon? Without any preparation?" Zhao Xiaoba cast him a sidelong glance. "Do you think everyone is as dilly-dallying as you? Perhaps, in the eyes of the senior, this crisis facing our two families is merely child's play." Accustomed to Zhao Xiaoba's remarks, Xiang Jun, who had been his rival since childhood, understood that their competition was underpinned by a solid friendship. Yet, if it truly were someone from Yan'an who fell to the senior's blade, would there be repercussions? Xiang Jun expressed some concern. Zhao Xiaoba snorted dismissively. "Precisely because they are from Yan'an, it is all the more imperative to adhere to the rules. Rest assured, the senior contemplates far more than we do. There will certainly be no issues." Xiang Jun shifted the subject. "I have heard you received a batch of elixirs from the senior. Let me have a look." Zhao Xiaoba retorted, "Not a chance, unless you call me father." Leaving the Zhao family estate, Li Changhong affixed a concealment talisman and made his way directly to the warrior's tower. He did not enter but stood atop the building, his consciousness enveloping the area as he searched for the individuals on his list. Moments later, Li Changhong departed with his sword, leaving behind the three individuals whose presence was overshadowed by the chilling aura of malevolent spirits. "My consciousness transcends that of an ordinary perfected foundation establishment cultivator. Even with the guise of a concealed hand, I can discern the subtle clues. Among the names on the list, two individuals stand out as the principal suspects. The location is the heavenly lake of Chaobai Mountain. Many tourist attractions in Chaobai Mountain have succumbed to desolation, their paths now shrouded by encroaching vegetation. Only the path leading to the heavenly lake remains safeguarded by a potent aura of national fortune. To forcefully break through would be impractical. Li Changhong harbors no desire to stand against the entire Yanwang. The underlying implication is that he is currently unable to contend with the concealed ancient beings and the young boys. The elevation of Tanchi is quite high, with snow present throughout the seasons. Along the way, Li Changhong encounters numerous vehicles passing by, most of which are occupied by members of Yan'an. He finds a secluded spot to settle down and dispels his invisibility technique. This Tanchi is anything but ordinary. Li Changhong's consciousness expanded. Yet it was unable to envelop the entirety of the heavenly pool. However, he sensed a presence deep within its depths that sent a shiver through him. The structures were built beneath the heavenly pool, shielded by a water avoidance array, which indeed lent a certain feeling of isolation. The architecture of the martial alliance was grand and replete with modern flair, while Yan'an's constructions were submerged within the waters of the heavenly pool, revealing a glimpse of their uniqueness. Only those possessing a token could traverse the waters of the pool. Without one, they were left to navigate by boat. Li Changhong utilized his spiritual energy to walk upon the water's surface, arriving before the twin stone columns known as the Dragon Lock Pillars. Taking a step forward, the seemingly empty space rippled with movement. The scene before him shifted, transporting him into the interior of a grand structure. Numerous gazes were cast in his direction, only to be swiftly redirected. He bore no token at his waist, indicating he was a martial artist from the Martial Alliance. It appeared they had come seeking assistance. These martial practitioners, day after day, were nothing but a source of incessant troubles. Li Changhong ignored them and walked straight to the front desk. "Hello." Li Changhong was about to speak when a staff member interrupted him with an impatient gesture, demanding the submission for assistance from the Martial Alliance. This display of annoyance bore a striking resemblance to certain individuals in similar positions. Li Changhong furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "I am here to seek someone." Upon hearing this, the staff member grew increasingly impatient. "Seeking someone? Isn't that just a request for assistance? If it's assistance, there are procedures to follow. I care not about the nature of your relationship. This is the protocol. Do you understand the regulations?" Li Changhong's gaze turned icy. "I shall repeat myself. I am here to seek two individuals, one named Renyu, and the other Xiao Yuanzhang." Upon hearing this, the staff member scrutinized Li Changhong from head to toe, scoffing in derision. "What are you, exactly? Lord Ren and Lord Xiao are exceedingly busy with their affairs. You expect me to summon them for your convenience? I am thoroughly annoyed by people like you, warriors who, upon acquiring a modicum of strength, presume themselves to be extraordinary. By your appearance, I would wager you have yet to graduate from university. If you wish to meet Lords Ren and Xiao, you ought to have your mentor arrange it personally. Do you comprehend?" Li Changhong's gaze returned to calmness. There was no need to be angered by such individuals. This building was imbued with a formation that concealed one's presence from divine perception. Were it not for this, there would be no need for inquiries. Since he could not be seen, it was prudent to wait outside. Should he dare to emerge, he would be met with certain death. Convey to them that the matters concerning the Zhao and Xiang families have leaked, he instructed before turning towards the entrance. At that moment, a graceful figure entered. Lu Xiaoling, having endured the harrowing incident involving the fierce youth, could not dispel the image of Li Changhong's invincibility from her mind. The allure of strength stirred her imagination, filling her heart with the longing to see Li Changhong once more. After a brief respite, she arrived at the Yin'an branch to undertake the assessment for senior guardians. However, upon entering, she unexpectedly collided with Li Changhong. Prior to this encounter, she had yearned to meet him. Yet now that they stood face to face, her mind was flooded with memories of Li Changhong's merciless slaying of the fierce youth. Could he have come to silence her? This notion was fleeting. She had never divulged a hint of information about him, her conscience clear. Nevertheless, despite Li Changhong's indifferent demeanor, the white serpent coiled upon his shoulder possessed an innate ability to sense danger, and it was acutely aware of the lethal intent emanating from him. Senior. Lu Xiaoling's voice was gentle as she paid her respects as a junior. The sight of this elicited an uproar among the others in the hall. What sorcery is this? The fairy Lu is bowing to this mere youth as if he were her senior? Something was amiss. There was an unmistakable incongruity. Could it be that this young man was masquerading as a harmless figure? But how could someone so youthful possibly be a formidable force? Surely there was a misunderstanding. Perhaps he was a high-ranking elder from one of the 5 great sorcerers of Northeast, hence Lu Xiaoling's deference. Yes, that must be it. After all, Lu Xiaoling, with her gentle nature, was courteous to everyone, even to younger elders. Lu Xiaoling paid no heed to the murmurs around her. Her entire focus was solely on Li Changhong. Li Changhong nodded, acknowledging the greeting. I have some matters to attend to. Could you kindly summon 2 individuals named Rinyu and Xiao Yuanzhong for me? Lu Xiaoling, unable to discern any emotional fluctuations in Li Changhong's tone, presumed that Rinyu and Xiao Yuanzhong were perhaps acquaintances of his. Indeed. I am about to participate in the assessment for senior guardians, and I require the presence of a distinguished guardian. Is there a specific reason for your summons? Lu Xiaoling inquired, exercising caution. Li Changhong responded calmly, it's a personal matter. After speaking, he made his way towards the door, stating, I shall wait for them outside. Upon stepping through the entrance, he was greeted by snow-covered peaks. The tranquil Tanxi Lake shimmered in a deep blue, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the clouds above. The weather was splendid, ideal for carrying out a killing. Li Changhong wielded his sword high, provoking exclamations from the guardians of the Yin'an division who wished to enter. A flying artifact, a king-level powerhouse. What is he doing? It feels so oppressive. My breathing has become labored. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaoling emerged alongside a silver-haired elder clad in a flowing robe. Senior Rin, it's that esteemed figure. Yet before she could finish her statement, the sound of a sword's whistle pierced the air. Chapter 48. Spare me the nonsense. I am not inclined to listen as Lu Xiaoling stepped out with the robed elder. Li Changhong's consciousness had already locked onto them. He sensed an aura emanating from the elder that was akin to that of the 2 malevolent spirits, confirming that this individual possessed a soul-refining banner. Without further ado, the Qinyan sword surged forth, aimed directly at the elder's forehead. Just as he had stated to Zhao Xiaoba, he cared not for anything else. Upon identifying a malevolent practitioner, he would strike to kill. As for the identity of the malevolent practitioner, the deceased possessed no identity. Clang. The sword energy sliced through the air, instantaneously reaching the elder's presence. Li Changhong, having probed with his divine sense, discerned that his opponent was indeed a cultivator, possessing the foundational cultivation of the early stage, evidently having just made a recent breakthrough with an unstable realm. Even within the same tier, the disparity remained substantial. Faced with a sword imbued with lethal intent that struck unexpectedly, the elderly man in the flowing robes was utterly unprepared to respond. Bang! His protective spiritual energy shield had barely manifested when the Qinyan sword pierced through, aiming directly at his vital point between the brows. However, in the next instant, a surge of black energy erupted from his prowess mud pill palace, transforming into a chilling small flag. The surface of the flag was adorned with a black vortex, seemingly linked to another realm of hellish spirits, from which the intertwined, wailing cries of tormented souls emanated. The Qinyan sword, unable to evade in time, was engulfed and vanished into the vortex. The soul banner? A mid-grade spiritual artifact. Li Changhong's brows knitted slightly. He had not anticipated that this soul banner had reached the level of a mid-grade spiritual artifact, housing over 10,000 malevolent ghosts and vengeful spirits, indeed formidable. One could argue that the elderly man in the robes was a competent practitioner of the dark arts. This, too, rendered the act of eliminating him all the more justified. Li Changhong lost his connection to the azure cloud sword, while the soul banner was crafted from exquisite materials, harboring a spectral realm within. The dread of death that had gripped the elder in the ornate robe dissipated the moment the azure cloud sword was seized. A cold sneer coiled in his heart as he outwardly bellowed at Li Changhong with feigned indignation. Who dares you to be, striking down an official of Yan'an base? Have you no regard for your own life? Surrender now, and perhaps mercy shall be shown. None who cultivated to the foundation establishment stage in this era of dwindling spiritual essence were simpletons. Having regained his composure, the elder swiftly deduced that Li Changhong was likewise a cultivator, one whose realm mirrored his own. Emboldened by the confiscation of his opponent's artifact, he launched into a tirade of condemnation. Yet the loss of the azure cloud sword mattered little to Li Changhong. Since obtaining the Jangold sword pill and the Crimson Palace sword pill, the blade had become a mere trinket. If instant annihilation proved unattainable, seizing the moral high ground was the next best stratagem. After all, his target was one of Yan'an base's overseers. Slaying him outright at the institution's threshold would invite complications if not executed flawlessly. A justifiable pretext for the execution was necessary, one that the masses would witness and accept, lest interference arise. Li Changhong coldly interjected, "Silence. I can discern at a glance that you are a practitioner of wicked arts. Your soul-refining banner has now ascended to a mid-grade spiritual artifact, which unmistakably indicates that in your pursuit of nefarious cultivation, you have at least slaughtered tens of thousands of lives, extracting their souls and transforming them into vengeful spirits. I have come today to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Each additional day you, a malevolent practitioner, remain in this world poses a greater threat to the descendants of Yin and Huang." His voice, imbued with secretive incantations, resonated far and wide, ensuring that all present could hear him clearly. Beside the elder in the splendid robe, Lu Xiaoling instinctively stepped back, her expression one of vigilance as she regarded him. Li Changhong's words transformed the gazes of the onlooking Yan'an members towards the elderly figure in the splendid robe. How could this be? Could it truly be that Senior Renew is a practitioner of dark arts? It must be true. Did you not witness the dark mist and anguish cries emanating from the small flag that flew forth from his brow? It perfectly embodies all the characteristics of a malevolent artifact. How utterly ironic it is that the upper echelons of Yan'an, who have committed themselves to the eradication of evil, are in fact practitioners of dark arts. Upon hearing such discussions, Renew felt a tightening in his heart. The previous moment had been perilously critical. Had it not been for the soul-refining banner's instinctive protection, his demise would have been inevitable. Yet, the soul-refining banner is exceedingly sensitive, and now that it has been exposed, remaining in Yan'an is no longer tenable. However, if he were to depart just like this, he would undoubtedly become a wanted fugitive in Yan'an. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "I do not deny that I indeed practice dark arts in pursuit of breakthrough, but I can swear upon my own path." Just as he was about to cultivate a profound sense of sorrow, a torrent of sword light surged towards him. "Do not waste your breath. I have no desire to listen." Li Changhong levitated two small swords above his head, one golden and one white, both radiating an overwhelming and piercing sword intent. In the face of the soul-embodying treasure, the Jiangong sword was the primary weapon, while the Gangjin sword served as a supplementary force. A myriad of sword lights intertwined to form a dense, thunderous sword net, surging towards Renew. Renew's eyes widened. His murky gaze suddenly ignited with clarity, not from any newfound insight, but rather from the reflection of the thunder in his sight. He had initially believed that seizing Li Changhong's remarkable flying sword would grant him control of the situation. However, he was utterly unprepared for the suffocating despair of the imminent assault that Li Changhong unleashed. Those two diminutive blades above his head bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary sword pills. Relentless in their lethality, they were unmatched in their offensive prowess. Renew acutely recognized the insurmountable disparity in strength between them, a chasm that no mere soul-refining banner could bridge. As death loomed ever closer, Renew finally experienced firsthand what it meant to be a prodigy amidst the once glorious cultivation era, and what it meant to be a stepping stone for others. Yet, he was no prodigy, and the ones soaring above were not mere bystanders. The soul-refining banner activated once more, unleashing a vortex of darkness, from which a dense miasma billowed forth, transforming into countless vengeful spirits that shrieked in agony as they surged towards the thunderous sword net. Like moths drawn to a flame, they were destined for annihilation. Within the realm of heaven and earth, all malevolent spirits trembled before the might of thunder, for thunder represented the manifestation of pure yang energy, a force that transcended all. Especially with the penetrating power of the Gangjin sword, most of the vengeful spirits were reduced to ashes before they could even approach. Fortunately, This granted Rinyu a fleeting opportunity. He immediately turned to dash back towards the gateway nestled between the two dragon lock pillars, believing that once inside the base, Changhong could not pursue him. Yet, in the next moment, he felt an icy sensation at his neck, as if his vision were flipping backward, revealing his own headless body. With a sharp gasp, his body continued to sprint with all its might, torrents of blood erupting like a fountain. The soul-refining banner opened a passage, allowing countless vengeful spirits to escape, but it also re-established the connection between Changhong and the Qinyan sword. With formidable soul power, Changhong effortlessly severed Rinyu's head in an instant. Rinyu was dead. Ultimately, both his body and head tumbled through the entrance into the hall of the Yin and branch. The sky remained clear and bright. The heavenly pool was still tranquil and serene, its waters a deep azure, surrounded by snow-capped peaks. Yet, within the space between the two dragon-lock pillars, a stark crimson hue emerged. Was he truly dead? Just like that? This was none other than Lord Rinyu, the second in command of the Yin and Silver Mountain branch, slain so effortlessly? Who was this young man? Perhaps he was not merely young. Judging by his tone, he might well be an ancient monster rejuvenated. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and many onlookers poured out from the Yin Hall. Upon learning the circumstances, their gazes towards Changhong brimmed with awe for the powerful. Changhong's thoughts, however, were not focused on this matter. After vanquishing Rinyu, he sensed a faint trace of crimson vitality being drawn from him by the light of righteousness. It was likely not merely a matter of vital energy, it seemed to be a form of energy or substance that he could not yet comprehend. Truly, it was a treasure of unfathomable rank, though its specific utility remained shrouded in mystery. Changhong regained his composure and did not hasten to depart. Emerging from the Yin base was another individual. The figure soared through the air on a flying sword, arriving before Changhong. She was a woman in her 40s. Strikingly beautiful, adorned in a Qi Pao and silk stockings complemented by petite high heels, exuding the aura of a goddess from the Republic of China. However, the massive broadsword she stood upon conveyed an imposing and formidable presence, creating a stark contrast. You possess quite the audacity to commit murder at the entrance of the Yin base, within my jurisdiction. Chapter 49. What shall I use to keep him? My body? Changhong inquired. Is it wrong to kill? The woman in the Qi Pao responded with a delicate laugh. Regardless of the circumstances, we must adhere to our protocols. Even if he is a malevolent practitioner, our Yin will handle it internally. As an outsider, how can you take it upon yourself to end his life and tarnish our reputation? It is all about the proper procedures. Upon hearing those two words, Changhong felt a surge of irritation. The staff member from earlier in the base's hall had adopted an imperious demeanor, questioning, "Do you, Yin, still have the audacity?" Allowing a malevolent cultivator to ascend to a high position within Yin, behaving as he pleases right under your nose. I suspect you have much to answer for. As he spoke, Changhong's head was enveloped in the radiant aura of the Golden Thunder dual sword pill, its brilliance suggesting that at any moment, it might unleash a torrent of sword light upon the woman in the Cheongsam. The woman's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, despite her status as a martial king. She found herself engulfed in a frenzy of alarm. Do not act impulsively, that is not my intention. Changhong gazed at her coldly, remarking, if your internal matters were to be resolved, you would not have allowed him to amass over 10,000 vengeful spirits with the soul-refining banner. You, Yin, have deeply disappointed me. With such a disordered organization holding national privileges, I am profoundly concerned for the future of Yin Wang. With that, Changhong transformed into a beam of sword light, vanishing into the distant horizon. Watching him depart, the woman in the Cheongsam exhaled a sigh of relief. She was a martial king, her strength comparable to that of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm in the cultivation system, undoubtedly a formidable presence. She could be considered the most powerful in Silver City, which justified her position as the head of the Yin and Silver Mountain branch. Yet, before Changhong, who was merely at the first layer of Foundation establishment, the grip of impending doom clenched tightly around her heart. She took a deep breath, acknowledging the weight of her responsibilities. The second-in-command had been killed right at the base's entrance, a grave situation indeed. However, it was even more alarming that Rinyu was a malevolent cultivator, possessing the soul-refining banner, an absolute forbidden artifact. As the head, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Lu Xiaoling, having witnessed the entire affair from the crowd, remained silent, yet she was the one who had brought Rinyu out, which only seemed to further entangle her with Changhong. As expected, she was soon summoned to the head's office. The woman in the Cheongsam reclined on a soft sofa, absent-mindedly toying with the soul-refining banner adorned with sealing talismans, while Rinyu's lifeless body lay on the floor. What is your relationship with that legendary sword cultivator? she inquired. Lu Xiaoling realized there was no longer any way to conceal the truth about Li Changhong. There was no need for secrecy, especially since he had boldly confronted Yinan at their doorstep. Had she known that bringing Rinyu out was not a mere reunion of old friends, but rather a farewell, she would have certainly refused Li Changhong's request without hesitation. Lu Xiaoling recounted in detail her first encounter with Li Changhong in the Chanbai Mountains. Finally, she asked, "What is a sword cultivator? Aren't they simply cultivators?" The woman in the Cheongsam tossed Lu Xiaoling a high-grade guardian token and waved her hand dismissively. "Leave. Do not inquire into matters beyond your purview. Only when your celestial being ascends to human immortality will you be qualified to engage with such topics." Lu Xiaoling clasped her fists in respect and departed. Shortly thereafter, a phone call interrupted the silence. The woman in the Cheongsam initially maintained a composed demeanor, prepared for a reprimand. Yet, when the voice on the other end exclaimed, "Since you were stationed at the base, why did you not apprehend him?" she immediately erupted in anger. "Apprehend him? Do you understand that he is a sword cultivator? A sword cultivator with a sword pellet. 2 sword pellets, to be precise. One of metal, the other of lightning. It is sheer fortune that he did not breach our defenses. Do you expect me to detain him? With what? My body? I am nearing a century in age. Had I not consumed a rejuvenation elixir, I would be an unsightly sight. Did you not hear his rallying cry against evil? Clearly, it is your mismanagement that has led to this blame being directed at me." After venting her frustrations, she added, "This sword cultivator was the leader of the demonic cultivators before the end of the Law era, and nothing has changed." The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding, "Do not concern yourself with this matter. I will report to the Yinan headquarters in the capital and await the Old Lord's response." Changing the subject, they continued, "The time is ripe. It is time to open the Heavenly Pool's secret realm and see if we can subdue that dragon." Upon leaving the Heavenly Pool, Li Changhong returned to the Zhao family. Zhao Xiaoba clearly knew of the events at the Heavenly Pool, and his respect for Li Changhong was now tinged with admiration. This was the demeanor of a true strongman. No convoluted tactics, simply eliminating threats at their doorstep. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. This favor will forever be etched in the Zhao family's memory." Despite Li Changhong's seemingly effortless dispatching of Rinyu, addressing the Zhao family would have posed a considerable challenge. After all, dealing with 2 martial families was trivial for a malevolent cultivator. Zhao Wenqing was also present, her demeanor as cold as ever. Yet a glimmer of admiration for Li Changhong shone in her eyes. The allure of strength is an intrinsic trait of women. "Big brother! Big brother!" Xiang Yinzhu rushed in from outside, embracing Li Changhong tightly around the waist. During the days of Li Changhong's seclusion, she remained at the Zhao residence. "Yinzhu, cease your nonsense." At that moment, a middle-aged man, strikingly handsome and the epitome of a dream man for those captivated by older gentlemen, entered from outside. Xiangju noted that Zhao Xiaoba showed no intention of introducing him, silently cursing him as an unfilial son. Zhao Xiaoba, deliberately ignoring Xiangjun, harbored hopes that Li Changhong would not forge connections with the Xiang family. Junior Xiangjun pays his respects to the esteemed elder. On the surface, Li Changhong appeared to be calm and unruffled, yet within, he was contemplating how to transform the Qi crystal mining area, guarded by the Zhao and Xiang families, into his own possession. Although these 2 families seemed to be at odds, in reality, they were closer than kin. Otherwise, they would not have protected the Qi crystal mining area for so many years. Since it was impossible to assist one family in overcoming the other, he resolved to acquire both. Zhao Xiaoba did not grant Xiangjun and Li Changhong the opportunity for dialogue. With utmost respect, he addressed Li Changhong, saying, "Senior, I have prepared a celebratory banquet for you. Please, allow me to escort you." Clearly, this feast was not merely a celebration of accomplishments. Li Changhong, understanding the unspoken yet not voicing it, refrained from rejection. Having not savored exquisite cuisine for quite some time, he found pleasure in the experience. Before long, in a lavish private room filled with the fragrance of sandalwood, Li Changhong was seated alongside the heads of 2 families, as well as Zhao Wenqing, Zhao Wentao, Xiang Yinshu, and Xiang Tiange, making a total of 6 individuals. Li Changhong occupied the seat of honor, where an exquisite array of delectable dishes was elegantly presented. Among them were several culinary creations that had been prohibited since 1988, a consequence of the enactment of animal protection laws. Dishes such as braised dragon mushrooms, the 3 delicacies of the earth, and the Taiji bear paw were featured. It can be said that the former northeastern cuisine only revealed a portion of its repertoire, with another segment concealed in the realm of secrecy. However, since the announcement of the revival of spiritual energy, almost all creatures, with a few exceptions, have been liberated. Li Changhong picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. stating that he would first indulge in his meal and address other matters later. It must be noted that ever since he cultivated the Tai Chi 5 organs technique, his digestive capacity had reached an extraordinary level. Particularly, many of the dishes were composed of ingredients derived from demon beasts, possessing remarkable vitality, which could be directly transformed into his own life force, thereby augmenting his physical prowess. If he were to traverse back to the ancient times, he could engage in a competitive feast with a certain ferocious little creature that incessantly exclaimed, "Devour it all. Consume everything." After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Li Changhong set down his chopsticks and took a sip of wine. Zhao Xiaoba promptly presented a piece of paper with great reverence. The swiftness of his action caused Xiang Jun, who had just reached for a napkin, to pause mid-air. After wiping his mouth, he offered Zhao Xiaoba a slight nod. "Speak. What else is there?" Li Changhong inquired, feigning ignorance. Chapter 50. No more concealment. Just as Zhao Xiaoba was about to speak, Li Changhong interjected, "I have little patience for trivialities. Get to the point." He was well aware of Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun's intentions, which aligned with his own thoughts. However, as a senior figure, he felt it necessary for them to voice their requests. Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun exchanged glances before simultaneously bowing respectfully to Li Changhong. In unison, they declared, "We hope that the esteemed senior will become a guest elder of the Zhao Xiang family." Zhao Wenqing and Xiang Tinga, too, dared not remain seated and rose to join in the respectful plea. Li Changhong's expression remained as composed as ever. "If you wish to appoint me as a guest elder, what can you offer in return? Or rather, what provisions can you provide for my substantial daily needs of spiritual stones? Are you truly capable of meeting such demands?" Upon hearing Li Changhong's words, Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun sighed with relief internally. If Li Changhong had decisively declined, they would have found it difficult to persist in their request. However, his words indicated a glimmer of hope. Zhao Xiaoba patted his chest and assured, "Our families may lack in many things, but spiritual stones are certainly not among them." According to his calculations, the majority of spiritual stones from the Qi crystal mine each year were sold, with only a small fraction reserved for personal cultivation. Even if they dedicated a quarter of their yield to honor Li Changhong, they would still possess a considerable surplus. Moreover, with Li Changhong as a guest elder of the Zhao family, who would dare to covet the Qi crystal mine in the future? Li Changhong's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. "Very well, I shall accept the role of a guest elder. However, I am a free spirit and shall not remain here frequently. Yet, should difficulties arise or formidable foes confront us, I shall undoubtedly intervene." With this assurance, Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun both smiled. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken thoughts in the other's eyes. Xiang Jun spoke first. "Senior, our families belong to the ancient martial clans. If we were to face an adversary like Rinyu, we would be utterly defenseless. Senior, given your myriad responsibilities, if you were to retreat into seclusion for several years elsewhere." Li Changhong interjected, "So, you wish for me to accept these four as my disciples?" He was not fond of circumlocution. The lengthy discourse merely stemmed from their unease and their desire for Qin to also embark upon the path of cultivation. After all, possessing a spirit stone mine provided ample resources for nurturing cultivators, a sentiment Li Changhong could comprehend, even if he did not voice it. He would have guided Xiang Yinshu towards the path of cultivation regardless. Xiang Tinga, being the most astute, immediately knelt before him. "I implore you, senior, accept me as your disciple." Initially, he had intended to employ the wiles of charm to ensnare Li Changhong within the confines of the Xiang family, but instead found himself in a farcical situation, for Li Changhong was no mere mortal but a formidable elder. Now, all that filled his gaze was reverence for Li Changhong. Devoid of any other thoughts, Zhao Wentao was the second to kneel, beseeching, "Please, senior, accept me as your disciple." Zhao Wenqing, typically frigid in demeanor, found herself at a pivotal juncture in life and, without hesitation, knelt as well. As for Xiang Yinshu, she had long harbored the desire to kneel even before Xiang Tiange. However, an intangible force restrained her. "Oh dear, I want to take my elder brother as my master too." Yet she found herself unable to kneel, much to her distress. It was Li Changhong's spiritual force that held her back. The other three were inconsequential, but Xiang Yinshu, being the daughter of family friends, held a bond that was closer than the rest. "No need for formalities, simply call me brother. I pledge to guide you on this path," Li Changhong reassured her. Upon hearing this, Xiang Jun's heart soared with joy, casting a triumphant glance at Zhao Xiaoba. It was evident to all that Li Changhong treated Xiang Yinshu with particular favor, which was a distinct advantage for the Xiang family. "Senior, do you consent?" Li Changhong nodded slightly, yet shook his head in contemplation. cultivating immortality requires certain prerequisites. If they lack the aptitude, the path of martial arts would be more fitting for them. Should they possess exceptional talent, they may be accepted as disciples. However, if they cannot even comprehend the essence of spiritual energy, then it is unnecessary. Should one first embark on the journey of cultivation before partaking in the master-apprentice ceremony? Li Changhong shook his head, expressing his aversion to complications. Just follow my lead in cultivation. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group arrived at a cultivation chamber brimming with spiritual energy. Having only just established my foundation, I am already tasked with taking on disciples. If I ever return to Ziwei Star, must I report to my master? Alas, I hope my master is still alive. Li Changhong sighed deeply, his heart heavy. The first step in cultivation is to comprehend the ethereal essence of heaven and earth. However, the spiritual energy of the universe has only just begun to awaken, remaining exceedingly sparse. This formation can gather the spiritual energy, immerse yourselves fully in its insights. Li Changhong meticulously arranged the spirit-gathering array and encouraged the 4 individuals to commence their meditation. He too was within the array, producing hundreds of spirit stones in preparation for his cultivation. Unexpectedly, Xiang Yinju exclaimed, "Big brother, I believe I have sensed something." Indeed, she was a prodigy in the realm of cultivation. As he had anticipated, Xiang Yinju possessed an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Otherwise, she would not belong to a martial arts family despite lacking martial prowess. The higher one's cultivation aptitude, the less one could engage in martial arts. This was no mere racing vehicle. It was akin to a fighter jet, unable to accommodate a mere 92-octane fuel. Stay focused. The fate of each individual is unique. Strive to clear your minds and attain inner tranquility, Li Changhong advised the others. Sitting cross-legged opposite Xiang Yinju, he began to impart the techniques of cultivation. However, it was essential first to discern the nature of Xiang Yinju's physical constitution and the attributes of her spiritual root in order to provide tailored guidance. Extend your hand, he instructed. Xiang Yinju raised her hand, which Li Changhong took hold of. Why are you blushing? Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, she was remarkably pure-hearted. He circulated the energies of the 5 elements through her body, seeking to ascertain her spiritual root qualifications. To his surprise, he found no spiritual root. Remarkably, Li Changhong sensed no abnormalities. It was peculiar. Having detected spiritual energy, her spiritual root should have manifested. Could it be that she possessed a unique constitution? Li Changhong, still at the foundational stage, was unaware of such complexities. He casually selected 2 martial arts manuals for Xiang Yinju to choose from. The water-based technique promised to enhance her skin's texture and softness, while the wood-based technique focused on auxiliary healing. Naturally, the beauty-conscious young lady opted for the water technique, capable of cultivating up to the golden core stage. Contrary to Li Changhong's expectations, Xiang Yinju's progress in the crucial step of spiritual energy absorption was excruciatingly slow. Indeed, lacking spiritual roots raised the question, was her intellect the only advantage? What kind of constitution solely excels in intellect? During a moment of leisure, Li Changhong immersed himself in cultivation. Soon after, Zhao Wentao was the second to perceive spiritual energy, followed by Xiang Tiange, and finally Zhao Wenqing. Zhao Wenqing lagged significantly, remaining the slowest even in the subsequent absorption of spiritual energy. Fortunately, all 4 possessed innate talent for cultivation. Zhao Wentao stood out as the most gifted, followed by Xiang Tiange, while Zhao Wenqing was the least proficient. As for Xiang Yinju, the spiritual energy that entered her body vanished after being transformed into spiritual power. After guiding the 4 into the realm of cultivation, the other 3 embarked on their paths to practice. Follow me, he instructed. Li Changhong led Xiang Yinju into a secluded training chamber. After arranging the formation, his gaze fell upon the jade necklace adorning her neck. Do not conceal it. Is it truly so delightful to remain hidden within, siphoning her spiritual energy? Chapter 51. Yet to be unrivaled in the world. Fellow Taoist must continue to strive. Noticing the jade necklace remained utterly still, Li Changhong's brow furrowed slightly. He was certain that a soul resided within, not a malevolent spirit, but perhaps more akin to a protective elder. Remove the necklace. In the past, Xiang Yinju had never parted with it. Very well. Placing the jade necklace on the ground, Li Changhong opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of golden lightning sword light. In the next instant, arcane and esoteric runes materialized, dissipating the sword light into nothingness. The formation. Li Changhong was certain this time. Once again, he addressed the jade necklace, asking, "Are you awake? If not, I shall continue." As he spoke, a glimmer of sword light emerged from his mouth. Alas, young one, why must you persist? Upon hearing this voice, Xiang Yingzhu's eyes widened in shock. A chill ran down her spine, and her heart was filled with dread as she hurriedly concealed herself behind Li Changhong. She could hardly fathom that within the necklace she had worn for several years, there was indeed someone present. This revelation was far more exhilarating than discovering someone beneath her bed. If that entity had been awake all along, it meant that while she had been engaging in private matters alone in her room, it had been observing her. The thought made Xiang Yingzhu blush once more. "Who are you? A cultivator from the era before the decline of magic?" Li Changhong demanded sternly. "I suppose so," came the response. Li Changhong pondered what further inquiries he might have, yet it seemed he was bereft of any significant questions. Perhaps it would be only after he had grown stronger that he would earn the right to delve into the essence of the world. Why must he hasten to absorb her spiritual energy now? A year's worth of absorption pales in comparison to merely half a month after her foundation establishment. Does he not grasp the principle of gradual accumulation? The voice emanating from the jade necklace belonged to an elderly woman, who expressed her own sense of helplessness. "I have been in slumber, and upon sensing spiritual energy, I instinctively absorbed it. Only when this girl is attacked do I awaken briefly. After confirming her safety, I return to my slumber." Upon hearing the old woman's words, Xiang Yingzhu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that her secret had not been uncovered. "Elder, do you know my mother?" Xiang Yingzhu inquired. "I do not." "Your talent is commendable. Do you wish to become my disciple?" Li Changhong warned. "Old man, you may be considering seizing my sister's body, are you not? My sister possesses exceptional talent. Surely that must entice you." The old woman retorted with displeasure. "Indeed, a soul as exquisite as the 9 apertures is remarkable. Yet I have little regard for such a crude method of reincarnation as body snatching. Furthermore, while she possesses a 9-aperture soul, her physical form was born before the resurgence of spiritual energy in the world, laden with impurities that render her future uncertain. However, should I desire it, the quality of her physical form would pose no obstacle. Everything can be accomplished through formations." Li Changhong discerned the truth. Indeed, the physical body possesses its own constitution, while the soul carries its own qualities. It appears that Xiang Yingzhu is ill-suited for conventional cultivation but is instead inclined towards becoming a master of formations. The individual in question seems akin to the little sword, both being formidable figures. He believes the old woman's words, knowing that this person harbors no desire for possession. For even the little sword holds him in disdain. "Very well, do not let me uncover any treacherous intentions. Otherwise, do not assume that I am powerless against you." Li Changhong threatened with a single utterance, channeling the energy of his internal organs to the utmost, as a faint silver glow began to shimmer around his body. The old woman gasped, exclaiming, "The essence of the spatial Tao. How is this possible?" Li Changhong let out a cold snort. "As long as you understand, my sister and I share an unbreakable bond. If you dare to usurp her, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." With that, Li Changhong exited the room, leaving Xiang Yingzhu to confront the old woman alone, to inherit her teachings. This was Xiang Yingzhu's opportunity. Li Changhong held little interest in the art of combat. He would rather engage with the divine mantle of the deity of slaughter. Presently, Zhao Wenqing and her companions had all embarked upon their paths of cultivation, destined to rely upon their own efforts in the future. He bestowed upon each of them a storage pouch filled with cultivation resources he no longer required. Subsequently, Li Changhong entered a state of seclusion. Time flowed swiftly during his period of cultivation. Li Changhong diligently utilized the inferior grade and medium grade spirit stones sent by Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun for his cultivation, consuming them at an astonishing rate. Each time, he would extract 300 inferior grade spirit stones and 3 medium grade spirit stones, thereby further enhancing his cultivation speed. Unfortunately, he could not engage in extreme physical exertion. If his body were to be pushed to its limits, his cultivation pace would accelerate even more. Presently, Li Changhong's physical prowess was advancing by leaps and bounds, rendering ordinary methods of exercise far too time-consuming. Li Changhong reminisced about the apparatus for testing spiritual strength within the martial artist building. If he could harness external forces to allow the spirit to deceive the body, it might indeed be feasible. Perhaps he could persuade the Zhao family to procure one for him to experiment with. Li Changhong transmitted a message to Zhao Xiaoba, who promptly set about the task. However, upon learning that the instrument needed to be imported from abroad and that, due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, it would take a week for delivery, he decided to set aside the matter for now and focus on his cultivation. Li Changhong seized every moment. While eliminating renew was indeed effortless, it also unveiled greater insights. It is evident that the Yan'an headquarters may harbor formidable individuals surpassing the foundation establishment stage. Though not yet invincible in the world, one must continue to strive. 5 days later, Li Changhong has emerged from seclusion. The 10,000 spirit stones provided by Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun have been entirely depleted. How terrifying it is that such a substantial amount merely allowed him to achieve the second layer of foundation establishment. It has been a challenging ordeal. Li Changhong sighed. If other cultivators on Earth were to learn of this, they would surely erupt in outrage. Take Renyu, for instance, after a lifetime of arduous cultivation. He remained stuck at the peak of Qi refinement, teetering on the brink of despair until he fortuitously acquired the soul-refining banner, which granted him a narrow breakthrough. Yet, before he could even savor his achievement, he was swiftly decapitated by a single sword strike. In truth, Li Changhong was merely voicing his thoughts. Were his realm to ascend more swiftly, he would not be pleased. A slow breakthrough indicates a solid foundation, a significant base, enabling him to defeat foes of higher levels with ease. Otherwise, how could he ever display his prowess and achieve vindication? He pondered how the cultivation progress of the other three was faring. Li Changhong entered the training room and discovered that everyone was engrossed in their mobile phones. The content on their screens was released by the official martial alliance. The essence of the announcement revealed the opening of a grand extraordinary secret realm, accessible to all martial artists of the Grand Master rank and above, located at the heavenly pool of Chabai Mountain. Master, Xiang Tiange promptly rose to pay his respects. Li Changhong waved his hand and inquired, what lies within the secret realm? Before a response could be given, he recalled hearing from Yin and acquaintances that it appeared to be related to dragons. Xiang Tiange is widely connected among people. Li Changhong reminisced about his previous visit to Tianqi, where the two extraordinary long lock pillars stood majestically, and the haunting aura that dwelled within the depths of the lake stirred his heart. He inquired, are there many secret realms like this? Following the revival of spiritual energy, secret realms have emerged around the world, some randomly activated, while others were once suppressed by authorities, akin to this instance. He elaborated to Xiang Tiange and then posed the question. Are you interested? Li Changhong nodded, of course. However, since I have eliminated a high-ranking member of the Yin and Tianqi branch, my identity is somewhat delicate. When the time comes, we must disguise ourselves and ensure your safety. It seemed he recalled something. Li Changhong inquired, recently, there's a rather flamboyant young man named Chen. Will he participate in the upcoming secret realm trial? Zhao Wentao immediately expressed admiration, saying, Brother Chen is my idol. I heard he recently broke through to the martial king realm, becoming the youngest martial arts prodigy within the Yin Wang territory. Thud. Li Changhong struck Zhao Wentao on the head with a swift motion. How disappointing. As practitioners of immortality, to idolize a mere martial artist, what merit does he possess? Zhao Wentao, cradling his head, replied, Master, I beg your pardon. From now on, I shall regard you as my idol and consider Chen nothing more than a common fowl. Li Changhong nodded in agreement. Yin appeared intent on cultivating Chen into a national idol and official spokesperson, generating considerable popularity. Recently, it was rumored that he had ventured to Amazon. Li Changhong sighed with regret. Forget it. I'll find another opportunity for revenge next time. Let's go, mount the sword. I'll take you all to Tianqi. The Qingyan sword soared forth, expanding in size until it was large enough to carry over a dozen people. Chapter 52. Entering the secret realm after leaving Zhao Wenqing and the other two near Tianqi, Li Changhong disguised himself as an unsightly young man. Tiki. Big brother looks so ugly now. Xiang Yinzhu had no desire to travel with Xiang Tiange and the others. In comparison, staying by Li Changhong's side promised a far more thrilling trial journey. You'll need a disguise too. Xiang Yinzhu's beauty was too striking. Especially after embarking on the path of cultivation, her aura had grown increasingly ethereal, like a celestial maiden yet to fully blossom. Li Changhong was uncertain about the changes that had transpired in Xiang Yinzhu's body. Nonetheless, her cultivation had astonishingly ascended to the third layer of Qi refinement at an alarming pace. It had become imperative to disguise her appearance and conceal her cultivation level. Li Changhong wished to assist her, but to his astonishment, intricate patterns emerged all over her body. As these patterns evolved, her visage transformed into that of an equally unattractive girl. Her height diminished as well, falling below 1.40 meters, rendering her both short and unsightly. Cough, cough, brother. Does my voice sound pleasant? Xiang Yinzhu inquired with a mischievous smile. Originally, Xiang Yinzhu's voice was ethereal, akin to the melodious song of a lark. However, it had now morphed into a rather unappealing croak, reminiscent of a duck's quack. Li Changhong appeared contemplative. Realizing that Xiang Yinzhu's body had been transformed by the old woman within the jade necklace through a formation. Splendid. Let us proceed. At that moment, the heavenly pool was already teeming with people. In addition to the cultivators from the Martial Alliance and Yin, There were numerous wandering practitioners and members of various cultivation families. The atmosphere was bustling, with many even setting up stalls to conduct business right there. Hidden among them were formidable talents, with visitors from Silver City and even from across the nation drawn by reputation. Li Changhong let out a cold chuckle twice. Noticing his sinister smile, Xiang Yingzhu followed his gaze. Oh, it's that pretentious little pauper. Xiang Yingzhu took note of Lin Tian. He must possess something valuable. Xiang Yingzhu's eyes flickered. Shall we kill and seize the treasure? Li Changhong pressed his lips together, stating, I never claimed such a thing. However, should I encounter a mere passerby, I would not resort to murder for treasure. Yet, if faced with a protagonist like Lin Tian, a child of fortune, I would not hesitate to assume the role of the antagonist. In fact, one might argue that I am inherently cast as the villain. Since I am destined to oppose the heroes, I shall eliminate them all. I will leave a mark of divine consciousness on Lin Tian, facilitating my search once I enter the secret realm. Ah, these two individuals are rather unattractive. Indeed, yet they seem somewhat compatible, posing no threat to the beautiful and charming souls. This is true. There are always beauties who find themselves enamored with creatures like Kappa, even serving as their devoted admirers. The surrounding bystanders kept their distance from Li Changhong and Xiang Yingzhu, finding them excessively unappealing, with features that seemed to belong to disparate beings, both short and awkward. Xiang Yingzhu, however, was unbothered and even felt an inexplicable joy, exclaiming, Big brother, they say we make quite the pair. Li Changhong cast a fleeting glance at her, fully aware of the innocent musings of a young girl like Xiang Yingzhu, who was just beginning to understand her feelings. Reflecting on Yang Guo and Guoxiang, Li Changhong subtly alluded to this. Xiang Yingzhu, in an attempt to mask her embarrassment, playfully stuck out her tongue. However, her playful demeanor, even after disguising herself, was as impactful as a 200-pound woman in a square dress throwing a tantrum. How utterly revolting. How could one so unsightly venture forth to cause harm? All while feigning innocence? It was unbearable. Wouldn't it be permissible to vomit in the heavenly pool? Before long, the crowd parted to create a path. An elderly man clad in the attire of the Martial Alliance approached, flanked by admirers. It was none other than Lu Mingjun, the esteemed leader of the Martial Alliance of Incher City. Legend has it that over a decade ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of martial arts as a martial master, yet he had never managed to break through to the next level. Alas, he was a man born out of time. Had he lived in this era, he would likely have already ascended to the realm beyond Martial King. Indeed, where would there be room for that pretentious Chen? The air was thick with excitement, for Lu Laoyez's name echoed highly within the martial circles of Incher City, earning him immense respect and admiration. Li Changhong's gaze met that of the esteemed elder Lu Mingjun. Due to the unfortunate appearances of both Li Changhong and Xiang Yingzhu, those around them were reluctant to approach, rendering them strikingly out of place. Lu Mingjun offered a slight nod to Li Changhong, signaling his goodwill. Li Changhong initially believed that the other party had seen through his disguise. However, as they approached him, they said, Do not let the gaze of others sway you. As long as you possess the heart of a martial artist and are devoted to the aspirations of the people, the future will still behold you as a revered idol. Li Changhong regarded the esteemed elder with a discerning gaze, recognizing him as a person of noble character. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a Qi Pao, the leader from Yan'an, made her entrance. Accompanying her were 4 distinguished guardians from the provincial division, all of whom were celestial-level feng shui masters tasked with unlocking the secrets of the heavenly pool, observing formations, celestial bodies, and the enigmatic arts of Qimen, Tianqing, dragon-seeking, Yin and Yang, national masters, and consulting the immortals. Feng shui masters represent a unique vocation, distinct from combat-oriented systems. Li Changhong also received an introduction to the system of geomancers from Xiang Yingzhu. It is said that the extraordinary individuals responsible for arranging the Grand National Formation are 3 master-level geomancers. One can only remark on the complexity and diversity of the cultivation system in the Blue Star today. However, there is no doubt that the path of immortality stands as the unequivocal pinnacle, without any dispute. Centered around the heavenly pool, for celestial-level geomancers exert their powers, causing a vast astrological chart to materialize, enveloping the entire heavenly pool. Li Changhong suddenly raised his head, gazing beyond the celestial expanse. In the depths of the cosmos, myriad star powers descended, aligning in their respective positions, awakening the ancient formation of the heavenly pool. Initially, he did not regard geomancers as particularly formidable, believing they could not rival the prowess of formation masters. However, it has now become evident that these are entirely distinct systems. The other party adeptly harnesses the enigmatic energies of the 3 enclosures, for symbols, 5 stars, in the 28 mansions, demonstrating remarkable skill. Changhong, unable to comprehend the situation, cast a sidelong glance and noticed Xiang Yinju's intense focus. With her extraordinary intellect and the guidance of a master in formations, this young woman is destined to soar to great heights. Although I hold little interest in formations, having such a talent by my side will undoubtedly prove to be a significant advantage. Soon, the stone dragons atop the two locking dragon pillars seemed to come alive. Lacking physical forms, they surged upward, soaring into the vast heavens as if fulfilling a mission before returning to report back. Subsequently, the water surface between the two stone pillars began to fracture, revealing a slowly rotating black hole. Led by the esteemed elder Lu Mingjun, they took the lead and leaped into the abyss. Thus, they departed. Changhong grasped Xiang Yinju's hand and leaped into the abyss. The black hole remained open for a brief moment before sealing shut. The woman clad in a Qi Pao remained behind to guard this place, choosing not to enter. She settled cross-legged upon the great circular blade, preparing to cultivate her skills. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from the depths of the heavenly pool. The surface of the water appeared to boil, and the earth trembled violently for hundreds of miles around. The Qi Pao-clad woman's expression changed dramatically. How could it have transformed into a dragon? Chapter 53. The harder they are to kill, the happier I am. Wow, is this the secret realm? Indeed. It is as bizarre and fantastical as depicted in the short videos. Xiang Yinju, cradled in Changhong's arms, touched down and gazed at the dazzling sky, unable to suppress her exclamations. Once, entering a secret realm had been a dream far beyond her reach. Lacking martial talent, her future seemed destined for mediocrity. It is said that this secret realm was established over 1,000 years ago by a master geomancer, who harnessed the celestial energies of the Chanbai mountain range to seal away a tumultuous dragon. The reason for merely sealing it was that the geomancer possessed a benevolent heart, hoping the dragon could mend its ways and assist in suppressing the beasts of the northeast region. To weaken the dragon's power, the geomantic array continuously diminishes its cultivation, nourishing the small world beneath the heavenly pool and fostering the growth of rare treasures. Changhong became increasingly uneasy as he pondered the situation. The malevolent dragon, which had been suppressed for over a millennium, harbored resentment akin to that of a disgruntled university student. How could one even contemplate subjugation? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Coercive enslavement could indeed be deemed a form of conquest. Big brother, shall we go forth to slay and seize treasures? Xiang Yinju's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Changhong corrected, we are practitioners of the righteous path and do not engage in murderous or illicit acts. However, we may resort to the principle of black eating black. It is essential to comprehend certain truths. Standing at the moral high ground is of paramount importance, especially when one's own strength is insufficient to shape history. Xiang Yinju is quite astute and grasped the meaning immediately. It is akin to being a courtesan while still striving for respectability. Changhong quickly covered her mouth, his face dark with frustration. This girl speaks without a filter. Let us head over there and see. After the revival of spiritual energy, the danger level of the officially announced secret realm should be manageable. Perhaps we can acquire some rare spiritual herbs. Changhong had not forgotten about Xiaoyuer. He pondered whether his senior sister had become a third-grade alchemist. If not, he worried about her being bullied in his absence. With this thought, a sense of unease filled his heart. He hoped to gather spiritual herbs of at least third-grade quality. Upon entering the secret realm, Changhong ceased to conceal himself, soaring skyward on his sword alongside Xiang Yinju. Early on, he had left a trace of spiritual consciousness on Lin Tian, allowing him to vaguely sense his location. If Lin Tian truly was the child of destiny, he would undoubtedly possess a golden opportunity. It was not merely a matter of being a divine physician. After all, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the caliber of such opportunities could not be trivial. After flying around, Changhong gained a general understanding of this miniature world. It was an ordinary five-element realm, complete with mountains, rivers, forests, and oceans, although its expanse was certainly not comparable to that of Earth. Furthermore, it was inhabited by numerous native beasts, most of which were below the foundation-building stage. At least, Changhong had yet to encounter any foundation-building beasts. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, seemingly originating from outside this small world. This caused countless beasts to panic, with many losing control of their excretions. Changhong furrowed his brow and raised his gaze towards the vibrant sky, a sense of unease stirring within him. What on earth is happening on Blue Star? I have only just returned. Could it be that I am to encounter golden core or even nascent soul beasts? Changhong descended. A lingering feeling of impending unforeseen circumstances during this trial weighed upon him. He preferred to act with discretion. While there are those who would bear the brunt of the falling sky, Li Changhong was unwilling to support others in their plight. Fortunately, after a resounding shout, everything returned to its usual state. Li Changhong grasped Xiang Inju's hand and invoked the wind manipulation technique, swiftly approaching Lin Tian. Before long, Li Changhong gazed at a pig demon not far away, a smile dancing in his eyes. It is not the fear of being unnoticed that troubles me, but rather the concern that your demise might come too easily. Lin Tian detached his spiritual mark and affixed it to the pig demon. It is not difficult to deduce that this action is a deliberate attempt to humiliate me. The mere ability to perceive my spiritual mark indicates that you possess some extraordinary advantage. Otherwise, with your strength, you would never have been able to discern it. Li Changhong was filled with joy. The more formidable Lin Tian became, the more precious his golden finger was deemed. Without any trace of Lin Tian, Li Changhong wandered aimlessly through the secret realm, gathering various celestial materials and earthly treasures. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Along the way, he instructed Xiang Inju to engage in combat with the spirit beasts, accumulating valuable battle experience. Xiang Inju's fighting style was unlike any other. She employed no spells and avoided close combat, relying entirely on formations to confront her foes. First, she would ensnare them in a confinement array, then dispatch them with a killing array, and ultimately dismantle the spirit beast using formations to obtain sellable materials. The battle concluded without her moving an inch. One could only say it was extraordinarily monstrous and rather perverse. She required no materials to set up formations, effortlessly converting spiritual energy into array patterns, truly convenient. Before long, Li Changhong let out a soft exclamation. What a precious treasure! As he spoke, the Qinyan sword soared forth, gliding through the air towards its destination. 2 kilometers away, within an underground cavern, the sounds of battle echoed incessantly. Li Changhong, employing his spiritual sense, observed a group of cultivators engaged in a fierce battle against a second-tier Foundation establishment golden-scaled dragon python. The majority comprised Grand Martial Masters and practitioners from various cultivation systems, all at the mid to late stages of Qi refinement. The most formidable among them was a martial sect expert, accompanied by a weasel wielding a magical artifact. The martial sect expert was comparable to a first-tier Foundation establishment, and the weasel, also at first-tier Foundation establishment, possessed eyes akin to those of a human and demonstrated an understanding of combat with its artifact. Despite the presence of dozens of mid to late Qi refinement practitioners, they found themselves at a disadvantage. The golden-scaled dragon python bore 2 prominent humps atop its head, and its scales shimmered brilliantly. Aside from the martial sect expert and the weasel, the attacks from the others were ineffectual against it. Something was amiss. This beast possessed a trace of draconic bloodline, and their numbers had already dwindled by 5 or 6, yet only a few of its scales had been shed. The weasel, speaking with human-like articulation, warned, "If you don't let them flee first, I shall no longer concern myself with your fates." The martial sect expert bellowed to the others, "Run. This creature's strength is far too terrifying. We are no match for it. If we don't leave now, it will truly be too late, and we shall all be devoured." However, the others' gazes were filled with greed as they stared into the depths of the cave at a blood-red cold pool, brimming with vitality. Above it bloomed a blood lotus, unmistakably a treasure that seemed capable of altering one's destiny. They believed the martial sect expert and the weasel desired to monopolize this opportunity, questioning how such a multitude could be thwarted by a single beast. Lu Shaoling happened to be present as well, recognizing the weasel as a senior member of the Huang family. She was certain they were not deceiving them to hoard the chance exclusively. Particularly, her celestial companion, the white serpent, had issued several warnings regarding the extreme danger posed by the golden-scaled dragon python. "Everyone, we must leave. It is not something we can contend with. Though the opportunity is enticing, one must possess their life to seize it." Yet her words only dissuaded a portion of the crowd. The majority remained intoxicated by the allure of the chance. In this era, the acquisition of such opportunities could elevate one above all others, leading them to madness. Seeing her efforts in vain, Lu Shaoling sighed and hastily departed from the cave entrance. However, upon exiting, she encountered 2 figures standing at the cave's mouth, a man and a woman, both exceedingly unattractive. Lu Shaoling felt uncertain. Could they be seniors? Li Changhong was somewhat taken aback. Despite having disguised himself as an unattractive individual, he was still recognized. "How did you perceive me?" he inquired. He held a favorable opinion of Lu Shaoling, and thus refrained from concealing the truth. Lu Shaoling shook her head, gently stroking the white serpent upon her shoulder. "It was Yaya who sensed the formidable aura emanating from you." Li Changhong cast a glance at the white serpent, noting that although it was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, its vitality was remarkably strong. indicating extraordinary potential for the future. Aren't the disciples of your sect capable of speech? He inquired. Lu Shaoling elucidated, only those who have cultivated to the realm of human immortal, comparable to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, can speak voluntarily. Human immortals are those who have received a title from the mortal realm. Li Changhong recalled the line from the yellow weasel in a film, Villager, do I resemble a human or a deity? Lu Shaoling, perplexed, inquired, Senior, are you not going to seek that opportunity within? With your strength, slaying the golden-scaled dragon python should pose no challenge. Xiang Yinju interjected with a dismissive snort. What is the point of going now? There are so many people inside. In the end, Big Brother would have to eliminate them as well. If those fellows witness him seizing the opportunity, they will undoubtedly shamelessly demand a share, and if refused, resort to moral coercion. It would be far more prudent to let that great serpent devour those who wish to seize the chance at the cost of their lives. And then we can reap the benefits. Wouldn't that be delightful? Chapter 54. An unseemly senior. Lu Shaoling uttered a soft realizing the truth in her words. Being a gentle and tender-hearted person, she felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing the anguished cries emanating from the cave. If possible, could you not employ absolute force to compel them to leave? Rather than facing death and gaining nothing, at least they would remain alive. Just as Xiang Yinju was about to mock, Li Changhong raised a hand to halt her. Human nature is inherently greedy, particularly when one becomes a cultivator. This greed only intensifies with the augmentation of power. Li Changhong shook his head, citing Rinyu as an example, when confronted with his own cultivation and opportunities. Everything else can be cast aside. Perhaps when Rinyu was slain, he truly did not harm the innocent. The vengeful spirits within the soul refinement banner may have been deserving of their fates, or mere wandering souls. However, none of that bears significance. The moment he chose the soul refinement banner as his primary means of cultivation, his descent into depravity became irretrievable. As his strength grew, his insatiable greed for power would only magnify. He could not withstand the allure of power and opted for the soul refinement banner. The light of righteousness is not a wicked treasure. How could he maintain his integrity in the future, refraining from extending his malevolent claws toward the innocent populace? Rather than allowing Rinyu to linger, perpetually teetering on the precipice of corruption, it would be wiser to swiftly end his life, casting him down and solidifying his identity as a wicked cultivator. Likewise, within the cave, the blood pool and blood lotus guarded by the golden-scaled dragon python are indeed treasures. Li Changhong's consciousness had already discerned that the blood pool possessed the essence of the dragon lineage. Should he absorb the power from the blood pool, his physical form would undergo an indescribable transformation. As for the blood lotus, it was a fourth-grade spiritual herb known as the dragon source blood lotus. Nurtured with the heart's blood of dragons, even consuming a single petal would be an unimaginable opportunity for any martial artist. Such treasures would elicit astonishment even among the esteemed elders of the Star Sword sect, in contrast to confronting the man-eating golden-scaled dragon python. Li Changhong deemed humanity to be a more manageable challenge. He shook his head, already anticipating that after he vanquished the golden-scaled dragon python, they would employ moral coercion to claim a share of the fortune for themselves. It would be a spectacle, and they might even turn against him. He had no desire to engage in meaningless slaughter. Rather than kill for the sake of killing, he preferred to remain an observer. Lu Shaoling, gentle and compassionate, embodied the true essence of a benevolent spirit, yet she was not the so-called hypocritical saint. The benevolent spirit would think, they are so pitiful, I must slay the golden-scaled dragon python for them. The hypocritical saint would assert, they are so pitiful, you must go and slay the golden-scaled dragon python for them. Lu Shaoling was self-aware and did not believe that her beauty would elicit any special treatment from Li Changhong. With a sigh, she listened to the increasingly frantic cries resonating from within the cave, suppressing her own feelings of compassion. Before long, the martial artist and the weasel burst forth from the cavern. These fools think I will kneel and beg them to leave. The weasel cursed. Upon seeing Li Changhong and the others at the cave's entrance, it was momentarily taken aback. So ugly, it blurted out, before redirecting its attention to Lu Shaoling. Lu family girl, if you don't run now, you'll miss out on a great opportunity. That golden-scaled dragon python has been soaking in the blood pool, absorbing the medicinal properties of the blood lotus. It is undoubtedly one of the pinnacle beings in this small world. If it weren't preoccupied with guarding the blood pool, even I might not escape. Lu Shaoling glanced at Li Changhong, ready to speak when a horde of martial artists poured out of the cave. Run. They are too ruthless. They fled without a second thought to leave us behind. Once we're outside, I will definitely report them. Hurry, it's coming after us. Upon hearing these words, the martial artist and the weasel-esque expressions darkened. Good intentions turned into a curse. The martial artist cursed. I truly wish to unleash a foul stench at the entrance to send them all to their doom. The weasel grinned. It then turned to Lu Xiaoling, saying, You don't plan to take advantage of the situation too, do you? Grandpa who has warned you. Don't blame me if you end up dead. Lu Xiaoling contemplated for a moment before clasping her hands in respect towards Li Changhong. Senior, take care. She then followed the weasel, hastily departing from the area. Her reluctance to believe that Li Changhong could slay the golden-scaled dragon python was not due to doubt. Rather, she felt it would be inappropriate to linger. As it might appear she was shamelessly seeking a share of the fortune after the creature's demise. It was better to leave now. Ensuring that their future encounters would not be awkward. You need not flee. You aided me in slaying that evil cultivator. So I shall share some dragon blood with you later, Li Changhong called after her. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoling bringing Rinyu out of the Yin division base, it would not have been an easy task to kill him. This was a matter of sentiment, deserving of repayment. At the mention of this, Lu Xiaoling's expression became somewhat uneasy. At that time, she had no inkling that Li Changhong intended to kill Rinyu. She had assumed they were good friends. The first time in the Chaobai Mountains. You rescued me from the hands of a rogue immortal. Li Changhong interrupted. Simply choose whether to accept the opportunity or not. He had no desire to dwell on debts of gratitude. Sharing some dragon's blood was inconsequential. Lu Xiaoling wrestled internally for a moment. Exchanging glances with the white serpent coiled upon her shoulder, sensing the yearning in its eyes. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed her pride and returned to Li Changhong's side. This junior thanks the senior for your generosity. The yellow weasel, witnessing this scene, offered no further comment and swiftly departed, muttering under its breath, What an unsightly senior. Li Changhong, accompanied by Xiang Yinzhu and Lu Xiaoling, momentarily ascended into the sky on their swords. Only after the golden-scaled dragon python had driven everyone away did they reveal themselves. The golden-scaled dragon python did not return to its lair. Instead, its massive head, comparable to the front of an off-road vehicle, lay poised at the cave's entrance, ready to thwart any creature that dared covet its treasures. Upon spotting Li Changhong, the enraged serpent lunged forward, propelled by its formidable golden scales, soaring hundreds of meters into the air, its foul maw gaping wide as it aimed to bite Li Changhong. Clang! Li Changhong opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of hundreds of sword lights, radiant as the dawn and sharp as a tempest of blades. The sounds of the piercing air intertwined, meeting the onslaught of the golden-scaled dragon python. It was overly arrogant, believing that Li Changhong, like other cultivators, would either flee or be devoured. The instant the sword lights appeared, an instinctual fear compelled it to shut its mouth tightly, maneuvering its body in midair to shield itself with its golden scales. Clang! 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 The golden-scaled dragon python was struck by the sword lights, producing a crisp, metallic resonance. Though it managed to deflect some attacks, numerous sword energies penetrated its scales, blossoming into crimson flowers of blood. Roaring in agony, the golden-scaled dragon python recalled the pain of its youth, having only been wounded as a small serpent. Now, after hundreds of years, its golden scales had left it oblivious to the sensation of hurt. Its fierce vertical pupils regained clarity, brimming with dread, and upon landing, it immediately darted towards its lair. Feeling a life-and-death crisis emanating from Li Changhong, it realized it must consume that blood lotus flower. However, Li Changhong was swifter still, renowned for their speed. Sword cultivators soared on their blades, reaching the cave entrance before the golden-scaled dragon python. With the thunderous dual swords overhead, sword light flickered in Li Changhong's eyes. The golden-scaled dragon python, in a panic, understood the peril Li Changhong posed, yet it had to enter the cave through the entrance. Its roar no longer resembled that of a serpent. Crack! A sound of ruptured air echoed as the python's tail lashed out like a steel whip. Should a martial sovereign be struck, they would likely be obliterated. While the python could wield magic, its true strength lay in its formidable physique. Slash! Li Changhong pronounced with a single word. Yet the sword above him was ferociously unparalleled, instantly dividing into a colossal beam of sword light that met the incoming tail. In an instant, the thunderous might of the Crimson Palace sword swirled around the massive sword light, crackling with electric arcs. The golden blade pierced through the air, aided by thunder, and collided intimately with the serpent's tail. The pause was but a fleeting moment. The sound of the sharp weapon slicing through flesh was exquisitely smooth. The immense sword light severed the tail cleanly. The wound seemed momentarily stunned, the blood hesitating for a second or two before flowing forth. Roar! The golden-scaled dragon python writhed in excruciating pain, particularly as the remnants of thunder arcs lingered at the wound, inflicting ongoing torment. Li Changhong has always advocated for swift and decisive combat. If one can eliminate the opponent in an instant, there is no need for unnecessary chatter. Li Changhong exerted all his strength to propel the twin sword pill, infusing it with the essence of his vital organs. The resonance of his internal organs manifested a shimmering silver light upon the sword pill. Whoosh! Another beam of sword light emerged, though modest in size. It radiated with a silvery glow. The golden-scaled dragon python beheld this phenomenon, yet could not comprehend how the sword light had appeared before it in an instant. Swoosh! The sword light was exceedingly sharp, tearing through the scales and skull of the golden-scaled dragon python, penetrating it effortlessly. The golden-scaled dragon python was formidable. Regarded as a paragon among foundational demon beasts in the myriad beast ridge, possessing the bloodline of dragons, any demon beast associated with the dragon lineage, even those merely bearing the name dragon, boasts combat prowess unmatched by other creatures. If the tiger is deemed the king of beasts, then the dragon is revered as the sovereign of all demons. The lifeless body of the golden-scaled dragon python continued to thrash instinctively, its nervous system still active, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding forest. Li Changhong chose to ignore the situation, leading Xiang Yinzhu and Lu Shaoling into the cave. Both had already come to accept the immense power of Li Changhong, no longer finding it strange. Upon reaching the blood pool, Li Changhong observed that the water level seemed to have significantly decreased, judging by the traces on the side. His consciousness penetrated the blood pool, and the malevolent dragon blood could not sway his will. Was the spring no longer gushing forth dragon blood? After confirming there was no danger, he carefully placed the dragon source blood lotus into a jade box and stored it within a spatial ring. If you have spare clothes, you may directly enter the blood pool for cultivation. It can refine the body, Li Changhong advised the two women. He added a cautionary note. This blood pool harbors resentment. If your minds are not resolute, you may be influenced and become bloodthirsty. Lu Shaoling merely shed her outer garment and stepped into the blood pool. The little white snake swiftly slithered into the pool, reveling in its embrace while voraciously absorbing the dragon blood. In contrast, Xiang Yinzhu, having dispelled her disguise, had already removed her outer clothing down to her undergarments. It must be said, she indeed possessed a striking 30-60 figure, with a youthful visage and ample bosom. Xiang Yinzhu extended her hands behind her, preparing to unfasten her undergarment's clasp, her movements languid and teasing as she gazed at Li Changhong. Li Changhong was well aware that this girl was up to her usual mischief, and he was determined to thwart her intentions. Noticing her sluggish movements, he inquired, "Why haven't you undressed yet?" Xiang Yinzhu, having failed to tease Li Changhong, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. "Do you wish to see, brother?" Li Changhong shook his head, saying, "This is your own affair, and it has nothing to do with me." Through their recent interactions, he had come to understand Xiang Yinzhu's character, playful and mischievous, akin to that of an undisciplined child. As Li Changhong had anticipated, Xiang Yinzhu had not removed her undergarments and had even donned her clothes. She muttered, "How dull." Li Changhong was not in a hurry to enter the blood pool. After meticulously arranging the formations within the cave to ensure he would not be disturbed, he finally stepped into the blood pool. At the moment of his entry, an overwhelming surge of vital energy surged forth. He activated the Taiji hidden organs technique, fully absorbing this pure essence of blood and energy, transforming it into physical strength. Time flowed by second. Li Changhong keenly sensed a subtle yet ominous aura swirling within the blood pool. It was infused with negative emotions, insidiously infiltrating the realm of consciousness. Li Changhong's resolute spirit remained unshaken, impervious to the malevolent aura's influence. Xiang Yinzhu's forehead shimmered with pristine sigils, clearly purging the sinister energy. Lu Shaoling, however, encountered complications. As her physical form grew increasingly robust, her brow furrowed in distress. The white serpent, sensing her anomaly, coiled protectively above her head before inhaling deeply, actively devouring the baleful miasma. This companion spirit beast possessed remarkable serpent lineage, potentially surpassing even the golden-scaled dragon python's evolutionary potential. Time flowed swiftly. Xiang Yinzhu emerged first from the blood pool, her corporeal vessel having reached saturation, her cultivation ascending from Qi refinement's second to fourth layer. Lu Shaoling followed. As an equestrian disciple deriving most power from celestial patrons, the white serpent's growth directly enhanced her strength. Even after leaving the sanguine pool, her aura continued swelling through their spiritual bond. Eventually, even Li Changhong departed, while the serpent remained. Though its size remained unchanged, ebony patterns now adorned its formerly immaculate scales. Approaching great perfection of Qi refinement, Li Changhong assessed. Should it achieve foundation establishment, genuine draconic metamorphosis becomes possible. The golden-scaled dragon python's centuries of cultivation, hindered by the age of dwindling magic, paled against the white serpent's current progress. Endowed with orthodox cultivation methods and benefiting from spiritual rejuvenation, particularly given its innate prodigious talent, the serpent advanced with astonishing rapidity. Several days later, the blood pool's level had halved. A protuberance emerged upon the white serpent's crown, mirroring its golden-scaled predecessor. Returning to Lu Xiaoling's shoulder, its eyelids grew heavy before succumbing to slumber. It approaches celestial transformation, Lu Xiaoling exclaimed with joyous realization. Li Changhong retrieved a leaf from the dragon-sourced blood lotus from his storage ring, folded it, and placed it into the mouth of the white serpent. This could be considered a gesture of goodwill. Influenced by his master Dao Zhu and his senior sister Xiaoyue, Li Changhong harbored no reservations in forming a benevolent bond with this white serpent. With the revival of spiritual energy, the progress of demonic beasts has been remarkably swift. Who knows, in the future, there may arise opportunities where a white serpent could lend assistance. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lu Xiaoling expressed her profound gratitude. Li Changhong waved his hand and commanded, collect. He produced a jade vial, an artifact capable of containing liquids far beyond its apparent capacity. He carefully stored the remaining dragon blood within the vial and placed it into his storage ring. After confirming that no further opportunities remained, he departed from the cave. Within the scope of Li Changhong's divine sense, he perceived several cultivators who had discovered the corpse of the golden-scaled dragon python, clearly newcomers. They had not yet endured the previous bloodshed. Had they encountered the carcass earlier, they would have rushed into the cave to vie for opportunities. What manner of beast is this? Even in death, it exudes a suffocating threat. How terrifying. My full-force strike left no mark upon its scales. Who could possibly have severed its tail? Alas, I had hoped to seize an opportunity effortlessly, yet we are unable to dissect it. If only we possessed a larger storage bag. At that moment, Li Changhong arrived, soaring on his sword alongside Xiang Yingzhu. Without wasting words, he simply collected the corpse of the golden-scaled dragon python and vanished into the sky. The bewildered warriors remained behind, astonished. Isn't that the unattractive couple we encountered outside? One among them hastily covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Do not speak carelessly. They possess a unique charm." Chapter 56, Will the beautiful opportunity be mine to grasp? Li Changhong has reaped a substantial bounty of rare treasures from the earth, including several third-grade spiritual herbs. After once again vanquishing an Earth Crimson Dragon with a single stroke of his sword, he secured a third-grade Ice Spirit Flame grass into his storage ring. With over 30 specimens now in his possession, this journey has indeed proven worthwhile. It appears that the cultivation environment on Blue Star surpasses my previous expectations. There are spiritual stones, fortuitous encounters, and the celestial aura is gradually reviving. Most importantly, my prowess eclipses the vast majority of practitioners. Perhaps there are no more than a handful on the entire Blue Star who could rival my strength. I do not seek to flaunt my power. I merely aspire to be the celestial figure on the path of the Fated One. Before I could attend to the remains of this first-layer foundation establishment Earth Crimson Dragon, a distant rumble resonated across the horizon. A brilliant red light ascended into the sky, strikingly radiant. Li Changhong was perplexed. However, Xiang Yinzhu knew the answer. This appeared to be the assembly signal of the Martial Artists Alliance. It was uncertain whether a significant event had transpired or if they were preparing to depart collectively. Li Changhong furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that the departure was not a collective one. This vast expanse still harbored many unexplored realms, in merely half a month. It was implausible for them to leave in such haste. He resolved to venture forth and ascertain the situation, should they indeed encounter insurmountable peril. He could not stand idly by as lives were lost. In Xiang Yinzhu's eyes sparkled admiration. Her elder brother, it seemed, was indeed sharp-tongued. Yet he genuinely cared for the welfare of the common people. Li Changhong shook his head, asserting that if they were all to perish, the higher-ups of Yin Wang might very well abandon this place. In any case, it was imperative to investigate. Significant crises often accompany great opportunities, and one must strive for them. Nevertheless, Xiang Yinzhu discerned no compassion for the suffering of others in Li Changhong's words, only a cold calculation of circumstances. Indeed, everything revolved around self-interest. As for his allegiance to Yin Wang, Li Changhong was merely an ordinary individual. The emphasis placed on Yi Chen by the higher echelons of Yin and even bred a sense of resentment within him. He had been on the brink of death. Yet he had not succumbed. Yi Chen had dealt him a grievous blow, and vengeance would inevitably be sought. Should the higher-ups of Yin attempt to intervene, his resolve to eliminate Yi Chen would remain unshaken. He would ensure their demise as well. Grasping Xiang Yinzhu's hand, he soared into the sky on his sword, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly headed towards the source of the information. The terrain rose increasingly as he advanced. Li Changhong soared through the skies with his sword, experiencing a sensation that was strikingly vivid. This world appeared to be an immense mountain, with the source of the signal emanating from its pinnacle. A thunderous roar echoed, a dragon's cry resounding through the air, as if the very heavens and earth had erupted. From this formidable roar, Changhong sensed an overwhelming wave of hatred and resentment. Without a moment's hesitation, he deduced the identity of the dragon's owner, the malevolent serpent that had been sealed here for a millennium by a master feng shui practitioner. This creature was undoubtedly far stronger than the one Chen had vanquished on the open seas. Merely the sound of this dragon's roar suggested it was at least at the Golden Core stage or beyond. This was indeed a perilous pitfall. Changhong silently cursed Yin for failing to comprehend the situation as he activated the trial grounds. He fervently hoped that the malevolent serpent possessed some limitations in its cultivation level. Otherwise, this paradise would be reduced to a dining table for that vile creature, leaving us all as mere sustenance. Changhong could not help but ponder that the entity sealed here for over 1,000 years must have been subjected to incessant bloodletting. Otherwise, this paradise would not have birthed so many beasts infused with dragon lineage. It is only natural for such a being to harbor resentment, perhaps even greater than that of a university student facing an early Sunday class. As they approached, the number of individuals encountered increased significantly. Finding a secluded spot, Changhong dispelled his invisibility and, accompanied by Xiang Yinzhu, began to walk closer. "Big brother, do you think we will encounter that pretentious fellow here?" Xiang Yinzhu inquired. This question ignited a spark in Changhong's eyes. Indeed, how could he have forgotten about Lin Tian? That fellow, the favored child of fortune, would undoubtedly seize both opportunities and beauties within this secret realm. If he were to eliminate this child of destiny, all his fortunes would rightfully belong to him. In this place, there are no laws to govern murder. It is a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Changhong relished this environment, where he could indulge in his whims of slaughter. "Let us go." As they drew nearer, they encountered an increasing number of people, bystanders. Upon seeing the unsightly figures of Changhong and Xiang Yinzhu, hurriedly averted their gaze. In a world where appearances often dictate one's fortune, their presence was unwelcome. Changhong paid no heed, fully unleashing his consciousness in search of Lin Tian and the individual resembling him. To his surprise, he indeed located them. However, the person was situated at the heart of this realm, the pinnacle, in the company of Lu Mingjun, the leader of the Silver Mountain Martial Alliance, along with the upper echelons of Silver Mountain Yin. It is not difficult to surmise that during the past fortnight, Lin Tian, endowed with the halo of a fated child, had successfully latched on to a powerful patron. Beside Lin Tian stood a beautiful young woman, merely 2 years older than Xiang Yinzhu, and still not of age. The two were engaged in light-hearted conversation, appearing remarkably well-matched. Furthermore, his cultivation had astonishingly transitioned from the martial artist system to the immortal cultivation system, achieving great perfection in Qi refinement. Truly, as the child of fortune, possessing a golden finger makes all the difference. Changhong expressed his admiration without reservation. He harbored no concern about Lin Tian's rapid rise. Rather, he feared that Lin Tian's extraordinary talents might fail to capture his interest, due to their unappealing appearance. Neither of them attracted much attention from others. Changhong, endowed with formidable spiritual perception, discerned that the multitude gathered here was preparing to exit the secret realm. Initially, it was anticipated that this secret realm would close in 20 days. However, an unforeseen twist had arisen. The dragon was on the verge of breaking its seal. Consequently, a prominent figure from the provincial government had arrived, intent on forcibly shattering the barriers of the secret realm to facilitate the departure of all challengers. Yet, given the formidable nature of the natural array of Chabai Mountain, this endeavor would require a considerable amount of time. A considerable amount of time? Upon receiving this information, Changhong furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the periphery. He sensed an impending storm brewing. The vile dragon had yet to reveal itself, and our protagonist, Lin Tian, had not yet encountered his greatest opportunity. It was inconceivable that it would conclude in such a manner. Changhong surmised that a true calamity was imminent. Typically, protagonists ascend to power by stepping over the corpses of others. Despite the laughter echoing among the crowd, Changhong anticipated that soon, their mirth would be extinguished. Yinzhu, should a conflict arise, merely disguise yourself as a warrior. Refrain from employing the techniques of cultivators. Remember, until the final moment, exercise patience. Yinzhu, perceiving Changhong's grave demeanor, nodded solemnly in agreement. As expected by Changhong, the third roar of the dragon reverberated through the air. Roar. This time, it felt as if a malevolent serpent was bellowing right beside them. The overwhelming malevolence, intent on tearing everything apart, threatened to shatter their composure. The heavens darkened, as if stained by a crimson shroud, and an oppressive atmosphere descended upon them. A woo, roar, hiss. In the distance, the resounding cries of beasts shook the heavens. The earth trembled violently as a horde of formidable demon beasts, bearing the bloodline of dragons, emerged. Their eyes glowed a blood red, consumed by madness. Their singular thought was to obliterate all bipedal, hairless primates. Influenced by the sinister aura of the blood pool, the malevolent serpent had indeed orchestrated an impressive stratagem. Li Changhong murmured softly. At that moment, the leader of the martial alliance, Lu Mingjun, wore an extremely grave expression. Ladies and gentlemen, our survival hinges upon our ability to withstand the onslaught of the beast tide. I shall first select the strongest demon beast as my opponent. Lu Mingjun, a venerable elder deserving of respect, resolutely approached a formidable 8th-level foundational bronze dragon. Lin Tian, however, exhibited a crafty demeanor, his battle cries resounding louder than anyone else's. Ultimately, he chose a 7th-level Qi refining beast as his adversary, his gaze occasionally flickering towards the sky, perhaps searching for an escape or a fortuitous opportunity. He regarded everyone as mere tools, firmly believing he would emerge victorious in the end. Come, let us engage him. A playful smile danced upon Li Changhong's lips. Chapter 57. Su Kuan rings the doorbell. Kai has arrived. Lin Tian, do not fear. That dragon shall not emerge just yet, if I am not mistaken. Its manipulation of these dragon-blooded beasts to clash with humanity is an attempt to harness human blood to break its seal. However, it is not your time to exert yourself in combat. Preserve your strength. The cultivator who has left a mark of consciousness upon you must be nearby. Exercise patience. That wicked dragon will undoubtedly descend upon this world. When it does, seize the opportunity to absorb the blood essence here with the blood demon ring, gathering a mighty strike to vanquish it. Once the wicked dragon falls, purifying itself with its own corrupted blood, you shall possess an extraordinary fate, achieving perfect foundational cultivation and an explosive increase in power. Furthermore, the wicked dragon is a treasure trove: dragon soul, dragon blood, dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon flesh. Ha ha ha. We shall strike it rich. A raspy voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind, exuding an air of malevolence. Excellent, esteemed elder, this is where I, Lin Tian, shall rise to prominence, destined to surpass millions. Lin Tian's heart swelled with fervor, already envisioning a future brimming with infinite splendor. Yet, while he reveled in these delightful fantasies, he suddenly noticed the beautiful Lu Linger beside him confronting a formidable foe. With a heart full of pride, he prepared to heroically rescue her. Lu Lingo faced a mid-stage Qi refining dust dragon, capable of conjuring sand and dust to stealthily launch ambushes. At that moment, she became flustered, her heart gripped by fear as she cautiously scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow surged from above her, its foul, gaping maw poised to strike. Ah, Lu Lingo gasped, her face paling. She was merely a first-year student, her mental fortitude lacking. Just as Lin Tian witnessed this scene, ready to perform his gallant rescue and garner favor, he braced himself for action. Li Changhong had already arrived ahead of time. A flash of sword light pierced through, instantly slicing the dust dragon into several pieces. Xiang Yinzhu followed closely behind Li Changhong, casting a glance before charging into the swirling sands towards Lin Tian. With a disdainful curl of her lip, she remarked, "Do you know what the dust mist inhaled into your lungs is?" Lin Tian, taken aback, instinctively inquired, "What? Lung mist?" After saying this, Xiang Yinzhu turned to Lu Linger and reassured her, "Don't be afraid, that dragon has been dealt with. My brother is incredibly powerful, far more formidable than this lung mist." Having survived a harrowing ordeal, Lu Linger's complexion remained pale. However, upon hearing Xiang Yinzhu berate Lin Tian, she defended him. "He is not useless." Xiang Yinzhu merely chuckled and moved aside with Li Changhong. Before long, a fully formed earth-splitting dragon emerged from the ground, its massive maw aimed at Lu Linger, seemingly fixated on her. Witnessing this, Lin Tian sprang into action, determined not to fail in his heroic attempt to save the damsel once more. He unleashed a surge of blood energy, imbued with a fierce aura, demonstrating considerable might. Yet, just as it was about to strike the earth-splitting dragon, fortune seemed to intervene. Xiang Yinzhu fortuitously sent a mid-stage Qi cultivation beast flying into the path of Lin Tian's attack, intercepting it. "Lingo!" Lin Tian gasped in alarm. In the next moment, another beam of sword light appeared, repelling the earth-splitting dragon and allowing Lu Lingo to narrowly escape the clutches of death. Xiang Yinzhu disdainfully remarked to Lin Tian, "You truly are like Su Kuan ringing the doorbell." Lin Tian retorted. Xiang Yinzhu quipped, "Kai has arrived." Fuming, Lin Tian exclaimed, "What the hell?" Xiang Yinzhu teased, "Look, you're flustered." Li Changhong feigned admonishment as he addressed Xiang Yinzhu, saying, "Sister, do not speak ill of others." To which Xiang Yinzhu retorted, "I did not speak ill of anyone." Lin Tian felt profoundly insulted. Having been rescued twice, Lu Lingao found herself somewhat lacking in confidence when hearing Xiang Yingzhu disparage Lin Tian, and she timidly remarked, "Speaking ill of others is not good." Lin Tian is quite formidable as well. Ultimately, Lin Tian chose to remain alongside Lu Lingao, determined to find an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Indeed, the opportunity presented itself unexpectedly. A fierce fire dragon in the Foundation establishment stage suddenly tore a martial sect member in half and charged into the battlefield below the Foundation establishment level, immediately setting its sights on Lu Lingao. Li Changhong had long perceived with his divine sense that Lu Lingao possessed a rather unique constitution, naturally exuding an alluring spiritual aura that exerted a strong attraction on demonic beasts. Lin Tian was taken aback. After all, he had merely achieved the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Surely, it was not the opportune moment to reveal his trump card. Roar. The fiery dragon bellowed, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from its maw. The situation was perilously dire. Lingao. In the distance, Lu Mingjun, engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable brass dragon, was consumed by a mix of rage and concern. Lu Lingao was his beloved granddaughter, and witnessing her in peril ignited a fierce desire to assist her. Yet, the brass dragon was overwhelmingly powerful. Taking advantage of Lu Mingjun's momentary distraction, it struck, severing his forearm with a single sweep of its tail. Damn beast! Lu Mingjun's eyes turned crimson as he delivered a powerful punch to the brass dragon's head. However, the creature's defenses were astonishing, merely staggering back a few paces before resuming its brutal assault against him. Lin Tian ultimately refrained from employing his hidden abilities. Instead, he chose to seize Lu Lingao and flee. Yet, as the inferno surged towards them, Lu Lingao, who had just barely ascended to the Grand Martial Master realm, found herself utterly defenseless. She felt ensnared by the flames, her exposed skin seemingly on the brink of being scorched. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was unharmed. As a cultivator, his defensive capabilities far surpassed hers. In truth, Lu Lingao harbored a fantasy in her heart. She imagined Lin Tian urging her to flee, declaring that he would shield her from danger. Though such thoughts might seem selfish, they are, indeed, a reflection of human nature. Moreover, she firmly believed that if it were her grandfather, he would undoubtedly lay down his life to protect the vulnerable. Regrettably, Lin Tian's character was not so noble. One could hardly expect a man who had lived nearly 2 decades as an underachiever to suddenly transform into a paragon of self-sacrifice. As Lu Lingao sensed her hair igniting, dread filled her heart. Just as she resigned herself to the thought of being disfigured by the flames, a figure emerged behind her. Li Changhong emerged, his sword energy cleaving through the flames. In an attempt to conceal his cultivation, he found himself in a pitiable state, scorched by the relentless fire. His already unseemly visage became increasingly difficult to behold. Another formidable martial artist immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the blazing dragon. Lu Lingao shook off Lin Tian's grasp on her arm and rushed to stand before Li Changhong. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Li Changhong was perfectly fine. Not a single worry in the world. He allowed Lu Lingao's delicate hands to clasp his own. "Rest assured, within me lies a source of power that can bolster your strength as a token of gratitude for saving me." Li Changhong was about to speak when his expression suddenly turned peculiar. It seemed that this girl's constitution resembled the so-called furnace body, capable of transferring a certain invaluable essence from within herself to others, transcending mere spiritual energy. No wonder that group of demon beasts were fixated on Lu Lingao, after all. One should not refuse a fortuitous gain. It could serve as compensation for the arduous performance. Xiang Yingzhu then turned to Lin Tian and inquired, "Do you know the difference between food cooked over a fire and that prepared with gas?" Lin Tian replied, and Xiang Yingzhu retorted, "Firewood." Lin Tian exclaimed in disbelief. This time, when Xiang Yingzhu insulted Lin Tian, Lu Lingao refrained from defending him. Li Changhong is capable of self-sacrifice for the benefit of others, yet Lin Tian cannot. The disparity between them is evident. In Chapter 58, Seizing Your Opportunity, Dual Cultivation of Immortal and Martial Arts, from a distance, Lu Mingjun, who is engaged in a fierce battle with the brass dragon, witnesses this scene and feels an immense admiration for the seemingly unattractive man that Li Changhong has disguised himself as. A plain exterior does not equate to an unworthy heart. His noble spirit soars like a rainbow. The young one's future is boundless. Before long, Lu Lingao, who had transmitted her spiritual resonance to Li Changhong, finds herself succumbing to weakness. Li Changhong instructed Xiang Yinzhu to safeguard Lu Lingao. The spiritual energy within her surged, allowing her to break through to the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. How intriguing. One certainly did not anticipate such an unexpected gain. Li Changhong increasingly felt that he had discovered a shortcut to becoming a formidable force. Henceforth, he resolved to do nothing but seek out the children of destiny. Trailing closely behind them, opportunities and resources for cultivation would be plentiful, and even the future harem of these fortunate individuals would serve as an invaluable asset. Although Lu Lingo appeared to be merely a pretty face, she possessed the rare physique of a furnace body. Should Lin Tian encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation, it would be a seamless endeavor to cultivate alongside Lu Linger, drawing upon the ethereal resonance within her to achieve a breakthrough. Such a fortuitous circumstance, even if I were to forego it, would never be allowed to fall into your hands without consequence. First, I must eliminate you. Li Changhong concealed his murderous intent. The time to act had not yet arrived, as the true capabilities and hidden advantages of Lin Tian remained unknown. Regardless of the outcome, I must first lay the groundwork for contingencies. Should I attempt to play the role of the opportunist, only to find myself ensnared instead? The more blood essence absorbed by the light of righteousness, the more advantageous it would be for me. Li Changhong had an idea. He instructed Xiang Yingzhu to safeguard Lu Linger and began to wander the battlefield. The reach of the righteous light that absorbs vitality is approximately 100 meters. Li Changhong wandered ceaselessly across the battlefield, touching here and striking there. The more intense the carnage, the greater the number of demonic beasts, with peril lurking at every turn. Yet, everything remained under Li Changhong's control, despite the apparent danger. Lu Mingjun observed Li Changhong navigating the treacherous areas, perceiving him as a prodigy of the sect. His eyes filled with admiration and affirmation. This young man is exceptional, truly remarkable. Lu Mingjun, driven by a strange impulse, cast a glance at Lin Tian. Humph. Lu Mingjun snorted softly. While his own frail body was engaged in a fierce struggle, this fellow Lin Tian was merely trailing behind others, seemingly up to some dubious antics. When Li Changhong failed to capture his attention, he held great optimism for Lin Tian. However, upon witnessing Li Changhong's astonishing performance, he regarded Lin Tian as nothing more than worthless detritus. Fearful of death and relying solely on superficial skills, he deemed this young man unlikely to achieve greatness. The battle reached a fever pitch. Li Changhong was unaware of the extent to which the radiance of the right path had absorbed vitality. He merely felt a peculiar energy emanating from the pendant around his neck, stirring the turbulence within his bloodline. This cursed object had better not disappoint me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Tian furrowed his brow, his mind echoing with the irate mutterings of the elder guiding him. What is happening? Why are there so many corpses? And yet the blood demon ring has only absorbed such a meager amount of primordial vitality? Curse it, who is behind this mischief? If I uncover their identity, I shall flay their skin, extract their tendons, and grind their bones to draw forth their blood, igniting a divine lamp with their soul. Lin Tian, the situation is dire. It seems that among the extraordinary beings entering the heavenly pool secret realm, there are those of the same demonic lineage as myself. However, you possess great fortune. So your survival is likely assured, and you shall ultimately emerge victorious, unless... Lin Tian's heart raced. Unless what? Unless you encounter an entity whose fate is in stark contrast to yours and whose power far exceeds your own. Curse that vile creature. Lu Mingjun roared, his voice resonating like thunder. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could sense the despair lacing his tone. The brass dragon was overwhelmingly powerful, with formidable defenses and attacks. Particularly alarming were the brass crystals growing upon its body, capable of exploding and being hurled like projectiles. Even a formidable warrior of the martial king realm like him felt utterly powerless. Lu Mingjun could scarcely imagine the nightmarish despair that would befall others should he perish. Given the terrifying might of the brass dragon, no, there's no time. This fiend must not survive my demise. It seems I have truly aged. It is time to unveil my final trump card. He produced a high-grade talisman and hurled it toward the brass dragon. The talisman transformed into a semi-ethereal mountain, pinning the dragon beneath its weight. The brass dragon roared in defiance, struggling mightily as the mountain trembled, unable to hold for long. This was clearly not the ultimate gambit Lu Mingjun had alluded to. Seizing the moment while the brass dragon was temporarily trapped, he dashed towards Li Changhong. My young friend. Li Changhong, who had been absorbing vitality, sensed Lu Mingjun's approach and frowned slightly. Had he perhaps discovered something? It didn't seem so, for he noticed that Lu Mingjun's gaze was filled with affection and reassurance. My child, you have done well. It is now your turn to take charge. Do your utmost to ensure the survival of as many as possible. Li Changhong was bewildered yet awestruck. Could it be that Lu Mingjun had discovered his concealed prowess? Then he heard Lu Mingjun continue solemnly. I possess an arcane technique known as the epiphany of enlightenment, capable of forcibly transferring one's cultivation to another. Initially, the chosen recipient was Lin Tian, but his performance has disappointed me. Enough talk, sit cross-legged and close your eyes. Lu Mingjuan's tone grew stern. Li Changhong felt an urge to cough, attempting to mask his embarrassment. It seemed he had overacted. What merit did he possess? Nevertheless, he would not refuse any opportunity. After all, burdened with grave injuries, an increase in his strength would provide an additional layer of security. Lu Mingjuan's objective was to ensure the survival of as many individuals as possible. Yet, he was already at the end of his tether. To bestow his own cultivation upon others was indeed the wisest course of action. Senior, you truly embody the spirit of a noble hero. Li Changhong sincerely praised him. In contrast to Yin and second in command, Rinyu, who was willing to descend into the path of darkness for the sake of breaking through his limits. Lu Mingjun selflessly sacrificed his own cultivation to protect everyone. The disparity in their moral character was unequivocally evident. Li Changhong felt inadequate in comparison. Old Master Lu was the true embodiment of selflessness, a living Lei Feng. Imitation would suffice, at most, it would be a matter of respect. Lu Mingjun and Li Changhong sat facing each other, their palms meeting in applause. Soon enough, Li Changhong felt a pure surge of internal energy flowing ceaselessly through his meridians into his body. In truth, spiritual energy and internal energy are inherently contradictory, however. Li Changhong's spiritual energy resided within his organs, while his internal energy was stored in the lower dantian. Furthermore, due to the impairment of his golden spiritual root, the contradiction of possessing supreme cultivation talent yet being unable to practice martial arts ceased to exist. This is the essence of internal energy. Li Changhong's emotions were rather intricate. Not long ago, he had traversed a tumultuous path in pursuit of martial cultivation, even to the point of nearly succumbing to his own endeavors. Yet now, he had ascended directly to the pinnacle, becoming a formidable martial king. Roar. Meanwhile, the brass dragon had freed itself, its defenses formidable and its injuries minimal. Child. It's up to you. At the very least, hold it off. Lu Mingjun had transferred all his cultivation to Li Changhong, leaving himself utterly exhausted. Reduced to an ordinary old man, Li Changhong rose, his palm resting upon his lower abdomen, the true location of the dantian within the orthodox cultivation system. Now brimming with pure inner strength, Lu Mingjun, a seasoned powerhouse of the martial king realm, possessed martial prowess comparable to that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Even though Li Changhong was a practitioner of immortality, he still found Lu Mingjun to be an invaluable ally at this moment. After entrusting Lu Mingjuan's care to Xiang Yingzhu, Li Changhong turned his gaze towards the brass dragon. Old man, mere fist will not suffice to vanquish that malevolent beast. Li Changhong brandished the azure cloud sword in his hand. This is our only hope. Chapter 59. The boss appears, the wicked dragon. Watching Li Changhong's retreating figure, Lu Mingjun smiled faintly. This lad somehow fills me with an inexplicable sense of trust. Yet he quickly cautioned himself, still, one must not grow careless. But in the next moment, Lu Mingjuan's jaw dropped in sheer astonishment. In the distance, the bronze-scaled dragon, radiating boundless ferocity and instilling in him a sense of utter helplessness, was sent flying by a single slash from Li Changhong. That terrifying arc of sword energy. Its razor-sharp intent and overwhelming killing aura surged with unprecedented intensity. Never in his wildest dreams had Lu Mingjun imagined that one day a strike infused with his own inner strength could reach such devastating heights. By all logic, one who had received an inherited power transfer should never surpass the original master in overall prowess. Yet this eccentric-looking youth defied all reason. His strength was as monstrous as his appearance. Lin Tian witnessed the scene as well, his eyes brimming with envy and hatred. It can't be his doing. The paths of immortal cultivation and martial arts are fundamentally incompatible. It must be his terrifying comprehension of the sword's essence. But Lin Tian cared little for such reasoning. His gaze toward Li Changhong burned with venomous resentment. Had it not been for Li Changhong's constant interference, Lu Mingjun would have undoubtedly bequeathed his lifetime's cultivation to him instead. That wretch deserves nothing but death. Li Changhong sensed Lin Tian's murderous intent towards him. Yet he chose to disregard it. When the opportune moment arises, he would naturally eliminate him. The skin was indeed rather thick, he thought with a click of his tongue. Huang Tonglong was momentarily dazed after being struck by a sword. The stronger the opponent, the more profound the influence of that wretched dragon's blood. Originally, it could have resisted the effects, but seizing this chance, it desired to feast upon human flesh. It had come to realize that human blood and meat were immensely nourishing. Initially, it believed that with the old man gone, it could indulge in a grand banquet. However, what was this unexpected intruder? Roaring in fury, it disregarded the wound on its back and hurled 2 brass crystals towards him. With his heightened awareness, Li Changhong effortlessly evaded them. Tough as a turtle, indeed. But I shall first shatter your defenses. Possessing the cultivation of a martial king, He could also manipulate objects to fly. Li Changhong brandished a low-grade spiritual weapon in the form of a flying sword, launching a ferocious assault upon the brass dragon. Despite the dragon's formidable defenses and striking power, its movements were lethargic. Confronted by the renowned speed of the sword cultivator, it could only passively endure the onslaught. Thud. Li Changhong unleashed a surge of 5-element sword energy. Striking with precision, roaring in agony, the brass dragon, overwhelmed by pain, became consumed by rage, disregarding everything in its path as it sought to eliminate Li Changhong. Li Changhong maintained his combat tempo, exhibiting no sense of urgency. The brass dragon was the most formidable opponent he had encountered, yet he felt no pressure. After a fierce struggle, Li Changhong successfully severed the dragon's head. Had it not been for the reluctance to employ the sword pellet, the battle would have concluded even more swiftly. Possessing the cultivation of a martial king, coupled with his own prowess as a sword cultivator, he was indeed engaged in a battle of equals. Who is this person? Remarkable. Old Master Lu transferred his cultivation through the esoteric method of enlightenment. And it was astonishing to see such formidable strength unleashed, truly impressive. With him in our ranks, our burdens may be alleviated. With the greatest threat of the brass dragon eliminated, the other cultivators began to relax. Lu Mingjun also revealed a genuine smile. Thankfully, the decision to choose him was wise. Had the cultivation been bestowed upon, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian. To Lu Linger, he cautioned, "Linger, keep your distance from him. His intentions are dubious." Unlike that esteemed individual, at this point, Lu Mingjun realized he had yet to inquire about Li Changhong's name. Xiang Yinju interjected, "Brother, his surname is Li." Lu Mingjun nodded and advised Linger, "You may wish to engage more with young friendly. My instincts tell me his potential far surpasses that Lin Tian fellow." Previously, Lu Linga would have certainly retorted. However, Li Changhong had saved her thrice and had emerged as a great hero. No girl could resist such admiration. Though he was somewhat unappealing in appearance, his moral character more than compensated for his lack of aesthetic appeal. On another note, Li Changhong harnessed his internal energy, exerting himself to vanquish the demonic beasts. He adhered to Lu Mingjun's counsel, striving to minimize human casualties. This was not motivated by a desire to save others, but rather because the serpent sought liberation and required a copious amount of human blood. Thus, in saving others, he was also securing his own salvation. Moreover, with each beast he felled, the radiance of righteousness adorning his chest absorbed a wisp of demonic essence. Although referred to as blood essence, Li Changhong himself could not ascertain the true nature of this energy, though it felt immensely potent. As his internal energy nearly depleted, he finally struck down the last demonic beast. In that moment, Li Changhong became the focal point of all eyes, earning the reverence reserved for the strong. Yet, Lin Tian's expression was ominously grim. Lacking Lu Mingjun's cultivation and having absorbed minimal blood essence from the blood demon ring, his situation was dire beyond measure. However, his elation was short-lived. Ultimately, the boss arrived just before the exit. A roar erupted. This was the fourth dragon's roar emanating from the apex of the heavenly pool's secret realm. The sound grew increasingly distinct, as if it hovered in the sky, surveying the ants below. Damn it, having stored the corpses in the spatial storage, how could it still absorb blood essence? A Dragon Seeker-level geomancer produced a compass and calculated with haste. In the next instant, his countenance shifted dramatically as he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. This is disastrous. That vile creature has utilized blood refinement techniques to preliminarily refine the heavenly pool's microcosm. This is inconceivable. How could such a beast possess such means? It is utterly unfathomable. Could it be that someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Perhaps it is that group of anti-human left-hand sects? It is highly probable. The murmurs from the crowd echoed the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing the term left-path evil sect, Li Changhong instinctively recognized it as something nefarious. He found it perplexing that the Jiao Long had been sealed for over a millennium yet continued to draw upon the life force of others, seemingly growing stronger than before its confinement. However, if there were individuals aiding it from behind the scenes, everything would fall into place, such as the nature of dark arts, which resort to extreme measures to siphon the essence of other beings in order to augment their own power. In this regard, demonic cultivators are significantly more honorable than their evil counterparts. They tend to ignore others as long as they are not provoked. Conversely, the wicked cultivators would go so far as to sacrifice entire families for the sake of their own cultivation. Before long, a crack appeared in the firmament with a resounding snap. Li Changhong beheld a pair of obsidian dragon claws, seemingly poised to rend the very fabric of the heavens and descend into the mystical realm of Tianqi. It was undoubtedly not a Yuaning. Li Changhong initially sensed the gravity of this revelation. He had been observing Lin Tian, noting the fear reflected in his eyes, which prompted a slight furrow of his brow. Could it be that he lacked an infallible trump card? Li Changhong remained unaware of the light of the righteous path, inadvertently thwarting Lin Tian's plans. It was imperative for Lin Tian, cunning as he was, to find an opportunity to cast him aside. Yet, there was a glimmer of good news. Behind the Jiao Long as it tore through the veil of the heavens, the formidable leader of Yan'an followed closely, also breaching a gap. With a roar, the Jiao Long entered the secret realm, marred by bloodied wounds inflicted during its struggle to break free from its seal. It had transcended its former self. Atop its head emerged dragon horns, exuding an air of supremacy, fierce and unparalleled, as if declaring its sovereignty over all. Chapter 60. This youth's virtues are indeed comparable to those of the ancients. It had undergone its transformation. A dragon. A true dragon with a pure bloodline. Alas, we are doomed to perish here. Li Changhong gazed upward at the ominous black dragon, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The entity before him was likely far more than just a mere dragon. The malevolent aura and overwhelming hostility it exuded suggested it was a rare and dreadful breed known as the sinister dragon. A being born to defy the heavens and wreak havoc. It thrived on the essence of true dragons, embodying terror in its purest form. However, a glimmer of hope remained. It was evident that the creature lacked the cultivation of the nascent soul stage and was severely wounded, desperately in need of flesh to consume. At that moment, the sinister dragon dove towards the earth, its roar resonating with a cataclysmic force, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. In the face of imminent peril for all the challengers, the esteemed Yan'an acted swiftly, intervening before the dragon could strike. He conjured an ancient, ornate mirror that emitted a profound beam of light. Those who entered the beam would be enveloped within, escaping from the confines of the heavenly pool secret realm. Quickly, enter. His voice, imbued with urgency, resonated through the air. The desperate crowd, with lives hanging by a thread, rushed towards the radiant beam. Yet the sinister dragon was perilously close to making contact with the ground. Should it arrive before all could reach the safety of the light, those left behind would undoubtedly fall prey to its insatiable hunger. Lu Mingjun's gaze fell upon Li Changhong, who, undeterred by the overwhelming presence of the sinister dragon, brandished his sword in defiance. Even as he faced insurmountable odds, he acted with valor, striving to buy precious moments for his companions. Such noble character was indeed commendable. Rivaling even that of the elder himself, Lu Mingjun mused. However, Xiang Yingzhu was uninterested in his musings. She seized Lu Linger with one hand and him with the other, hastening towards the beam's embrace. Above them, Yan'an's voice thundered once more. The sinister dragon's emergence heralds doom. It has yet to fully master the heavenly pool secret realm and is gravely injured. This is our singular chance to vanquish it. All martial alliance members of the martial sovereign rank and above, along with elite guardians of Yan'an, remain within the heavenly pool realm to wield the immortal sword against the dragon. Even if we cannot slay it, we must at least delay it until I can join you. As his words echoed, a translucent, ethereal sword, pulsating with an aura that sent shivers through the soul, descended gracefully along the beam of light. This celestial sword, resembling intricately carved amethyst, measured only about 2 feet in length. Those of lesser cultivation who gazed upon it felt an excruciating pain in their minds, compelling them to avert their eyes. Li Changhong has soared into the fray. Confronting the malevolent dragon, it is not his desire to claim the highest position, but rather an imperative to prevent the dragon from feasting upon the flesh and blood of humanity. Otherwise, the hope of victory would be utterly extinguished. Should no one step forward, the guiding beam would be shattered by the dragon, leading to the demise of all, including himself. A radiant armor, a flawless mid-grade spiritual artifact, manifests upon his form, providing formidable defense. With this protection, Li Changhong dares to face the malevolent dragon, which is comparable to a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Li Changhong dared not show the slightest carelessness, channeling all his inner sword energy. A flash of silver light enveloped his body as he evaded the malevolent dragon's claws, leaving a sword mark upon the beast. With a furious roar, the malevolent dragon halted its rapid descent, opening its cavernous maw to bite at Li Changhong. While he delayed the other challengers, the Ruxian sword had already reached the ground. The divine sword possessed sentience, initially making a beeline for Li Changhong. Yet, for reasons unknown, it seemed to hesitate before approaching him, veering off instead towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with delight as he prepared to grasp the sword. But the warning from his inner voice echoed, "Do not. That dragon has its sights set on you." It was highly intelligent. The sword posed a lethal threat to it, and whoever dared to claim it would undoubtedly become its target. Lin Tian pondered, "Can I seize the sword and flee to the light beam area? As for these others, their fate is of no concern to me." Lin Tian's selfishness was apparent. Not only was he clinging to his own survival, but he also wished to possess the Ruxian sword, leaving others to face utter despair against the dragon. Have you lost your senses? Do not let the allure of a treasure cloud your judgment. That figure from Yin and outside possesses cultivation that rivals the golden core stage. If you wish to avoid retribution, do not claim it. Moreover, such treasures may have already been refined. Do not act foolishly. Disappointment welled within Lin Tian as he retreated from the approaching Ruxian sword, which lingered in place, evidently at a loss. Within the light beam, Lu Mingjun watched this scene unfold, seething with frustration. How had he failed to see the inadequacies of this youth before? Li, for the sake of righteousness, risked everything to battle the malevolent dragon with the possibility of spilling his blood at any moment. Yet, this youth, entrusted with significant responsibility, chose to flee in such a critical moment, utterly disgraceful. Lu Mingjun turned to Lu Linger, instructing her, Linger, do not associate with him any longer. Lu Lingo nodded in understanding. Rest assured, grandfather, I will keep my distance from someone as selfish and self-serving as Lin Tian. I wouldn't even dare call him a friend. Boom. At that moment, Li Changhong was sent flying by the claw of the malevolent dragon, his body seemingly disassembled. It was truly an arduous ordeal. Li Changhong expelled a mouthful of blood. The energy within him was nearly depleted. His cultivation level in the realm of immortality was merely at the third layer of foundation establishment. Yet, facing a fiendish dragon that surpassed him by an entire realm without being instantly obliterated, attests to his extraordinary combat talent and strength. Had it been Lu Mingjun, he would have been dispatched in an instant. The creature should have initially chosen me, considering I am a sword cultivator. Could it be that it sensed the sword essence within me, thus refraining from approaching? Contemplating this, Li Changhong, indifferent to the lives of others, advanced towards the slaying immortal sword. The name alone suggests an extraordinarily high rank. Could it be the fabled celestial artifact? This possibility cannot be dismissed. For the blue star once basked in an era of cultivation where celestial beings roamed freely. The slaying immortal sword initially evaded capture, but after a moment of struggle, it was ultimately grasped firmly by Li Changhong. The moment he held it, a refreshing chill enveloped him, as if his very soul had been cleansed. Remarkably, despite not having been refined, the sword felt weightless, almost ethereal, as if it were not a tangible object at all. Above him, the esteemed Yin cautioned, the slaying immortal sword is specifically designed to target the soul and essence. The formidable body of the sinister dragon is impervious to ordinary means. Its soul remains its Achilles heel. I have refined the slaying immortal sword and relinquished a portion of its authority. Now, it rests in your hands. Li Changhong felt a profound sense of disappointment, having hoped to seize such a precious treasure. At that moment, the malevolent dragon was unleashing a massacre. In the span of mere breaths, it had crushed and devoured over a dozen trial participants, its aura growing increasingly formidable. It is difficult to fathom that had Li Changhong not fought for that precious moment, the number of deceased trial participants would have multiplied significantly. The emergence of the malevolent dragon was a dimensional strike against the trial participants. The deep-seated sense of powerlessness was utterly despairing. The intentions of the esteemed Yin were unmistakable, to compel all martial sect masters and elite guardians among the trial participants to sacrifice their lives in an attempt to delay or slay the malevolent dragon with the immortal slaughter sword. This was a brutal reality. Yet, if the malevolent dragon were to escape its confinement and ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals, it would bring about catastrophic calamities for the entirety of Yanwang. Thus, the malevolent dragon must perish within the confines of the heavenly pool secret realm. Even he had prepared himself for sacrifice. Chapter 61. Do you wish to profit from the chaos? Have you consulted me? Are you not leaving? Still hoping to reap the benefits? Li Changhong's consciousness has always enveloped Lin Tian. This individual is truly the key. Li Changhong harbored doubts that this series of calamities was merely a prelude to Lin Tian's ascent, a narrative crafted along his path to prominence. Were it not for him, such peril would not have arisen. What could this fellow possibly mean? Just moments ago, he feared being targeted by the demonic dragon upon acquiring the Lushan sword. Yet now he has chosen to remain in the secret realm. What scheme is he concocting? Could it be that he recognizes his own inadequacy and is thus willing to cede opportunities to others? Such young individuals often seek to gain at the expense of others. Do you truly believe he possesses a benevolent heart? There is no need to concern ourselves with him. Having an additional companion in demise brings me a modicum of joy. Forward. For the sake of the common folk and our families, this vile beast must be vanquished here. Not all strong individuals have remained. Those who chose to stay constitute less than half. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to sacrifice. Self-serving cultivators indeed represent the majority. It is unwise to cast judgment upon others, for the instinct to cling to life is inherent to humanity. Before the demonic dragon, they appear as mere oversized ants. Utterly insignificant. They are fully aware of this reality, yet they charge forth without hesitation. Li Changhong grasped the immortal slaying sword, effortlessly invoking its power without the need to infuse it with spiritual energy. The treasure mirror in the hands of the formidable Yin emitted a beam of light that shrank, taking with it all the challengers within. Successfully departing from the heavenly pool's secret realm, only Li Changhong and his companions remained to engage in battle with the malevolent dragon. Roar! The malevolent dragon bellowed, unleashing a breath of annihilation. In but a fleeting moment, a martial sect master was obliterated, leaving no trace of existence behind. Seizing this opportunity, Li Changhong swung his sword at the malevolent dragon. The immortal slaying sword unleashed a strike that was imperceptible to the naked eye, its speed astonishingly swift. Rather than being a result of Li Changhong's own power, it was more accurate to attribute this strike to the sword spirit of the immortal slaying sword itself. This swift slash struck true, hitting the malevolent dragon. Roar! The malevolent dragon screamed in agony, its crimson eyes becoming even more fearsome and savage. It glared at Li Changhong, surging forth with deadly intent. Though wounded in spirit, the malevolent dragon had yet to lose its fighting prowess. However, its erratic flight suggested it had been affected to some extent. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Changhong strode directly towards Lin Tian. You think you can reap the benefits effortlessly? I shall not allow it. Lin Tian, who had been inwardly sneering, felt his face drain of color as he saw Li Changhong approaching, followed closely by the ominous presence of the nefarious dragon. Do not come any closer. Lin Tian shouted in fury. Li Changhong not only refuses to alter his course but also accelerates further. Is it truly the case that I am so exceptional that I would work for you? Li Changhong scoffed coldly within. With everyone departed, he found no further need to maintain the charade. Lin Tian, feeling helpless, could only flee. Fortunately, the target of the monstrous dragon remained fixated on Li Changhong, entirely oblivious to his presence. In the eyes of the dragon, you are merely a lowly insect, thus there is no urgency to employ the blood demon ring. The old man with the golden finger offered his reassurances. Lin Tian was at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. The dragon's intentions were decidedly clear. It disregarded everyone else, as they posed no threat. As long as it eliminated Li Changhong, the wielder of the slaughtering immortal sword, the remaining humans would be nothing more than prey upon its chopping block. Damn that beast, why is it only pursuing me? Within, the little sword exclaimed, who dares to diminish our clan? Li Changhong furrowed his brow, pondering momentarily before a plan took shape in his mind. If you choose not to pursue him, I shall compel you to do so. Li Changhai wore an expression that seemed rather dubious. Just as he was about to be attacked by the fiendish dragon, a flash of silver light enveloped his body, and he swiftly altered his course, charging once more towards Lin Tian. Upon seeing Li Changhai approach him again, Lin Tian felt no fear. The fiendish dragon had utterly disregarded his presence. However, in the next moment, as he gazed at the Lucian sword that Li Changhai had cast before him, a shiver ran down his spine. Damn it! Lin Tian roared, attempting to discard the Lucian sword. Yet, it was too late. The fiendish dragon moved with astonishing speed, and even Li Changhai had to rely on spatial power, or he would have been torn apart by its pursuit. Is this a challenge to me? Very well, I shall accept your challenge. Prepare the family tree. The small sword intoned seriously in Lin Tian's mind. The fiendish dragon hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided to first subdue the Lucian sword. As for Li Changhai, without the Lucian sword, he posed no real threat. With a roar, the dragon of destruction unleashed its breath, engulfing the Lucian sword and Lin Tian within its deadly embrace. Lin Tian sensed the impending aura of death, and in that instant, his hatred for Li Changhai surged to unparalleled heights. Senior, he screamed internally, his voice a desperate plea. A sigh emerged. Who would have thought I must act so soon? This is still insufficient to vanquish it. However, it matters not, as long as the fiendish dragon survives. It will recklessly annihilate all within its sight. Perhaps, in due course, you will need do nothing and merely reap the rewards. Just before the dragon of destruction completely enveloped Lin Tian, a ring adorned on his finger erupted with a blinding crimson light, staining the very fabric of the universe in red. An overwhelming stench of blood spread forth, consuming all, including the dragon's breath of destruction. A blood-colored phantom emerged. Magnificent and terrifying, its demonic presence sending chills down the spine. It seemed that upon locking eyes with it, one would behold a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The blood-colored phantom was undoubtedly an awe-inspiring and terrifying demon lord. It extended a finger towards the fiendish dragon. In an instant, a beam of horrific crimson energy shot forth, rendering the heavens and earth colorless. So swift was the attack that the fiendish dragon could scarcely react. A piercing sound echoed as a gaping wound appeared on the dragon's body, its eyes reflecting agony and unbridled rage. Yet, it remained undaunted. As a fiendish dragon, it would resist until its last breath against the vastness of the heavenly path. After unleashing this attack, the blood-colored phantom dissipated. The fiendish dragon tore through the blood mist surrounding Lin Tian's position, only to find that Lin Tian had already fled, leaving behind the Lucian sword. Unbeknownst to anyone, Li Changhai had also vanished. The remaining cultivators above the martial sovereign level exchanged glances and swiftly opted to flee. The situation had become exceedingly bizarre. Was it not supposed to be Li Changhai wielding the Lucian sword valiantly against foes while they risked their lives to provide support? Yet, now Li Changhai was nowhere to be seen, and the Lucian sword was being pursued by the fiendish dragon. If they did not leave immediately, they would surely become a delectable dessert for the dragon. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had long since reached a safe zone. Gasping for breath, his complexion was pale, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Incredible! Senior, you are truly formidable. With just one strike, you have severely wounded that invincible fiendish dragon. The voice of the old man, his guiding spirit, replied with a hint of pride, this is merely the beginning. Had it not been for that rogue absorbing the bloodline essence from those corpses, that blow would have been enough to slay the fiendish dragon outright. Now, we shall wait. With the dragon gravely injured, they may very well perish together. At that time, we can emerge to reap the rewards, and all benefits shall belong to us. The mere thought of this caused a smile to break across Lin Tian's face. Heaven did not give birth to me, Lin Tian. I shall endure through the ages like an endless night. However, his smile did not linger long. A mocking voice rang out. Your endurance seems rather lacking. You might just end up as a mere dog. Chapter 62. Spare me the nonsense. I am not interested. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tian trembled involuntarily. Looking up, he saw Li Changhai, having removed his disguise, with a smile playing upon his lips. It is you. It has always been you. You've been scheming against me. Ever since I met you, nothing has gone smoothly. You wretched creature, why do you target me? Lin Tian's expression grew increasingly sinister. Ever since acquiring his guiding spirit, although life had not been perfect, it had generally been favorable. However, ever since his last visit to the Zhao family, he sensed something was amiss. And the reason for targeting you? There is no reason. Does plundering and killing not suffice? Li Changhai replied. He held no grudge against Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian's resemblance to Yi Chen irked him greatly. That was all there was to it. Li Changhong cannot deny that he is not a good person, yet he possesses the most fundamental moral principles and a baseline for conduct. However, regrettably, Lin Tian does not fall beneath that baseline. As a cultivator, one cannot help but believe in the whims of fate. Li Changhong felt as though he was inherently destined to be a villainous character, constantly overshadowed and humiliated by Yi Chen, serving merely as a stepping stone for his grandeur. Once upon a time, on Earth, Li Changhong was acutely aware that he was no match for Yi Chen, and he sought to avoid any confrontation with him. However, fate seemed to inexorably draw the two closer together, leading to inevitable conflict. Ultimately, he was humiliated by Yi Chen, the protagonist, in a display of arrogance. This profound sense of helplessness was something Li Changhong was determined never to experience again. Lin Tian and Yi Chen were cut from the same cloth. It was entirely possible that in the future, Lin Tian could stand against him. Rather than allowing him to rise with the advantage of a golden finger, it would be wiser to take preemptive action and eliminate Lin Tian in his infancy. Now was the opportune moment to act. Li Changhong has yet to make his move. As he is probing whether the extraordinary power within Lin Tian still possesses the terrifying strike that once severely wounded the monstrous Nialong. If I am not mistaken, you possess a treasure, specifically the ring adorning your finger. In comparison to battling that fearsome Nialong, eliminating you would yield an even greater reward. Li Changhong's tone brimmed with murderous intent, rendering Lin Tian's already pale face even more devoid of color. Lin Tian, possessing a frail temperament, immediately displayed signs of trepidation. However, he quickly composed himself and let out a cold laugh. Coveting my fortune? Feel free to try. In his mind, the wise old man of his golden finger had already offered a reminder. What he needed to do now was to stage a clever ruse. Making Li Changhong wary and hesitant, he could not afford to show any further signs of fear. If this man dared to strike, what need was there for words? As long as he remained undaunted, Li Changhong would surely refrain from taking action. In his thoughts, the old man's words had yet to reach their conclusion when a dazzling array of sword lights suddenly appeared before Lin Tian. Hundreds of gleaming golden sword lights intertwined. Empowered by the majestic sword light of the Jiangong, the fierce might of golden thunder descended like a vast canopy, overwhelming Lin Tian and leaving him no chance of escape. From the moment Lin Tian displayed his fear, Li Changhong was convinced that the young man had no backup plan. However, for the sake of caution, after unleashing the strike, Li Changhong swiftly retreated. Lin Tian's golden finger could even severely injure a ferocious dragon. He was not foolish enough to take the blow head-on. "Senior, save me." The threat of death loomed ominously, prompting Lin Tian to scream desperately. Upon hearing Lin Tian's cries, the retreating Li Changhong understood all too well. Indeed, this useless Lin Tian, possessing merely a golden finger, was insufficient. He required a personal elder to accompany him. Unlike the protagonist who could proclaim the passage of 30 years with ease, Lin Tian's disposition was far inferior, rendering any comparison meaningless. In the distance, Li Changhong awaited beneath the radiant sword light, transforming a 1,000-meter radius into desolation. The smoke had yet to dissipate when he first employed his divine consciousness to assess Lin Tian's condition. The protagonist was not so easily vanquished. However, Lin Tian was in a dire state, as if all vitality had been extracted from him. His entire essence surged into the blood demon ring, conjuring a spectral image of a demon lord behind him, which deflected the majority of the onslaught. Yet, one of his arms was severed. Ag. Having never suffered injury before, Lin Tian let out a heart-wrenching scream as his arm was lost. Li Changhong felt increasingly convinced that Lin Tian had no trump cards left. After all, unlike Chen, who had already risen to prominence, Lin Tian was likely just at the beginning of his journey, with various opportunities yet to present themselves. Nevertheless, Li Changhong did not dare to approach recklessly. While Lin Tian posed little threat, it seemed he was accompanied by a formidable elder, which was the most troublesome aspect. The predecessor exhibited such elegance. Lin Tian possessed exceptional talent. Was he hoping to cultivate him for the purpose of seizing his body? Li Changhong intentionally sowed discord. From the blood magic ring in Lin Tian's hand emerged a hoarse voice, as though it were struggling to clear a blockage in its throat. "Leave a threat of mercy in human affairs." Li Changhong interjected, "Enough of the nonsense. I have no desire to listen. I present you with two choices, face death or submit. Should you choose the latter, you must first eliminate Lin Tian." Upon hearing these words, despair surged within Lin Tian's heart. "No, no, senior, please do not kill me. Have you forgotten the promise I made to you? I will seek the finest treasures of heaven and earth for you, to reconstruct your corporeal form. You once expressed a desire to witness my rise." Lin Tian was gripped by fear, genuine fear. He was terrified that the remnant spirit of the demon lord would take his life as a token of allegiance to a new master. The helplessness of his life slipping from his grasp plunged him into a chilling abyss. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed him, compelling him to clutch desperately at any semblance of hope. His body felt icy from head to toe, yet he remained oblivious, his expression bordering on despair. "Silence! You worthless fool!" The remnant spirit of the demon lord rebuked sharply. Lin Tian's demeanor was utterly pitiful. However, this did not imply that he would easily relinquish his mastership. Perhaps the term master was not entirely fitting in his case. Throughout, in the eyes of the remnant spirit of the demon lord, Lin Tian was merely a tool. Yet, should he abandon Lin Tian to follow Li Changhong instead, he could guarantee that the days of unrestrained freedom would come to an abrupt end, inevitably leading to constraints at every turn. "I am the ancient demon lord, blood demon ancestor." Li Changhong displayed an expression of exasperation and interrupted once more, saying, "Is my expression insufficiently clear? I have presented you with two paths, and you may tread but one. Do you comprehend? Henceforth, I wish to hear no further remarks unrelated to this matter. Continue speaking. Ever since the establishment of the nation, no creature has been permitted to attain spiritual sentience, yet you dare invoke ancient tales? Who are you attempting to intimidate?" The blood demon ancestor seethed with rage within. Once upon a time, a mere foundational cultivator dared to interrupt him repeatedly. Had it been during his peak, he would have drained the very life essence from all 10 of Li Changhong's clans. "Young one, your arrogance is excessive. By what right do you presume that this seat cannot deal with you?" Li Changhong smiled. "It appears you truly do not regard me with any seriousness. Very well. You need not speak further. I have granted you 2 opportunities, which you have failed to cherish." With that, he concluded. Li Changhong's body once again manifested the radiant armor. As he opened his mouth, 2 sword pellets, 1 golden and 1 purple, soared forth. Clang! In an instant, the sky was replaced by the brilliance of the swords, exuding a piercingly sharp, murderous intent that fell like raindrops. Chapter 63. Luring the immortal sword. Let us indulge in intimacy. The twin golden thunder sword pellets. This young man undoubtedly possesses a significant background. Dreaded sword cultivators, historically loathed, masquerade under the guise of exterminating demons to satisfy their perverse desires for slaughter. When it comes to demonic cultivators, you sword cultivators are indeed the foremost fiends. The phantom of the blood demon ancestor wore a grave expression. Currently, he was merely a remnant soul, relying solely on the burning essence and innate talent of Lin Tian. Lin Tian's physique was undeniably extraordinary. Not only did he possess innate spiritual eyes, but he also boasted a complete top-tier 5-element spiritual root. Otherwise, an ordinary Qi refinement grand completion cultivator would have been drained long ago. Nevertheless, Lin Tian was still in a precarious situation. As the torrent of sword light descended once more, the blood demon ancestor showed no regard for Lin Tian's survival and struck fiercely. However, he refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation with the Changhong. It would be unwise to clash with a sword cultivator wielding two of the most formidable sword pellets. As the blood mist surged, the blood demon ancestor executed the blood escape secret art, vanishing in an instant along with Lin Tian. I possess a consciousness that rivals that of the golden core stage. What do you have to escape? Undeniably, the blood escape secret art is formidable. Yet, faced with a sword cultivator renowned for his speed, combined with Li Changhong's consciousness strength akin to that of the golden core stage, I must apologize. I have you locked in my sights. Soon, Li Changhong caught up with the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon's phantom, embracing the skeletal figure of Lin Tian, was on the verge of being drained to a mere husk. Damn it, you have truly forced me into a corner. You shall not emerge unscathed either. Li Changhong paid no heed, as the twin swords above his head once again shimmered with a brilliant light, diverging into separate paths. Lin Tian's cultivation was still far too insufficient to sustain the blood demon ancestor's execution of the blood escape secret technique. Suddenly, Lin Tian covered his eyes, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Senior, what are you doing? Stop. My eyes. My eyes. The blood demon ancestor had brutally extracted Lin Tian's very pupils, along with two lengthy optic nerves, causing excruciating agony that prompted Lin Tian to curse and wail in desperation. The blood demon ancestor displayed not a shred of compassion, his demeanor chillingly cruel. This was indeed the essence of a demon sovereign. It is difficult to fathom how one could cultivate to such a status in ancient times if they easily formed emotional bonds with someone they had only recently met. Li Changhong observed this scene with an unruffled heart, perfectly aligning with the image he harbored of a demonic cultivator. It was likely that his intention in nurturing Lin Tian was driven by ulterior motives. The blood demon ancestor devoured the extracted twin pupils, unleashing a fresh surge of blood mist before swiftly retreating. Yet, what significance does a cornered beast struggle hold? Li Changhong swiftly altered his course and pursued fervently. The chase did not endure for long. Li Changhong sensed the impending, cataclysmic aura that threatened to annihilate everything, and he surmised the nefarious intentions of the blood demon ancestor. Aware that escape from his own pursuit was futile, he resolved to direct the impending calamity elsewhere. The roar of the sinister dragon lost its former potency as it relentlessly pursued the immortal slaying sword, which now emanated an aura of profound weakness, evidently having been under constant assault. Upon perceiving the sword intent radiating from Li Changhong, the sword was immediately captivated. As it passed by the blood demon ancestor, the latter extended a hand towards it. However, the immortal slaying sword, possessing sentience, swiftly unleashed a sword energy specifically designed to annihilate the primordial spirit, severing one of the blood demon ancestor's arms. The sword's spirit, discerning between righteousness and malevolence, would never allow the blood demon ancestor to wield it. Humph. A flicker of fear flickered in the blood demon ancestor's eyes. After all, as a remnant soul, he harbored a deep-seated dread of the immortal slaying sword, a formidable treasure that specialized in obliterating divine spirits. No, don't. I hear the sinister dragon calling. What are you planning to do? Senior, you must help me escape this peril. As long as I can survive, I am willing to give everything for you. I still wish to live. I am but a virgin. Lin Tian cried out in despair. Yet, in the eyes of the blood demon ancestor, Lin Tian had lost even the qualification to be reprimanded. Fear not, for you possess great fortune, the blood demon ancestor proclaimed. Before Lin Tian could revel in this statement, he heard the ancestor continue. Your fortune will be the key to my seizing the sinister dragon. Your heavenly fortune inherently counters the dragon's malevolent fate. Should I survive today, I shall ensure that several unspoiled female cultivators are sent your way in the future. As the words fell, the blood demon ancestor once again enacted a mysterious secret technique, probing towards Lin Tian. The exact nature of the operation was unclear, but Li Changhong only witnessed the blood demon ancestor retreating into the blood demon ring, leaving Lin Tian to be torn asunder by the sinister dragon, who devoured him whole. Lin Tian perished, yet the blood demon ancestor continued his sinister machinations. TSK. Truly worthy of the title Old Demon, his methods are indeed inexhaustible. Li Changhong would not wait for the blood demon ancestor to succeed in his malevolent schemes. Now was the most opportune moment to strike. Grasping the immortal slayer sword and adorned with two formidable sword orbs above his head, he soared upon the azure cloud sword, once more charging towards the nefarious dragon. The nefarious dragon was indeed fearsome. Even in a state of severe injury, it still instilled a sense of trepidation in Li Changhong. After several exchanges, he had only managed to leave a few superficial gashes upon its body. However, a single slash from the immortal slayer sword nearly sent the nefarious dragon plummeting to the ground. At that instant, the nefarious dragon unleashed an incredibly ferocious roar, thrashing wildly as it launched indiscriminate attacks in all directions. Li Changhong dared not approach, fully aware that the blood demon patriarch had begun to seize the body of the sinful dragon, although one might take advantage of his illness to claim his life. Amidst the chaotic flailing of the sinful dragon, there was simply no opportunity to draw near. The energy within the killing immortal sword had been nearly depleted, rendering it little more than a useless relic in his hand. Li Changhong was not idle either. Inducing the Lixian sword, he remarked, "As you can see, the energy your master left within you has been depleted. Surely, you cannot just sit by and watch, can you? Why not consider severing your ties with your original master and perhaps we could share a more intimate bond?" The Lixian sword conveyed its will to Li Changhong, its voice tender and youthful, reminiscent of a porcelain doll speaking. Li Changhong, with gentle persuasion, remarked, "What is so wrong with this? Do not forget. Your master cast you into this situation to aid me in vanquishing the malevolent dragon. I may not be your adversary now, but once the dragon escapes its bonds, how many innocent lives will be lost? Reflect on this. It is merely a change of master, and your original master understands that your actions serve a greater purpose. They would be grateful rather than resentful. Naturally, as a swordsman, I am imbued with righteousness and would never seize what belongs to another. Once the dragon is slain, I shall promptly return you to your original master. A gentleman's word is as good as a swift horse's gallop." The spirit of the Vexian sword, still in its nascent stage, was unaware of the treacherous nature of the world. The depths of the cultivation realm were profound, and the pure intent of the Vexian sword's spirit could not discern the flaws in Li Changhong's words. Moreover, while it was true that the sword's spirit would eventually be returned, the timing of such a decision would depend on the circumstances. Meanwhile, as the sword spirit severed the original master's soul imprint, outside at the Tianqi of Chabai Mountain, the formidable Yin En's countenance grew increasingly grave as he exerted all his strength to breach the barriers of the secret realm. The Vexian sword, transcending the realm of exquisite spiritual artifacts, should not have been the malevolent dragon. Could it be that the nefarious sect responsible for this calamity lingered within the secret realm? He could not fathom that his treasured possession had been so easily deceived by Li Changhong's mere words. Within the secret realm, with the assistance of the Vexian sword spirit, Li Changhong did not require time to refine. He directly inscribed his soul imprint upon the sword's essence. Simultaneously, the malevolent dragon regained its composure, its blood-red eyes opening wide. "Aunt, you previously presented me with two choices. Now, I offer you two of your own. Either be torn asunder or be painfully refined into a sword puppet. If you bow and plead for mercy, I may grant you a swift end." Chapter 64. The Old Demon. I crave your body. The malevolent dragon's eyes remained chillingly blood-red, exuding a soul-chilling aura. Yet, unlike before, filled with primal ferocity and destructive desire, the dragon now bore a semblance of human mockery and the thrill of vengeance. Was it not a thrill to be pursued like a dog by Li Changhong, a mere foundation establishment ant? If word of this spread, the blood demon ancestor would find it difficult to maintain his reputation within the demonic circles. No wonder he refrained from seizing Lin Tian. It appeared he had been biding his time. Li Changhong's gaze was grave. The dragon's power was inherently terrifying, with its only weakness being its soul. However, now that the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor had consumed the original soul of the malevolent dragon, this weakness had been compensated for. The sole piece of good news was that the dragon's physical form was gravely injured, ensuring it would not be defeated in an instant. Constantly facing adversaries of higher realms was quite enough. Li Changhong expressed his frustration, reminiscing about his very first adversary since embarking on his journey of self-cultivation, a confrontation between someone at the second level of Qi refinement against an opponent at the sixth level. After finally managing to return to Earth, just as he was beginning to indulge in his newfound prowess, he was met with a formidable foe at the Golden Core stage. Moreover, this enemy was a monstrous dragon, notorious for its ability to slay opponents beyond its rank. Even though the adversary was gravely injured, the prospect of defeating it appeared exceedingly bleak. He called out to his sword, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. "Little sword, I curse you." He vented his frustrations, But the sword merely retorted verbally, showing no signs of awakening. It was evident that, having traversed back to Earth with him, it had exhausted all its energy and could not offer him salvation. Ultimately, he realized he must rely on his own strength. Li Changhong grasped the Vexian sword with one hand while the other gently caressed the radiance of righteousness adorning his neck. Perhaps this crisis could only be resolved through its power. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to wield the radiance correctly. He had attempted to activate it with spiritual energy, essence blood, and soul force, but to no avail. He was unaware of what energy served as the key to its activation or whether he had yet met the necessary conditions for its emergence. In any case, the radiance of righteousness was of an exceedingly high caliber. The energy absorbed from the deceased was far from mere ordinary blood essence. It was of a far superior nature. "I am quite curious," the voice of the blood demon ancestor echoed. "You possess merely the foundation of cultivation and cannot possibly access the source of bloodlines. It seems you must possess a treasure capable of extracting the essence of bloodlines. Hand it over, and I swear I shall spare your life. But you must become my servant for a millennium. For you, a millennium is but a fleeting moment. Think it over." The words of the wretched dragon, spoken in human tongue, bore the unmistakable mark of the blood demon ancestor. It appeared that a path to survival was offered to Li Changhong. Yet, he would not gamble on such a fate. A wretched fiend like the blood demon ancestor, if not for his insidious cunning and cruelty, would have long since been eradicated by the forces of righteousness. A mere oath could be easily subverted. Surrendering to servitude was out of the question. As a great figure once proclaimed, the people of Huaxia have long stood tall. To willingly don the shackles of slavery would be a betrayal of his lifetime of dedication to that venerable elder. "What is the essence of bloodlines?" Li Changhong inquired with an air of nonchalance, seeking to elicit information from the blood demon ancestor. The ancestor began to respond but abruptly halted. With a sinister cackle, he remarked, trying to extract information. "This era is rather amusing. There's a saying circulating online. Oh, it goes, the villain perishes due to their own verbosity. Do not hold on to such thoughts. Since you refuse to submit, prepare to meet your demise." The wretched dragon opened its maw, unleashing a terrifying breath of annihilation, intent on obliterating all existence. Li Changhong silently cursed, "You ancient demon, get off your mother's internet." He immediately soared into the air, wielding his sword, while a pair of golden thunder swords above his head dispersed into a myriad of sword lights to meet the attack, just narrowly escaping this blow. He found the sinister dragon already lunging towards him, its 5 claws suddenly swiping at Li Changhong. The razor-sharp claws pierced through the air, and one of them struck Li Changhong squarely. Clang! Li Changhong activated his protective spiritual shield. When it was breached, the residual force struck against the radiant armor, igniting a flurry of sparks. Li Changhong retreated with the flow, creating distance between himself and his opponent. The twin swords above his head once again radiated with a brilliant light. Instead of dispersing, the sword light coalesced into a colossal beam, entwined with thunder, and descended upon the monstrous dragon. With a sharp hiss, the enormous creature, despite its timely evasion, still suffered a laceration across its scales, leaving a trail of blood along its tail. "Remarkable! With your cultivation, to possess such formidable power is indeed commendable. In ancient times, you would have been hailed as a prodigy. Alas, the disparity in our cultivation is too great. Insect, prepare to meet your fate." After several exchanges, Li Changhong was repeatedly sent sprawling, his luminous armor sustaining significant damage. His internal organs churned violently, prompting him to expel copious amounts of blood. In contrast, while the monstrous dragon bore its own wounds from the sword, it was still in a far better condition than Li Changhong. Were it not for the dragon's severe injuries, Li Changhong would have had no chance whatsoever. In Li Changhong's eyes, there was no trace of fear. His consciousness was fully awakened, searching for the flaws of the monstrous dragon. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying being that feasted upon true dragons, the hope of victory seemed utterly elusive. This creature was truly formidable. Should it regain its peak strength and refine this realm, it might very well achieve a breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. If that were to transpire, the entire world would become its banquet. Already malevolent, it also harbored the remnants of an ancient demon lord within, and in this vast world, who could possibly counterbalance its might? Li Changhong was at a loss for words. How could he encounter such distressing matters immediately upon his return? He was not a favored child of fate, and in times of trouble, there were no mysterious benefactors to rescue him. He had to rely on himself. Initially, the cursed dragon's cultivation was comparable to that of the mid-stage golden core, and I could momentarily impede it with my martial king realm. Now, after being severely injured, the cursed dragon's cultivation had diminished to merely the peak of foundation establishment, and its various wounds significantly hampered its strength. Yet, it remained beyond my capacity to contend with. And ultimately, I would meet my demise. Li Changhong's gaze was profoundly grave as he analyzed several approaches, each leading to a dead end. The Lucian sword in his hand was designed to strike at the primordial spirit. Yet only by first vanquishing the body of the malevolent dragon could he hope to further eliminate the remnants of the blood demon ancestor's soul. Bang! Li Changhong was once again slammed into the ground, his body seemingly shattered. He gazed at the abyssal dragon, his eyes devoid of fear and utterly free from despair in the face of death. With great difficulty, he rose to his feet, feeling utterly exhausted. Even as his body entered a state of extreme cultivation amidst the fierce battle, it was of no avail. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The abyssal dragon loomed over Li Changhong, its fury evident as it bellowed, "Sword cultivator, I have the utmost disdain for your kind. Why do you relentlessly pursue the annihilation of the demonic path? Why is it that even in the face of death, you are consumed solely by the desire to kill? Why does your sect continue to exist? You all deserve to perish. You all deserve to perish. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may spare your life." Li Changhong remained silent, his abdomen marred by a gruesome wound with intestines protruding. He callously shoved them back in and swallowed a vial of healing elixirs. Clang! Once more. He summoned the golden lightning sword pill, its blade howling through the air, carrying his murderous intent straight toward the sinful dragon. Die, swordsman. The dragon opened its maw and crushed the weakened sword light between its fangs. Simultaneously, its tail lashed out, striking toward Li Changhong with unstoppable force. There was no dodging this blow. Depleted of strength, he could no longer muster the spatial power hidden within his sword intent. The dragon's tail tore through the air with a sonic boom, poised to reduce his body to a mist of blood in an instant. His radiant light armor, barely acquired, a mid-grade spiritual artifact, was already ruined. Even the sword aura released by the slaughter immortal sword's spirit was nothing but a futile resistance. Boom. There was no such thing as a protagonist script. Li Changhong exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All his possessions, including the Qinyan sword and all storage bags, were rendered useless. Only the Lexian sword and a storage ring flew out. The evil dragon breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that no unforeseen calamity had occurred. Just as the blood demon ancestor prepared to seize the Lexian sword and the storage ring, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why had the blood mist not dissipated? Ah. So that is the reason. The essence of the bloodline, unbroken and unyielding, fused with the primal bloodline of other beings to complete its own evolution. Old demon, I crave your flesh. Chapter 65. Under the same realm, gaze upon me, whelp. For reasons unknown. The blood demon ancestor felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. He roared, instinctively unleashing a breath of destruction, the annihilating beam, imbued with world-ending power, surged toward the blood mist. The blood mist churned, revealing magnificent life force. Bones, meridians, flesh, and fur reappeared. Li Changhong, now bare, materialized once again. His skin shimmered like mutton-fat jade, and his features became more defined, sharper in contour, while his appearance remained largely unchanged. His beauty had undeniably increased by at least 30%. His body was tall and upright, with a countenance as cold as frost. Though his cultivation remained at the third level of foundation establishment, the emergence of dragon scales, horns, and a tail on his body signified an escalating aura. In a flash, he effortlessly evaded the destructive dragon breath. The blood demon ancestor, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils contract. How could this be? You actually managed to merge with the essence of the bloodline. This is impossible. Such a result cannot arise from any known energy. It must be temporary. It has to be temporary. Li Changhong gazed at his hands, resembling dragon claws. He understood that within his veins, the essence of other races had intertwined with his own bloodline. He was no longer a purely human being. Around his neck, the radiance of the just path still hung, albeit its crimson hue had dimmed to the point of near invisibility. All the blood essence he had stored within had merged into his being. This remarkable method, akin to resurrection, could only be utilized once. After its use, he absorbed all the blood essence from the radiance of the just path, completing a metamorphosis of his very existence. It was extraordinary, utterly extraordinary. Li Changhong's pupils shifted, their depths seemingly concealing a vast ocean of stars, with dragons thrashing and roaring within. Ultimately, they transformed into vertical slits, exuding a fierce wildness and defiance. He had undergone a complete dragon transformation, drawing upon the primal strength of his lineage. Li Changhong murmured, "Is this considered yet another brush with death?" It turns out that the experience of dying is equally exquisite. Old demon, allow me to guide you in savoring the beauty of life, to let the tormented soul undergo the most joyous transcendence of the mortal realm. As Li Changhong lifted his gaze to embrace the sky, the blood demon ancestor erupted in furious exclamations. Madman! You sword cultivators are utterly insane. I shall not engage with you any longer. I shall take my leave first. Li Changhong is truly enigmatic. He is afraid. He is genuinely afraid. Li Changhong gazed upward at the vaulted ceiling, his head tilted back. Only his eyes turned towards it, chilling, indifferent, intent on annihilation. A terrifying, murderous intent erupted with thunderous ferocity. I did not grant you permission to leave. You have taken my life and allowed me to experience such exquisite sensations. If I do not repay you, it would reflect poorly on the warmth of my people, the yin and huang. Behind Li Changhong, a pair of dragon wings unfurled. Within the essence of the righteous light he absorbed, 3-winged sub-dragon beasts emerged. With a swift motion, Li Changhong soared forth like an arrow released from its bowstring. He understood that dragon transformation was not a permanent augmentation of his own strength. It was not merely an enhancement from the righteous light. Rather, it was a purification, eliminating impurities. Indeed, impurities. The righteous light retained only the most potent attributes. Its purpose was not to indiscriminately infuse all bloodlines into Li Changhong, rendering him a grotesque amalgamation. Instead, it enhanced the virtues of other races upon the foundation of his human bloodline. Perhaps the essence he absorbed consisted solely of sub-dragons, whose might lay solely in their physical form. Should he manage to absorb the bloodline essence of a calamity dragon, he might tap into the profound truths it embodies, such as the path of destruction. Old demon, why flee? Do you not wish to savor the most exquisite experiences this world has to offer? Li Changhong grinned malevolently. He exhibited a certain neuroticism, stemming from the presence of the primal will of the sub-dragon bloodline coursing through his veins, which further influenced his mental state. Had it not been for Li Changhong's unwavering resolve, he would have succumbed to madness long ago. Everything demands a price. If Li Changhong cannot conquer the innate will embedded within the primal essence of other races' bloodlines, he will inevitably face a fragmentation of his psyche. Li Changhong's speed is frightening. With the expulsion of impurities, his physical strength has surged to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. All his injuries have vanished after the rejuvenation technique of the righteous light. In contrast, the wicked dragon, burdened by its grievous wounds, has lost the will to continue the battle. Hiss. Li Changhong's dragon claws, sharp as daggers, effortlessly tore through the scales of the cursed dragon, leaving behind wounds deep enough to expose bone. With a roar, the cursed dragon retaliated, turning to unleash its breath attack. Li Changhong opened his mouth, and the golden thunder sword talisman soared forth. This talisman was not a physical entity. It was nurtured within the internal organs, rendering it impervious to destruction. In theory, the potency of the talisman is contingent upon factors such as cultivation level, sword intent, and the strength of one's spirit. However, Li Changhong's talisman was not nurtured within the cerebellum but rather within the internal organs. Since the internal organs are part of the physical body, the dramatic enhancement of his corporeal strength propelled the talisman into an unprecedented fury. With a resounding clang, a terrifying beam of golden thunder sword light sliced through the air, effortlessly cleaving apart the breath of annihilation. You, gravely injured, possess cultivation akin to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. My strength has surged, and my physical prowess rivals that of the pinnacle of foundation establishment as well. Beneath the same realm, gaze upon me, wretched spawn. Li Changhong engaged in barehanded combat with the vile dragon. The twin sword orbs hovering above his head relentlessly carved into the beast's flesh, sending sprays of blood through the air. The blood demon patriarch attempted to employ his blood mist escape technique once more. Yet the draconian physiology proved incompatible with human mystical arts. For every gain, there must be loss. Cease this madness. Desist immediately. The blood demon patriarch pleaded. Mutual destruction benefits neither of us. Must we truly fight to the death? Another lurks in the shadows of this secret realm. Let us join forces to eliminate him first, then part ways amicably. Seeing Li Changhong's unrelenting assault, the desperate patriarch added, I swear upon the Tao, upon leaving this place, I shall never again harm the innocent. Li Changhong let out a cold laugh, declaring, What does your cruelty to others matter to me? Do you truly believe I possess any lofty morals? First, I shall avenge myself and fulfill my own small sense of justice before indulging in your lofty ideals. As he spoke, Li Changhong sank his teeth into a piece of the blood dragon's flesh, swallowing it whole. His internal organs activated the Taiji hidden organ technique, transforming the flesh into pure energy that coursed throughout his body. The fierce battle did not last long. Amidst the anguished roars of the blood demon ancestor, the battered body of the blood dragon could no longer endure. Its fierce dragon eyes gradually dimmed, and it plummeted straight from the sky. Upon its demise, a ray of righteous light swiftly seized a strand of its bloodline essence. Just that one strand was worth more than all that had been absorbed before. The remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor swiftly detached from its body, fleeing rapidly. "The sword comes," Li Changhong called out. The Xianyuan sword had been waiting for a long time, severing half of the blood demon ancestor's soul. Ah! The blood demon ancestor let out a piercing scream, enveloping the remaining half of his soul as he fled once more. Li Changhong's draconic features were gradually vanishing, and the strength of his corporeal form was returning to a mundane state. Nonetheless, pursuing a mere broken-spined hound was hardly a challenge. "Spare me. I am willing to serve you as a slave, dedicating my existence to your service. I possess an ancient legacy that can aid you in reaching the pinnacle of power." With a swift stroke of the killing immortal's sword, I cleaved the blood demon ancestor, scattering his soul into oblivion. It has been proven that the longer one lives, the more one fears death. Li Changhong's resolve to kill is unyielding. Once he has set his sights on a target, he will show no mercy regardless of the circumstances. I shall not become the second Lin Tian. Li Changhong has returned to normal. After all, within the essence of the bloodline he absorbed, there were no monstrous beasts of formidable power. Moreover, with Li Changhong's resolute will, he has fully completed the metamorphosis of his life level. Chapter 66. If it's difficult, then don't do it. Li Changhong was in a state of great weakness. The after effects had manifested. His cultivation was still too tenuous, unable to sustain him in achieving such remarkable feats. It was a blend of enlightenment and bloodline transformation. Goodness, it was even more exhilarating than the realm of immortality. Li Changhong expressed his disdain as he picked up the blood demon ring belonging to the ancient blood demon. This artifact is indeed a treasure. The earlier strike that severely injured the nefarious dragon was precisely fueled by the blood demon ring. This item is akin to a stored, single-use weapon of mass destruction. Provided that it absorbs sufficient blood energy, it could potentially extinguish even a nascent soul practitioner. Of course, the crux lies in the ability to land a hit. The moment a nascent soul practitioner senses danger, they would immediately tear through space to escape, only to return and extinguish you with a mere gesture. Now is not the time to refine the blood demon ring. Li Changhong grasped the slaughtering immortal sword and formed a sealing incantation, first encasing the blood demon ring. He arrived at the very spot where he had initially been reduced to a mist of blood. Treasures such as the Qingyan sword, the human skin mask, and the storage pouch lay in ruins, yet the storage ring remained intact. This was the essence of a true battle, unlike the protagonist, who always retained the treasures he acquired, perpetually plundering and amassing wealth. In loss, there is invariably gain. He cast the blood demon ring into the storage ring, and with no time to don his garments, he hastily stuffed the entirety of the sinister dragon's carcass into the storage ring. Finally, he placed the slaughtering immortal sword into the mud pill palace for nurturing. It was certain that Li Changhong would never return the slaughtering immortal sword. Li Changhong contemplated within himself. Having devoted so much for the sake of the common people, he deemed the immortal slaying sword as his just reward. Earlier, the blood demon ancestor had mentioned that another individual was lurking in the heavenly pool secret realm, presumably the so-called practitioner of the sinister sect. However, the secret realm was vast, and now his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, leaving his physical form in a state of frailty. Li Changhong felt an overwhelming fatigue. The prior encounter with the malevolent dragon, which resulted in his body being shattered, had exacted a dreadful toll on his spirit. Though the opponent's strength remained uncertain, it was likely not to exceed that of the Golden Core stage. Ideally, he would avoid another confrontation. Should he engage once more, he might truly reach his limits. Nevertheless, Li Changhong was acutely aware of his possession of the four extraordinary treasures: the radiance of the righteous path, the blood demon ring, the slaughtering immortal sword, and the corpse of the malevolent dragon. Were he in the opponent's position, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist seizing them. He should not be present, otherwise. During my pursuit of the blood demon ancestor, he would surely have pilfered my storage ring and the dragon's remains. This situation raises a perplexing question. Where could he possibly be? Li Changhong was perplexed. Never mind, he decided to put on his clothes first. The air was rather chilly. However, before he could don his attire, he heard a distinctive cackling laugh. Looking up, he beheld a swirling mist, as if a realm of spirits had descended upon him. Upon a spectral banner, there sat a gaunt old man. Upon encountering this individual, Li Changhong furrowed his brows slightly. Xiao Jingyuan? He felt a twinge of surprise. Previously, Zhao Xiaoba had provided him with a list of suspects associated with dark cultivation. He had initially believed that only Rinyu was involved, aiming to seize the Qi crystal mine owned by the Zhao and Xiang families. It appears that Rinyu was merely a decoy, with the true mastermind being Xiao Jingyuan. Thus, it can be inferred that Xiao Jingyuan is indeed the principal culprit. It is likely that Ren Yu's assault on Zhao Wentao was orchestrated by Xiao Zhengyuan. Was Ren Yu your introduction to the path of darkness? Li Changhong inquired. Xiao Zhengyuan bore a benevolent smile upon his face. Rubbing his hands across his visage, he remarked. Having worn the mask of hypocrisy for so long, it has become somewhat difficult to remove. After lurking in Yan'an for so many years, I have secretly provided the fiend dragon with human flesh for its transformation, all for this very day. Yet, you have slaughtered it, rendering my years of effort into mere vapor. You have placed me in a rather precarious position. Li Changhong opened his mouth, and the golden thunder dual sword pills flew forth. If it proves too difficult, then do not pursue it. Enough of the idle chatter. The corpse of the monstrous dragon resides within my storage ring. Xiao Zhengyuan lowered his hands, his once gentle visage transforming into that of a fearsome specter, as though this were his true countenance. During the tumult of your battle, I have extracted the souls of all beings that perished within this secret realm, along with the souls of other beasts that inhabit it. Naturally, those formidable warriors of the martial sovereign rank who remain in the secret realm have also fallen to my blade. Now, by extracting the dragon soul from the corpse of the flood dragon, I shall make it the principal soul of my 100,000 level soul refining banner, and in one fell swoop, I will ascend to the ranks of the golden core strong. Li Changhong's expression was peculiar. Are you not aware of what transpired? Xiao Zhengyuan furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Li Changhong chuckled upon hearing this. Your dragon soul may be lost. The evil dragon was possessed earlier, and its soul has long been devoured. Xiao Zhengyuan sneered in response. Nonsense. To speak of possessing an evil dragon, how could such a terrifying entity exist? Li Changhong chose not to offer any explanations. Perhaps ignorance is bliss. In the past, he indeed felt somewhat powerless when confronting Xiao Zhengyuan. However, one must not forget that within the Naiman Palace, the Lushian sword is specifically designed to target primordial spirits and similar ethereal entities. The celestial Bane Soul Banner is a malevolent force against soul cultivators. Li Changhong couldn't help but chuckle at the impending events. Xiao Zhengyuan waved the Soul Banner, and thousands of malevolent spirits surged towards Li Changhong, ready to strike. A flash of sword light emanated from Li Changhong's glabella, and a striking slash, which instilled terror in all the vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, surged forth with unstoppable force. As it traversed through every soul, they disintegrated as if they were mere cotton candy encountering a red-hot iron clamp. Xiao Zhengyuan's face turned pale with fear. The slaughtering immortal sword. How could you possibly have refined the slaughtering immortal sword? According to his assumptions, the energy within the slaughtering immortal sword had long been depleted, rendering it incapable of posing any threat to him. Li Changhong could not suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. His charisma was simply overwhelming. In his selfless dedication to the common people, the Lucian sword willingly acknowledged him as its master. Such was the inevitable course of events. Little Lucian, eliminate these vengeful spirits. Above him, the Golden Thunder twin swords unleashed a radiant sword light, harmonizing with the Lucian sword as they aimed directly for Xiao Zhengyuan's head. Xiao Zhengyuan had managed to survive for so long due to his keen judgment. Sensing impending danger, he promptly employed his escape technique. Li Changhong did not pursue. In truth, he was somewhat of a fade, exerting the sword light and the spiritual force of the slaughtering immortal sword, which were extracted through the strain on his internal organs. Had he not been stubbornly holding on, he would have long since succumbed. Ever since the arrival of the abyssal dragon in the secret realm, he had been in a state of unrest. The incessant battles against foes of greater strength had exacted a terrifying toll on both his physical body and his spirit. It was imperative for him to take a well-deserved rest. Cracks began to appear in the firmament above, suggesting that a prominent figure from Yan'an was about to make an entrance. Li Changhong dared not leave the Lexian sword exposed any longer. With a call, he swiftly summoned both the sword pellet and the Lexian sword back into his body. Lying on the ground in a state of utter vulnerability, he appeared utterly feeble and exposed. Vile creature, I have come to claim your life. Yuan Bing, the head of the Yan'an Provincial Committee, finally entered the secret realm of Tianqi. However, he failed to sense the presence of the monstrous dragon. Following the most chaotic surge of spiritual energy, he approached Li Changhong. Young friend, are you unscathed? After confirming that Li Changhong was indeed unharmed, he administered a healing pill to him. Li Changhong would never divulge the whereabouts of that left-hand cult to Yuan Bing. What if the other party were to leak the secrets of the Luxian sword? You old fool, once I regain my peak strength, I shall surely take your wretched life. Li Changhong was inherently frail, and after confirming there was no danger, he simply rolled his eyes back and fainted. Chapter 67. My greatest passion is studying. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a modern-style ceiling. This time, his fainting did not transport him to the realm of cultivation. To be honest, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The bonds he forged within the Star Sword sect had taken up a significant part of his heart. There was Shish, who enjoyed clinging to him, and his devoted senior sister with whom he shared a deep connection. Most importantly, the Yi clan remained unvanquished, leaving his Dao heart unsettled. On Blue Star, there were unresolved matters as well. Chen was a definite threat. As for Chu Junya, her fate would be assessed accordingly. Should she fall for Chen and harbor any animosity towards him, he would show no mercy, even if her parents sought to plead on her behalf. "Ah, Big Brother is awake," exclaimed Xiang Yinzhu, bubbling with excitement beside him. The moment Li Changhong regained consciousness, he employed his divine sense to survey his surroundings. He found himself in the luxurious ward of the People's Hospital of each city. Present were Xiang Yinzhu, Zhao Wenqing, Xiang Tinga, and Zhao Wentao, each of whom had experienced varying degrees of cultivation enhancement. Upon hearing the commotion, the two family heads, Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun, hurried over, their faces etched with concern. "Elder, you have finally awakened," they both exclaimed, eager to express their loyalty. Li Changhong did not even cast a glance at them, his gaze fixed upon the entrance. In the next moment, Yuan Bing stepped inside. "Young friend, as the sole human survivor within the Tianqi secret realm, do you have anything to express?" He was already aware that Li Changhong was the man of unseemly appearance, hence his tone was exceedingly gentle. Upon hearing these words, Li Changhong let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that Xiao Zheng Yuan had not been captured, and his secret remained undisclosed. Li Changhong fabricated a tale. "It is true. The strength of the evil dragon is formidable. I am simply no match for it. However, do you recall a certain young man, possessing the cultivation of great perfection in Qi refinement, who dared to linger in the secret realm?" Yuan Bing thought of Lin Tian, nodded in acknowledgement, urging Li Changhong to continue. "He carries the legacy of ancient cultivators, first deceiving the immortal slaying sword into acknowledging him as its master, and only then revealing his trump card to slay the evil dragon. Subsequently, he pursued the soul-refining evil cultivator of the left path, and both vanished without a trace. His narrative was seamless. After all, Lin Tian was dead, leaving no evidence to contradict this account. As for the soul-refining evil cultivator, they could capture him first and deal with it later. Yuan Bing nodded, assenting to this explanation. "I have investigated Lin Tian. He indeed only recently began to rise, evidently having acquired a tremendous opportunity. Alas, this may be for the best, as long as the evil dragon is dead. The immortal slaying sword is lost but not entirely gone." Yuan Bing sighed. It was impossible not to feel regret. Yet, as long as it did not fall into the hands of villains in Lin Tian's possession, it might yet play an even greater role in vanquishing the forces of darkness. He then proceeded to discuss further details. Li Changhong spoke with a calm demeanor, fabricating lies without a hint of embarrassment. Yuan Bing could hardly be oblivious to the secrets that lay within Li Changhong. After all, it was precisely these secrets that had allowed him to survive. "I am aware that there are matters you must be concealing, yet as long as the outcome is favorable, I shan't delve deeper," Yuan Bing remarked to Li Changhong, providing him with a sense of reassurance. After all, Yuan Bing had witnessed Li Changhong's valiant deeds firsthand. Such a person, even if shrouded in mystery, could only be deemed virtuous, in comparison to the possibility of the immortal Slayer sword falling into Lin Tian's hands. He would much prefer to believe that Li Changhong had obtained it and was simply reluctant to part with it, for Li Changhong harbored a sense of righteousness, while Lin Tian's selfishness was glaringly apparent. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that after cultivating on Blue Star for several centuries, Li Changhong was not limited to a single artifact. As spiritual energy revived, the treasures he possessed would only multiply in the future. After Yuan Bing departed, two more individuals entered the room, Lu Mingjun and his granddaughter Lu Linger. "My young friend, you have concealed yourself well. It turns out you are quite handsome, indeed," Lu Mingjun remarked, stroking his beard, his countenance radiant with delight. Upon seeing the striking Li Changhong, Lu Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement. Due to her unique physical constitution, finding a partner was of utmost urgency for her. She had already set her sights on Li Changhong, embracing the notion of his previously unappealing appearance. To her astonishment, discovering that Li Changhong was so remarkably attractive filled her heart with joy, especially after the transformation of her bloodline. Li Changhong's appearance remains largely unchanged, however. Beauty is an elusive concept, devoid of definitive standards. Ultimately, it suffices to possess charm. The unique chivalric allure of a sword cultivator, coupled with a selfless dedication to righteousness, captivates Lu Linger. There exists no woman who does not admire the untamed spirit of a swordsman, and many hope their partner embodies the qualities of a hero. In the presence of Lu Mingjun, Li Changhong harbors deep admiration. This man epitomizes the noble heroism that is truly commendable. Moreover, given that Li Changhong possesses a level of cultivation that surpasses Lu Mingjun, he feels a sense of indebtedness. Lu Mingjun, now an ordinary man, appears to have aged considerably. Rising to clasp his fist before Lu Mingjun, he expresses, "Senior, your concern for the populace is commendable. Were it not for your cultivation, this journey into the secret realm would be fraught with peril." Lu Mingjun gazes at him with appreciation, viewing him as a potential son-in-law. He remains neither humble nor arrogant, treating Li Changhong with respect despite his own ordinary status. Such character and virtue, combined with strength, would surely prevent any other young lady from stealing his attention, he muses. Li Changhong, is it? Young and accomplished. I hope you do not mind. I have taken the liberty to inquire about your background, as I am genuinely curious about your identity. To my surprise, like Linger, you are also a student at Capital University, with the school year commencing in just 5 days. I wonder if you might find the time to look after Linger while attending classes? Feeling a sense of guilt towards Lu Mingjun, Li Changhong finds it difficult to decline. Yet he ponders the necessity of attending school. Although he has returned from the realm of cultivation, presenting oneself as a mere mortal among the mundane seems rather unworthy. Furthermore, according to convention, a cultivator returning to the mortal realm typically bears significant injuries, requiring many chapters to restore their strength. He, however, does not need to recuperate, as his foundational cultivation requires little restoration. But what purpose would attending university serve? Who, having transcended to the realm of cultivation, would still seek the confines of academia? Is it not a sign of profound ennui to pursue education? Perhaps, one could argue, it is a symptom of a masochistic nature, indoctrinated by 9 years of compulsory education. Thus, Li Changhong politely declines, stating, "Senior, I apologize, but my future plans involve earnest cultivation, and I do not foresee attending Capital University." Lu Mingjun, somewhat taken aback, responds, "Attending school is also a form of cultivation. While you may possess the prowess of a martial king, Capital University offers courses taught by the founder of the Zhang martial arts, who is said to be capable of tearing through space with his physical form. Furthermore, I have heard that Capital University will officially begin teaching the cultivation system, with the instructor being none other than the old sovereign." Li Changhong furrowed his brow. "Laojun? Are you referring to the Laojun Mountains Laojun? The one who frequents tourist spots selling counterfeit elixirs?" Lu Mingjun nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have accompanied Linger on a visit. However, those are not mere counterfeit elixirs. They possess the ability to strengthen the body, and Linger consumes them regularly." Li Changhong widened his eyes in disbelief. "Why did I succumb to death? Was I the only one who consumed the poison?" Lu Mingjun, noticing Li Changhong's moment of bewilderment, added, "By the way, that young man who has recently stirred quite a commotion online, his name is Chen, right? He also attends classes and is a student at the Capital University. His prowess is likely on par with mine. The fact that he too is attending classes indicates there is certainly room for improvement. In any case, Capital University, being the foremost institution in Yinhuang, if its educational and cultivation system is refined, it will undoubtedly be promoted across all schools nationwide. The advantages are manifold. Are you truly not considering it?" Li Changhong has changed his mind. Not for any other reason, but to kill Chen. How could he not go? I adore learning. Chapter 68. The exceptional young man was snatched away before he could circulate. "Senior Lu, what are your plans for the days to come?" Li Changhong inquired. Lu Mingjun had bestowed all his cultivation on him, and had now become an ordinary old man in the twilight of his life. "Ha." Lu Mingjun chuckled heartily. "From the moment I grasped the profound secrets of cultivation, I had already charted my path. I have long grown weary of bloodshed. Now, being able to retire in peace is, to me, a blessing. The martial arts system is not akin to immortality cultivation, even if one can prolong life. It offers merely a few more decades. The state has arranged a villa for me and has even dispatched personnel to attend to my daily needs. What more could I desire?" Though he spoke thus, Li Changhong perceptibly noticed a hint of melancholy in Lu Mingjun's eyes. A man remains youthful at heart until death. For a noble hero like Lu Mingjun, a worthy conclusion is not to live in idleness like a decrepit invalid, but to perish on the battlefield, sacrificing himself to protect the people of Yinhuang. That would be a death without regrets. However, he feels powerless to assist. Lu Mingjun has aged. There are no tales of the elderly being able to cultivate immortality. The impurities of later years have already severed his path to the immortal realm. Even if his master, Daozhu, were to come, it would likely be futile. The only silver lining is that Lu Mingjun is still relatively young, and with his martial arts foundation, living another 20 or 30 years should be no issue. Li Changhong pondered for a moment before retrieving a bottle of longevity elixirs from his storage ring. There were only 10 capsules within. Although his storage bag contained a considerable amount, longevity elixirs were rather trivial in the realm of cultivation, primarily intended for mortals. If the consumer possessed a robust constitution and adequately absorbed the medicinal properties, extending one's lifespan by several years was certainly feasible. However, the human body ultimately has its limits. Once the last vestiges of vitality dissipate, no miraculous elixir can render assistance. Ah, this is indeed a pill for enhancing longevity, remarked Lu Mingjun with a hint of surprise. I saw it at the Yingshan auction. It fetched a rather hefty price. He did not decline Li Changhong's kind gesture, tucking the bottle of longevity elixirs into his pocket. As the elderly man and the youth conversed, their discussion naturally drifted towards Lu Linger. Lingo possessed a rather unique constitution. A leader from Yunnan had once mentioned that she was a rare cultivator's physique. However, Li Changhong was acutely aware of what Lu Mingjun was about to convey. Indeed, Lu Lingo possessed a constitution suited for cultivation, yet it was a perilous furnace body. If she were to traverse the realms of cultivation, she would be akin to a walking treasure of heaven and earth, coveted by every practitioner. However, while the malevolent cultivators would resort to forceful abduction, the righteous cultivators would employ more subtle means. Ultimately, their intentions converged on a singular goal: mutual cultivation and nourishment. Li Changhong has experienced the benefits of Lu Linger's unique constitution, enabling him to ascend from the second layer of foundation establishment to the third, even without engaging in true dual cultivation. Should he be granted access to her virgin essence, his cultivation would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. One can only imagine that if not for Lu Mingjun's guardianship since childhood, she would have long since fallen prey to malevolent cultivators, exploited to her demise. Now that Lu Mingjun has bestowed all his cultivation upon Li Changhong, it is only just and reasonable for him to assume the responsibility of caring for Lu Linger. He is not naive. He perceives Lu Mingjun's intentions. While he does not reject this notion, he also refrains from making it explicit. This is not a matter of arranged marriage. Whether they become romantic partners or spiritual companions ultimately depends on fate. Grandfather Lu, I understand. And I will take good care of her, he assures. He is aware of the dangers inherent in the furnace body constitution, yet acknowledges that its cultivation speed is remarkable. In the future, with sufficient strength, the number of those daring to covet her will surely diminish. The primary requirement for the furnace body is a smooth flow of meridians, facilitating the transport of spiritual essence. Thus, individuals of this type cultivate rapidly but lack combat prowess. Dual cultivation is the righteous path. It would be disingenuous for Li Changhong to claim he is not intrigued. However, all things must progress gradually. After all, one must nurture feelings over time. Sometimes, people behave in such a manner that, although both parties are aware of unspoken sentiments, a veil remains between them, preventing either from breaking the silence and causing discomfort for all involved. This is the essence of humanity, hypocritical and artful, unlike beasts, where strength reigns supreme, and dominance over the opposite sex is commonplace. Lu Mingjun and Li Changhong engaged in lively conversation. However, it was inappropriate to linger in the hospital, so they decided to escort Lu Linger out of the ward. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a gentle figure clad in white, a small white snake resting on her shoulder, adorned with 2 little bumps on her head. Senior Lu, Lu Xiaoling said with a slight bow. Lu Mingjun greeted her with a smile. Once they had moved away with Lu Lingo, he spoke gravely to her. Did you see that? The girl from the Xiang family and the one from the Lu family are both restless. With my connections, you can seize opportunities while they are ripe. Our tradition in Yin Wang has always been for men to pursue women. Why? Because truly exceptional men are snatched up before they even enter the market. Men are inherently aware of your feigned reserve, yet they will not acknowledge it, allowing them to have a broader selection of admirers. This young man harbors great secrets, undoubtedly surpassing the likes of Lin Tian and Yi Chen. He must have been the one to slay the dragon. Yuan Bing has lived for hundreds of years and can deduce many things. His silence does not stem from a lack of concern for the Lixian sword. It is likely that in due time, even Yuan Bing will have to look up to him. To grow from an ordinary person to such heights in just over half a year. Lingo, take your time to explore. Lingo nodded earnestly. I understand, grandfather. Inside the ward, Lu Xiaoling bowed deeply to Li Changhong. Thank you, senior, for your care in the secret realm. As she spoke, she retrieved a 3-inch small sword from her storage pouch and presented it to Li Changhong with both hands. This is a treasure I acquired at the Silver Mountain auction. I sensed its extraordinary nature but have been uncertain about its use. Li Changhong took it and instinctively probed with his spiritual consciousness. To his surprise, his consciousness could not penetrate it. It seemed to be an unparalleled treasure of unknown rank. Indeed, the blue star was rife with opportunities. Could it be that by slaying Lin Tian, he had inadvertently seized his protagonist's halo as well? Li Changhong accepted it, intending to study it thoroughly in due course. However, congratulations are in order. Your celestial family member has ascended to the status of a human immortal. Foundation establishment. Early to mid-stage, Li Changhong possesses a profound understanding of the various cultivation systems within the contemporary realm of Yanwang. In summary, the situation appears rather chaotic, and he hopes that in the future, the authorities will achieve a semblance of unity. To Li Changhong, that white serpent symbolizes the initial stage of foundation establishment, heralding a momentous transformation in power. To be candid, his cultivation level is currently comparable to that of the white serpent, both situated at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, this is merely a matter of cultivation level. In a true confrontation, even 100 white serpents would fall short against Li Changhong. It must be said that his method of internal organ cultivation is quite extraordinary, yet excessively arduous. Chapter 69, a familiar routine, an old formula indeed. It is also thanks to the fortuitous opportunities granted by the senior within the secret realm. Had it not been for that pool of dragon's blood, Yaya's breakthrough might have been postponed until next year. Lu Shaoling is immensely grateful. She is a gentle young woman, possessing a sound moral compass, and is the dream goddess of countless individuals. Li Changhong generously produced a jade vial containing dragon's blood. The treasure you have offered is extraordinary, perhaps even a priceless artifact. Yaya instinctively desired to approach the dragon's blood, yet was restrained by Lu Shaoling, who gently refused, saying, even if it is a priceless treasure, without the discerning eye to recognize its worth, it would be futile for me to claim it. Clearly, this treasure is destined for you. How could I shamelessly accept further favors from you, my esteemed senior? Li Changhong understood that Lu Shaoling was not merely being polite. Without further ado, he placed the jade vial upon the table. My harvest from the heavenly pool secret realm has been bountiful indeed. To obtain a treasure that piques my interest holds far greater value than a mere vial of dragon's blood. I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave now. Li Changhong emerged from the hospital room, followed closely by the Zhao and Xiang families. Lu Shaoling, aware that she could not resist, reluctantly picked up the vial of dragon's blood. Yaya immediately approached, feigning a desire to drink. Lu Shaoling gently tapped its head and whispered, "You lack ambition. Our benefactor has granted us opportunities time and again, and we have yet to repay that kindness. You must hasten your growth. I hope that one day you can assist our benefactor." Suddenly reminded of something, she took out her phone to check the date. It was the 26th. Only 5 days remained until school commenced. The university in the capital offered a class on spirit taming, rumored to be led by a renowned celestial master. If she could secure a formal position under his guidance, navigating future tribulations would be significantly easier. Abruptly, a message popped up on her phone. Lu Aotian, Shaoling, I heard that Yaya has also ascended to the realm of immortals. It is time for her to mate with Batian. Lu Aotian continued, since they can be together, do you think we might also explore our relationship? Lu Aotian added, I know you tend to be shy, so this year I will pursue you at the capital university. Lu Shaoling, intending to block him immediately, sighed and replied, Yaya is still young and not of age. We can discuss this later. Lu Shaoling further stated, as for us, it is impossible. Being a member of one of the 5 prominent spirit-taming families in northeast China, I must ensure the region's peace and preserve the pure lineage of our celestial bloodline. We shall engage in unions with wild spirits to strengthen our lineage. Historically, the Northeast was plagued by numerous wild spirits that disturbed the mortal realm, leading to the formation of the 5 celestial families to maintain stability. While stability was achieved, the continued prosperity of these families hinged upon the purity of their bloodlines. The wild spirits have remained formidable over the years, having thrived in an environment governed by survival of the fittest, particularly after the resurgence of spiritual energy. Rare treasures have proliferated, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of the wild spirits' overall strength. To satisfy their mating desires and ensure the sustained development of the 5 celestial families, it became customary for celestial beings to interbreed with wild spirits. Lu Aotian was designated by the Lu family as Lu Xiaoling's potential mate from the wild spirits. This arrangement would entail Yaya and Lu Aotian cohabiting during this period to care for the female celestial. Thus, many spirit tamers found themselves coupled due to their celestial counterparts. Lu Shaoling had encountered Lu Aotian and found him unbearable, proud, and lacking in courtesy. However, it was undeniable that he possessed the merit of his lineage. His celestial being had reached the earth immortal level, and he boasted an impressive background among the wild spirits of the Northeast. In truth, even her own Lu family dared not offend him. Most concerning was the rumor that Lu Outyin's celestial being practiced a form of dark magic that could drain the bloodline of female spirits. While she was unsure of the specifics, it was merely hearsay. The thought of her young Yaya being subjected to such treatment caused Lu Shaoling great distress. It felt akin to a mother watching her cherished daughter being led astray by a gambling fiend. If only Yaya could transform into a dragon lineage. Transcending such rules altogether, Li Changhong emerged from the Xiong family treasury, uncertain whether his recent streak of misfortune had finally caught up with him. Within the Xiong family treasury, the most precious treasures of cultivation amounted to merely 40 superior-grade spirit stones, although their quantity was modest. The abundant and exceptionally pure spiritual energy they contain promised to enhance one's cultivation speed and strengthen the conversion of spiritual power. Xiang Jun felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had not anticipated that the treasures within the Xiong family treasury would fail to captivate Li Changhong. This alone rendered it inferior to the 2 artifacts contributed by the Zhao family. Senior, on the 30th of this month, the Yingshan auction will commence. Might you have any interest in it? This was the 3rd time Li Changhong had heard mention of the Yingshan auction, and he found himself quite intrigued. Is the auction under your purview? Xiang Jun shook his head. To be precise, the Yingshan auction is a branch of the Changhong auction house located in Yingshan. Established shortly after the resurgence of spiritual energy, it is a burgeoning auction house that is currently expanding its branches nationwide, primarily focusing on the auctioning of extraordinary artifacts related to cultivation. It is held monthly and features a diverse array of rare materials and treasures collected from the vicinity of Yingshan City, along with elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts they have refined. Essentially, any cultivator of notable strength is likely to participate. Li Changhong's mind whirled as a sense of familiarity washed over him. This familiar strategy resembled that of the protagonist from the Flower City immortal cultivator, who adeptly gathered rare materials and treasures. Engrossed in his cultivation and maintaining a fade of grandeur, he resorted to an auction house to collect various precious resources from across the nation and even the world. By employing the elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts he crafted, he amassed an immense fortune. Thus, he could exchange the ordinary resources he casually refined for an array of top-tier treasures, especially following the resurgence of spiritual energy. Li Changhong dared not imagine the wealth the Qin Yi auction house had accumulated. The proprietor of this auction house couldn't possibly be named Chen, could he? Li Changhong raised an eyebrow. No, it was rumored to have originated from a small auction house in the capital, lacking the strength to expand nationally. Shortly after the revival of spiritual energy, they inexplicably procured a significant stock of elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts, instantly rising to prominence. Xiang Tiange Chandin. I know the name of the owner of the Qin Yi auction house. It's Hu Yi. She was a member of the prestigious Hu family from northeast China, who later fled to the capital to escape an arranged marriage. It's said that Hu Yi was the most beautiful woman in the Hu family and possessed exceptional talent. Upon noticing the infatuation in Xiang Tiange's eyes, Xiang Jun playfully kicked him. Have you never seen a woman before? Xiang Tiange blushed slightly. I can't help it. I've encountered Hu Yi a few times, and she truly is a rare gem. Her allure is simply overwhelming. Just thinking about it still excites me. Chapter 70. I am a person of small-mindedness, and I shall repay every slight. Hu Yi, the Qin Yi auction house. A cold smirk graced Li Changhong's lips. What an intriguing situation at the Qin Night auction house, where Yi Chen and Hu Yi seem to be perfectly in sync. Indeed. It appears that Hu Yi initially fled to the capital to evade her family's arranged marriage. The Hu family must have dispatched pursuers, only for Yi Chen to gallantly come to her rescue, even offering the elixirs he concocted for her auction. This ultimately has led to the prosperous circumstances we witness today. Hu Yi's auction house has been diligently gathering top-tier materials from across the nation for Yi Chen, establishing a virtuous cycle. He has monopolized all the good fortune. Prepare a cultivation chamber for me, and inform me when it is time to depart for the auction. Within the confines of the Xiong family's cultivation chamber, Li Changhong sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, unhurried in his cultivation as he contemplated the impending confrontation with Yi Chen in the capital. It was evident that Yi Chen's true strength was far from the feeble facade he presented, while others immersed themselves in the path of immortality. It was implausible that Yi Chen would abstain from such pursuits. He likely practiced both martial and mystical arts, shrouding his prowess in a veil of deception. Unlike Lin Tian, Yi Chen had already risen in the Flower City, and it was likely he had woven a formidable network of connections in the capital. To eliminate him would require a cautious, step-by-step approach. Unbeknownst to him, my presence was an advantage I intended to exploit. First and foremost, I must cultivate. Only absolute strength can yield absolute retribution. Yi Chen, The once insignificant antagonist who effortlessly humiliated me now finds himself in my sights. Having returned from my sojourn in the realm of immortals, I must repay the motivation he inadvertently provided. You think you can flaunt your relationship with Chu Junya while drawing ever closer? Surely, since your arrival in the Flower City, you have amassed quite the harem. While I may not pursue a harem of my own, rest assured, I shall dismantle yours with utmost resolve. I am a man of small grievances, one who repays every slight. Prepare yourself. Following the trope of the formidable protagonist descending from seclusion, the author will not reveal what the main character consumes until the later stages. Consider a certain serialized novel with over 9,000 chapters, in which the protagonist remains a virgin. The edges of propriety will be tested, yet indulgence shall remain elusive. Li Changhong believes himself to be no villain, yet in his desire to disgust Yu Chen, he does not hesitate to engage in actions that would shatter Yu Chen's moral resolve. After all, the Heavenly Tao has seemingly positioned him as the antagonist to the protagonist. Since the Heavenly Tao has taken such a course, he feels compelled to fully embody the role of the villain against Yu Chen, lest he betray his own convictions. Li Changhong decided to temporarily set this matter aside, prioritizing the act of cultivation. The demon-slaying sword lies dormant within the Mubal Palace, having expended immense energy during the battle against the sinister dragon. First, let us refine the Blood Demon Ring and ascertain its true nature. The Blood Demon Ring possesses an extraordinarily high rank, undoubtedly exceeding that of a top-tier spiritual weapon. The accumulated blood essence can empower Lin Tian to reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement and severely injure the sinister dragon in its mid-core formation stage, highlighting its extraordinary potential. As an evil weapon, the Blood Demon Ring must also be refined through a blood-imbued secret technique. Li Changhong slashed his wrist, allowing his blood to flow towards the Blood Demon Ring. Clearly, the Blood Demon Ring was no match for the radiance of righteousness, and it was swiftly refined. However, even in its initial refinement, it still bore the consequences of backlash, manifesting as a sinister aura formed from the countless blood energies absorbed by the ring. Humph! Li Changhong let out a cold snort. His resolve was unwavering as he allowed the surge of malevolent energy to crash against him, remaining steadfast and immovable. His crimson gaze flickered for a moment before swiftly returning to tranquility. Li Changhong adorned his left thumb with a ring resembling a blood jade, inscribed with enigmatic runes that exuded an air of the extraordinary. He retrieved 10 superior spirit stones, swiftly restoring himself to his peak condition. At this moment, apart from 2 sword pills, the Lucian sword, the light of righteousness, and the Blood Demon Ring, Li Changhong possessed no other notable treasures. However, the carcass of the abyssal dragon held immeasurable value. Dragon scales, bones, horns, claws, and fangs were all precious materials for crafting. Regrettably, Li Changhong lacked the skills for such craftsmanship. It was a pity. He ought to master a supplementary skill. In this regard, he acknowledged that he could not compare to Yu Chen. As the protagonist, Yu Chen could effortlessly attain a level of crafting that others could only dream of. Whether through the teachings of a venerable mentor or the guidance of 99 masters on the mountain, Li Changhong harbored no interest in artifact refinement. After all, there were cultivators on Earth. He could simply seek assistance when the time came, as there was no urgency. This flying sword. Li Changhong produced the 3-inch mini flying sword gifted to him by Lu Xiaoling. Its texture exuded an ancient charm, concealing any extraordinary qualities. Li Changhong understood that the more elusive the treasure, the greater its origin. After exhausting various refining methods to no avail, he resigned himself to the notion that it may not yet be the opportune moment for its revelation, much like the light of righteousness. His intuition suggested that the 3-inch flying sword might be part of a set. He decided to focus on his cultivation. Before he knew it, the evening of the 30th had arrived. Seniorly came a cautious knock at the door from Xiang Jun outside. Inside the cultivation chamber, Li Changhong suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of sword-like brilliance shot forth from his pupils, sharp and piercing. Too slow. Li Changhong felt a sense of restlessness regarding the pace of his cultivation. He was almost eager to draw upon Lu Linger's essence. In truth, his progress in cultivation was already remarkable. While an ordinary person might spend an entire lifetime without establishing a foundation, he had achieved it in less than a year. Exiting the cultivation chamber, he immediately boarded Xiang Jun's private jet, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Yinzhu. Initially, they had no intention of bringing Xiang Yinzhu along, but her playful coaxing, combined with Li Changhong's fondness for her, led them to acquiesce. Rest assured, seniorly, as long as you have your eye on something of value, the Xiang family will spare no effort in presenting it to you. Xiang Jun was still troubled by the fact that Li Changhong had not found a prized artifact in the Xiang family's treasury, especially since he had successfully chosen one from the Zhao family's vault. Zhao Xiaoba exhibited a hint of disdain as he produced a storage bag and handed it to Li Changhong. Seniorly, "This is the spiritual testing device you asked me to procure for you." Li Changhong reached for the device, his consciousness probing within, confirming its resemblance to the apparatus found in the Silver City Martial Artists Alliance testing chamber. His cultivation method involved pushing the body's functions to their utmost limits, subsequently entering an extreme training state that would significantly accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, thus hastening his cultivation. However, as a foundational cultivator, pushing his body to its extremes was a waste of time, unless in battle, which was rarely the case. Yet, the mental testing device could deceive the body through the brain, allowing him to shortcut into that extreme training state. The feasibility of this approach remained to be tested. Meanwhile, within the Silver Mountain auction house, the owner, Mr. Hu, greeted a captivating woman with utmost respect. The woman stood tall, her beauty striking, with enchanting eyes that ensnared the heart. The moonlight graced her fair visage, creating a mesmerizing halo around her. "This time, you have procured quite a number of exceptional items. I shall personally oversee the auction to ensure you do not overlook any treasures that are beyond your comprehension," she declared. "Lead me to the artifacts. I will inform you which ones to bid on, and do not be stingy with your funds. We have plenty." Upon entering the office on the top floor, the woman revealed an ancient, mysterious small cauldron inscribed with mountain and sea totems, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was uncertain whether Chen would find this treasure appealing, but she decided to send him an image for his consideration. Chapter 71. Once this matter is resolved, I shall eliminate him. The Silver Mountain auction house is situated within an estate on the outskirts of Yun City. As night fell, luxurious cars began to stream into the estate. Xiang Yinzhu linked her arm with Li Changhong's as they descended from a private plane. Today, she donned a green dress that maintained her youthful charm while adding an air of elegance, resembling a little princess. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, Xiang Yinzhu had not only cultivated an ethereal and transcendent aura but also possessed skin as flawless as jade, with not a single imperfection to be found. An isolation formation? How intriguing. Before even stepping off the plane, Li Changhong had already enveloped the estate with his consciousness. Curiously, the room designated for storing auction items was protected by a formation that obstructed mental probing. It was evident that Chen was undoubtedly a cultivator. "The auction begins at 9. Let us take our seats," suggested Xiang Jun. As the two leading families in Silver City, the Zhao and Xiang families each had their own private boxes at the auction. This was not a mere small-scale auction. Attendees numbered at least in the hundreds. Li Changhong settled into the private room, which resembled a grand auditorium. The room, situated on the second floor, afforded a panoramic view of the entire venue. Li Changhong's consciousness has consistently enveloped the entire scene. Those present are primarily practitioners. Oh, who is that woman? Li Changhong's consciousness swept through the backstage of the auction, landing upon a young woman who had just emerged from the isolation array. She appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing an extraordinary beauty and an astonishing allure that would render any ordinary man utterly captivated. Could she be Hu Yi? Li Changhong speculated. Indeed, as the auction commenced, Hu Yi took the stage, instantly ensnaring the gaze of every man present. It was Hu Yi. What could have brought her to Yinshan? Surely, this auction must feature a plethora of treasures. How enchanting. If only I could have an encounter with her, I would have no regrets in death. Hush. You mustn't be reckless. I've heard that many in the capital have coveted her, and do you know what happened to them? What happened? They all vanished without a trace. Yet she remains unscathed. It is said that Hu Yi, despite being a woman, has managed to elevate the auction house to national prominence because the true power behind the Chen Yi auction house is a figure of great significance. Hu Yi is the cherished possession of this powerful individual. If you are unafraid of death, then by all means, continue down this perilous path. Li Changhong, upon hearing the murmurs around him, revealed a cold smile. Chen, indeed she is your woman. This Hu Yi even possesses a garment imbued with a formation that obstructs divine sense probing. You have truly protected her well. I presume you have quite the obsession with purity, which puts my mind at ease. Li Changhong, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable urge to chuckle with a mischievous tone. The auction was soon to commence. "Welcome everyone to the Silver Mountain auction hosted by my Changhong auction house," he announced, adopting a regional dialect. No need for excessive words. Let us get started. He then beckoned the staff to present the first item for bidding. Before Hu Yi, the auction platform gradually elevated the inaugural item. The first lot was a Shou Yuan Dan, which immediately incited a frenzy among the elderly bidders, with each piece fetching over 100 million. There were a total of 20 pieces, a lucrative offering from Changhong auction house itself. As the auction progressed, Li Changhong found little interest in the subsequent items. His fascination lay solely with rare treasures and artifacts belonging to cultivators. During this time, a low-grade spiritual weapon, a sword, sparked intense competition amongst several cultivators eager to bid. Li Changhong had no interest in the blade and thus did not participate. Could she have hidden the true treasures? Unlikely, consignors would never permit such reputation-tarnishing actions. Soon, Li Changhong fixed his gaze upon the auction stage, his posture unconsciously straightening. The previously drowsy Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun immediately snapped to attention. The next item was a suspected spiritual artifact once wielded by a cultivator, albeit damaged, its grade uncertain. Starting bid, 3 billion. Minimum increment, 1 billion. Before the words fully settled, an impatient cultivator blurted out, 1 billion. Let us see who dares challenge me. As he spoke, a terrifying spiritual pressure descended, suffocating the entire hall. On the stage, Hu Yie frowned. Sir, kindly take your seat and retract your foundation establishment aura. Otherwise, this will be deemed a provocation against Changhong Auction House, at your own peril. With a single glance, Hu Yie discerned the man's cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. Yet her tone held no regard for him. The man, surprised, studied Hu Yie intently. Though he remained standing, he withdrew his pressure. His intimidation had served its purpose. Now, it was a matter of who dared oppose him. Hu Yie's beautiful eyes flickered with displeasure. Though newly ascended to foundation establishment herself, she dismissed him effortlessly. Yet, since he clearly recognized the artifact's value, he wouldn't yield easily. This would cost him dearly. Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun glanced at Li Changhong. Sensing the man's formidable aura, they wondered if Senior Li would dare provoke him. If hesitation flickered in Li Changhong's eyes, they would refrain from bidding. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Li Changhong's eyes. In an instant, even the formidable Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun felt a chilling sensation enveloping them. Senior. Li Changhong suppressed his murderous intent and remarked softly, this individual has likely practiced dark arts. There is a faint aura of bloodlust surrounding him. Once this matter is concluded, I shall seek to eliminate him. Li Changhong spoke with a relaxed demeanor, as if he were merely discussing the act of dispatching a chick. To him, eliminating someone who had merely reached the third level of foundation establishment was no different from slaughtering a small bird. Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun also breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances that revealed their shared amusement. As Li Changhong's strength escalates, so too does his arrogance, bringing a sense of reassurance to his associates. Even cultivators at the foundation establishment stage are regarded as mere trifles. One cannot help but wonder just how formidable he truly is. Shall we place a bid? Asked Xiang Jun. Let us observe for the moment. That item is merely a mid-grade spiritual artifact with slight imperfections, yet it retains its classification. I suspect the Changhong Auction House will soon claim it for themselves. Indeed. It was not long before a warrior began to inflate the price alongside the man. 20 billion. 30 billion. The bids flowed as if money were of no consequence, inciting great annoyance in the man. Boy, do you seek death? On stage, Hu Yie's expression hardened, emanating the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator. With a cold snort, she declared, once is a chance, twice is a warning. Should you dare disrupt the order again, I shall summon the master of the Changhong Auction House to deal with you. Her words were commanding, leaving no room for the opponent to save face. The intent to kill in her tone sent a chill down the man's spine. He had heard whispers regarding the Changhong Auction House. They were not to be trifled with. Thus, he begrudgingly took a seat, glaring at the warrior vying against him, stealthily marking him with a trace of his consciousness. He had already reached his limit with the 30 billion bid. 30 billion once. 30 billion twice. Hu Yie announced swiftly, eager to deter any further bids. Just then, a voice rang out. 31 billion. It was Xiang Jun making his offer. Chapter 72. Not averse to being a thief in the night, although displeased that bids continued to emerge, Hu Yie maintained a smile upon her exquisite visage. 31 billion. Is there a higher bid? 35 billion. The warrior countered. Xiang Jun manipulated his tablet and raised the offer once more, this time boldly declaring 50 billion. 60 billion. The warrior persisted, as if there were no limits to his wealth. At such a price, even the Xiang family would have to make sacrifices. Nevertheless, for anything that Li Changhong desired, Xiang Jun would grit his teeth and procure the necessary funds. Li Changhong's offer is not devoid of reason. The worth of a single spirit stone amounts to 1 million. Thus, 10,000 spirit stones equate to 1 billion. Although this medium-grade spiritual artifact has sustained some damage, it is still valued at no less than 20,000 spirit stones. 1 billion. Li Changhong directly instructed Xiang Jun to offer the highest price. If it were to exceed that, there would be no need for further discussion. After all, in the current blue star, opportunities abound. And there are plenty of chances to seize. Money can serve a greater purpose. The audience erupted in astonishment. However, the situation was understandable for the Xiang family's box, as they possessed a Qi crystal mining area, making 100 billion acceptable. On stage, Hu Yio's smile faded somewhat, her facade of feigned joy becoming increasingly evident. The warrior's gazes turned toward her, uncertain whether to proceed. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, she decisively quoted, 5 billion. After all, it was not his money being spent. So there was no remorse. Hu Yi had already resolved that if the opposing party raised the bid to 15 billion, she would concede. What was unexpected, however, was the sudden silence from the Xiang family's box, which had previously been fervently competitive. 5 billion, 3 times. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. She breathed a sigh of relief within her heart. Inside the box, Xiang Jun expressed confusion. Senior, the Xiang family can still. Li Changhong raised his hand to interrupt, saying, no need for further words. I have my arrangements. Observing Li Changhong's demeanor, Xiang Jun refrained from saying much. A lingering sense of indebtedness toward Li Changhong persisted, particularly since Li had acquired 2 treasures from the Zhao family. It felt akin to the disappointment of a child vying for affection. Subsequently, 2 more treasures caught Li Changhong's eye, a 4th-grade spiritual herb, the 9 curves ginseng, and a highly esteemed sealing talisman. Li Changhong invited Xiang Jun to place a bid, yet refrained from fiercely competing against Hu Yi. He crafted an illusion that he recognized the precious item but was unable to contend for it. Throughout this process, a man at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment also attempted to bid, but his efforts proved futile. Ultimately, the grand finale revealed a treasure that was none other than a cultivation technique. Li Changhong held no interest in it. He could assure that there was no martial art more suited to him than the Taiji Sang Fu Jiu. However, it was only suitable for him. It was evident that Xiang Jun and Zhao Xiaoba were both envious. Senior, shall we bid? Xiang Jun inquired. Li Changhong did not provide them with any cultivation methods. However, upon seeing the price of the methods nearing 200 billion, he interrupted their thoughts, stating, there is no need for that. The absence of bids from the Changhong auction house indicates that these cultivation methods do not meet our standards. The blue star is replete with opportunities in the future. We will undoubtedly encounter better options. Why should we bleed our resources for a single method? He emphasized that in the realm of cultivation, innate talent remains paramount. Even the most supreme techniques would be futile without the necessary aptitude. If everyone could ascend to the pinnacle merely by mastering supreme methods, the world would be thrown into chaos. Ultimately, that particular cultivation method was purchased by a mysterious individual. Li Changhong exhibited no concern for him. Observing the man at the 3rd level of foundation establishment preparing to depart, he conveyed telepathically, the martial artist who has been bidding for the treasures is an internal member of the Changhong auction house. They have long predetermined the treasures. I surmise that the woman on stage will surely leave tonight, but I wonder if you have any thoughts on the matter? The man trembled slightly, extending his consciousness. Yet he was unable to perceive Li Changhong's consciousness, which was comparable to that of an early golden core cultivator. His expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. At that time, another comrade will take action. We are all of the same path, so there is no need for concern. I desire the talisman. The remainder shall be divided between the 2 of you. Naturally, I will strike first, and you may act according to the situation. Li Changhong conveyed once more through thought. The man finally showed a change in demeanor, his gaze upon the enchanting Hu Yi on stage, revealing a ruthless and lascivious glint in his eyes. The allure of treasures is captivating. The beauty is equally exhilarating. Li Changhong also rose and hurried to the door to open it. Several esteemed gentlemen. Our director who would like to invite you for a chat, the head of the Silver Mountain Branches auction event said with a smile. Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun simultaneously turned their gaze toward Li Changhong. Let's go meet him. Under the guidance of a server, the 4 of them proceeded to the back of the auction house, where consignors and buyers were engaged in transactions. As Li Changhong passed by an elderly man clad in a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. In the presence of Li Changhong's awareness, akin to that of a golden core cultivator, he detected a familiar aura of malevolence emanating from the old man. Xiao Jingyuan. After his escape from the Heavenly Pool secret realm, it was unexpected that he had not left Incher City and audaciously chose to attend the auction. Moments earlier, Li Changhong had conveyed a message to a man at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, without any deceit. Indeed, there was another who intended to assassinate Hu Yi, and it was none other than Xiao Jingyuan. As a cultivator, Li Changhong found it hard to believe that the man would remain indifferent. For the time being, He chose to disregard him. Li Changhong entered an office, and Hu Yi immediately spotted him at the forefront, with both Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun. The two heads of families following closely behind like bodyguards. It must be said that Hu Yi's allure was truly formidable. Even Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun were mesmerized. Their eyes wide open in astonishment. Li Changhong remained unmoved. It was not that he lacked interest in feminine allure, rather. The charm exuded by Hu Yi was intrinsically linked to her physique and the cultivation techniques she practiced, specifically the enchanting arts practiced by the disciples of the Harmony sect. Li Changhong is undoubtedly intrigued by Hu Yi. However, beyond her innate allure, his interest may be more piqued by the fact that she could potentially be Yi Chen's woman. After all, Yi Chen has brazenly taken his girlfriend from him. Li Changhong does not mind playing the role of a villain. May I inquire how you are addressed? Young master? Hu Yi spoke with a teasing tone, as if a delicate hand were playfully stirring the hearts of those present. Li Changhong's gaze remained as clear as ever. As a devoted swordsman, his allure paled in comparison to the lethal charm of his senior sister. Introducing himself by his true name, Li Changhong acknowledged that their paths would cross again in the future. Hu Yi furrowed her brow slightly, as if the name resonated with her from some prior encounter. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. So it was the esteemed young masterly. Without further ado, Hu Yi delved into the matter at hand. May I inquire as to where young masterly received his tutelage and who your esteemed master is? Li Changhong replied with a faint smile. I am without sect or affiliation, a solitary wanderer like a carefree cloud or a wild crane. Originally, I hailed from the capital. But due to an unforeseen incident, I was nearly brought to my demise by the treachery of a malicious individual. Fortunately, I stumbled upon the cave of a senior who had transcended, where I encountered certain fortuitous opportunities. Hu Yi's enchanting eyes revealed an expression of realization. She had previously suspected that Li Changhong was also a cultivator, and now her conviction was further strengthened. Noticing that Hu Yi was about to inquire further, Li Changhong spoke first. Please feel free to express any matters at hand. Hu Yi got straight to the point. What is your cultivation level? It is merely the third layer of foundation establishment. A look of joy crossed Hu Yi's face. 3 layers are more than sufficient. Might I request your company to escort me to the capital? I assure you, there will be generous rewards upon the successful completion of this task. Chapter 73. Stealing my girlfriend and flirting with other exquisite beauties. Li Changhong was somewhat taken aback. Are you planning to take those treasures to the capital? Hu Yi nodded. It seems you have guessed correctly. Indeed, my Changhong auction house has been consistently collecting items of the cultivation realm. Today, I acquired 3 treasures in Silver City. And I am certain that those with ulterior motives will set their sights on them. I fear there may be unforeseen events along the way. Hu Yi, being astute, anticipated that someone might attempt an ambush and thus decided to seek out a bodyguard. Li Changhong waved his hand and remarked, Director Hu, you jest. Your esteemed Changhong auction house is grand in ambition. Just moments ago, you were threatening that rogue cultivator not to cause trouble as the master of Changhong auction house. Hu Yi sighed and replied, to speak candidly, my employer has been preoccupied of late, often elusive and rarely seen. Rest assured, as long as you ensure my safe passage to the capital, the remuneration will be agreeable. Li Changhong declined gracefully, expressing, there is no need. I am rather averse to risking my life. As a cultivator, I believe it is preferable to prioritize harmony. Perhaps if you communicate with them sincerely, they may cease their nefarious deeds. With that, Li Changhong turned and departed. Hu Yi was left speechless, exclaiming, what a coward. What kind of person is this? Once aboard the private jet, there was no rush to take off. Li Changhong is biding his time. Escorting Hu Yi is out of the question, as he ultimately intends to eliminate her. Senior, rest assured, I will strive to gather treasures for our family in the future, Xiang Jun said, filled with reluctance. Just go with the flow. Li Changhong paid no heed as he scrolled through his phone, engrossed in a compendium of strategies for winning over women. Xiang Yinzhu leaned in closer, casting a curious glance. Big brother, are you looking to find a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoba and Xiang Jun's minds instantly became animated. Li Changhong smiled ambiguously. He was neither a celestial emperor returning with slow cultivation nor even a nascent soul. The present earth was not inhabited solely by him as a cultivator. He too had to abide by the regulations established by the Yin Wang authorities. Yi Chen, as a representative cultivator of the official domain, maintained a close relationship with the powers that be, complicating matters significantly. Engaging in conflict with Yi Chen must occur within the confines of the established rules. While adhering to the regulations was essential, one could still operate unethically. To directly eliminate Hu Yi would be both foolish and unsatisfying. The most prudent approach would be to reciprocate his tactics in kind. Moreover, It appeared that Chen had more than one woman by his side. Before long, Changhong noticed Hu Ye's concealment and silently departed with his blade. His divine sense immediately summoned the Foundation Establishment third-level man. Fellow Taoist, Hu Ye has already set off. Let us depart. After the private jet took flight, Changhong affixed the concealment talisman and soared through the air towards Hu Ye. His vast spiritual awareness expanded, revealing that Xiao Zhengyuan lurked in the shadows. This old man was indeed a quintessential villain, Changhong scoffed. There was no rush to act. First, he needed to enter the wilderness. Hu Ye had also cloaked herself, her feet resting upon a slender, high-grade spiritual weapon. Having just broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, she sensed an anomaly behind her. Humph. A cold snort escaped her lips, her beautiful eyes brimming with murderous intent. Did they truly believe she was easy to bully? She may lack in certain areas, but she possessed an abundance of treasures. In the next moment, Hu Ye summoned a high-grade spiritual flying vessel, its speed surging dramatically. Indeed, she had quite the collection of treasures. Little did she expect that more than one Foundation Establishment third-layer man had taken an interest in her, including Xiao Zhengyuan, a consummate soul-refining evil cultivator of the Great Perfection stage. Furthermore, she had not anticipated that the seemingly timidly Changhong would reveal what it truly meant to be decisive in killing. Hu Ye swiftly distanced herself from the Foundation Establishment third-layer man, a sensation she could readily perceive. Within the flying vessel, she exhaled in relief. The vessel traveled swiftly, and she was confident it would reach the capital well before noon. However, shortly after departing the vicinity of Ainshur City, a flash of blood light suddenly illuminated the night. Changhong infused spiritual energy into the blood demon ring, unleashing a rather mundane attack of crimson light. The blood demon ring does not necessarily require the absorption of blood energy for its utilization. However, the potency of spiritual energy pales in comparison to that of blood energy. Curse it, how can they still pursue us? Hu Ye's expression darkened. This venture to Silver City was somewhat perilous. Chen was often elusive, and his mid-Foundation Establishment bodyguard had only recently sustained severe injuries. I possess numerous trump cards. Even if I cannot prevail, escaping should not pose a significant challenge. Hu Ye was too youthful, lacking the experience of combat. The blood energy attack was neutralized by the luminous barrier formed by the flying vessel. Indeed, a remarkable treasure for traveling. A high-grade spiritual artifact is a supreme treasure employed by nascent soul practitioners within the realm of cultivation to saunter about at night. Like a walking treasure trove, reveals a remarkable disregard for one's own mortality. Changhong chuckled inwardly. Upon witnessing Changhong's actions, Xiao Zhengyuan confirmed his suspicion that they were both practitioners of the dark arts and felt a sense of relief. With a hearty laugh, he revealed himself. My friend, since you have arrived, why hide any longer? Let us divide the spoils equally to avoid any discord. Changhong, employing a secret technique, transformed his voice into that of a hoarse old man, exclaiming, whoever wishes to share equally must be the one to slay this young girl first. Xiao Zhengyuan cackled with delight. Excellent, that is precisely my intention. However, should you have no use for the corpse of this young lady, my trusty blade is still sharp and ready to strike. Changhong let out a cold snort. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. This delicate creature possesses a unique constitution. After her demise, she can be refined into a seductive puppet, serving both as entertainment and utility, a delight for you. Upon hearing the voices of the two formidable foes, Hu Ye's exquisitely beautiful face turned pale with terror. They intended not only to kill her, but to transform her body into a puppet, a source of amusement for them day and night. No, she absolutely could not fall into their hands. Absolutely not. Hu Ye's heart belonged to Chen, the one who descended like a savior in her time of peril. Though he had never touched her, in her heart, Chen was unequivocally hers. I advise you not to court disaster. Do you know who my boyfriend is? He is Chen, capable of subduing you with a mere hand. Hu Ye steeled herself, hoping that Chen's name would intimidate the two men. However, upon hearing this, Changhong's fury towards Chen surged uncontrollably. He had stolen my girlfriend and was now flirting with other beauties. How could he be so audacious? A massive surge of spiritual energy flowed into the blood demon ring, unleashing an incredibly thick beam of bloodlight. Boom. This time, the flying vessel was sent hurtling away, barely stabilizing itself after a tumultuous shake. Another beam of bloodlight followed closely behind. Xiao Zhengyuan also made his move. A soul banner materialized upon his brow. With a wave, the already dim night transformed into an abyss of darkness, enveloping the flying vessel within. Countless vengeful spirits wailed, their cries echoing like demonic music in her ears. Hu Ye, still in her early 20s, found herself ensnared in this ghostly domain. and the haunting screams of the spirits rendered her utterly pale with fear. Chapter 74. Is this what you call a proper discussion? Hu Yi, in a state of panic, hastily retrieved various defensive artifacts from the storage ring on her finger, defensive talismans, protective array discs, and other magical treasures. Xiao Zhengyuan sneered. My dear, do not struggle in vain. Save your possessions. I shall make good use of them. Countless vengeful spirits lunged toward Hu Yi. Though they were momentarily halted by layers of defensive barriers, the energy contained within those shields was rapidly depleting. Yet, Li Changhong's bloodlight attack seemed somewhat feeble. Why do you not exert your full strength, my friend? Surely you understand the principle that delay begets danger? Li Changhong had long concealed himself in the shadows, carelessly unleashing bloodlight attacks with the blood demon ring. There was no need for haste. The Tianqi secret realm had cost Incher City numerous high-end combatants. And even if that old woman Yinan were to arrive, it would merely result in another corpse. Xiao Zhengyuan also thought along similar lines, chuckling. Indeed. I have heard that the old monster Yuan Bing left Incher City several days ago. Who else can stand in our way? Suddenly, he recalled Li Changhong within the secret realm, and an inexplicable chill coursed through his heart. It would be prudent for the Taoist friend to strike with full force. After all, there are always hidden talents lurking in the shadows, and it is never a disadvantage to exercise caution. Before long, a foundation-building third-layer sword cultivator arrived, joining the fray against Hu Yi. The sound of the defensive light barrier shattering echoed repeatedly, each crack sending a tremor through her heart. Chen, save me. Hu Yi felt utterly powerless. Li Changhong was not in a hurry to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. He orchestrated this splendid drama, intending to make his entrance at the moment when Hu Yi felt most desperate. According to the romance manual on his phone, this tactic was known as the suspension bridge effect. Before long, he observed that the time was nearly ripe. Li Changhong deliberately shouted, "Oh no! How could that damned sword cultivator appear here?" After speaking, he swiftly fled in the opposite direction, dispelling his invisibility as he returned. Upon hearing the mention of the sword cultivator, Xiao Zhengyuan's eyes filled with dread. Could it be him? The visage of Li Changhong flashed in his mind. Yet, the plump prey was nearly within his grasp. He could not allow the duck destined for his pot to fly away before his eyes. With steely resolve, he exerted all his strength to dismantle Hu Yi's final line of defense. Do not fear, that sword cultivator is merely at the third level of foundation establishment, possessing only the Xian Slayer sword, which merely counters a soul-refining cultivator like myself. Xiao Zhengyuan did not forget to call out to the third-level foundation establishment man, urging him to delay Li Changhong for as long as possible. Crack. After Hu Yi's last layer of defensive barrier shattered, she was left utterly exposed before the wicked cultivators. No. Please, no. Hu Yi watched helplessly as the pitch-black, ghostly claws reached for her, completely devoid of means to retaliate. She was not the protagonist. Facing an ancient foe at the pinnacle of foundation establishment with her mere first-level cultivation was a path to certain doom. Clang. A sharp, ethereal light flashed, and the ghostly claws were severed in an instant. Li Changhong arrived with his sword in hand, his robes billowing elegantly in the wind. The fierce aura emanating from him seemed to tear through the chilling realm of ghosts. Old fiend, I have finally caught you. Li Changhong's visage was one of icy severity as he wielded the Slayer of Immortals sword, unleashing relentless strikes. Though the sword's spirit remained in slumber, the sword itself was a formidable artifact, capable of rending the ghostly realm forged by the soul-refining banner with but a few slashes. Curse it. So close. Xiao Zhengyuan's face contorted with rage. That accursed junior, without the Slayer of Immortals, I could dispatch you as easily as one would slaughter a chicken. Li Changhong let out a cold laugh. Is that so? As he spoke, he slightly parted his lips. In an instant, the Golden Thunder dual sword pill erupted with a terrifying radiance. Hundreds of sword lights, infused with the might of thunder, pierced through the desolate realm of ghosts. The woven net of lightning swiftly obliterated over 1,000 malevolent spirits. The Scarlet Palace represented the true thunder, the pure young thunder. Any malevolent entity that came into contact with it would meet certain death. The man at the third level of foundation establishment had no time to react. Instantly reduced to a pile of flesh, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Even a mere accidental strike would suffice to annihilate him. Xiao Zhengyuan's expression changed dramatically. Golden Thunder dual sword pill. You damn sword cultivator. Sensing Li Changhong's formidable strength, Xiao Zhengyuan turned to flee without hesitation. He immediately employed the ghost fog escape technique. However, this time, in his peak condition, Li Changhong would not allow him to escape. With a slash, the Slaughter Immortal sword sliced through the air, instantaneously severing Xiao Zhengyuan's escape technique and forcing him out of the ghostly mist. Clang. The sword light whistled, swiftly enveloping the very space around Xiao Jing-yuan. How can you be so powerful? Xiao Jing-yuan struggled to fend off with the soul-refining banner. Yet, faced with the dual constraints of the Slaughter Immortal Sword and the Scarlet Palace Sword Pill, all malevolent spirits were swiftly eradicated. Unable to fight back and with no means of escape, Xiao Jing-yuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. I cannot accept this. Li Changhong let out a cold sneer, declaring, You are unfortunate to fall into my grasp. In a mere moment, the brilliance of the sword cleaved Xiao Jing-yuan, who had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, into a pile of mangled flesh. Li Changhong approached the lifeless body and retrieved the storage ring, wielding the L11N sword. He struck fiercely at the soul-refining banner. Such wicked artifacts shall not be permitted to remain. With a disdainful snort, Li Changhong severed it with a single stroke. Meanwhile, Hu Yi stood by in utter astonishment. This cannot be right. Earlier, when she pleaded with him, he had claimed to be somewhat timid, advocating for a peaceful resolution, even suggesting that they sit down and converse with the malevolent cultivator intent on her demise. Is this what you call a peaceful discussion? Is this what you deem to be cherishing harmony? Gazing at the two pools of mangled flesh, Hu Yi widened her beautiful eyes, wearing an expression that conveyed disbelief. As she witnessed Li Changhong turn to leave, she could no longer restrain herself and called out, Wait. Li Changhong did not linger, employing a strategy of feigned indifference. If you intend to express gratitude, spare your words. Vanquishing demons and upholding righteousness is the duty of every honorable man. As Li Changhong soared into the sky upon his sword, Hu Yi hastily called out, Please, do not depart. Wait for me. With so many of her defenses shattered and her injuries far from light, venturing alone to the capital was no longer feasible. Moreover, the sinister cultivator who had unleashed that blood-red assault was no weaker than Xiao Jing-yuan. Should his malice remain unquenched, disaster would surely follow. Yet Li Changhong showed no intention of halting. Truly, I beg of you, do not leave. Watching his figure vanish into the distance, Hu Yi was overcome with desolation. Despite her peerless beauty, how could he remain so utterly indifferent? Then, unexpectedly, a hand extended before her. Come. I have little time to spare, do not waste it. Hu Yi hesitated, gazing at Li Changhong's outstretched hand. Even Chen had never held her hand, such intimacy felt improper, though her demeanor exuded allure. It was merely the nature of her unique constitution. Raised within the Hu family, she was, at heart, a woman of deep tradition. Noticing the impatience flickering in Li Changhong's eyes, Hu Yi feared he might abandon her in this desolate wilderness. The scattered remnants of flesh, the bloodied fragments of Xiao Jing-yuan's unblinking gaze, and the freed vengeful spirits drifting nearby only deepened her unease. Her delicate fingers, as slender and elegant as the rest of her form, could outshine even the most exquisite hand models. Yet now, they trembled coldly, clenched by fear. Li Changhong remained outwardly calm. Yet inwardly he was filled with scorn. Chen, observe closely. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 75, The Unexpected Treasure of Chen. In contrast to Li Changhong's thoughts of vengeance against Chen, Hu Yi focused her attention solely on him. The two stood closely together on the limited space of the flying sword. Li Changhong diligently practiced the art of nourishing his internal organs, particularly honing the strength of his kidneys to an astonishing degree. A robust kidney vitality emanates a profound yang energy from within. This stands in stark contrast to Chen's delicate appearance. Li Changhong possessed striking sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding the coldness and competence characteristic of a swordsman, radiating an undeniable masculinity. His indifference towards life and death embodied the essence of a true warrior, instilling a profound sense of security in Hu Yi. Women are often prone to flights of fancy, and their propensity for infatuation can be sixfold that of men. Hu Yi, naturally alluring, stood out among the most seductive of women. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel, coupled with the potent aura of a swordsman, conjured numerous images of guilt towards Chen in her mind, especially as her hand was still held by Li Changhong. She felt as though she were enveloped by a small sun, basking in its warmth. Furthermore, there was one more detail. Li Changhong possesses the primordial essence of the dragon lineage within him. It is widely known that dragons are known for their indulgent nature, which can further influence a purine body like Hu Yi's. Soon, he returned to the Changhong auction house. Li Changhong casually tossed Hu Yi off the flying sword. Recently, Silver City has been quite turbulent. Without absolute certainty, one should refrain from wandering about. Li Changhong gazed into Hu Yi's eyes, his pupils devoid of any lustful desire for feminine beauty. This wasn't a deliberate facade on Li Changhong's part. Having died twice already, while he still harbored thoughts of women, the intensity was far diminished. Hu Yi expressed her gratitude, saying, Many thanks for your intervention and rescue, venerable senior. Li Changhong dismissed the matter. He could hardly be regarded as a senior, being merely 21 years of age this year. Hu Ye was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Changhong with utmost seriousness. No matter how one looked at him, he appeared as though an ancient being had returned to the vigor of youth. Whether it was his decisive ruthlessness in confronting malevolent cultivators or the clarity reflected in his gaze, the temperament and prowess he exhibited surpassed that of even the most seasoned of old monsters. Chen was also merely 21 this year, and she questioned whether he could indeed rival the individual before her. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Li Changhong pretended to leave once more. If he truly wished to depart, he would have done so long ago, without affording Hu Ye the chance to plead for his return. Hu Ye quickly raised her hand and implored, "Might you reconsider your departure? Regardless of the circumstances, you are the one who saved me. Could you grant me the opportunity to repay your kindness?" Li Changhong shook his head and said, "I told you, I'm merely eliminating evil to uphold righteousness. Saving you was merely incidental." Seeing Li Changhong remain unmoved, Hu Ye spoke again. "Today's life-saving grace is beyond repayment. Coincidentally, I've gathered some treasures, if any catch your eye. Please take them without hesitation." Li Changhong felt a flutter of excitement, feigning hesitation. "This may not be appropriate. Will the proprietor behind the scenes of the Chen night auction house hold it against you?" Hu Ye could instantly sense the potential. Indeed. What man is devoid of a fondness for treasures? However, it appeared that Li Changhong truly held no interest in her. A young man who cherishes treasures over beauty could not possibly be an ancient being possessing another's body, could he? Hu Ye chuckled, "Not at all. If he were aware of your act of saving me, he would bestow upon you even more treasures." "Then I might as well yield to your request," Li Changhong replied, putting on an air of reluctance. Hu Ye, adept at reading emotions, observed that Li Changhong's demeanor was indeed reminiscent of a young man. They stepped once more into the Chen night auction house, ascending to the uppermost office. Hu Ye prepared a pot of tea for Li Changhong. "Senior, are you truly just in your early 20s? She inquired, extending the cup of tea to him. Li Changhong took it and nodded. "Indeed. I was originally a sophomore at Capital University, and the day after tomorrow I am to commence my junior year there. The scheming adversaries plotting against me are also in the capital, and it is rumored they possess formidable strength, which is why I have been biding my time in the Northeast, accumulating power and concealing my capabilities." Hu Ye, filled with curiosity, remarked, "I have also been developing in the capital. I wonder what your enemy's name is. Perhaps I am acquainted with them." Li Changhong naturally would not disclose anything at this moment. He shook his head slightly, saying, "You need not concern yourself. This is a matter of my own. The malevolent deeds he has inflicted upon me, I shall repay him tenfold." Hu Ye found it inappropriate to pursue the topic further. With a graceful wave of her hand, 10 radiant treasures emerged from her storage ring, each one a precious artifact belonging to practitioners of the cultivation arts. It seemed that the elder had little opportunity to acquire such treasures here, so to express her gratitude, she offered the elder the choice of any 2 of these 10 artifacts. In truth, she regarded these treasures with indifference. Many of the artifacts she had painstakingly collected were dismissed by Chen without a second glance, rather than allowing them to gather dust in the capital. It was far better to repay her life-saving benefactor. Li Changhong's image in her heart is imbued with a profound sense of justice. Aiding such individuals in their rise is undoubtedly a significant achievement. As she gazes upon the multitude of treasures, Li Changhong cannot help but marvel at the formidable fortune that accompanies the protagonist. She feels a sense of pride for having acquired a medium-grade spiritual artifact. Yet it seems trivial compared to what lies before Chen. In the current realm of Blue Star, the system of treasures is exceedingly chaotic. A family's treasured heirloom may merely be a low-grade spiritual artifact, while some wandering cultivators possess celestial artifacts. As her consciousness sweeps across the array, she discerns medium-grade spiritual artifacts, high-grade spiritual artifacts, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and various talismans, all of exquisite quality. Hu Ye refrains from presenting flawed or ordinary treasures, clearly wishing to express her sincere gratitude towards Li Changhong. However, confronted by other extraordinary treasures, Li Changhong's gaze is instantly drawn to a small cauldron among them. The inability of her consciousness to penetrate it leaves no doubt of its exceptional status. Li Changhong was filled with uncontainable joy, for it seemed that Hu Ye had yet to develop the ability to discern treasures. To have struck a bargain from Chen's hands, his spirits could not be higher. Li Changhong initially requested a top-tier defensive treasure garment, and only afterward did he seek the precious cauldron. Hu Ye, observing Li Changhong's choice of the cauldron, felt a twinge of hesitation. This extraordinary artifact appeared to be quite remarkable, one of the treasures collected on this journey that eluded her understanding. Having sent a photograph to Chen without receiving a reply, she decided to present it. Is it too much of a stretch? Li Changhong arched an eyebrow. Hu Yi forced a smile. Not at all. It's just that this artifact is somewhat enigmatic. Do you know what it is? Li Changhong casually replied. The inability to perceive can stem from two primary reasons. Either there exists a restriction, or the material of the treasure is particularly unique. I surmise that such treasures must possess significant value. If you are unwilling, I shall not press you. For I would not want your master to direct any ire towards you. The term sister ignited an unspoken sentiment within Hu Yi, as if the bond between them had suddenly grown much closer. It was akin to addressing the cafeteria lady as beauty while serving food. With one's hand steady and resolute, especially since Li Changhong, having just performed a gallant act of heroism, was strikingly handsome, the title sister felt somewhat precarious. Hu Yi presented two treasures before Li Changhong, her face illuminating with a smile as she said, he would not fault me for such a trivial matter. He treats me well, after all. Li Changhong effortlessly stowed the two treasures within his storage ring. He chuckled lightly and said, Indeed, dear sister. You have gone to great lengths for him, nearly losing your life tonight at the hands of the malevolent cultivator. He would not hold you at fault, either in sentiment or reason. Well then, it is getting late. I shall take my leave. Li Changhong drank the tea brewed by Hu Yi in one gulp. What exquisite tea! Li Changhong sincerely praised the tea leaves, which were harvested from mystical tea trees, leaving a lingering fragrance and a profound essence. Hu Yi smiled faintly as she watched Li Changhong depart. A peer comparable to Chen, if they were to encounter each other at the capital university, they might forge a strong friendship. His adversaries must be formidable. Should Chen aid him in avenging his grievances, a legitimate bond could be established. Chapter 76. Who dares to covet Chen's treasures? Oh my love, shall we wed? Before long, Hu Yi's phone rang from her pocket while she was engaged in recuperation. Upon checking the caller ID, her heart leaped with joy at the sight of Chen's name. He must have been occupied. Hence he hadn't received her plea for help sooner. Now that he had completed his tasks, he was the first to check on her well-being. Hu Yi felt elated, as if all the tribulations she had endured that day had vanished. As she answered the call, she intended to reassure him that she was fine. But Chen's urgent voice came through. The treasure you sent me in that image is one of the 9 tripods of Dayu, a supreme imperial artifact that embodies the fortune of Huaxia. It harbors immense luck and may even constitute a realm of its own. At the very least, a superlative treasure of celestial caliber. Quickly tell me, where are you now? Hu Yi felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Overwhelmed by a wave of melancholy, she had tirelessly traversed for him and nearly fell into the hands of malevolent cultivators that night, nearly being turned into a puppet for others' amusement. Yet, Chen's first inquiry was about the treasure, showing no concern for her safety. By the way, you mentioned you encountered danger. How's the situation now? You possess countless treasures, and with the jade pendant I gave you for protection, even a late-stage Foundation establishment enemy would pose no threat to you. Suppressing her sorrow, Hu Yi responded, I'm fine. I was rescued. Chen quickly replied, Then where are you? I will come find you immediately. Hu Yi wondered whether his concern was for her or for the treasure. She opted to reveal, I didn't realize it was a treasure. I've already given it to the person who saved me. Upon hearing this, Chen's voice escalated in incredulity. What? Who was that person? Would it not have sufficed to offer some ordinary spirit tools? Oh, I truly cannot comprehend you. Hu Yi noted the resentment in Chen's tone, recalling her previous words to Li Changhong. No, he treats me well. It's merely a treasure. He surely won't bear any ill will towards me. Reflecting on it now, how ironic. Chen inquired further, did the other party recognize the treasure? Hu Yi inhaled deeply, suppressing her feelings of grievance and sorrow. No, he merely assumes that anything whose essence cannot be discerned is a good treasure. He likely wouldn't be able to identify it. Moreover, he is just over 20. His perception probably isn't that discerning. Chen on the other end of the line clearly exhaled in relief. That is good. Where is he now? Hu Yi knew Chen would undoubtedly seek to confront Li Changhong, although she was aware of Li Changhong's close ties with the Zhao and Xiang families. Faced with her savior and understanding Chen's temperament, it was certain he would demand restitution rather brusquely, perhaps even leading to a confrontation. Li Changhong saved himself, yet inadvertently drew calamity upon his own head. Her moral compass forbade her from voicing this truth. I am uncertain. Perhaps he came specifically to hunt the malevolent cultivators, and rescuing me was merely a fortuitous act, Hu Yi remarked. On the other end, Chen's tone began to express dissatisfaction. He saved you effortlessly. A token of gratitude would suffice. Treasures are hard to come by. Upon hearing this, Hu Yi felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. She had toiled to gather numerous treasures for him, yet he had scarcely spared a glance at the ordinary spirit tools. Now, he lamented the rarity of such treasures. Where had his concern been before? This was a thought she dared not voice. With a slightly subdued tone, she replied, I apologize. I was mistaken. Chen refrained from chastising her further, for the pressing matter at hand was to retrieve the Diyu Ding. Very well, I shall come personally. At barely 20, he possesses such formidable strength. He must have obtained an extraordinary legacy of cultivation. Perhaps he is aware of your acquisition of the Diyu Ding, and is deliberately flaunting himself before you. Once I find him, I shall see how many dare to covet what belongs to Chen. After hanging up, Hu Yi's already pale countenance grew even more distressed. Previously, she had found Chen's brashness appealing and admirable. Yet now, for reasons unknown, she felt as though she had awakened to a harsh reality. His reckless behavior seemed excessively oppressive. In the past, she had stood alongside him, finding his transgressions justifiable. But now, as she sought to protect Changhong, her life-saving benefactor, she could not help but perceive Chen's actions and words as utterly unreasonable. It appeared as though he believed his absolute power entitled him to make the world revolve around him. I hope you remain unscathed, she thought. As she made her way to the Xiong family's training chamber, Changhong had just refined a top-grade defensive treasure garment. This garment could alter its appearance at will according to his thoughts. At that moment, it transformed into a casual outfit that he wore comfortably. His mother no longer needed to worry about him bursting out of his clothes. What treasures had that rascal Chen scavenged during this time? Little sword, who dares to mock your sword's father? He took out the cauldron from his storage ring, attempting various methods of refinement. Yet, much like the previous 3-inch sword, none proved successful. Without a trusty elder by his side or the legacy of a mighty immortal, the path ahead was indeed arduous. Changhong felt a surge of helplessness within him, much like the light of righteousness. He understood its purpose only after the malevolent dragon had drained it into a mist of blood. He resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he must learn a secret method to absorb the memories of ancient remnants. However, such a technique appeared to be exceedingly rare. Thus, it would be prudent to acquire various other refining methods instead, such as the art of refining fortune and the practice of soul refinement. Changhong stored the small tripod in his storage ring, meticulously arranging the spirit-gathering formation in preparation for his cultivation. He retrieved the mental testing device and the operational manual from the ring, promptly engaging with the equipment. Finally, he reclined on the apparatus and donned the helmet. Soon, a wave of energy surged into his Niwen palace, enveloping his spirit and conjuring a unique illusion. Before long, Changhong perceived the emergence of a faceless figure clad in martial robes, brandishing an iron staff to launch an assault. Although he had elevated the martial figure's cultivation to its zenith, it remained exceedingly fragile. He sealed its cultivation entirely, resorting to a purely physical confrontation. After vanquishing tens of thousands, Changhong eventually found himself utterly exhausted. It was nearly time. Exiting the illusion, he discovered that his body was indeed drenched in sweat. Having reached his limits, truly effective, Changhong immediately entered a state of pseudo-limit training. Although it could not compare to the true limit training state, it was significantly more efficient than ordinary meditation and cultivation. However, if his cultivation reached the late stage of foundation establishment, it would likely prove ineffective even if he were to slay 100,000 foes, unless all the adversaries within were of foundation establishment strength. Changhong completely immersed himself in cultivation, continuing until the dawn of the following day. Changhong concluded his training and, accompanied by Xiong Yinzhu, Zhao Wenqing, Xiong Tiange, Zhao Wentao, and Lu Linger, embarked on a journey towards the capital city. They traveled along the expressway. Changhong sensed a powerful wave of energy emanating from afar, heading straight for Silver City, yet he paid it no mind. In today's Blue Star, it is not unusual to encounter formidable individuals. He happened to brush past Chen. Chapter 77. Are you not dead? Are you human or ghost? In the capital city, as the heart of Yinwang, it gathers a tremendous force of national fortune to protect this realm. Xiong Tiange was driving a multi-million-dollar Maybach, carrying both Xiong Yinzhu and Changhong. Lu Linger, now of age, had her own vehicle. The Zhao siblings, Zhao Wenqing and Zhao Wentao, also owned their own cars, trailing behind. Zhao Wenqing preferred a low profile, her choice being a simple Volvo. This was not due to Zhao Xiaoba marrying a stepmother and neglecting her, but rather a reflection of her strong-willed and independent nature. She wished not to rely on her family. In contrast, Zhao Wentao was more concerned with appearances, opting for a lavish McLaren worth millions. Zhao Wenqing and Xiong Tiange were of the same age, both turning 22 this year. Originally, they were not enrolled in Capital University, but their families had arranged for their transfer. Xiang Yingzhu was in a similar situation. Although she would only turn 16 this September, her academic performance was exceptional, earning her a direct admission spot. Furthermore, having recently completed the Martial Alliance's level assessment, she had sufficient qualifications to enter Capital University as a freshman. As for Zhao Wentao, he was already a student at Capital University, preparing to enter his second year. In today's Yanwang cultivation community, it is clear to all that Capital University is the key to seizing opportunities. With esteemed seniors from various cultivation systems delivering lectures and an abundance of resources available, countless individuals strive to gain admission. My father has already purchased a villa in Wancheng Garden nearby. Let's head there directly, Xiang Tiange declared. The villa district near Capital University is exorbitantly priced, and wealth alone does not guarantee acquisition. The Zhao family and the Xiang clan hold significant influence in Silver City. Yet their investments in the capital only create minimal ripples. Upon entering the villa, the scenery was truly delightful. Li Changhong's consciousness has always been dispersed. He discovered that this villa area is inhabited by numerous practitioners, most of whom are young individuals of considerable cultivation levels, having arrived not long ago. Among them are martial artists, spirit mediums, geomancers, and cultivators, creating a rather chaotic system. However, he did not encounter any prodigies or extraordinary talents that could pose a threat to him. I have some personal matters to attend to, so there is no need to wait for me. Li Changhong did not enter the villa. In Xiang Yingzhu's eyes, there was excitement, surely indicating some thrilling events ahead. I wish to join as well. Li Changhong was on the verge of declining. He intended to visit Chu Junia's parents, wary of the sharp tongue of the girl Yingzhu, fearing she might utter something inappropriate. After all, the conflict with Chu Junia should not involve her uncle and aunt. They had treated him with great kindness in an attempt to make amends, yet their sole fault lay in attempting to match him with Chu Junia. Chen must be eliminated, while the decision regarding Chu Junia rested with her. However, Li Changhong held no grievances against her parents since the passing of his own. They had treated him as their own son. One could only say that everything stemmed from Chen's unexpected intrusion. Otherwise, there would not have been so many complications. Perhaps they might even recognize him. Li Changhong nodded, then affixed an invisibility talisman and disappeared with Yingzhu, soaring away on his sword. In a certain neighborhood of the capital, it was a Saturday, and Chu Junia's parents, Chu Yufeng and Liang Yu, were at home. It had been over half a year since Li Changhong's demise. Inside, a photograph of Li Changhong, Chu Junia, and their companions remained displayed. With the new school year approaching, had he still been alive, he would have entered his third year tomorrow. His parents were cultivators. He likely possessed a natural aptitude for cultivation as well. The martial arts might not suit him. There must be a cultivation system compatible with him, possibly even the path of immortality. Liang Yu sat cross-legged on the living room sofa, having concluded her meditation. Nearby, Chu Yufeng furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, "What significance does discussing this hold?" Now that he is gone? On the day of his death, the authorities officially announced the